Welcome to Java application development. Before we can start with creating our very first application, there's some tools that we will need. One of the tools is the Java Development Kit, or the JDK. Now this is all the libraries we will need to start developing in Java. So you'll see that in Google I just searched for JDK, and the first link that comes up is the one that I will click there. Now if you go down, you'll see that we've got the Java SE Development Kit 8U161, but there's a newer version, the 162. So get the highest version that you can get here. So you're going to accept the license, and then you can see there's the different downloads. So whether you're on a Mac or on a Windows machine or on Linux or wherever you are, you can download that specific version. And you'll also see in Windows there's a 64-bit as well as the normal 32-bit one. So just choose your specific JDK and then start downloading the JDK. Now the other tool that we'll need is the integrated development environment. And this one we will use to write our Java code. So there are many to choose from, including NetBeans, Eclipse, as well as IntelliJ. So we will focus on using IntelliJ. So on Google again, you can just go and search for IntelliJ, go to IntelliJ IDEA, the first link there. It will take you to this page where you can just go and click on download. And then when you go down, you'll see that there's options for Windows, for Mac, and for Linux again. So you're going to choose for Windows there or for Mac, depending on your specific operating system. Let's say you're on a Windows machine. You can see that there's an Ultimate Edition and there's a Community Edition. So for now, we're just going to go with the Community Edition. You can choose the exe file or just a normal zip file. So we're going to download the community version there. So you can click on download. You can also see what's the differences between the two versions. But download the community version. After downloading the community version, you can just install IntelliJ. But very important, firstly, make sure that you install the JDK. After a successful installation of the JDK, go and install the community version of IntelliJ IDEA. Now, if you want the ultimate, you can always go to buy there. So this is not a free version. The community version is for free. But you can see there's some discounted and complimentary licenses for startups, for education and training, for students and teachers, and so forth. So you can also go and have a look at trying to getting this one for free. So go and install your JDK and go and install IntelliJ IDEA, and then I'll see you for the next video. In this video, we will get you started on creating your very first Java application. So after installing your JDK, the Java Development Kit, as well as installing IntelliJ IDEA, the community version, you will get to a screen like this when you run IntelliJ for the first time. You'll see there's the version. So I'm currently using this version, which was basically the newest version when installing it. And then you've got some options there. You've got create a new project, import the project, open the project, or looking at some version control, which we will not have a look at now. So what we basically want to do is to create a new project. So creating a new project is the same as saying I'm creating a new application in IntelliJ. So I'm going to click on creating a new project. It will load the templates and then it will give you the screen. So you'll see there's a selection for Java and some other stuff there. So we're going to keep it Java there. You're going to click on Java there. And then you can see the project software development kit, which is basically the Java development kit that we downloaded. So you're just going to make sure that you've got that specific one selected here. So remember we downloaded Java Development Kit 8 Update 162. So this is the one I want to select here. You can see I've got other versions on my laptop as well, on my computer as well, but I'm going to choose that one. Also, if you need to go and search for a specific one, you can go to New there and you can browse to your specific JDK that you downloaded. There's some additional libraries and frameworks. We're not going to get into those, so you can just say next at the bottom. Also not going to create a project from a template. We're going to start from scratch, so you're going to say next. Then the next screen will be your project name. So for the project name, I'm going to call this one Hello World. Normally the first program you write in any programming language. So we're going to have Hello World as the project's name, and then your project location you can choose there using the 3 dots. If you want to put it somewhere else, mine will be fine in the default. So then I'm going to say finish at the bottom, and then your project gets created. So now the project is created. On the left hand side you can see project there, you can see packages and so forth, but we're going to keep at the project view there. So if you go into the project view, you'll see a few folders. You'll see the idea folder, which we're basically not going to do anything with. The Hello World IML file, we're not going to do anything with it. The one that we are interested in is the source file folder there. So it's the src folder. So what we want to do is to start creating our source files in this specific folder. So I'm going to right click that folder and I'm going to say new, and you can see there's a new Java class which we essentially want to create, but we're going to arrange our Java files to be in packages. So I'm going to create a package first. Now, what is a package? A package is basically a namespace that organizes a set of related classes and later on interfaces also. So conceptually, you can think of packages as being similar to different folders on your computer, and you might keep, for example, HTML pages in one folder, you can keep images in another, and whatever, your applications in another folder. So because software written in the Java programming language can be composed of hundreds or even thousands of individual classes, it makes sense to keep things organized by placing related classes and interfaces later on in packages. So for now, let's just keep the package as com.foundations. Right, so that's the package name, com.foundations, and you're going to say OK. And I can see I've got a package where I will place all my foundation type of classes. So I'm going to say new there. Again, right click on your package, say new again, and you're going to choose Java class. And we're going to keep this Java class also as Hello World. Please note that for creating new class names or classes, there cannot be any spaces. So you can use the underscore, whatever, but you cannot start with a letter or a number. Sorry, you cannot start with a number. You can start with letters of the alphabet. And then normally our classes would be all capital letters when we start creating the class with no spaces, and every subsequent word we will capitalize that word. So which means that if I want to say hello world, world will be my second word, so I'll capitalize the W. But it's just a good programming principle to do it like that. And then the kind of class that we want to create here, you can create classes, interfaces, and so forth. So we're going to keep at a normal class and then say OK. So then our class will be created, and you can see that under your package you'll now have your Hello World class. Now the Hello World class you cannot run. You can see there's no run command anywhere here, because this class does not have a main method to run from. So when you start off, you'll see that your class will basically just have a class declaration. So now a class declaration in Java will basically start with the keyword public, and then class to say, well, this is our class name, and then your class name. So that's the one that we chose now when we created the class. So the class name is obviously up to you as programmer what the name of the class would be, but it must be public and it must be class for now. Okay, then inside of your two brackets is where everything happens now. So now inside of this, we need one method, which is the following: public static void main. And we'll talk a bit more about static and void and so forth when we get to methods. So for now, just use the main method, or see the main method as the main method where everything starts in your application. So we're going to have string as an array, args there, and that's your main method. And as soon as you've got the main method, you can see there's a play button that now appears, because now we can run our application. Every application will need the main method. So there's another shorter way to do this. Instead of typing public static void main out, there's a public static void main, PSVM, which is a shortcut or a live template that you can use. And by just clicking and selecting it, it opens up that whole piece of coding for you, and you can start coding right away. So it's up to you whether you want to type it out or just use the live template there. So again, the live template is just public static void main. Public static void main. I think it's done because I already did it. So just to do it again, public static void main, and there you can see there's the live template, and you can use that template. Okay, so now inside of my main method is where everything happens. My application starts inside of my main method. So just to look at this again, you can see at the top, we can see that this specific class that's called helloworld.java is in the package called com.foundations, and we can see it there as well. There's com.foundations and there's the Java file. Then the class declaration just after your package is public class hello world. That's the name of our class. It's publicly accessible, which means it's accessible in any of my packages. So if I've got another package with classes, it will be accessible there as well. But we'll talk about access specifiers later on. Right, and then you can see there's an opening bracket and there's a closing bracket. And then when we start and we get into our main method, there's also a closing, an opening, and a closing bracket. So that's very important to note, that it starts there, the method, and it ends there. It starts there, the class, and it ends there. Okay, so we're just going to do something simple now by just basically printing out something to the screen. So for that, we can use the system.out.println, and this will basically just print a line of text to the screen. So when you work with strings or text in Java, we use the double quotation marks. When you use characters, which is only one character, you use the single quotation marks. So for this, the println method accepts basically a double quotation mark, which is normal text. So we're going to say something like, let's just say hello world. Okay, and that's basically what we want to print out. Now, if you use system.out.println a lot, you can also just say SOP, which is a live template for system.out.println, and that just gives you system.out.println as well. Okay, so we've got hello world there. Let's run this application. So we can click on that little play button there and say run hello world.main, and it will then start running your application. Right, so you can see there, it prints out hello world to the screen and then it's finished. So let's say hello new world. If you want to run it again, you can see then the run button there appears at the top, saved that you want to run this specific main method. And you can see there changed to hello new world. So congratulations, this is your very first application. I think just before we stop with this video, very important in Java, every single line in Java must be closed down by a semicolon, except for where you've got brackets. You can see there's no semicolon, or where you have class headers or where you have method headers. But for every single line of code that you need to execute, there must be a semicolon at the end. Congratulations for running your very first application. In this video, we will look at variables, literals, and constants in Java. Let us start with variables. I will use this cabinet to try and explain how variables work. Variables are used to store information to be referenced and manipulated in a computer program. They also provide a way of labeling data with a descriptive name, so our programs can be understood more clearly by the reader and ourselves. It's helpful to think of variables as containers that hold information. Their sole purpose is to label and to store data in memory. This data can then be used throughout your program. So if we look at this cabinet, the cabinet has different drawers that we could say in programming terms are variables in the cabinet. Every drawer has a label on it. We can see labels for food storage and ovenware. Let's just take those two. The drawer for food storage has the label or name food storage. What type of items do you think will be stored in that drawer? Yes, obviously food items. If that drawer was a variable, the type of the variable would be food, and the name for the variable would be food storage. The same is true for ovenware or linens. Now, would you store food items in the ovenware drawer or cutlery in the food storage drawer? Definitely not. The same is true for Java variables. You store only the type of items that it is defined for. Now let us look at the different types of primitive data that we can get in Java. In this table, you can see the data type, the size, and the range of the specific data type. Byte, short, int, and long are all integer data types of different sizes. Note that a long data type can store 8 bytes and an int data type can store 4 bytes. Float and double are floating point numbers or real numbers and can store 4 bytes and 8 bytes respectively. Some other data types that we will work with include booleans. So the boolean data type has only 2 possible values, either true or false. Use this data type for simple flags that track true or false conditions, and this data type represents 1 bit of information, but its size isn't something that's precisely defined. We can also use the char or the character data type that can only store 1 single character and uses 2 bytes to store. One other data type that we will use is the string class as data type. The string type will be used for text. String is actually a class, but for now, see the string data type in the same light as the other primitive data types. We will get to classes and objects at a later video. Enough talking, let us see how we can use variables in coding. Right, when you open up IntelliJ, we can go and create a new project now to test out the variables. So we're going to go to Java again there, just choose Java at the top with your project SDK selected. We're going to go to next and next again, and then type in the project name. So for the project name, I'm going to say variables, literals, and constants. Okay, and then I'm going to say finish there, and that creates my project for me. Okay, then after the project has been created, we're going to go into the source folder again, right click, say new package, and I'm just going to call this package com.example. You can name it whatever you want, and then on that package you right click and you say new Java class. This class I'm going to call now variables, literals, and constants. Now you can see there that in this one there, your project name, I've said variables, comma, space, literals, and constants, and everything, there's spaces and so forth. But when you create a new class, there cannot be any spaces. So you can create a new space by basically just using the underscore there, if you want to separate the words a bit. And then I'm going to say OK there, so that's the name of my new class. And then because we need to have this class run our application, then we need the main method. So we're going to say public static void main, that's the shortcut, and then there's our main method where everything should start. Now in the main method, I'm going to create two variables. So I'm going to create a variable called first number, and I'm going to create a variable called second number. Now in Java then, when we declare variables, the int part there, the very first part there, is called the type. And in this case, it's an int or an integer. And then the second part there of the declaration would be the name or the label for your variable. Now the name for this variable is then first number. So let's look at the second one. There's the declaration. That's the type. It's going to be integer. And then the name or the label for that variable will be second number. Now just note again that there's a semicolon after every statement. If you leave out that semicolon, it's going to give you a problem there. It will say that it is expected. So let's assign some values to these two variables. So let's say first number. Now this is the assignment operators, the normal equal sign there, and we're going to set a value of 11. Well, you can set any number there. So the first number then I'm setting as 11. Now because this first number was declared as an integer, I can only save integer values into it. That's like the drawer again. The drawer's type is now integer. The label on the drawer will be first number, and what am I placing inside of the drawer will be that 11. Now if I make the 11, let's say 11.5, which is now a floating point number or a real number, then if you hover over it, you can see the error there. It found a double, which is a real value, and it requires an integer. So we can only save integers into this variable called first number. Let's go back. We can also not save any text. So you can also see there it picks up this is a string. Now remember, string in Java is basically text, and it's required an integer, but it found a string. So you can see again that it's only integer values that is allowed there. So let's just leave it at 11, and I'm going to add the second number. Let's assign the second number a value of 20. Now let's say we want to work out the average between these two values. If I set 10 there, then the average would be 20 plus 10, which will give you 30, divided by 2 equals 15. But if I make that an 11, it's 20 plus 11, which will be 31, divided by 2, which is not 15, but 15.5, which is a real number. It's a floating point value, which means that if we declare a variable to hold that answer, let's call it average, we must declare that variable then as a double, so it can hold comma values or floating point values or real numbers. So that's why we declare it as a double. And then we can work out what should we store now in this variable called average. So how do we work out the average? We need to take the 11 plus the 20 and divide it by 2. So the 11 is in the variable called first number, we're going to add the second number, and then we're going to divide by 2. But now, the same as your calculator would do, it will basically take second number divided by 2 first, and then add that answer to the first number because of operator precedence. So it's exactly the same thing, but what we want to do here is to first get the answer of those two values, first number and second number. That's the plus sign there. We add the 11 and the 10, and then that answer of 31 we divide by 2. Okay, so just remember that if you put brackets, you're forcing that part to take place first. Right, and then we can print out this by just typing a normal system.out.println. And what we want to print out here is the average. Now I can type this. Let's print out the average like that. Now if I run this, you will see that it is the word average that gets printed out because my name average or the word average there is in double quotation marks. So if I print out to the screen and it's in double quotation marks, it will print it exactly as I typed. So in order for me to print out only the variable or what is saved in the variable, there must be no double quotation marks. So now I'm printing out whatever is saved inside of the average variable, and if I run it now, you'll see it will be a number and not the word average. So you'll see we get a 15.0 there. Now 15.0 is not correct. We'll get back to that now. Okay, so before we carry on, I want to add the word average there with a colon and a space. So I can use the plus sign again to add some text with whatever is saved in the variable. So you can see there's the plus sign again. So the plus sign here and there are two different things. Here the plus sign is actually the addition operator where we add two numbers. So it will be 11 plus 20, which will give me 31. Whereas this plus sign there is adding some text to a number, or adding a number to some text, which means that this plus sign there is not an addition operator, but it is the concatenation operator, which means to the text I'm going to add some more text, but this text will come from the variable called average, which is a double. Okay, so we're going to print out, let's see this one now. So it's going to print out the word average just as it is with the colon and the space, and then whatever is saved into average. So you can see there's the printout. Average with the colon and the space, and then the value that we found in average. So now the value for the average is 15.0. So let's look at the average again. 11 plus 20 gives me 31. 31 divided by 2 is not 15, it's 15.5. So what Java did now is it threw away the decimal value. We call that integer division in Java. So basically what happens, your division operator, if both sides of your division operator is an integer, then Java will throw away the decimal part. So in order to correct this, I can just go and put a .0 after the 2, which will make this one a double and this part there an integer. So I don't have integer division anymore. One side is a double, the other one is an integer. So if we run this again, you'll see that your error will be corrected and we'll get the 15.5. Another way of doing this, remember you only need to change one of the two sides. I can also change this side, but I cannot go and say .0 there because we're working with variables here. So you can also cast this or convert it to a double, which means that the sum of first number and second number will then be converted to a double and then divided by an integer, which will also work 100%. So if you run that, you will get exactly the same output. Okay. So the easiest way is just to go and put a .0 there. Now let's look at some other variables that we can use. So this is basically the numbers. The ones we use most is integers and doubles, but remember there's different types of integers like the byte and the short and the long as well. And also with the double you can also use float instead of double. But these are the most used ones. Okay, so let's look at strings quickly. So I'm just going to work with a name and let's say a surname. So we've got two values there, or two variables. Both are declared as string, which means we're going to save only text as double quotation marks into these variables. Now, just a thing to note there, you can see that your int and your double are in blue there, which means they are primitive data types, and that's why it shows in blue. You'll also see when we do the character and the boolean now after this, it will also show blue. They are normal primitive data types. Because string is actually a class, it will not be in blue, but we'll get to classes later on. So for now, your variables of type string works exactly the same as with your double or your integer. Okay, so now we've declared the name as type string text, and the name of the variable or the label for the variable will be name. The same for the bottom one, the type is string, the label or the name is surname. Now let us assign some values to these two variables. So I'm going to say the name for this guy will be John, and the surname will be, let's say, Rambo. So now what have we done? We've declared the name variable as a string, and we've assigned a value to the name variable as John. Now just look at the assignment there. You can see that it is a double quotation mark and then whatever the text that you want to display or want to show or save into the variable. So in this case, it must be double quotation marks. If I try to add a number there, you can see that it says it has found an integer there, but it should be a string. It's required to be a string. We could also put a 10.8 there or 10.0. It will still be a number value. It will be a double in this case. And I can also put in characters there. So even a character, you can see it found a char there, which is a character, and it's not a string. It's not normal text. Okay, so it must be double quotation marks. And let me just change this back to John Rambo. Okay, and then when we print it out, I'm going to print out, let me just say name there, then the concatenation operator. Now what I want to concatenate is a space. So this is how I'll do a space, just a normal double quotation mark with a space in between, and then concatenate the surname. And then if we print this out, or we run this now, just after your average, we will have the name, which is John, then a space, and then the surname, which is Rambo. So it will print out John Rambo. Okay, so that is strings. Now let's look at another one there. Let's take the boolean quickly. So that is the boolean. Remember, boolean values are either true or false. So let me just call this one value. So this variable is called value, and the type for the variable is boolean, either true or false. So to this value, if I try to save a number now, you can see that it found an integer, but it wants a boolean. Also a 10.9, for instance, now it's just a double, but it accepts a boolean. If I add some text there, let's say the text of true, you can see it's still text, it's not boolean. So for your booleans to work, it must either be true or it must be the false value. So those are the only two values that you can have for the boolean. It's either true or false. And then we will have a look at booleans a bit later on when we do the decision structures. But for now, let's just print it out. So if we print out, and you want to just print out that value, which will be whatever is saved in the variable called value, which will be false. So if we run it now and you print it out to the screen, the value should be false. Okay, let's look at the last variable for today, or type for today, and I'm going to look at the character quickly. So for the character, it's basically just a letter of the alphabet, and we can assign, let's say, a J there for the letter of the alphabet, and you can see that characters actually accepts characters as a single quotation mark. Characters are also number based, which means that I can add a number there, which is a representation of a specific character. So which means basically we can add integer values there for a character or normal character values. But if I try to do 12.9, it will say it's a double, it should be a character. Okay, so now for this one, let's just add, even if I add normal text as a double quotation mark, it won't accept it because it accepts only one character. So I'm going to use the J there, and that is the letter that we want to print out, and let's print out without double quotation marks just the letter of the alphabet there, and if we run it, you can see that we've printed out that letter of the alphabet. Right, so now we said this example will go about, or will be about variables, literals, and constants. So what is a literal then? So we all know by now, hopefully, what is a variable. So these are variables, a place to store data of a specific data type. So now what is a literal? If I look at my variables, this would be a variable, but the value that I assign it, a number like this I'm doing now instead of a variable, we call this a literal. So a literal is basically a notation for representing a fixed value in source code. For example, 20 will be fixed. Whereas first number, I can go and change first number if I want. I can say first number should now be 30. And then when we work out the average, it will be 20 plus 30, which is 50 divided by 2, and it should be 25. So there's the value of 25.0, which means that this is a variable. So for a variable, I can change the value of a variable, but a literal stays fixed. That 11 stays an 11. This 30 stays a 30. Let's go down a bit. So you'll also see that even in the system out print line, this text that I have there as raw code, raw text, will basically be my literal. The same for my name variable. That is the literal. This is the variable. That is the literal. This is the variable. For my booleans, false is the literal there, and value will be the variable. The same for my letter or my character here. That is my literal. This is my variable. Now the last thing for this example will then be constants. Let's just have a quick look at what is a constant. So a constant are like variables in their declarations and the ability to look at the values stored inside of them. However, you cannot change the values while the program is running, and the value of a constant remains, rather unsurprisingly, constant. So in order to create a constant variable in Java, we will use the final keyword. So you'll see as soon as I add the final keyword to a declaration of a variable, I cannot change the value of that variable once it is assigned a specific value. So first number you can see is assigned the value of 11. Because I'm saying first number must now be a constant by adding the final keyword there, it means that this value for first number must stay 11 and I cannot change it throughout my coding. And that's why trying to change it then in this line will then give me an error and I cannot change it at all. So that's the difference between the final and the normal variable. Okay, so I need to remove that one line of coding then, and then everything would be fine. So the constant just means that this first number is now defined a specific value of 11, and I cannot change that value of 11 throughout my coding anymore. It must remain that specific value. Well, I can change it there. I can make it a 13, and then throughout your coding, it must stay a 13. It just means that somewhere along the line, I can't go and say first number equals something else now. It will give me an error. Now, another thing about constants is normally a good programming principle would be to make all uppercase when you're referring to a constant, which means that that first number there must actually be first, and you can use the underscore there, number. So all uppercase will tell us as programmers, somebody that reads your code, that that is in fact a constant because it's all uppercase. So you can see that I changed everything there. I know now because it's final in Java, first number, that value cannot change and it will stay the same throughout the coding. And that is it for this example. See you in the next video. A program without some sort of interaction with the user is no program at all. In this video, we will see how we can get input from the user by using the scanner class and the system out print line method. So what I've done so far is to create a new project like we did in the previous videos, and I've created in the source folder a package called com.reading.input.scanner, and then I created a new Java class called reading input. In that class, I've created the main method. So basically nothing new. So what I want to do is to create those same two variables that we created in the previous video. So I'm going to say first number, and I'm going to also declare second number. But now instead of just assigning values to first number and second number and working out the average, we could ask the user for some input. So in order to ask the user for input, we need to use a class called the scanner class. Now the scanner class is basically a class that helps me to read input from a specific source. So in this case, we're going to read the input from the keyboard, whatever the user types. So I'm declaring a variable here, and I'm going to call this variable keyboard equals, and because we're using classes, the new keyword creates a new object of a class, but we'll do classes and objects later on. So just memorize this one line of coding as basically the line of coding that helps you to set up reading from the keyboard. So it's going to be new scanner, and then what the scanner class then accepts is system.in. So basically what we're doing here is we're saying we're creating a new scanner object, and this scanner object on this variable saved in the variable will be able to read input from the keyboard. And it's not because the name there is keyboard. Remember that name, you can name anything. We can make it a KB there for keyboard. It reads the data from the keyboard. So now in order to read something from the user or to get some input from the user, we must first ask the user to enter something. So we're going to print out to the screen, please enter the first number. Something like this. And then if we go to the new line now, so we ask the user the question, please enter the first number. Now we need to get the input back from the user. And whatever the user typed, I want to save now into the first number variable. Remember in the previous video, we just said first number was equal to 11. So instead of now saying it's equal to 11, let's let the user decide what the first number must be. So we ask the user, please enter the first number, and then as soon as we call the following, KB is now referring to that scanner variable there, the keyboard or KB dot, and you'll see that there's some next methods. There's a next int that will read an integer from the user. There's a next byte that will read a byte from the user, or a short, or a big decimal, or a boolean, or a double, or a float. And then you'll see that there's no next string method. But the next line method there, you can see returns back a string from the user. So in this case, our first number is declared as an integer. So we want to use the next int method that will return an integer from what the user entered. Now let's do the same thing again. We say, please enter the second number. And we get the second number from the user. So how do we get the second number? Into the second number variable, we're going to save KB again, which is the connection to the scanner class that will read input from the keyboard. And we're going to call, please read from us an integer from whatever the user types on the keyboard. So we're getting back an integer, and that integer will be saved into second number, the same we did there. Now let us work out the average. So again, we're going to say double average as we did in the previous video. But now I want to define this in one line. So you can see I'm declaring the variable double. The variable's type will be double. The name of the variable is average. And now I'm going to assign it in the very same line. So let's see how we're going to do this now. Because now, the same as the previous video, we need to get the first number plus the second number, and then the answer of that divided by 2.0. Remember why we have the dot zero there. It's for integer division, so that Java do not throw away the decimal part. So that's the average, and then we can just print out the average and say the average is, and then just show the value of the average, which will be 100% fine. So let's just run this one quickly. Right, so you can see then it basically gives me, please enter the first number. Now the user can type the first number, let's say 11. Please enter the second number, 20, and then it will print out the average is 15.5. If I run it again, I can use different values there. This is the one we used in the previous video. So let's take 3 and 5, which will give me 8 divided by 2, will also give me 4.0. Okay, so I think the program is working at this stage. So this is how you get input from the user by using one of the next methods. So let's just try another example, and let's work with strings a bit. So we're going to have string name, and we're going to have string surname, just like in the previous video. And again, now we want to ask the user, please enter your name. And we wait for the user to enter his name. So now while we wait for the user to enter his name, we're going to say, well, to the name variable, I want to go and save whatever the user types now. So again, going back to the keyboard, the connection to the keyboard via the scanner class, and I'm going to call one of the next methods. So in this case, it's only the next line method that returns back a string for me. So I'm going to use the next line method. That next line method will read whatever the user typed, and it will bring it back to me as a string. So now we're going to ask the user again, please enter your surname. And then we're going to say surname equals KB, connection to the keyboard, dot next line again, but because we're working with strings, and that will read whatever the user typed. And then we can just print out to the screen. Let's just say name and a space and surname. Right, so let's just see how this one works. So you can see there we ask the user, please enter your name. The user enters the name. The next line method gets the name for me and saves it into the name variable. Then we ask the user, please enter your surname. The next line method gets that surname as a string or as text, and it saves it into the surname variable. And then we print out both. So let's just see how this one runs. Okay, so we're going to enter the first number again. Let's just say 1 and 2. And then you can see there it says please enter your name, but it didn't give me chance to actually enter my name, but it moved on to the surname. So let's just say the surname will then be Rambo, and then you can see it only prints out Rambo. So the problem here is in this line, it doesn't allow me to enter my name. So this is one thing also you need to remember with working with Java and with these next methods. If you've used one of the next methods, which isn't the next line method, so it could be next int, next short, next byte, next boolean, next double, any of the primitive types, just not the string one or the next line one, then after using the next int or the next double or the next whatever method, you try to use the next line method, it will have this specific problem. But if we only worked with strings now, we wouldn't have got that problem now. So basically what happens when you call the next int method and the user clicks on enter, that enter of the keyboard actually creates a new line character in the buffer of the computer. And the next int method is designed to basically just jump over that new line character and just basically read the value. Whereas the next line method is not designed to do that. So actually what we do then, after you use next int or next double and you want to use next line, you will just call this one by saying kb.nextLine, which will consume the new line character for us, and then we can proceed as normal. So when do you do this? This extra line there? Basically only when you've got a next int, next double, next short, next byte, next boolean, and then directly after that you're using the next line method. Then just remember to add this just kb.nextLine so it consumes that character for us, and then we can actually proceed with the rest of our program. So if you run it now, you'll see by just adding that one single line, it will now work 100%. Now it asks me what's my name. My name is John. My surname is Rambo, and then it prints out John Rambo. Let's just run it again. All right, the name, Peter Pollock, and there's Peter Pollock. So now we got input from the user, and we're using that input to do something. In this case, just printing it back out to the screen. So this is reading input from the user using the scanner class. In this video, we will see how we can get input from the user by using the JOptionPane class. In the previous video, we've seen how we can get input from the user using the scanner class as well as the systemoutPrintln methods. So just before I start with this one, you can see that I created a new project called Reading Input using JOptionPane. There's the package com.example.read.joptionpane, and then the class name read JOptionPane. And then as part of the class, you can see that I've got the main method there. Now in this example, I'm going to do things a bit differently. I'm going to start off with asking for the name and the surname instead of asking for the first number and the second number. And so we'll do that example just after this part. So now in the JOptionPane part, if I want to ask the user now, please enter your name and please enter your surname, and I want to save that, I will do it as follows. I'm going to say JOptionPane there. So if you start typing JOptionPane, you'll see there it is. It's from the java.x.swing package where you can get the class JOptionPane. So I'm going to select that one. As soon as I select it, you can see that it adds an import statement at the top that makes that whole package available to me which includes the JOptionPane class now. So I'm going to put the dot there, and the method I want to use there is the show input dialog. And you can see the show input dialog accepts text, and that's basically what I want to ask the user. So I'm going to ask the user, please enter your name. Now what this will do, I think I'm going to actually run this one to just make sure that we understand what this does now. You can see now it pops up this window where it asks the user, please enter your name. So now the user can enter his name, or whatever you ask the user to enter in. He can choose cancel, and he can also choose OK. At this stage, it won't do anything at all because we haven't done anything with this name. So let's carry on with the rest of the program. So that's what the JOptionPane input dialog is doing. It pops up that little pop-up window that asks for please enter your name. So then the surname would again exactly the same thing. JOptionPane dot show input dialog. Again, we want to ask the user a question, and we're going to ask him this time, please enter your surname. And now his surname will then be saved into surname. So the thing about this show input dialog method, it returns text. In Java, we refer to text as a string. So basically it returns a string back, and that's why we can save it into a string variable. Okay, so now at this stage, let's just print out something. Now instead of saying system out print line, I can just use JOptionPane again by saying JOptionPane dot show message dialog this time. So if you just want to show something to the user and not ask him a question where you can enter something, you just go with JOptionPane dot show message dialog. Now the first argument must be null there, and the second one is the text that you want to display to the user. So now this parent component that's null, later on when we work with graphical user interface, or when you can dig into graphical user interface a bit, the component there could be, for instance, a button on your user interface, which means that this message dialog will show above that button, or on directly onto that button basically. So by supplying null there, we're essentially saying this message must be displayed in the middle of the screen. So the message will be, and let's do the message as name plus a space plus surname. And then let's run this one quickly. Right, so it asks, please enter your name. I'm going to enter the name John. Okay, please enter your surname Rambo. Okay, and then it shows me the message John Rambo. Nice in a window type of interface. Okay, so now let's try the other one. We ask the user for two numbers and we work out the average. So it's going to be first number again and second number. Now let's do the same thing. We're going to say first number equals JOptionPane dot show input dialog, and we're going to ask the user the question, please enter the first number. But now you can see that this one gives us a problem now, because required as an integer, because we declared first number as an integer, this method is returning text, and we cannot save text into an integer variable. So there's some steps we need to follow now to convert whatever the user typed now to an integer so that we can save it back to this one. So let's do this one a bit different. I'm going to create a variable there for the string. So I'm going to call it input to get the input from the user. Now instead of saying first number there, I'm going to use input, and you can see now no problem at all, because it returns a string here and I'm saving it in a variable called input, which is of type string. No problem. But now how can I get that first number? So now I'm going to say first number equals. So what I want to do now is to convert whatever was saved in input now by the user, to convert that to an integer so that I can save it into first number. So now how do you convert it? If you want to convert from a string to integer, you're going to use the integer class, integer.parseInt. So it's one of these parse methods. And I'm going to say integer.parseInt, and I'm going to pass in the input that I got from the user as text. So the integer.parseInt method will take the input, convert the input to an integer, and then save it into first number. Let's say that this one was actually declared as a double. Then integer.parseInt should then be double.parseDouble. And then you indicate the string that you want to pass there. In this case, again, the input. Okay, so there's a few parse methods that you use with the specific class in order to convert from a string to that specific type. Right, so let's just change this one back again. I'm going to make that an integer again. And then this must be then integer.parseInt. And this method will then convert the input to an integer and save it back. Right, so now we're going to do exactly the same thing for the second number. I'm going to use input again equals JOptionPane dot show input dialog again. And this time I'm going to ask the user, please enter the second number. Okay, so now we can enter the second number. The second number is saved then as text into input, which is declared as a text. But now I want to have it as an integer. So I'm going to say second number equals, again, integer dot parseInt, which will convert that input for me to an integer. So the input is whatever the user typed. It's saved as a string, and that string we will take, convert it to an integer, and save it back into second number. So now we've got the first number and we've got the second number. Now let's work out the average. So it's going to be double average again equals, and now again the first number plus the second number, that answer divided by 2.0 to keep the decimal value, and that's the average. Now to display the average, we're going to do the exact same thing as we did there to display the name and the surname. So we're going to say JOptionPane dot show message dialog, first argument null, which means we're going to have that message pop up in the middle of the screen, and the second one is what our message will be. What do we want to say? So we're going to say there average, and then show whatever is stored in the average variable. So let's see if this one runs. Run this one quickly. It's going to ask us first for the name and the surname again. Let's say John again and Rambo. And then now to ask us, what's the first number? Let's put the 11 there. What's the second number? 20. And then the average will be 15.5. So now after these two videos, you know now how to get input from the user. And in this case, it's important to convert whatever input you got from the user, to convert it to the correct type so that you can pass it into the first number and the second number, in this case, as a specific integer, or then if you're using doubles, as doubles, or whatever type you're using. That's it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we will quickly talk about different comments you can use in Java. So comments are statements that are not executed by the compiler and the interpreter. Comments can be used to provide information or explanation about a variable, a method, a class, or any statement. It can also be used to hide program code for a specific time. So let's just have a look at the different types of comments that you will get in Java. So in the previous example, we had something like first number, and we had second number. And then we said, let's assign values to them. So I'm going to do it here. Let's say 11, and that one should be 12. And then we can work out the average. So we're going to say average equals the first number plus the second number, and I'm going to divide that by 2.0. So now if you want to give some more explanation to the user or somebody that's reading your code, we can say this is the average between the first and the second number. And if you ask the user to enter the numbers, you can maybe say between the first and the second number entered. So a comment is basically not read by the interpreter or by the compiler of the program, of the Java compiler. So this line of coding will be ignored when you run your program, but it is for you or for somebody else reading your code to understand what you did in this specific part. So now this is we call a single line comment. So I can add another single line comment there and type stuff there again and carry on. I can even do it at the end there. So basically after 2 forward slashes, I've got one single line comment. And that single line comment will not be read by the compiler at all. So you can give yourself some indication of what you were working with. So normally what people do is also after declaring some variables, and if the variable is not descriptive of what it does, you can give some sort of description there just after that 2 forward slashes. So the second number, you can say this is the second number entered. So now if it goes to a second line, let's say your comment is too big, then you can also use a multi-line comment. So a multi-line comment will basically be a forward slash with a star, and then you just press enter there, and it ends off with a star and a forward slash, and anything in between will be seen as comments. So hello world, how are you, whatever, you can see there, that's a multi-line comment. So instead of saying this is the second number entered, this is the first number entered, just some text that I'm typing there, instead of having 2 lines with 2 forward slashes like that, you can have them as 1 forward slash and a star, ending it off with a star and a forward slash, and anything in between those two will give you your comment, and your compiler won't read that as code, but it will take it as a comment. Okay, so that's a multi-line comment. This one is just a normal single line comment. Then there's another comment that we can use, and that we normally use with methods. So this is basically the documentation comment. So for a documentation comment, you put a forward slash and 2 stars, and you can just click on the enter. So you'll see what it does then. It creates a star and a forward slash, and anything in between, we can actually remove those 2 stars there, but everything in between them will be seen as a documentation comment. So I'm just going to do that again. If I remove that, just before my method there, I'm going to put a forward slash, 2 stars, and then you can see it picks up, there's a parameter called args, and I can declare what, or I can try and explain what this argument or what that specific variable is. This is just a variable, or whatever your explanation for that specific method. So we'll get to documentation comments again when we do methods and classes and so forth. And then also here we can just explain this is the main method of the class, or whatever you want to explain. So you're just basically giving a bit more information about this method or this main method or whatever type of method you have to explain a bit more. And that's the idea behind comments, to explain what your coding is basically saying. And now the other nice thing about documentation comments is that you can go to your tools menu and you can say generate Java doc. Now your output directory, I'm just going to leave it as the desktop, but make sure you choose one there. And I'm just going to say, just create Java documentation for the comments.java file. And I'm going to say, okay. And it will automatically open up a web page for me. And wherever you said it should save it, it will also be saved there. But it opens up an index.html file. And you can see there's my class called comments. So if I look at my class, the class is called comments. So you can see there comments. I can go into the class, and into that class I will then see all my constructors and my methods and so forth. So you can see I've got a main method, and there's the comment that I added. This is the main method of the class. It's exactly what I said there. This is the main method of the class. Okay, and then if you go down a bit, you can also see there's the whole description of the main class or the main method then. This is the main method of the class, and then there's that args explanation that I gave. This is just a variable. So you can see there where I typed this is just a variable. So it gives a nice overview of your whole class and how your methods fit together. So this basically is what we use comments for and how we can use the comments in Java. So it's basically a single line comment or a multi-line comment, or then this comment that's used for the Java documentation called the documentation comment. Decision structures are used so that your program doesn't have to do the same thing each time it is executed. They basically answer a question on the spot during execution. The decision structures need a question to answer, and this is done through Booleans. Now, as we've seen before, a Boolean is one of several primitive data types, which are essentially raw data. A Boolean represents two values. It's either yes or no, in coding terms, true or false. They can be assigned directly, but are usually constructed from a set of many operators. And these operators include, but are not limited to, relational operators and logical operators. Let's look at the relational operators. We can use the greater than, the less than, the greater than or equal to, the less than or equal to, and not equal to. So we can use these operators now in what we call Boolean expressions. So the following table gives us some expressions as examples. For example, I could ask the question, is x greater than y? Is x equal to y? Is x greater than or equal to y? So these now form the type of questions we could ask in our coding. We will look at them a bit later in the video. Now look at the table for our logical operators. We can use the AND, the OR, as well as the NOT operators to connect two Boolean expressions into one. For the AND operator, both expressions must be true for the whole expression to be true. For example, if I have the following expressions joined by the AND operator, I would ask the question, is 5 less than 4 and is 7 more than 5? Now we know 5 is not less than 4, so the first expression would be false. Even though 7 is in fact more than 5, the answer to the whole question here would be no or false. So if I change it to 5 less than 6 and 7 greater than 5, then both sides of the AND operator are true, which will make the whole question true. Now the OR operator also connects two Boolean expressions, but in this case, one or both of the expressions must be true for the overall expression to be true. Let us ask the same question as before, but now let us use the OR operator. 5 less than 4 or 7 greater than 5. In this case, 5 is not less than 4, and that expression would be false. So the left side of the OR operator is false. Now 7 is more than 5, so the expression on the right side is true. This gives us false or true, which will make the whole question true. The NOT operator reverses the truth of a Boolean expression. If the expression is true, then not true would be false. If the expression is false, then not false would be true. So let us look at some examples in coding. Right, so in IntelliJ, I'm going to declare a few variables here. So I'm going to declare an integer x, and I'm going to assign it the value of 5. I'm going to declare a y, and I'm going to assign it the value of 6. And let's use p there, and let's assign the value of 7. Now, let's also create a Boolean variable, and I'm going to call this one expression. This is the Boolean expression that we want to test, and I'm going to assign it a value. So at this stage, I'm just going to say x equal to y, and just leave it as it is. And then what I want to do is to print out to the screen whatever my expression's answer would be. So now you can see it's a normal variables. It's an x, a y, and a p. It's 5, 6, and 7 assigned to them respectively. And then I have defined an expression variable of type Boolean. It's called expression, and then on the right hand side of the equal sign there, I will place my expression. Now in this case, you can see there's one equal sign there and there's two equal signs there, so just don't get confused with the two equal signs there. So the right hand side is an expression you're testing, you're asking a question, and that's why there's two equal signs. The single equal sign is assigning a value to a variable. So in this case, that equal sign is assigning a value of 5 to the variable x. This equal sign is assigning a value of 6 to the variable y. This one is also assigning whatever the outcome of the question we ask on the right hand side will be assigned to the expression variable. Now remember, Booleans can only accept true or false, which means that when I print out this, it should either be true or false. So we can see there when we print out, it gives me a false. Okay, so what we're testing here, on the right hand side, we're basically just asking a question. We're asking the question, is x equal to y? So in our case, 5 is not equal to 6, and that's why it gives me then the answer of false. So let's change this, and let's say it should be, is x less than y? So is 5 less than 6? Yes, it is. So if we run this now, you will see that it goes to a true value there, because x is less than y. 5 is less than 6. So your expressions will then basically be a question that is asked, and then the answer of that question will be returned. It's either yes or no, or in coding terms, true or false. So let's just try another one there. Let's just say let's ask the question, is x more than p? So in this case, you will see that p is 7, x is 5. So x is not greater than p, which will give us a false value there if printed out. Right, so that is basically just looking at simple expressions. So let's try something else. I'm going to use an x. Let's make it greater than y. And we'll put the AND operator there now. And y is less than p. So let's evaluate this question quickly. Remember that for the AND operator, for the whole question that we ask to be true, both sides, both expressions on both sides of your AND operator must evaluate to true. So let's look at both sides. Is x greater than y? Is x 5 more than 6? No, it's not. So on the left hand side, we will have a false value. On the right hand side, is y less than p? Yes, 6 is less than 7. So this side of the operation will actually be true. But because this side is false, we've got a false true, and we need both to be true for the whole thing to be true. So in this case, our expression will also print out false. And you can see it prints out false. But if I change this to an OR, the OR means either one of the two sides could be true for the whole thing to be true. So if I run this now, because of the right hand side that is true, it will evaluate to true as well. So let's get back to the AND operator there. If I want both sides to be true, I could just say, is x less than y? Is x, which is 5, less than y, 6? Yes, it is. And y is also less than p, because y is 6 and 7 is p. So both sides are now true, which means the whole thing will also evaluate to true. And then let's just have a quick look at the last part there. Or let's just try the OR operator again. So I can go and say, let's say to get the whole thing false, is x equal to y and y equal to p, which means are all the values the same? So let's run this. Is x equal to y? No, they're not. Is y equal to p? Also, no, they're not. Which means both sides of this expression, we have false values now. And for the OR, that will also be false. But remember, the OR, if only one of the two sides are true, then the whole thing will be true. So let's say if x are less than y, which will be true, but y is not equal to p, but if either one of the two sides is true, the whole expression will be true. Now let's quickly look at the NOT operator. So I could have an expression there to say, well, is x less than y? That could be my expression. But then I want to negate that answer, which means I want to change the answer of that thing. If it's true, I want to have the answer as false. And if it's false, I want the answer as true. So the question here is x less than y? Yes, x 5 is less than 6, the y there. X less than y, 5 less than 6, yes, it's true. But now because I put the not operator in front of the true value there, it will go to a false value. So if we run it now, you'll see that it will be false. So the not operator basically changes a true value to false and changes a false value to true. That is it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we will look at how to actually ask questions in coding in a structured way by using if statements. So this is just like basically asking a question on something that you did. So I'm going to start off with declaring a number variable. So let's say int number, just call it number. You can see it's of type integer, so it can only store integer numbers. I will also have an input variable there, so I can store my strings. So I'm going to say input equals, let's just use the JOption pane again. I'm going to use JOption pane dot show input dialog. So we're going to ask the user a question, and the question will be in the double quotation marks. So I'm going to say, please enter a number. Now the user will enter a number. And now we want to do something based on whatever the user typed there as the number. So let's just use some simple testing here. So I'm going to use an if statement, and I'm going to explain the if statement now when I'm done typing it. So it will be if the number is equal, let's say 5, then we can do something. So here in the if statement, where's the number? We haven't assigned the number, sorry. So before we go to the if statement, let's just get the number quickly. So remember that the user entered the number, but the number is saved as a string. So we need to convert it. So we're going to say integer dot parse int, and then we want to convert that input. So the input, the text that the user entered, which will be a number value, so it's going to be a 5 or something, but it's saved as text, converting that 5 text to a 5 number, to a number. Then we're going to test there. If that number is equal to 5, then we want to do something. So you'll use the if keyword in Java with opening and closing brackets, and then in between will be your Boolean expression that you're testing for. Just note that there should not be a semicolon there. If the semicolon is there, it will basically do nothing, that if statement. It will never go into that if statement. So make sure that there's no semicolon after your if statement, also not after your brackets there. Okay, so that's an opening and a closing bracket, which basically says, if the number is equal to 5, I'm going to do whatever is done in between these two brackets. So in this case, let's just use a JOption pane dot show a message dialog. First argument null to get it to the middle of the screen, and then the second argument will be the text that you want to display. So we're just going to say something like the number is exactly 5. Then let's do another if statement there to test something else. If the number is then not equal to 5, but let's say if the number is greater than 5, we will print out something else. So I'm going to say JOption pane dot show message dialog, again in the middle of the screen, and then the message, the number is greater than 5. Okay, so again we're testing. If the number entered is greater than 5, we will print out the number is greater than 5. Now let's add another one there. We can also say if the number is greater than 10, then we will print out something else. So I'm going to say JOption pane dot show message dialog, null for the first argument, second argument, the number is greater than 10, for example. Okay, so this is just a few if statements there. Let's just see if it works if we run now. just one thing that I want you to add to your coding. Whenever you're using the J option pane, doesn't matter if it's the message dialog or the input dialog, just type this at the end to say system.exit 0. And that actually helps us to exit our program a bit faster when using the Java X swing components. That's an extra import there. So wherever you're using the java.x or javax.swing.star components, for example, in this case, the J option pane that comes from it, it's always best to add the system.exit there at the bottom, because system.exit exits your program, it force exits your program, but the status is 0, which means that basically no errors occur. You chose to stop the program. So this is system.exit 0. It's a normal exit from the program, but it helps you to get a bit faster exit. Okay, so let's run this application now. So basically, if the number is 5, we're going to print out it is 5. If it's bigger than 5, more than 5, then we're going to say the number is greater than 5. If it's more than 10, the number is greater than 10. So let's just check them quickly. Let's run this. Right, and let's type 5 exactly, and you can see the number is exactly 5. Right, and then you can see the program exits. Now let's test something else. Let's make it bigger than 5. So let's make it a 6. You can see the number is greater than 5. 100% correct. Now let's run it again. And let's make that number 12 now. So now it will say the number is greater than 5 because 12 is greater than 5. But it will also go to this if statement to say the number is also greater than 10. So this is just a normal if statement. And the problem we have now is that if I only wanted one message to pop up to say it's greater than 10 or greater than 5, then this way of doing it won't really work. For example, if I type 17 there, it's going to say the number is greater than 5. I don't really want to say that, but I want to say the number is greater than 10. So there's different ways of using these if statements now in order to get your desired output. So let's change this a bit. I'm going to delete those two. And instead of saying another if there, I'm going to say else if. And then I'm going to say the number is greater than 10. Right, so there's the brackets again. So what is the else if now? So the if there, if the number is 5, let's say that is true. If that is true, it will print out the number is exactly 5. And because there's an else there, not another if, just an else if, it will not go to this else if or whatever we do there. But if the number is not equal to 5, which means this part is false, then it will go, only then it will go to the else if and test something else. So in this case, we're testing, is the number now greater than 10? If it is, we're going to say J option pane, dot show message dialog again, null for the first argument, and we're going to say the number is greater than 10. So you'll see then only if the number is greater than 10 will it print out this. But if the number was exactly 5, it will just print out this J option pane and never go to this one. Now let's add another else if there. So we're going to say else if again, if the number is now greater than 5. And then we're going to say J option pane again, dot show message dialog, and null again for the first argument, second argument. The number is greater than 5. Okay, so what will happen here now? We will basically check first, is the number equal to 5? If it is, it's going to print out the number is exactly 5. If it's not, and only if it's not equal to 5, it will go to this else if and test. If the number is greater than 10, if it is greater than 10, which means that it's not equal to 5, and the number is then greater than 10, it will print out the number is greater than 10. But if that one is false, this one is also false, only then will it go to this else if statement and check, is the number greater than 5, yes or no? If it is, the number is greater than 5. Now the last thing that I want to show you here is to basically add an else statement there. So basically, if this one is false, and this one is false, and this one is false, and all your else ifs and the ifs at the top is false, then and only then will your else part run. So if the number is not equal to 5, it's not bigger than 10 and it's not bigger than 5, it means that it must be less than 5. So I'm just going to print out jOptionPane.show message dialog, and the first argument null, second argument, the number is less than 5. Okay, so then the number is less than 5. Right, so this is basically the if statements now. So the if on its own will check it no matter what the previous values were. But then if you have the if type of structure with an else at the end, then remember, then only if this one is true, it will print out the number is exactly 5. If that one is false, only then will it go to this one. And if this one is true, it will print out this. If this one is also false, only then, which means that this one is false and that one is false, only then it will go to this else if statement, and so forth. And then the last else statement is if all of these tests that you've done at the top, if every one of them is false, it will do the default one, which will print out the number is less than 5. Let's just quickly check this one. Right, so let's make the number exactly 5. So it will say the number is exactly 5. And you can see the program exits without any other messages. Now let's check the first or the second one then. The value of 10, greater than 10. So let's type 12 in there. It will say the number is greater than 10. And you can see it never goes to the bigger than 5 one, because it's already bigger than 10. So because that one was true, it will not run the rest of the else if statements. So let's run it again for greater than 5. So if it's not equal to 5 and it's not greater than 10, then it must be a value between 5 and 10. So let's make it a 7 there. And you can see then the number is greater than 5. But it won't tell us the number is greater than 10. And then if I type anything else, which is not equal to 5, and it's also not bigger than 10, and it's also not bigger than 5, which means it should be something less than 5, a 3 or even a minus number. So let's say minus 120 and say OK. And you can see the number is less than 5. Now for the next part, let's do something a bit more interesting. So what I want to do now is to just comment out this part. So I'm going to put a /*, so it's a multi-line comment, and I'm going to put it there, end off with a star and a /, which means that this whole part that we now did with the if statements will be commented out. The compiler cannot read it. But we're going to still have the number variable. We're still going to get the input from the user. Please enter. And now we're going to say, please enter your mark. And then we save the mark. Now we're just assuming it's going to be integer numbers there. Let's leave it as integers. Please enter your mark. The mark is saved and the mark is then converted to an integer. And now we want to do something else. Let's look at a few if statements again. So I'm going to firstly check if that number is less than 50, then we know that this guy failed. So we want to print out a message and say jOptionPane.show message dialog. And we're going to tell the user, you failed. Right, so the user failed then if the number is less than 50. But now we want to have an else part there, and not an else if there. I'm just going to keep a normal else. So what will the else be? If the number is less than 50, this is this if statement then. So what would be the else? It's when the number is equal to 50 or greater than 50, which means that this guy actually passed. But now I want to check also, I don't only want to check if he passed, but I want to check if he's got a distinction. So this is where nested ifs come in. So you can see in the else, I'm using another if again. So I'm going to check there, if then, because I know if we get into this else, I'd put a comment there, the user passed. So now we want to check how did the user pass. So now I'm using a nested if to check. If that number then is greater than or equal an 80%, which is normally a pass, or let's take it as 75 then, or is normally a distinction. So if the number is greater than or equal 75, then we know he's got a distinction. So we're going to say jOptionPane.show message dialog, null for the first argument, second argument, your message. Let's say you have a distinction. Right, so if the number is greater than or equal 75, we will say you have a distinction. And then the else part here will be then if the number is not greater than or equal 75. But because we are in this else, we already know it's more than 50, or at least 50. So this else then, we can print out show message dialog. What do you think we should print out there? Yes, you're correct. We must print out you passed. Right, so now if he passed, that's the else. We first check if he's got a distinction. We say, yes, it's a distinction. But if it's not a distinction, we can just say, you passed. Let's just run this one and check if it works. Right, enter your mark. Let's make 50 there. So it will just say you passed. 100% correct. Now let's carry on. Let's try a number that's 75 or higher. So let's make it 95. It will say you have a distinction. And let's try something else again. Let's say less than 50, so 45, and it will say that you failed. So let's try another if statement, or another nested if statement here. So let's say we want this guy to go and write a reassessment in an exam or whatever. So we're going to say there, if then this number, we know now the number is less than 50. But what if this number is less than 50, but it's more than or equal 45, which means that this guy's actually got between 45 and 50, 45 included. So then we'll print out jOptionPane.showMessageDialog, and we're going to have null there, and then we're going to say you can write reassessment. Right, and then what will be the else part there? The else part will just be, if the number is less than 50, we know already he failed. But if the number is more than 45, you can write reassessment. The else will be, if it's not more than 45, it's less than 45, so this guy actually failed miserably, so we will just say, you failed. Okay, so let me just remove these extra space there. Okay, so this is basically our whole structure now. If I make this one a bit smaller there, you can see there that we start off, if the number is less than 50, then it means failed. But how did the guy fail? So we say, if the number then is greater than or equal 45, you can write the reassessment, because then it's 45, between 45 and 50, but not 50. 45 included because of that equal sign there. Then the else will be, if it's not bigger than or equal 45, which means it must be less than 45, and then he failed. The else part here is for this if. So if he didn't fail, then we go to this else and we test. If it's more than or equal 75, it's a distinction. What is the else? The guy passed, he didn't fail, but he didn't get a distinction, so we just say, you passed. Right, then for the last part of this video, let's see how we can add some logical operators in here as well. So instead now of saying if the number is less than 50 and then having a nested if statement to check the number less than or greater than or equal 45, we can do the following. We can say if the number is less than 5 and at the same time that number is also greater than or equal 45. So then I can remove this part. Let me just remove that. And we have the J-option pane. You can write reassessment. I'm going to remove this else also. Let's just look at this if statement quickly. So we're saying if the number is less than 50, we know the guy failed. And the number is also greater than or equal 45. So what does the AND do? The AND basically says both sides of this operator must be true for the whole thing to be true. So we're testing now. If the number is less than 50, so let's take a number. Let's take a number of 46. So if 46 is less than 50, yes it is. And the number, which is 46, is also greater than or equal 45. So you can see both sides will be true. Then we print out, you can write reassessment. So then we can put an else if here again. Let's just put some brackets there. Else if the number is greater than 50 Sorry, that's when the number is less than 50. So let's just leave it as this. That will be the second else if. So we'll basically check first. If the number is less than 50 and the number is greater than or equal 45, then we know it's between 45 and 50. We print out, we can write reassessment. But then if that thing is false, which means either one of the two sides is false, we're going to test again. If the number is then just less than 50, or we can even say if it's less than 45, then we know he failed. So I'm just going to copy this one quickly. And I'm going to paste it there, and we're going to say you failed. Exactly the same thing. Else, if number is greater than or equal 75, you have a distinction. Otherwise, you just passed. Okay, so this is basically just using the AND operator there. We could also use OR operators and so forth. We'll get a bit more into the logical operators later on when we're checking if something is inside or outside a range. But at this stage, this is just checking whether you can do the normal if statements, else if statements, and some nested if statements. Okay, so let's run this application quickly and just see whether it actually works correctly. Right, so let's enter the mark. Let's enter a 50 there. You passed. Right, 100%. Let's try again. A value between 45 and 50. Let's say 46. You can write reassessment. 100%. Let's just run it again. Now let's put in a fail value there. So let's say a 44. You failed. 100%. And then the last one, let's try for a distinction there. So let's make it 98. You have a distinction. Our program is running 100%. That's the net for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we will look at how to determine whether a number is inside a range or outside a range of values. When determining whether a number is inside a range, we use the AND operator. Now look at the following example. To check whether a number is inside the range of 30 to 60, and that's now 30 and 60 included also, let us first examine the values to understand the logic behind it. Inside the range means between 30 and 60. So it would be 30, 31, 32, up until 58, 59, 60. So you will agree that it is all values greater than 30, but also less than 60. So how will we then use an if statement to check for this? Now evaluate the following statement. So the question here is, if the value is greater than or equal to 30, and at the same time the value is also less than or equal to 60. Both sides of the AND operator must be true. So let us take the value of 40 as an example. Is 40 greater than or equal to 30? Yes, it is. It's greater than 30. Is 40 at the same time also less than or equal to 60? Yes, so the AND operator works for us in this case. Let us now take the value of 20. Now 20 is in fact outside of the range, and we want our if statement to actually evaluate to false. So is 20 greater than or equal to 30? No. Is 20 less than or equal to 60? Yes, but because both sides must be true for the AND operator, this expression would result in a false value. Exactly what we want. Now what about the OR operator? Can we use the OR operator as well, or can we just use the AND? So let's evaluate the OR operator quickly. Remember that for the OR operator, only one side of the operator must be true for the whole expression to be true. So here we ask, is x greater than or equal to 30? Or is x less than or equal to 60? So a value of 100 would make the left side true, and the value of 10 would make the right side true. Can you see that we cannot use the OR to check for values inside a range? Now, how do we check for values outside a specific range? Let us take 30 and 60 again. Outside the range of 30 to 60 would mean less than 30 or greater than 60. Now let us evaluate using the AND operator again. This would read, if x are less than 30 and at the same time greater than 60. So do you think this is possible for a value to be both less than 30 and greater than 60 at the very same time? Remember, both sides of the AND must be true for the whole expression to be true. So let us take the value of 20. 20 is outside the range of 30 to 60. Can 20 be less than 30? Yes. Can 20 also be more than 60 at the same time? Definitely not. So it's clear that we cannot use the AND operator now again to check for values outside of a range. We can use it to check values for inside a specific range. So we must use the OR operator. Now evaluate the following statement. The question in this case is x less than 30 or is x greater than 60? Only one of the two needs to be true for the OR operator to evaluate to true. So let us take the value of 20 again. 20 is less than 30, so the left side would be true. Is 20 greater than 60? No, so the right side would be false. This expression would then return true. Let's take the value of 40, which would be inside the range and not outside of the range. Is 40 less than 30? Definitely no. Is 40 greater than 60? Also no. Both sides evaluate to false, which would make the whole expression false. That's it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we will discuss comparing string objects or text in Java. Before we start to compare strings, we need to have some basic understanding of what a string is in Java. It's not the same as the other primitive data types. A string is created from the string class. Now, for every piece of string or text that we create, we are creating an object of the string class. We will look at classes and objects in more depth later on. For now, consider the following example. String name1 equals Peter. String name2 equals Peter as well. You can see the spelling for the two is exactly the same. So what happens in memory when we create these two strings or these two objects of text? Firstly, the string object with the text Peter will be created in memory. Then the name1 variable will be created and can store only the memory location of an object of type string or text. In this case, it will store the memory location of the text Peter, not the text itself. This is where the catch comes in comparing strings. Let us look at another example. Firstly, the string object with the text Peter will be created in memory. Then the name2 variable will be created and can store only the memory location of an object of type string or text. In this case, it will store the memory location of the text Peter. Again, not the text itself. In most cases, you cannot use relational operators to compare string objects. These string variables contain the address of the object they represent and not the object itself. If I have the following if statement, if name1 equals name2, but note the double equal sign there, I'm essentially testing whether the memory locations of the two objects or the two text parts are the same. I'm not testing the values itself. Thus, I'm not testing whether Peter and Peter are the same. This if statement will then evaluate to false. So how then do we compare strings? Because strings are objects, we have some useful methods that we can use to compare strings. The first method is the equals method. Now look at the following example. If name1 dot equals name2 in brackets. Here we use the equals method on the string called name1, and we compare name1 with name2. In this case, the equals method compares every single character of the text in name1 with the text in name2. If every single character is the same, the equals method will return true. In this case, the if statement will return true. So this is one way of comparing strings. The other way of comparing strings is to use the compare_to method. This method returns an integer value that can be used as follows. If the value is 0, name1 will be equal to name2. If the value is a negative value smaller than 0, then name1 will be first in the alphabet and name2 will be second in the alphabet. Or in short, name1 will be smaller than name2. If the value is positive, more than 0, name2 will be the first in the alphabet and name2 will be second. Or, in short, name1 will be more than name2. So let's see this working in coding. Right, back in IntelliJ, we're going to create two variables. I'm going to call one of the variables name1, and will be of type string because we are looking into comparing string values. So what I'm going to do here is to ask the user to enter the value for me. So I'm going to say joptionpane.show an input dialog for me, and we're going to say please enter name1, and then let the user enter name1. Then the same for name2. We're going to ask the user joptionpane show input dialog, and we're going to ask the user please enter name2. Right, so now we have name1 and name2, and let's see how we can compare these two strings now. So I'm going to say if name1 is the same as name2 with a double equal sign. Now remember from the explanations now that we should not compare strings like this, but let me just show you the output here. So we will have name1 is equal to name2 if they are the same. And then we'll have an else part there that will basically say, well, the two are not the same. So we just say not the same. And let's see how this one runs. Okay, let me just check the output at the bottom after this. So we're going to say please enter name1, and I'm going to type Peter there. So look at the spelling of Peter there, capital P, all the rest lowercase, it's Peter, and I'm going to type Peter again. So it's exactly the same name that I'm typing. And if I say OK there and I open up here at the bottom, you will see it says it's not the same, because essentially we're comparing now two different memory locations for the first name and the second name that was entered. So it actually doesn't matter which names I type there. Let me just try Peter and Paul, which is in any case not the same, but it will say it's not the same. It's not testing the text itself, it's testing the memory location. So how should we compare then two strings? So we need to use the equals method, and the equals method accepts one of or some type of string object there. So we're saying if name1 equals name2, then print out it's equal, otherwise they're not the same. So let's see if we print out this one now. So the name there, let's type Peter again, and the same name Peter again, and if we compare them now, you can see that it says name1 is equal to name2, and you can see how long it takes for my output to actually stop and to give me the end of my application there. So remember, when using joptionpane, just use system.exit, pass in the 0 there to exit a bit faster there. So if I now type let's say another name there, Peter and Paul, it will say it's not the same. But if they are the same, Peter and Peter, it will give me name1 is equal to name2. Okay, so that's basically how we test for, or how we compare strings, by using either the equals method or the compare to method. So now the compare to method, quickly, instead of using equals there, I can say compare to. So name1 compared to name2 equals 0. That's the one that gives us an integer value. So I'm testing if name1 compared to name2 is equal to 0. It means that they are the same, they're equal. So this statement is essentially the same as using the equals method. So if I run this again, this will check whether they are the same. So let's say Peter again, and Peter, and it will also print out the names are the same. Now, instead of using an else here, let us use some other if statement. So I'm going to say if name1 dot compare to name2 again, but in this case not equals 0, but say less than 0. So what I'm essentially testing here is testing whether name1 is first in the alphabet and then name2. So if it is like this, we will say name1 is first and name2 is second. And then we can have another if statement there that tests for the other way around. So we're going to say if name1 dot compare to name2, if we compare the two, and the value is greater than 0, then it means name2 is first in the alphabet and then name1. So then we will print out name2 is first and name1 is second. Okay, so let's just quickly test this one out. So if we run it now, all right, so let's take Peter and Peter again. That will be the first if statement. So it will say name1 is equal to name2. Right, let's run it again. Let's try the second if statement. Let's just use Adam and Eve there. So Adam obviously comes first in the alphabet and then Eve. So it will say name1, which was Adam, is first and Eve is second. Name2 is second. So let's try the last one there. So let's make this one now Eve and Adam, and obviously Adam must come first, which is name2. So it will say name2 is first and name1 is second. And that is how we compare strings in Java. So it's either the equals method, or you can use the compare to method with the 3 different values. If you want to check if something is the same, the equals method is the easiest one to use, but you can also use the compare to method. But if you want to check or sort data, for instance, where you want to get a specific value before another one, then you can use the less than or the greater than with the compare to method. Now, just one comment before we stop this video. If I take away these now and I replace them with, let's say, Peter there, and there also Peter. Let's run this quickly now. So if I run this now, you will see it says that name1 is equal to name2. Okay, so which is 100% correct. But what if I now use just the double equal sign and say name2 there? Let me just delete these now so we don't use them at all. All right, we remove them. So we only have this if statement. You can see there's string name1 equals Peter, string name2 is Peter. Both of them are exactly the same. Using the double equal sign should actually not print out anything. So let's put the else there again. And we're going to say system out print 9 not the same. And maybe we can just say the same. Now let's run this quickly. And you can see that it says the same. Whereas we just said these two should not actually work with the double equal sign. Because if I take away this Peter now and I use the J option pane again, let's try that again, it will say that they are not the same, even if we type in the two names. So let's type that again. I'm going to say Peter again, and again Peter, exactly the same spelling, but it will tell me they are not the same. And that's the thing, or the problem we have here now. Okay, so if I do not use the J option pane or input from the user, but I use a string literal like this, by just hard coding the text. Just do the same for Peter there. Okay, just comment out the rest. Right, so now we've got two string literals, hard-coded strings there. If I run them now, you can see that it will say they are exactly the same. So that is the strange thing that happens here, that if you get input from the user, you can't check for strings using the double equal sign. But if it's hard-coded text, it will work. So why is that? So strings constructed with string literals like we're doing now with Peter and Peter, they are part of the string constant pool, and the same string literal will always be the same memory address from the pool, which means that if you're using string literals and they've got the exact same spelling, they are also at the exact same location. And that's why it works. So just remember this one. We do not use hard-coded strings that much at all. So normally just use the normal equals method or the compare to method to compare two strings, because normally we get input from the user and then save it into a variable. And when you do it that way, the double equal sign will not work. So please use the equal sign, the equals method or the compare to method in order to compare strings. That's it for this video. In this video, we will use another way of making decisions in your program. The switch statement allows you to use an ordinal value to determine how a program will branch, and the switch statement can evaluate an integer type or a character type variable and make decisions based on that value. In IntelliJ, we've got the following coding. So just quickly evaluate this coding. We've started off with declaring a variable called number. It is of type integer. Then we get an input from the user. Please enter 1, 2, or 3. And then the user type 1, 2, or 3. As text, it will be saved into input because it's declared as a string. Then we convert that text to a number, which is an integer, and save it back to the number variable. And then we can test that variable. We can check. If the number is 1, we print out you entered 1. Else, if the number is 2, we print out you entered 2. If the number is 3, it's going to say you entered 3. If you didn't type 1, 2, or 3, it will go to the else and it will print out you did not enter 1, 2, or 3. And because we are using JOption pane, we just add this one line of coding, system.exit, to make sure that our program exits a bit faster. So let's just run this one quickly. So I'm going to enter a 1 there, and then it will just tell me you entered 1. If I run it again, and I enter a 2 there, it will say you entered 2. If I say a 3 there, it will say that you entered 3. But if I do not type a 1, a 2, or a 3, let's just type something else there, like a 6, for example, it will tell me you did not enter 1, 2, or 3. So let's replace this whole part there with something else now, which we call the switch statement. So the switch statement, basically you start off with the word switch there, the keyword in Java called switch, and then you pass in either a number variable, so like for example an integer, that could be a byte or a short or a long or a normal int like we've got here, and then you can also pass in characters to test. So we'll look at another example where we place in some characters there. So now if I want to do the exact same thing as the if statements there, I could say, let me use the keyword case there, and I'm going to say case 1, which means that if the user enters a 1, or if the number is a 1, it will go to whatever I do here, directly after that colon. So in this case, we're just going to use a JOption pane again, and show a message dialog. First argument, the null. Second argument, what is your text that you want to display? So we want to do the same as the example that we just basically executed. So that would be you entered 1. Right, and that is case 1. And then after a case, we will need to use the break statement. If you don't add a break statement, it will just carry on to the next case. So now I'm going to say case 2. That's basically the same as saying if it's a 2, what are we going to do then? Then again, we're going to use the JOption pane dot show message dialog, and we're going to say you entered 2, and then we place the break statement again. Right, so after that one, we will have case 3. That's the same as asking if it is a 3 that was entered there in the number variable. Then we're going to show the message dialog again, null, and we're going to say you entered 3. And then we break again. Right, so now we've got case 1, 2, and 3. If it's a 1, we're going to print out you entered 1. If it's a 2, we're going to print out you entered 2, and if it's a 3, we're going to print out you entered 3. So now the default one, that is basically the else, the last else at the bottom will be default. So if it's not a 1, a 2, or a 3, it will go to the default one, and we will print out show message dialog, and we're going to say you did not enter. Let me just go to a new line for this one. You did not enter a 1, 2, or a 3. And then that is basically our switch statement. So the switch statement starts off with the keyword switch. You pass in either an integer data type, which is short, long, byte, or integer, or you can pass in a character variable there. So it basically uses an ordinal value, which is a number value, so it's either characters or it is integers. Then you test for your specific case. In this case, we're testing for a 1, and then after the 1, the colon. Everything between the colon and your break statement there basically will be executed for case 1. Now, if we do not add a break statement there, so if I leave out the break statement, it will basically go, let's say you entered a 1, it will go to the 1 there and says, okay, it should print out you entered 1. But then if it doesn't break, it will automatically execute case 2 as well. So it will continue executing the cases until it gets the break statement. So that's why it's important for you to add a break statement. We'll see an example now when working with characters where we can actually leave out the break statement and it still works. So now let's quickly run this switch statement. So that's where we ask, please enter 1, 2, or 3. So I'm going to enter 1 there, and you can see it says you entered 1. The same as the if statements that we just had. And then for the second one, case 2, we can enter a 2 there, and it will print out you entered 2. For case 3, we will use 3 there, and you can see you entered 3. Now let's try the last one for the default option there, where we do not enter a 1, a 2, or a 3. So we're going to pass in a 6 there, and it says you did not enter a 1, a 2, or a 3. So the default there will be like the else in the if statements, and these are the conditions that you test for. So we're testing for a 1, a 2, or a 3. If it's not a 1, a 2, or a 3, we will go to the default one and just print out. So you can also do a break statement at the end of the default, but because default is the last option that you've got in your switch, it will actually exit the switch after that. So you don't need to put a break statement after your default statement. So let's try another example now here, where we're working a bit with characters. So I'm going to declare a character called letter. And then we're going to ask the user, so I'm going to use that same input that we declared at the top. So we declared string input there at the top to get whatever the user types. So we're going to say, or replace that input now by asking the user dot show input dialog. And we're going to ask the user, please enter A, B, or C. So we ask the user to enter a letter of the alphabet to make a specific choice. Now, if we want to convert now, because if we ask the user, please enter A, B, or C, and that gets saved now as a string, that's not a character. So again, we can't just say letter equals whatever the user typed. We need to convert that letter now, or that input from the user now, to a letter. So how do we convert that? Basically, we don't convert, but we take a specific character inside of the string that the user typed. So obviously, if the user is going to type just an A, a B, or a C, it will be the very first character from the whole string called input that we want to get there. So we're going to basically say input dot, and there's a character at method, char at method, that accepts an index value in your string to extract. So we're going to say character at 0 there, which means that, let's take an example. Let's say the user typed Peter. In this case, he won't type Peter. He will type an A, a B, or a C, or maybe something else. But if he types Peter, and I'm saying input dot character at 0, it means it's the very first character. If I say, well, in this case, it will extract the P then. If I say character at 1, it's going to go from 0 to 1, which will extract the E. So the way that your strings are basically constructed are from characters counting from 0 up until wherever your characters go. So it's going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if I say 4 there, it will extract 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It will extract the R there. So in this case, we do not have a whole word that the user entered there, but he types just an A, a B, or a C. So it will be the very first character, or character at position 0. Right, so we've got the letter then that the user typed. That will be saved now, coming from input, whatever the user typed, at the position 0. And now we've got the letter. Let's go into the switch statement quickly. We can pass in the letter. And now we can start with the first case. So the first case will be a character A. If I test for the character A, then I'm going to say JOptionPane dot show message dialog. And in this case, first null. and then the second argument, you entered A. And then we're going to break. Okay, so the first case there, I'm testing for a character. So remember, it's not the double quotation mark, it's the single quotation mark. Then if you go to case B there, let's use the J option pane again there. We're going to say show a message dialog there, null again for the first argument, and the second argument, you entered or let's say just B. You entered B, and then we break again, and then for the last case there, we will say case C, and then for case C, it's also going to be J option pane, show message dialog, null for the first argument, and the second argument will be you entered C. Right, and then we can add the default there. So just before the default, let's add a break statement there, and then have the default. And for the default, we will just print out null for the first argument. Second argument will be you did not. Let me just take that also to a new line. You did not enter let's say correct value. Okay, so this is the case then. We accept the letter of the alphabet. We test it for the A, the B, or the C. And then we print out you entered A, you entered B, or you entered C. And then we will print out you did not enter a correct value. So I'm going to run this quickly now. I'm not going to test every single value there. So remember, the first one will still run. So I'm going to say a 1, and then it says you entered 1. And now it asks me for enter A, B, or C. So let me enter a B there, and it will print out you entered B. Okay, so let's try something else there. If we don't enter a B, or a C, let's enter, okay, just a 1 there again. Let's enter a D there, for example. You did not enter a correct value. So it seems as if the switch statement is working correctly. But what if the user enter, let's just use a 1 again there. Let's say the user enters the capital letter A or the uppercase letter A, and I'm saying, okay, there it says you did not enter a correct value. So this is where it comes in, where we can actually use the break statement to help us a bit to get the correct value that we want. So in this case, I'm going to say case, and then I'm going to add an uppercase A there as well. But you can see after that case, I do not use a break statement. I just leave it as it is, which means that if it's an uppercase A, it will go into it. There's no break statement. So it will go into the lowercase a, then print out you entered an A, and then break. So this is a way where we can use or check for uppercase or a lowercase. So I'm going to use the uppercase B there as well. And for C, I'm going to use the uppercase C as well. So now whether it's an uppercase A or a lowercase a, it will print out you entered A. If it's a lowercase or an uppercase B, it will print out you entered B and then break. And if it's a lowercase or an uppercase C, it will print out you entered C and then break. So let's just test it out quickly. So I'm just going to enter a 1 there again. Now let's try a capital letter A or an uppercase A, and it will still say you entered A, which is fine. So this is how we can use then the switch statement with all its different cases and break statements. And remember, wherever you put the break statement, it will go out of that option and it will basically exit your switch. So sometimes it makes sense to have your case without a break, and sometimes it must be there. For example, if we just take out this break statement there, what will happen if I enter the 1? Because there's no break there, it will print out you entered 1 and go directly to case 2 and also say you entered 2 before it breaks. So let's just test this one out quickly. So if I enter a 1 now without the break, it will print out you entered 1 and directly after that you entered 2. And then it gives me the choice for the A, B, or C. So remember, most of the cases we will use the break statement. For some specific cases like this one, you can leave out your break statement and it will still work exactly like you want. That is it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we will have a look at the 3 different loop structures that we can use in Java. Now, what is a loop? A loop is a sequence of instructions that is continually repeated until a certain condition is reached or met. Now, we get 3 loops in Java. We get the while loop, we get the do while loop, and we get the for loop that we can use. So let us do a slight example here. So the first thing that you need to know is that for every loop that you use, you need a loop control variable. So I'm going to call this X will be my loop control variable. The next part, you need to actually use your loop. So the second part will be to type the keyword while. If you were busy with the while loop, in this case we are busy now with the while loop, we'll look at the do while and the for loop as well. So we start off with the loop control variable. So that's the very first step. You need to declare the loop control variable and initialize it, give it a value. In this case, we're setting it to 0. Then in the while loop, we need to have some condition that we can test for. So in this case, we're going to test for while x is less than 5. We will keep on doing something in the loop. And now you can see for the while loop, there's no semicolon at the end. So whatever we want to loop then now must be in these 2 brackets. So we're going to have a simple system out print line there that just says hello world. So up until this stage, we've got the loop control variable declared and initialized, in this case to 0. Then we test the loop control variable using a specific value. And then the last step will be we need to change the loop control variable. So in this case, I want to say something like x equals x plus 1, which means I'm going to replace whatever x's value are at this stage, which is 0, and I'm going to add 1 to it. So it's basically the 0 there plus the 1, which will replace it with a 1. And then the loop will execute again, and we try and test. Is x still less than 5? Yes or no? So you can see by every time adding 1 to the loop control variable, we will get at a point where x is not less than 5 anymore. And then the while loop will stop executing. So let's just go through this again. There's a loop control variable. It must be declared and initialized. So that's step number 1. Loop control variable initialized. Step number 2, in your while loop, you must test using that loop control variable. In this case, we're testing. We're going to run this loop while the x value is still less than 5. At this stage, it's 0, so you can see it will go into the loop because 0 is less than 5. So it will print out hello world every time it runs. And inside of the loop, when we're done, we will make sure that we change that variable so that x becomes then 1. Is 1 still less than 5? Yes, print out hello world. Then we increment it again. Is it now 2? So is 2 less than 5? Then 3 less than 5, 4 less than 5. And when we get to 5 there, is 5 less than 5? No. And then it will exit the loop. So let's just run this quickly and see how many times it will actually run this loop. So you can see there's the loop now. It basically went for x equals 0. There's the first one. Then we incremented x equals 1. Then x equals 2, then x equals 3, and then x equals 4, because 4 will be the last value that is still less than 5. So your loop executed exactly 5 times. Okay, now another way of saying x equals x plus 1 would be just to go and say, I'm just going to do it at the bottom, x plus equals 1. So that's the same as saying x equals x plus 1. So if I say x equals x plus 2, I can make that a 2 as well. So x plus equals 2. But if you're going to keep at only incrementing, adding 1 to the variable, the shorthand code for that will just be x plus plus. So x plus plus will be adding 1 to your variable. So I'm going to keep it at x plus plus, which means that I'm going to just take x there and I'm going to add 1 to x the whole time. Okay, so if we run it again, you'll see it's only still those 5 times it prints out hello world. Right, so now that's the while loop, and that's how the while loop works. But if I remove one of the steps there, for example, this step there where we increment it, you can see there it says it will always be true, which means that this loop will never end. So if I run it now, we get to something that we call an infinite loop. You can see there my program is still running. You can see it going berserk there at the side. It's keeping on printing out hello world, and it will never ever stop because I didn't tell it when to stop. I said, well, stop when x is less than 5, but x stays 0. We're not changing it at all. So it will have an infinite loop. So I can stop it there using the stop button on the left-hand side, but there's no other way for me to stop that. Okay, so let me just use an x++ there, which means that we're going to keep on adding 1 to that 0 until it's not less than 5 anymore, and then it will stop the loop. Okay, so that's basically how the while loop, the basics for the while loop. So let's try and do the same thing for the do while loop. So just before all of these, I'm just going to print out a system out print line, which will just add a new line between the two loops. Okay, so now let's try the exact same thing, but now we're going to use a do while loop. So I'm going to say int, let's use the y variable now, integer y equals 0. So again, we will, step number 1 will be to initialize, or first declare and then initialize the loop control variable. So there's the loop control variable again. And then the next step will be to actually use your loop. So in this case, the do while loop looks like this. Now you can see that here we did not have a semicolon at the end of while, but when you're using a do while, there's your brackets, and it's the same brackets that we would use there in the while loop. Let me just get to, okay, well, let me just leave it as that. So there's the do while loop. There's your opening bracket and your closing bracket, which will be the same as your opening and closing bracket there. Okay, so we're going to have do. What do you want to do? First thing that we want to do is we want to print out hello world. I'm going to use the same example again. So we print out hello world. And then we must test for something. So in this case, when we're testing, we're going to test the same as what we did there with the while loop. I'm going to say while the x, no, not x in this case, the y, while the y is still less than 5, we will keep on doing something. But now we must also remember to do step number 3 there, which will be your loop control variable needs to be adjusted. Okay, so how does the do while loop work? First, there's a loop control variable. We initialize it to 0. Then we get into it and we print out hello world. We increment or we change the y variable, and then we test for the y. Okay, so it's a bit different than you did in the while loop. So the while loop, we call the while loop a pre-test. Let's call it pre-test loop, which means that we first test before we execute anything, which means that a while loop can execute 0 or more times. Because if we make x 5 there, it will never execute because x is not less than 5. Or 5 is not less than 5 in that case. So we test right at the beginning, so we call this a pre-test loop. Now for the while loop, we call this a post-test loop, which means that we will first do something and then test. So you can see that we start with y as 0, then we print out hello world. So how many times will the do while loop run? At least once. So it will be 1 or more times. So we're going to first print out hello world, then increment, make the 0 a 1, and then test. Is y, which will then be 1, is it less than 5? Yes, it is. So we print out hello world again, increment it again, y becomes 2. Is 2 still less than 5? Yes, and so it carries on until the y value there is incremented up to the value of 5, where 5 is not less than 5 anymore, and the loop will stop executing. Okay, so let's run this program again. So you'll see that this while loop will now print out 5 times hello world, and this one should also now print out 5 times hello world. So there you can see there's the first loop, hello world for 5 times, and then 5 times again. So it's basically doing the same thing for both loops here. So you'll use a while loop when you do not want the statements to be executed if a condition is false right at the beginning, that we call a pre-test loop. But for the do while loop, you'll use this when you want statements to execute at least one time. Now let's look at the basics for the for loop. So the for loop has got the following form. Basically looks just like that. That's the most basic form for a for loop. And you'll see there that it's got 3 parts. And it's the same as the 3 parts that we had with the while loop. We've got a loop control variable, that's the first part. We need to test it, and then we need to increment it or decrement it, basically change it. So there's the loop control variable where you initialize it, you test it, and then you change it. And that's the exact same thing for the 3 parts for the for loop there. If I leave the for loop like it is now, I'm going to print out hello world again. This is the most basic form of a for loop, is just this form that we've got there. So if I run this now, you can see that it will still print out the first, well, I can't see it because that for loop now is in an infinite loop again. But those 2 for loops would have, the 2 loops at the top would have still printed out 5 hello worlds, and the other one also 5 hello worlds. And then we will get into this part where it's an infinite loop again. So this is the most basic form for a for loop, is like this, where you just have the 2 semicolons. But it needs the 3 parts. So the first part will be where we declare our loop control variable. So I'm going to use an I there, and I'm going to start at 0. So that's the first part. You can see it's the same as the while loop. We first declare and initialize your loop control variable. So that's the first part. The second part is testing it, like we did in the while loop, x less than 5. So let's just make it I less than 5 here because we're working with the variable I. And then the last part of your for loop will be what we said here in the while loop also. We need to change the loop control variable. So in this case, I'm going to use I++. And then we've got exactly the same thing as we did with that while loop. So if I run this now, well, before we run it, let's just add another system out print line there. So we've got 5 hello worlds, 5 hello worlds, and another 5 hello worlds, hopefully. So let's just run it quickly. So you'll see there we've got 5 hello worlds, 5 hello worlds, and 5 hello worlds. So this is the 3 loops then that you get in Java. So again, the while loop is a pre-test loop, the do while loop is a post-test loop, and your for loop is also a pre-test loop, just like your while loop. And now you can also see that there's no semicolon at the end of the for loop. It's only in the do while where we have a semicolon at the end. So please make sure about that. So that's the 3 different loops that we've got. So just as a summary, when do we use the while loop? Use the while loop when you do not want the statements to be executed if a condition is false right at the beginning. When do you use the do loop or the do while loop? You use that when you want statements to execute at least once, because it executes first and then it tests. It's a post-test loop. So when will we use the for loop? Because the for loop and the while loop is basically the same thing. Both of them are pre-test loops. So when do we use the for loop then? You use this where there's some type of counting variable that can be evaluated. So most of the times, if you know exactly how many times you want to execute your loop, then you can use the for loop. If you don't really know how many times you're going to execute your loop, then the while or the do while loop will be a better one to use. Just one last thing that you need to note here with the for loop. Please do not add an I++ there at the end. This just means that we are incrementing 2 times. So the for loop starts with initializing the control variable, then testing it, then doing whatever is inside of the brackets, and then increment or changing the variable. So by adding another I++ there, we're basically saying increment it 2 times. So remember to not put your increment or your change inside of the brackets. Your change should be the last part of your for loop statement. In this video, we're going to have a look at a few useful loop calculations. So you will see that I created a new project. I created a package called com.example.calculations. And then I created 4 different Java files. So how do you create a Java file again? I just right click and say new, and then you go to Java class. So right click new Java class, and then you create your new class. So I created the class for input validation, running totals, sentinel values, and user control loops. So we're going to go through every one of them. First one, input validation, and then some running totals or user controlled loop, then running totals, and then sentinel values. So for all of them, I just created the public static void main method there. You can see all of them has just got the main method, and we will start coding from there. So the first example that we're going to have a look at is input validation. So we're validating the input that the user will give us. So in this case, we're just going to ask the user for a specific question. So I'm going to have a string to get whatever the user types. So I'm going to say string input equals JOptionPane dot show input dialog, and we're going to ask the user, please enter a number. And I'm going to go to a new line here. Yours can fit into one line, that's fine. Please enter a number in the range of 1 through 100. Let's say that's the question that we ask. The user must enter a number in the range of 1 to 100. And then whatever the user typed, we're going to save that into the input variable. But now we want to have that number. So I'm going to say integer number equals. So we need to convert whatever the user typed now to an integer. So I'm going to say integer dot parseInt, and we're going to pass in that input, which means it's going to convert the input that the user typed to an integer and save it into the variable called number. So now we want to validate this input that the user has given us, because we're asking enter a number in the range of 1 to 100. This could be a date of birth or whatever you want to check so that the months don't go over 12 or whatever. So in this case, it must not go less than 1, also not higher than 100. So we can use a simple while loop to check this now. So I'm going to say while the number variable is less than 1, or remember, if we're checking for outside a range, we use the OR operator. So we're checking whether while the number is less than 1 or the number is greater than 100. So let's say the guy enters 2000 there. Then the number is not less than 1, but the number is more than 100. And remember, for the OR operator to be true, either one of the two sides needs to be true. So I'm testing now whether this number that the user entered is less than 1 outside of the range or more than 100 also outside of the range. So if it is, then we need to do something. So I'm going to print out, just using a normal JOptionPane.show message dialog. Let's say null there for the first argument, and we'll say something like that number is, just go to a new line again, that number is not valid. And then directly after that, we're going to have the user enter that same thing again. So we're going to ask the user, again, please enter a number from 1 to 100. We're not going to declare the variable again, but just use it. And then we're also going to use that same variable there again to get that input as an integer. So what happens here? We're basically saying, if that number is less than 1 or more than 100, we print out the number is not valid. And then we ask the user, please enter a number in the range of 1 through 100. He enters it, we convert it again to a number, and then the loop runs again. It tests again. Is that number less than 1 or greater than 100? If it's again outside of the range, we will say again the number is not valid, and please enter new value. Can you see it's working the same as an if statement by testing? But now we're testing it over and over and over again until the user gives us the number that we actually want, which is a number in the range of 1 to 100. Okay, so let's look at the loop control variable here. Can you see this is the loop control variable? The number variable is initialized to whatever the user's input is. So that's the loop control variable. It's been initialized. Then we test the loop control variable. There's number again. And then somewhere we must change the loop control variable again. So here we get a new input again. We're changing the value and then testing again, to make sure that we do not get into an infinite loop. So let's test out this program quickly. Okay, so now it asks, please enter a number in the range of 1 to 100. So let's say 101. It says that number is not valid. Please enter a number in the range of 1 to 100. Let's say 200. Still bigger than 100. That number is not valid. Can you see it will keep on popping up this JOption pane? Keep on asking me. That's because we're in a loop now. It will keep on asking me until I give the correct number. So if I put a 0 there, which is less than 1, it's also not valid, and it asks me again. But if I type the value of 50 now, that is a number between 1 and 100, and the loop will exit, nothing else will happen. So after the loop, we can just say JOption pane.show message dialog. Let's say null there. Correct. Okay, so if we run that again, and it is correct, it will go outside of the loop and basically gives us that JOption pane. So let's say 40 now, which is inside of the range, correct, and we're done. But if we're not correct, it will keep on asking us using that loop to enter the correct value. So if I say 2000 again, it's going to keep on asking me, please enter a number that's correct, and it will keep on asking until I give a number that's correct. Right, so for the next example, we will be looking at a user-controlled loop. So the input validation example that we just did is actually also a user-controlled loop, because the loop runs basically how many times the user chose to not enter the valid number. But this one is a bit more direct to user-controlled loops. So this is basically how we ask the user to say, okay, how many times do you want this loop to run? And then we run the loop that specific number of times. So this is a user-controlled loop. So I'm just going to use a simple example, and I'm going to use a maximum value, and we're going to ask the maximum value from the user. So I'm going to use a JOption pane, let's say string input again, input, and get the input from the user. So we're going to say JOption pane dot show input dialog, get input from the user. And now what do we want to ask the user? So for this example, we're just basically going to ask the user, how high should I go? So we ask the user to type a number there, and we're going to square the number. How should I go to square the number? How high should I go to square the number? Okay, so that's basically the input. And now the maximum value we will set to let's just convert that one, integer.parseInt, and we're going to convert that integer value, or that string value, to an integer. So now we have the maximum value to say how high should we go in squaring numbers. Now for this example, I'm just going to use a normal system out print line to print out the results. I'm going to have something like number at the top, and then let's put some 1, 2, maybe 3 tabs there, and then I'm going to have number squared. So we're going to have the number and the number squared printed out to the screen. So let's just have a system out print line there again, and we will just have a line there to underline that part, and then we'll have our for loop. Now remember, for a for loop, we basically use a for loop if you know exactly how many times to execute the for loop. Do we know how many times to execute the for loop? Yes, it's that max value. So we want to execute, let's say the users say, I want to go as high as 5, which means I want to print out 1 squared, 2 squared, 3 squared, 4 squared, and 5 squared. Okay, so that also makes a difference on where do I start my for loop. So my for loop will obviously start at 1. So I'm going to say integer, and let's call it I, and that's the number that we want to square. So maybe let's call it number, equals 1 instead of 0 in the previous examples, because we want to have not 0 squared, but 1 squared, 2 squared, and so forth. And then I'm going to go to number less than or equal to the maximum value. So that's how many times I want to run this thing, and then we need to say number plus plus. So we're going to start off at 1, and then check if the number is less than the maximum value. So let's say the user enters here. Let's say the user enters a 4. So if he enters the 4, then our number will start at a 1. We will check, is that number less than or equal 4? Yes, it is. And then we will square the number. Then we increment the number, make it 1 more, so then number becomes 2, and we square the 2. Then number becomes a 3, and we square the 3. And when it gets to 4, is the number less than or equal 4? Yes, it is, so it will square 4 as well. But then when we go to 5, 5 is not less than or equal the 4, and then it will stop running. So that's essentially what we want to do here. So I'm just going to print out here number, sorry, that's without double quotation marks. It's whatever is in the number at that stage. Remember, the user maybe typed a 4, so right at the beginning that number, the maximum value would be 4, but the number starts at 1 and then gets incremented the whole time. So that number we're going to use plus, and now to simulate those tabs that I used there, you can just use a backslash T and a backslash T again. That's 2 tabs. So let's try 3 tabs there as well. And then after that, we'll have number squared. So it's number times number, and that will be the number. So let's see how this one prints out now. I'm going to run it. I'm going to ask the user, okay, please enter. Okay, sorry, that one is still running, the user, the input validation one. So let's click the run button there. We run the user controlled loop. How high should I go? Let's say 4, and you can see there's the number and the number squared. So let's make a bit more tabs there. One more tab. Let's see again. Let's say 4 again, and that's okay. So we've got the number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the number squared is 1 squared, 2 squared, 3 squared, and 4 squared. Okay, so this is just a user control loop where we ask the user basically, how many times do we want to use or to run the loop? And I'm using that value as the maximum value in my loop as the value that I need to test for. And now we know, well, while that number is less than that one, we will keep on executing, so we know exactly how many times we want to run this. So if I wanted to run this loop also 4 times again, I could have started at 0 there, but 0 squared is not a value that we want. And then if I start at 0, I must leave out the equal sign there. So that's another way of doing it, and then I must add 1 to the number the whole time. So this is a better way of just saying, let's start at 1, but then we include the equal sign there in order to run it that amount of times that the user said we should run it. In the previous video, we looked at input validation and user-controlled loops. In this video, we will look at running totals and sentinel values in Java. Now, a running total is the summation of a sequence of numbers which is updated each time a new number is added to the sequence by adding the value of the new number to the previous running total. And I think this will become clear when we look at an actual example. So I'm going to start with an example where I'm declaring the number of days there. We also have a variable for the sales per day, which will be double. And then I'll also have a running total, which will be my total sales. And then we will need a string input to get the user's input on how many days do we want to have sales. So basically what the example is that I want to do there is to ask the user first off, for how many days do you have sale figures, or for how many days should we get sales from you? And then the user will say, well, let's say 5 days, and we will save that value into days. And then we were going to ask him, right, for day 1, give me the sales. And then I'm going to save day 1's sale into sales. And then after he's given me the sale, I will add that sale to total sales. And then I ask him again. Let's say he said 5 days. So I'm going to ask him for 5 days sales. So then for every day, I'm going to save that day's sale into the sales variable and then add that to my running total, which will be total sales. So this is my running total. And your running total should normally be initialized to a value. In this case, we're going to start with 0 and then keep on adding to it. Okay, so we're going to ask the user there. And that's why I use the string input there, because we're going to use the JOption pane again. So we're going to say JOption pane.show input dialog, and we're going to ask the user the question. For how many days, just get that away, for how many days do you have sales? Let me just go to new line, figures. Right, so that's the question we ask. For how many days should we basically run the loop and get the total sales? And then that number is whatever the user types is then as a string into input. And now we need to convert that. So I'm going to use the days variable and I'm going to convert that to an integer. What am I going to convert? Whatever the user typed. So that's in input. So I'm converting the input that the user gave me to an integer, and now we can use it. So I'm going to run the for loop the amount of times that the user indicated now. So I'm going to start with, let's call it count. I'm going to start with a counter starting at position 1 or 1, and then I'm going to say count less than or equal the amount of days that the user indicated. And then I must increment my count variable. Now in our previous examples, we actually started, most of the times we started at 0 there. If I start at 0, I can leave out the equal sign there, and then it will run the same amount of times. So let's say I'm saying I want to run this loop 2 times, which is the number of days is 2. Then it will go for 0 and 1. Those will be the 2 days. And then less than days, which would be 2. Now 0 and the 1 will still be less than 2. So those are the 2 values that we will get, is the 0 and the 1. But if I change that to a 1, then I need to put the equal sign there to get the same number of times for the for loop to execute. So for instance, again, if we say 2 days, then it's going to be 1. And if it increments, it's going to go to 2. Is 2 still less than days? No, it's not less than 2, but it's equal to 2. So it will work exactly the same way. We will have it then for 1 and 2 instead of for 0 and for 1. And why do I want to start at the 1 there? Because I want to say, please enter the data for day 1. So I don't want to say day 0. Right, so in the for loop, we're going to ask the user a question again. We want to get the sale for that specific day. So we're going to use the input variable again and use the J option pane again to get some input from the user. And this time we'll ask enter the sales for day, and then we're going to ask him or her, the user, which day. In this case it is count. So basically what's going to happen is we're going to say enter the sales for day, and then it's going to show me the value where the loop is currently at. So the very first time the loop runs, it will show me enter the sales for day 1. Then we increment, and it will go and say the 1 becomes a 2, and then we'll say enter the sales for day 2. And so we'll carry on day 3, day 4, day 5, depending on what the user gave me there for the input of how many days should we run this loop. Okay, so that we got the sales for the day, and now that input should be converted to a double again. So now you can see that one is a double. We needed an int for the number of days there. We needed an int, but for the sales figures, the guy could tell me what for day 1 there was 34.50. So we need to work with floating point values here. So I'm going to basically convert that input that the user gave me. Just go back there. So it is double dot parse double, and we're going to pass in the input there, and that input what the user typed will then be converted to a double, so we can save it in sales. So now after these 2 lines, we have a double value that is the sales for that specific day. And this is now where the running total comes in. So I'm going to say now total sales will be the previous value of total sales plus this new sales value that we just got from the user. So obviously the previous value for total sales will be 0 the very first time you run it. So 0 plus whatever the user said for the sales will then become the new value for total sales. So in this way, every time the loop runs, we'll be adding to this specific total called total sales, and that we call a running total. Okay, so an easier way to do this to get exactly the same result is not to say total sales equals total sales plus sales, but just to say plus equals sales. Now what will that do? It's exactly the same thing. It will be total sales equals total sales plus sales. So we're adding to total sales, which is currently 0. Then when we're done with the for loop, we can just show a message dialog there again. Show message dialog, null for the first argument. And I'm going to go to a new line for the second argument, and now we need to give the message to the user. So I'm going to say the total sales is, or the sales are, and we're going to give him the sales value. Let's say working with dollars there or whatever. So it's going to say the total sales are, and then we're going to show the amount for the user. So we're going to use a plus there, and then it's going to be that total sales variable. And then because we are working with the J option pane, we're going to say system.exit, passing in the 0 there, just to make sure it exits a bit faster. Okay, so what have we done here? We've asked the user for how many days should we have sales. Then the user types, let's say, 5. That 5 will be converted to an integer and saved into the days variable, which is declared as an integer. Now we go into the for loop. We will start at position 1 or at number 1. So we declare a new variable. This is our loop control variable, and it's initialized not to 0 but to 1, because we want to say enter the sales for day 1, day 2, day 3. We don't want to start with 0. Because we don't start with 0, I need to add the equal sign there. Okay, so now in this case, we will start from 1 up until the number of days that the user indicated. So let's say the user indicated 5 there, then it will be from 1 up until 5, but 5 will be included. So that will run the loop 5 times. And then we're going to ask, enter the sales for day 1, enter the sales for day 2, day 3, day 4, and day 5 every time the loop runs. We get that value as a string, convert it to a double, save it into sales. And then we take our total sales variable, which is currently 0 right at the beginning, and we keep on adding that sales value to total sales. And after that, we'll get a total for all of the days sales. And that we call a running total. So let's quickly run this and see how it prints out. Right, so it asks us for how many days do we have sale figures. So let's say for 3 days, to make it easy. The sale for day 1, let's make it 10.50. Let's make day 2 20.50. And let's make day 3 30.50. And then it gives us the sales for $61.50. But now you can see it's a .5 there. So is it now 5 cents or is it 50 cents? So just another thing for this video is how do we print out decimal values or floating point values in a nice way? So for this, we can use the decimal format class. And I'm going to declare this one as, let's just call it, $. Right, decimal format $, equals new decimal format. Now, what you place inside of, well, this one accepts a specific pattern as a string. So the way that you assign this value will depend on your output. What do you want for your output? So in this string, we can use hashes and we can use zeros. So let's say I'm going to have some text here directly underneath that. So basically what this means, the hash means that if there is something in this digit's position, show it. If there's nothing, don't show anything. What does the 0 mean? If there's something in that position, show it. But if there's nothing, place a 0. Okay, so in this way, when we say hash 0.00, it will format it on the other side of the dot. If there's 2 zeros, it will round it off to 2 decimal places. If I put 3 zeros there, it will round it off to 3 decimal places. So you can go and play around with this pattern a bit, but the hash basically means if there's a digit in that position where you place the hash, then show it. Otherwise, don't show anything. And then the 0 means if there's something in that position, show it, but if there's nothing, put a 0 there. Okay, so let's see how we can format this one now. So a nice way of doing this is maybe adding more hashes there and putting a comma there, so you can show the thousands as well, comma separated. So this one will basically be something like, if I can place that again directly underneath it, we could have something like 2,000, let's say 2,000 Rand, like that. Okay, so that's basically the notation. The hash will just place something there, but after the 1, 2, 3, fourth one, just after the fourth one, it will place a comma there, so we can see the thousands. Okay, so I'm going to leave that pattern as this, and then the way you apply it then will be to go to the value that you want to print out, which is total sales. And I'm just going to say $.format, and then in brackets, I need to place the value that I want to format. So I'll put in total sales. So it's $, the one that you defined there at the top, .format, and then placing in total sales. So basically this one should give us 2 decimals rounded now. So if we run that again, so how many days do you have sales figures? So let's say 3 again, 1050, 2050, 3050. And you can see it's nicely rounded now to 2 decimal places. A sentinel value can be used to notify the program to stop acquiring input. So I'm going to explain this in an example as well. So basically what I want to do is to ask the user to enter a value. So I'm going to have a variable called value, and that value we will double for the user. So I'm going to also have an integer there and call it double value. So let's say the user enters a 2, then we will double the 2 to a 4. And if he enters a 3, we will double the 3 to a 6 and so forth. So we're just multiplying it by 2. Okay, and then we must allow the user to keep on asking the question or giving us a value for the question that we're asking. So we're going to ask, please enter a value to double, and then he will keep on adding or entering numbers to double until he chooses to stop. And this is what we call then a sentinel value. So let's get input from the user quickly. So I'm going to ask the user, let's say joptionpane.show input dialog, and we're going to ask the user the following question. Please enter a value to double. But we're going to add to that. So I'm going to add some text there as a bracket, and I'm going to say 0 to stop. So if you don't want to double another number anymore, then you can just add a 0 that you can stop this program from running. So we will keep on allowing the user to enter a value to double and double it for him until he enters 0. So I chose my sentinel value here to be a 0. That's the one value that will stop my loop from executing. Now, why did I choose 0 there? Because I think everyone can double a 0. So nobody would usually ask that question, please double a 0 for me. It will just be a 0 again. So that's why I chose that one. So normally choose your sentinel value as one that will basically never be asked or never be used unless they want to stop. Right, so now we need to convert that value. So we've got value declared there at the top, and we want that one as an integer. So I'm going to say integer.parseInt. Convert that integer now, or that string, to an integer. So there's the string. Please enter value to double. The user enters 2, for example. We save that into input. We convert input to an integer, and we save it into value. Now we can use a while loop to help us to keep on asking the user to enter a value to double until he enters a 0. So we're going to keep on repeating what we're going to do in the while loop while the value is not equal to 0. So while the value that the user enters is not a 0, we will keep on doubling it for him. So we will say double the value, or double value, that's the variable that we declared at the top, should be the value that the user entered, but we're going to multiply that by 2. And then let's just give the answer to the user. So we're going to say joptionpane.show message dialog, null for the first argument. For the second argument, the message. So we're going to say, okay, let's just have a string there, and then we're going to say plus the value plus, and we'll have another string there. So we're going to have the value that the user entered, let's say 2, and then 2 squared, or 2 not squared, multiplied by 2. Will be then the answer that we give him. So we're going to say value, the value that you entered, doubled is, and then we're going to show him that doubled value. So it's going to be double value, the one that we doubled for him. So we're going to enter first what he typed, that value that you typed, doubled is double value, which is your value multiplied by 2. Okay, so that's the joptionpane. And then this loop, if the loop runs again, we will keep on doing the same thing over and over again. So it's very important again to remember your rules for a loop. First things first, there's a loop control variable. So the loop control variable is the value. So there's the value that the user entered. Remember, we first get it from input and then we convert it to a value. So that is my loop control variable, and it is initialized there by the user's input. Then we check the loop control variable. But for this loop to exit somewhere, we must change that loop control variable. So in the loop, I will ask this very same question again. So I'm going to copy that and paste it there. We're going to ask the user again, let's just remove the string declaration there. You cannot declare something twice. So input will then be, again, we're going to ask the user again, please enter value to double, 0 to stop. He enters the value again. Then it goes to the loop. It checks if the value is not a 0, double the value, print out the result to the user. Then we ask again, please enter value to double, 0 to stop. Get the value. If the value is not a 0, double it again and give the result to the user. So you can see this will carry on and on and on until the user types a 0, then value not equal to 0 will return false and your loop will exit. Now, because we are using JOption pane, let's just add the system.exit at the bottom. So let's run this one quickly and see how it works. Okay, so we're still running the previous program. Let's just go to that play button there and run it. Please enter value to double. So I'm going to enter 2 there. 2 doubled is 4. And then you can see it keeps on asking me. If I place a 3 there, 2 times 3 equals 6. If I place a 4, it will give me 8. A 5 will give me 10. And so I can keep on adding values there and it will double it for me. Unless I type a 0, which is my sentinel value, the value that will stop the loop from executing, and then everything stops. In this video, we're going to look at how to write to files and how to read from files in Java. So the first class that we're going to work with, we call the print writer class. So the print writer class is part of the java.io package. So we're going to import that one. So just by selecting it, it automatically imports at the top. And the print writer class will help us to create a new file and then write to a file. So I'm going to call this one the output file. And I'm going to say new print writer. And then what it accepts is basically the file name or the name for the file. And in this case, we're just going to call it output file. But remember, we're working with text files. So when we're working with text files, we need to add the extension .txt right at the end. So in Java, we can work with text files. You can work with data files as well. So for this example, just normal text files that you can open up with a text editor. Now it gives us a problem here that we can fix with a simple try catch block, but we haven't done exceptions yet. So for now, we're just going to add throws IO exception. So IO exception. That's also part of java.io. And that exception there, we're basically just telling this, or telling the compiler that this method, the main method, are able to throw an IO or input-output exception. So just add that at the top of your methods wherever you're using files. So in this case, we say print writer output file equals new print writer, and then the name of the file. So this essentially opens up the file. It opens the file, or create, let's say create the file and open the file. So if the file does not exist, it will create the file. If the file exists, it will replace the file. Okay, so that's basically what this one line of coding is doing. Now if we want to write to the file, we can just use the object, so that's called output file, dot, and you can use either print or the print line method. So in this case, I'm going to use the print line method and I'm going to write one line of text to the file. So I will say something like this is line 1. Go to the next line and we say output file dot print line again, and we can say this is line 2. We can go to the next one, output file dot print line, and we can say this is line 3. So here we've basically created the new file called output file, and we've written 3 lines to that file of text. So this is line 1, line 2, and line 3. Then the last step here is you must remember to close your file. So I'm going to say output file.close, and that basically saves then the data and closes my file for me. So there's basically 3 steps there. This is step number 1. Create the file if it doesn't exist yet. If it exists, it will replace the file, and that's the name for the file. Then also you can use one of the print or the print line methods on that object in order to write to your specific file. And then you can close the file when you're done working with the file. So let's quickly run this and see what happens if I run this now. So you'll see at the bottom we did not print anything in the console. So obviously don't go and have a look at the console. But what happened now is we created an output file.txt file there. So you'll see as part of your project, you've now got output file.txt. And if I open it up, you can see that's exactly what was written into it. This is line 1, line 2, and line 3. And you can see it there. I can add another line there, output file.println, and I can say this is line 4, and then run it again. And now running it again, if I go back to the file, you can see there's 4 lines now. Okay, so this is basically how you create a new file and how you write to that file. Right, let's take this same file now and let's try to read the data now from this file. So now I'm going to go to my next class there that's called reading from files, and I'm going to go into the main method there and see if we can read from this file that was created now. So for me to read from a file, I'm going to use the file class that's part of the java.io package. And I'm going to call this one file as well. And we're going to say equals new file. And then in brackets, I need to give the name of the file again. So the name of my file is output file. So I'm going to say output file.txt. And because Java is case sensitive, make sure that you use output file exactly the same spelling. So this is the file I want to connect to. Now before we start reading from the file, we must first check if that file does exist. So we're going to use an exists method on the file object, and this method tells me whether the file that we're currently trying to connect to, if it actually exists or not. So if it exists, we're going to read from it. The else part there will be it does not exist, so we can just display a JOption pane. Let's say the message dialog there, second argument, the file does not exist. Okay, so we can display that to the user. So now if the file exists, we're going to go into the if statement. So this is the first line. This line basically just makes a connection to the file so that we can start reading from it, but we cannot read by just using the file class there. So what we need is the scanner class. So remember that we used the scanner class a few videos back to actually read input from the keyboard, directly from the user, and what the user types on the keyboard. So now we're going to use the same scanner class with its same methods to actually read from a file. So we're going to say scanner, and I'm going to call this one input file now, equals new scanner. And now instead of saying system.in, if you remember correctly, if we try to read from the keyboard, we said it's system.in there that we need to pass in there. But now we're not going to pass in system.in. I'm going to pass the file object there. So this file object has got a connection to this file. It does exist if it enters this if statement, and now we make a connection using the scanner class. And after this line of coding, we can actually now start reading data from the file. So again, it gives you a problem there that it talks about the file not found exception. So just for now, at the top of your main method, just at the end, we're going to add throws IO exception again. Exactly the same that we did there. Throws IO exception, we will do there as well. This is just telling the method that it could be that this specific class, the scanner class, when trying to read from the file, that file does not exist and it could throw an input-output exception. In this specific case, it could be a file not found exception. Okay, so now all the errors are gone. So we've made the connection there with the file, output file.txt. We connected that to the scanner class so that we can start using the methods of the scanner class in order to read from the file. Okay, so now we know there's 4 lines of coding or 4 lines of text inside of that file. So we can say input file let me just use a system out print line here. So we're going to say system.out.println, and we're going to say input file. Now the input file object there, we can use one of the next methods again. So if you're reading let's say a double from the file, if there's doubles in the file, you can use next double. If there's integers in the file, you can use next int. And remember then for text, it's the next line method. So by using the next line method here, I'm actually now reading the very first value from the file. So as soon as you open up the file by using file and scanner, we will have a file pointer that will point to the very first line. So what happens is, as soon as you call the next line method on that object, it will extract the data from that line it's currently at, and pass it back. In this case, we're just printing it out. And then what this next line method then do, it moves the pointer to the next line. So now that whenever you call next line again, it will again extract this one line and move to the next line. If you call it again, it will extract this line and move to the next line until it reaches the end of the file. So there's 4 lines of coding, or 4 lines of text there. So I'm just going to use system out print line again. Let me just copy them. Going to do the exact same thing all over again. So we're using one of the next methods to actually extract the data of that one line and then move the pointer to the next line so that we can keep on extracting each value. So you agree then that we've got all 4 lines extracted here, and it will be printed out to the console. So then just before we exit here, before we stop here, we must remember to also close the file. So I'm going to say input file, which is the scanner object, and we're going to say input file.close, which closes the file for us. Now let's run this quickly. Now this one will print out to the console. So at the bottom we will see those lines of coding now if it gets it. Let me just run it again. I think it was still the previous one running. Okay, there we go. So you can see there, this is line 1, this is line 2, this is line 3, this is line 4. So basically what we did there, we made a connection to output file.txt, this one, and we started reading from it by using the scanner class and one of the methods of the scanner class. So it's either one of the next methods, it's either next line, next double, next int, and you can read data from a file using that next method. Now one important thing, if I add one other line there to extract another line, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times we're extracting data from there, but there isn't 5 lines there to extract, then that will give us a problem. So if we run this now, you will see that it gives us an exception that says no such element exception, no line found. So basically what happened now, when it reached the end of this and we call next line again, then there's nothing in that line to read anymore. It's an empty line, or basically the end of the file. And that's why it gives us this exception, because we're trying to read data where no data exists. So that could be problematic for us in our program. So basically, we should not do it like I've done it here. The best way to do this is to use a while loop to run through every element in the file until we get to the very last line in the file. So to do this, we've got the scanner class that's got a method called hasNext. So this hasNext method will check whether you reach the end of the file or not. So now again I can go and say system.out.println, and I will print out input file.nextLine again. So I'm extracting one line from the file and I'm printing it out. But now what's going to happen here? Remember there we make the connection to the file and we open up the file. Now it goes into the while loop. It checks where the pointer is currently at. So right at the start, when you open up the file, your pointer will be at line 1. So then the hasNext method checks, it sees that the pointer is at line 1. There is data to read, so it allows you to go into the while loop. And we print out input file.nextLine. Input file.nextLine will go, it will extract, this is line 1, and it will move the pointer to the next line. Now if the pointer is at the next line, it goes back to the loop again. The hasNext method sees that there is still data in that line, so it allows you to go into the loop. We print again input file.nextLine. Input file.nextLine will read the second line there and move the pointer to the third line. Now it goes back to the loop again. hasNext method sees, okay, there is still data in that one line, so it will allow you to go into the loop, and we call next line again. When calling next line again, it extracts this line and it goes to the next one. Now again, in the loop, hasNext method sees, okay, there is some data in that line. It allows us back again. Input file.nextLine runs again. It extracts this one line that says this is line 4, and it moves to the end of the file. So now when the hasNext method tests again, it will see that we are at the end of the file, and it will stop the loop from executing, which means this last part will not run again, which will give us that exception. So this is a way to actually skip that exception of getting to the end of the file and you don't know that you're at the end of the file. So this is a nice way of extracting data from a file where you do not know how many lines of text or numbers or whatever is in that file. So that's the while loop. Remember, a while loop needs 3 parts. Basically, you need to initialize the loop control variable. So the loop control variable here could be the pointer. So these 2 lines will move the pointer, open up the file and move the pointer there. And then we're testing there in the hasNext method, we're testing for that pointer. Where's the pointer? It's at a line with data, yes or no. And then how do we increment? By using one of the next methods. So it's either next line or next int or next double. That will move the pointer to the next line, to the next line, to the next line, until it reaches the end of the file, and then the loop will stop. Okay, so let's run this application quickly and see if it gives us the same output that we had previously. And you can see there it gives us all 5 lines, or all 4 lines. I can also add some more lines there. This is line 5. I can also say this is line 6 and carry on. And every time I run it, it should basically read those lines also from the file and show me the results. Okay, so let's try another example. So I'm going to remove, let's remove this part there where we print out. And let's try and work with a different type of file. So instead of using text there, let's just use numbers. So I'm going to use 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And we can carry on entering numbers here. We could have 1,000 numbers here if you want to. Okay, so what I want to do in this example is to work out the average of these numbers in the file. Now, there could be 1,000 numbers in this file. I'm just taking an example of taking 6 of the values. So what we can do then is to also read from the file. So we make the connection to the file, output file.txt. We will use the scanner class and its methods to read the data. But now, because we're going to use or work out the average, I will need some variables. So let's have an integer as a sum, which we'll start the sum at 0. So just to add all those numbers, because to get the average, you need to sum all the values and then divide by the number of values. So we will need some sort of a counter there as well, that we will need to keep track of to count how many values are in the file. That's the counter. And then we can work out the average by using an average variable there. Okay, so what we want to do then, in the file, we open up the file, that's the file name, we connect it to the scanner class, and now in the while loop we can start reading. So I'm going to say sum equals the previous value of sum plus now a line from the file. So I want to get the 5 and then the 10 and then the 15 and so forth. And because these are integer values, I can then go and say take input file dot next int instead of next line. So now I'm reading an integer from the file. That integer will be added to the sum and saved back to sum. So the sum is currently at 0. So the very first time this loop runs, 0 plus the first value will be 5, and the sum will then be 5. The next time the loop runs, it will be 5 plus whatever is the next one, the 10. So that will be 15 then saved in sum, and so it will continue and continue and continue until we are done with the while loop and we are at the end of the file and we cannot read anymore. Okay, so that will be the sum. Now, after we have the sum, we also need to somewhere just count how many times we are running this loop, because counting every time the loop runs will basically be counting how many values there are. So we can see now, obviously, there's 6 values. But you won't know how many values there are if there's more than 1,000, for example, in a file. You can't go and count them. So by using this counter inside of the loop, we will actually get the sum of all the values and how many values there are. And then we can work out the average. So the average will basically be the sum of all the values divided by the number of values, which will be the count. Just remember that we are dealing with 2 integers here, both of them declared as integers, so we could get a problem here with integer division. So just cast one of the 2, or change one of the 2 to a double. Right, and now we can display this to the user. So I'm going to use a J-option pane, and we're going to say show message dialog. First argument, the null, to be in the middle of the screen. Let's go to a new line for the message. And we will say something like, let's say sum of all values. And then we can display the sum. Then I'll have a new line character there, which is just a backslash in, and then we're going to go to a new line in the JOption pane, and then the next line we will say the number of values, and the number of values will be the count. Then a new line again, and then we will say the average is, and then show the average. Okay, so that's how we can do one printout, but 3 different lines in your message dialog. So let's run this one quickly. Right, and you can see it gives me the sum of all the values is 105, the number of the values is 6, and the average is 17.5. So there were 6 values there. Let's change it. Let's add a 35 there as well and run it again. So it will then read the 35 as part of the data, and it will tell me the sum of all the values is now 140, and this number of values 7, and the average is 140 divided by 7, which will give me 20. In this video, we will look at methods in Java. Methods are commonly used to break a problem down into small manageable pieces. Methods simplify programs. If a specific task is performed in several places in the program, a method can be written once to perform that task and then be executed anytime it is needed. And this is known as code reuse. So we get 2 types of methods. There's a void method and a value returning method. So a void method is one that simply performs a task and then terminates. For example, your system.out.println. So your println method doesn't return a value, but it just do something. So in this case, this is a void method will be printed to the screen. So a void method is one that simply performs a task and then terminates. Now a value returning method not only performs a task, but also sends a value back to the code that called it. And an example of that would be the parseInt method, where we convert a string to an integer. So this is the method parseInt. It accepts a value, and taking that value, it converts the value and it sends back the value, and we can save that value in the number variable. So this is an example of a value returning method, and this is an example of a void method. So a void method is one that does not return a value. So for now, let's just comment out these lines, and then we can look at some methods. So we're going to do some examples on methods. The first method, or the first type of method that we will look at, is the void method. So with methods, you can see that it is still inside of the class, but it's at the same level as this method called the main method. So the main method is the very first method that will execute in your application. And then from there, we can call other methods. So for this specific method, I'm going to have static keyword there. And remember that public is an access specifier. Public is an access specifier. It tells me where can I access this specific method. So if I'm declaring it as public, it means I can use that method basically inside of my own packages as well as inside of other packages. So we will talk about access specifiers a bit later when we start working with classes and objects. So this is an access specifier public, and then static means that this method belongs to the class methods. It doesn't belong to objects of the class methods. And as soon as we start with classes and objects, we'll get into that also a bit more. So for now, we will make our methods public and static, and then you can name, or first your return type in this case. So we're going to have a void method, and then we can give our method a name. Now let's call this method print average. So for this method now, you can see that we've got the access specifier, we've got the static keyword, and then this is the return type. So if I indicate a void there, it means that this method will not return a value. And then the last part there is the name of your method. And then it's your choice on how many values to accept inside of a specific method. In this case, we can have an average of 2 values. So I can say, let's use an integer value 1, and we will have an integer value 2, which now means that this method called print average will accept 2 values, and those 2 values we will use in order to create our average. So we can have a variable in here, let's say double average, and the average will be value 1 plus value 2 that was passed in, and those values summed, the answer that we get there, will be divided by 2. Just remember to put a 2.0 there so that you don't have integer division. So in this case, the average will be whatever you pass into the method, value 1, plus the value 2 that you passed in, and the answer of that will be divided by 2 to give you the average. Now we said this is a void method, which means that we're not going to return anything, so we will just use the system out print line there and print out and say something like average and give the average. So this method basically just works out the average and then prints out the average to the screen. So how do we call this method? By just calling print average. Now print average, you can see it wants now an integer value for the first argument and an integer value for the second one. So you can see there also. Right, so now we're going to pass in, let's say we pass in 20 and we pass in 30. And now after passing in 20 and 30, that is calling the method. So what will the method do then? It's going to take that 20, put it into value 1. It's going to take the 30 and put it into value 2. So now when we work out the average, it will be value 1, which is 20, plus the 30 will give you 50, divided by 2 will give you 15. Sorry, not 15, 25. Right, so let's run this quickly. And you will see it prints out the average as 25. So let's create another method, and this method will now be a value returning method. So I can also declare it as public and static. And now instead of saying void, let us return this average instead of just printing it out on the screen. So which means that if I want an average to be returned, which is a double, the return type will be a double as well. So it's going to be public static double instead of public static void. And now let's call this one get average instead of print average. And we will also do the same thing. Let's pass in value 1 and we'll pass in value 2. And then we want to return the average. So we can do that variable again. Double average equals the same thing as we had there. So it will be value 1 plus value 2. And then we're going to divide that by 2.0. So we work out the average exactly the same way. And you can see that it picks up an error here because it's missing a return statement. Remember, this is a value returning method, so we must return something. So that's where the return statement now comes in. We must return then the average. So now we're going to return the average for the user. The user just gives us, or the programmer just pass in the value 1 and the value 2. And the method will work out the average and return the average for me. So how will we do this method? Obviously, because we return something, we can have a variable here called average, and that average will be getting the value from this method. So I'm going to call get average there. That's the method. I'm going to pass in the value 20 and 30. And then the get average method will run, passing in 20, passing in the 30, and then double average will be worked out as 20 plus 30 again, divided by 2 gives you 25, and that value of 25 will be returned, and that will be saved into average here. So if we want to print it out now, I can just print out there, average again, and I can say plus the average there. So let's just make this two different values. Let's make it 30, 30. So it's not the same as that one. And 30 plus 30 gives me 60, divided by 2 gives you 30 again. Okay, so that will be this average that's printed out. So if we run this again, let's just see if the answer is correct. So you can see there the average of 25.0 and the average of 30. Those are the two methods that we actually executed. Now, you can see there's an average variable that we declared as double average. And here we've got double average as well. So these two variables are not the same. This is not the same average that we're referring to. It is allowed for the same variable to declare it if it's in different methods. However, I cannot declare double average here again in the same method. Then it will give me a problem. It will say that it's already defined inside of the scope of this method, and that's not allowed. But it is allowed for me to declare the variable called average there, and I can also declare the average there as well as there. So this one and this one and this one are different averages that was declared. Okay, so these were methods that we worked with number values. Let's try something when we work with strings. So I'm just going to comment these out here so that we don't have them the whole time. And then we just look at some more methods there. So we're going to create another method here. It's also going to be public and static. And then I'm going to call this method, or this method will be a value returning method. It will be returning a string. And let's call this one full name. And we let this method accept a string name and a string surname. And then we will concatenate the name and the surname. So this could be a useful method, or maybe not. So let's just create a string variable there called name, or let's call it full name. And the full name will be the name that was passed in there, that name, plus, let's put a space in between the two, and then the surname. So now we can use this method then to return back the full name there. So I can say return full name, and now that will return whatever the user typed, or whatever we got into this method. So the full name method will return a string, but it accepts a name and a surname. The name will be first, then a space, and then surname, and that new string will be saved into the full name variable. And then we will say return full name, which will return that concatenated string. Right, and this is just a long way to do this, and this is why they give us this this problem there, so we can look at doing it in a shorter way in a few moments. Right, so how do we call this method now? So obviously, because it's returning a string, I must be able to have a variable this side where we will actually get back the full name. So I'm going to call that one also full name equals, how do we call this method now? I'm going to call full name, and then I need to pass in a name and a surname. So let's pass in John and Rambo. Right, so those are the two values that we pass in, the name and the surname, John and Rambo, and then it will be concatenated as John and a space and Rambo, and it will be returned back. Where will it be returned back? Into the full name there. And now we can just print out the full name. So let's just print out full name. Let's see if this one runs. This is now working with strings, and you can see there it prints out John Rambo. So we pass John and Rambo to the full name method. The full name method concatenates the two, return it back, and we print it out. Okay, now let's just look at a shorter way of doing this. It's not necessary for us to actually have this variable declared there. I can actually just say return this whole thing for me and then remove that return statement. This will do exactly the same thing. It's because if I say return, what do I need to return? This part there, which concatenates the two. So if I run this again, it will return in any case the concatenation and place it in full name there. So let's just look at the printout. You can see it's still John Rambo. So that's the shorter way of doing it. It's exactly the same what we did here. Instead of having that whole declaration, we can just say return that whole thing there at that, or this whole line, and that will do exactly the same thing. Okay, so let's look at one last method that we can use. Let's try working with booleans a bit. You can see that this one gives us a hint there that we can make the access private here, and private means that I can access this method only inside of this class. But let's say I've got another class here that you can define, and I can actually call this method, and if I want to do that, this method must be public. So it doesn't pick up any other classes that's using this method, and that's why it gives us the hint there that we can actually make this one not public but private. But for now, just keep your methods public unless you only want them in this one class. So we're going to create another method, and I'm going to call this one public static boolean, and we're going to call it isValid. So you can see that I'm going to pass in, or I'm going to return a boolean, and the method name is isValid. And we're going to pass in a number value here, and we will check the number if it's in a specific range. So let's just have this a range between let's say 1 and 100. Okay, and then if it is in that specific range, we will pass in, or we will send back a true value there. So we pass in a number. If the number is in the range of 1 to 100, we return false. Otherwise, we return true. So we'll have a Boolean variable here, and we're going to have that one as the status. And then we can check with an if statement if the number, the one that was passed in now, if that number is greater than or equal to 1, and at the same time that number is also less than or equal 100. Then we know it's inside of the range. Remember, if we want to check for something inside a range, we use the AND operator. And then we can set the status to true. And then the else part there, if it's not between the two values, we will set the status to false. And then at the end, we can just return the status. So this is another way of how to use a method by using Booleans. So in this case, we're sending back a Boolean. The method's name is valid, and we're checking for a specific number. So we pass in that number. That number is checked. If it's greater than 1, and at the same time it's also less than 100, we know it's inside or less than or equal 100, which means that it's inside the range of 1 to 100. Then we set the status to true. Else, it's not in the range, so the status will be set to false, and then we return the status. So how can we use this method then? So right at the top, I'm going to remove those two statements again, so that we just work with the Boolean one now. So basically what we can do then is to get a value. So I'm going to declare a value equals, let's say the value is 20. And now I can use an if statement to use this method, because if statements needs a Boolean value in order to be true or false. It's some sort of expression. So I'm going to pass in the isValid method here, because the isValid method returns a Boolean. And I'm going to pass in that value that is now a 20. Right, so basically now the isValid method will accept the value of 20. There's the 20. Then we check, is 20 more than or equal 1? Yes, it's more than 1. Is it less than 100? Yes, it is. So status will be set to true, and at the bottom we return then the true value. That true value will be returned to the if statement. The whole if statement will be true, and then we can print out to the screen the value is in range. What will be the else there? That will be if the value is not in range. So we will say the value is not in range. So let's just run this one quickly. This one should actually tell us now that the value is in range, and you can see the value is in range. So if I put something like a -10 there, -10 is not in between 1 and 100, so it should give me the other else statement, or the else statement that says the value is not in range. And you can see the output. Now also a faster way of doing that method would be to actually return this part. So if I remove everything else there, I can actually just return this whole part there and remove all return statements and even the declaration of the variable. Because what we're doing now is saying return whatever this whole thing evaluates to. So if the number is greater than or equal 1 and the number is less than or equal 100, it will either give me a true or a false. And that's the exact same value that we will be returning. So that's just a very much shorter one, or a shorter statement to use than having that whole big if statement structure. So let's run it again. Remember the value is at -10, so it should actually return a false, and it should say the value is not in range. If I have a 10 there, for example, which is in the range, it should tell me the value is in range. So that's just working with Booleans. Now the last thing for this video that I want to quickly get to is documentation comments. So you remember the comments that we said we get 3 types of comments. It's a single line comment, there's a multi-line comment, and then there's a documentation comment. So for the documentation comment, you put a / and a star, and then you just click on enter. Sorry. Let's just do that again. It's a / and 2 stars, and you just click on enter. And then it opens up this part for you. So the first part there is where the cursor is at. You need to explain what your method does. So in this case, we will just say this method prints the average of 2 numbers. And then you see that there's an @param tag, which refers to these 2 parameters that you have indicated. So you can see it picks up val1 and val2. So now you can explain that variable. So val1, the first value, and then you can say val2 is the second value. Okay, so that's a documentation comment. And now if you go to the getAverage method, you'll see that this method is a void method, so it doesn't return anything. But this one returns something. So look at this documentation comment quickly. You'll see that it also have the 2 values, but it's got a return at return tag as well. So the first part there is describing the method. This method calculates the average and return it. So value 1, you can still say that is the first value. So I'm just basically comments here. And that one is the second value. And then for the documentation tag, at return, what are you returning? The average of the 2 values. Okay, so these are our documentation comments. So if there's a return value, if it's a void method, you won't have an @return tag. But if it's a value returning method, you will have the @return tag. And basically, you just need to describe what's happening. The very first part, describe your method. Your @param tags, you can describe what every one of those 2 values that you accept, what do they do, or what are they for, and then the return tag, what are you returning. So that's how we can use documentation comments with our methods. An array is a container object that holds a fixed number of values of a single type. An array is used to store a collection of data, but it's often more useful to think of an array as a collection of variables of the same type. Instead of declaring individual variables, such as for this example, if I'm going to say integer numbers 0, numbers 1, numbers 2, numbers 3, up until numbers 9, and I'm assigning values, instead of doing that, I can declare one array like I'm doing there, and then I can use numbers at a specific index value, in this case numbers 0, numbers 1, numbers 2, numbers 3, numbers 4, and assigning values to those index values to represent individual variables. And the length of an array is established when the array is created. After creation, the length is fixed. So if we quickly have a look at this picture then, if I declare an array, you can see that the declaration basically is just int, or you can have different types. Obviously, you can have any primitive data type. So you'll start off with the type, and then two brackets there, and then the name of your array, and then you must say new int, because to create a new object in Java, we use the new keyword, but we'll get that in the next set of videos. So the new keyword creates a new object in memory, and this object will basically be an array of integer values that can accept 10 or store 10 values. So it's basically the same as what we're doing here. We're declaring there 10 variables and setting those values to 10 specific variables. So instead of doing that, we declare one array, and an array looks like this when declared in memory. So I'm essentially declaring 10 spaces in memory where I can save integer values, and you can see that they are indexed. So to get to the very first value in the array, we'll start at position number 0, 1, 2, 3 up until 9. So if the length of the array is 10 like we've declared there, then it can hold 10 integer values, but it will be indexed from position 0, 1, 2, 3 up until position 9. And you can see that's how we will then assign values. We will say number 0 equals 5, numbers 1 equals 10, and so it carries on until you get to numbers 9. Unfortunately, if your array is declared as a size 10 there, you cannot try to access the 11th value, which will be numbers 10. So now that we have a slight idea of what an array is, let's just close that picture. Let's see how we can declare it. So I'm going to delete all of these and just stop with the declaration of the array. Okay, so there's the declaration of our array. Another way to declare the exact same array would be to say int. I'm just going to call it something else. So let's say numbers. Instead of having the brackets there, we can say numbers 2 and then have the 2 brackets at the end equals new int and have it the 10 values. So declaring these two in this specific way, we are essentially creating two of the same arrays that can hold 10 integer values. But if you declare more than one array at a time, so if I'm going to say int numbers 3, comma numbers 4, comma numbers 5. In this case, numbers 3, numbers 4, and numbers 5 is declared as arrays. They're not initialized like we did in those two. And the other way of then declaring them would be to say, let's say this one should be numbers 6 with the block brackets at the end, and then numbers 7, numbers 8. So now the difference here is, you can see there I've placed the brackets at the front, and then we've got numbers 3, numbers 4, and numbers 5. If I do it this way, it means that only this one called numbers 6 will be an array. These two will be normal ints. So if I want to have these two also as arrays, then I would have to add the block brackets to both of them. So if you want to declare 3 arrays of the same type, then I can easily do it by just basically doing that first one, to have the block brackets at the beginning and then declaring them. All 3 of them will be integer arrays. But if I declare it with the block brackets at the end, then every array that you declare must have the block brackets at the end. So just some information that could be useful for you in the future. Right, so let's delete all of these and stick with that first one again. Integer numbers equals new int 10. So how do we assign values to the array? We've seen that now in the previous example, but you can basically go to your numbers array and switch to the specific index where you want to go and save a value. So in this case, in index number 0, I'm going to save a value of 10. In index, let's go to just another one there, index number 2, I will assign a value of 15. And let's say numbers at position 3 equals, let's make it a 20 there. So this is how I'll assign values to the specific elements inside of an array. Let's start with 0, 1, and 2 there. So let's just create, instead of saying 10 there, let's use 4 values there just to keep this simple. So I'm going to say numbers, let's do the last one there, 3 equals 25. So you can see then that we've assigned values to every single index value for that array. Now another way of doing this a bit short, if you know the values right from the start, I could say numbers, let's say 2 now, equals new int, and let's use that same values. So I'm going to say 4 again. So this is the declaration to say that I want to have 4 values stored in it. But instead of doing this, we could use the curly brackets and give the values right from the start. So I could say I want 10 there, then 15, then 20, and then 25. So this is essentially doing the exact same thing as what we did there. We're basically saying go and create a new array of size 1, 2, 3, 4, exactly like we had there, and into position 0, 1, 2, and 3, go and place those values. So these 5 lines of coding is doing essentially the same as this 1 line of coding. Okay, so there we have initialized it, we've declared the array, we've set the size to 4, and we set the values already in the array. So let's just quickly print out one of these values. So I'm going to say system.out.println, and let's print out numbers, which is the top array there, and let's go to, let's say what is in numbers 0. If you run this quickly, just to print out to see what is in numbers 0, and you can see there that it's the 10. So number 0, we placed a 10. If I change that to a 1 and run it quickly again, you can see the value prints out as 15, and that's what's saved into 15, or into position 1. So I can also change this to numbers 2 and go to position 1, and numbers 2 is this one, and position 1 is 0, 1 should be the 15. So now let's run this quickly again to see how it prints out, but that should be the 15 there, so you can see it prints out 15. Okay, so now an easier way to print out all the specific values of an array is to use a for loop. So with a for loop, I'll start at an index, and that's why normally we use an I when we're working with arrays, but it's up to you. It's just a variable name, but I stands basically for index there. So I will normally start my I variable there at a 0 because of our arrays starting at position 0 as the index value. And then we're going to test for the length of the array. So I'm going to say I less than, and the array, let's take the first one, numbers there. I'll use numbers, and there's a useful variable we can use there as part of the array class there, and that's called the length. And I'm going to use the length in there in order to indicate or to see how long that specific array is, or how many values can it store. In this case, you can see it's 4. So numbers.length will return a 4. If I say numbers2.length, it will return also 1, 2, 3, 4. It will return a 4. So we're essentially saying go from the index value 0 up until the index value of numbers.length, but less than numbers.length. So if I use a comment here, you're going to start at 0, and it should be less than numbers.length, in this case is 4. So what will happen is we're going to start at position 0, then it increments. Is 0 less than 4? Yes, it increments. Is 1 less than 4? It goes to 1 there. Yes, it is. So then we're going to go increment 2 less than 4. Yes, it is. And then the third one, is 3 still less than 4? Yes, it is. But as soon as we increment again, then 4 is not less than 4. So you can see that we're not going to go to numbers 4 there at all. Okay, so this is very important. You will go 1 less than the length of that specific array. So if it can hold 4 values, I will go to index number 3 as the last value. You see it's also 1 less, or always 1 less than the size of your specific array. So in this case, we're going to say numbers.length, which is 4. So we're going to go from 0 to 3 basically. And then we can print it out. So we're going to say system.out.println, and then we can print out that specific array. So we're going to say numbers at a specific index, and the index will be I in this case. And we know that I will start from 0, then go to 1, then go to 2, then go to 3, and then it will stop. So if we run this quickly, you'll see it prints out now all the values for me in a new line. So we've got 10, 15, 20, and 25. And even for this one, if we add another value of 30 there, and I say let's go to numbers2.length, and I print out numbers2, then it should print out 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. And there you can see it. So now the length of this array changed now to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remember, after you declared it, you cannot change it again. It will stay these values, or it will stay only 4 values that you can assign. Obviously, I can go and change it there afterwards, but after I had this one line in my coding, afterwards I cannot change the size. It will stay that specific size. Now let's just quickly have a look at the enhanced for loop. So there's a better for loop to do this. And this for loop, let me just add a system.out.println here so that you can see a little space between the two. Okay, so we're going to have another for loop here, and the enhanced for loop will basically be something where we declare a value or variable there that's called value, or whatever you want to call it, and then we pass in numbers, or well, you can use either numbers, this array if you want to print that one out, or this one. So let's print out the top one, which will just have 10, 15, 20, and 25. So this is the enhanced for loop then, and I'm going to have a system.out.println there, but instead now of printing out numbers I, there's no I in this for loop. So what we print out is that variable called val. So basically what happens in this for loop, it will take, you can see there's the name of the array, and there's a variable. So this variable val will, when the first time the loop runs, it's going to get numbers 0 into val, and then we print it out. Second time the loop runs, numbers 1 will be saved into value, and then we print out the value. Then the next time it runs, numbers 2 will be saved. Then numbers 3 will be saved and print out to the screen. Okay, so if we run this quickly, you can see there's the space between the two, but you can see that the bottom one is 10, 15, 20, and 25, which is this one that we printed out, numbers. We can also say, let's print out numbers 2 there, run it again, and you can see the 2 for loops will now do exactly the same thing. 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. In this video, we will see how we can compare two arrays to see if two arrays are exactly the same thing. So in this case, you can see I've declared two arrays, numbers 1 and numbers 2, and you can see that they've got exactly the same values at the same positions. Okay, so in this case, we could go and say if numbers 1 is the same as numbers 2, and then print out, if they are the same, we're going to print out they are the same. And if they're not the same, we're going to go to the else, and we print out they are not the same. Okay, so let's look at the logic of this one quickly. If we print it out and we run it now, let's just run this one. Otherwise still running the previous example. So if I run this one now, you can see it says they are not the same. So the thing here is you can see the two arrays are exactly the same. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. But when we test using the double equal sign operator there, it will say they are not the same. So remember, the same as with strings, if you try to compare objects with a double equal sign, then it means that you're comparing the memory locations of these two objects, and that's why you cannot compare using the double equal sign. So essentially, in memory, this object gets created somewhere, and the memory location of it will be stored into numbers 1. This one gets created somewhere, and the memory location of it will be stored in numbers 2. But where they get created is two different places, although the values they have is exactly the same way. So that's why we cannot compare using a double equal sign there, because the double equal sign is comparing whether their memory locations are exactly the same thing. So if I do this now, if I say that one is equal to numbers 1, then it means that I'm essentially copying the memory location of numbers 1 into numbers 2. So if I run this now, it will say they are the same. So why are they now the same? Because I've copied the memory location of the two. Okay, so numbers 1 will point to this, and numbers 2 will point to what number 1 is pointing, and that's also the exact same object. So I'm pointing both now. Numbers 1 and numbers 2 is now essentially pointing to the exact same object. So if I change something in numbers 2 or change something in numbers 1, it will go and make the change to the same array. Just go back and get back to that value. Right, so there we've got the two arrays again. So this is the wrong way of doing it. You cannot compare two arrays by using the double equal sign. So how then do we compare two arrays? So in order to do this, I'm going to use a Boolean variable, and I'm going to start this, or call it arrays equal. And let's set this one to true. So we're going to assume that the two are true. Unless we can prove otherwise, then we'll set the value to false. And I'm also going to need a counter there, or a variable, my loop control variable, where we're going to use later on to test for the values. Okay, so I'll need two variables, arrays equal, and then an index value to basically check every value inside of the arrays. Right, so step number 1 is, let's test if the two arrays are of the same size, because if this one can only store 3 values and that one can store 5 values, then we already know that the two are not the same. And remember, when we're testing two arrays, you're not going to always see what values are inside of them, because then it's easy to just decide whether they're the same or not. So we first need to go and test then if the length of the two arrays are the same. So in this case, we're going to say if numbers 1 dot length, that will give me, numbers 1 dot length will give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will give me a length of 5. If numbers dot length is the same as numbers 2 dot length. Okay, so in this case, we're testing whether the two lengths of the arrays are the same. But because we've got this arrays equal variable to true, let's make this test not equal. So if they're not equal, we're going to set arrays equal to false. So this is step number 1. Step number 1, checking whether the two lengths are the same. Now it's going to give us this condition is always false because we've got two hard-coded arrays. But let's say you got this arrays from somewhere else, from a file or wherever, then this is the way you're going to test this. So we check first whether the lengths of the two are the same. If they are the same, then we can carry on. We're going to go to a while loop, and we're going to test for this arrays equal. So if the arrays equal then was set false here, we will never enter this while loop at all. So I'm going to use an AND operator here. So I can step through the array, but also not get into the array if the arrays equal are set to false. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to say while arrays equal is basically true, and also the I is less than one of the length of the two arrays. So I'm going to say numbers 1 dot length, because at this stage, if arrays equal is still true and it enters the loop, we also know that numbers 1 dot length and numbers 2 dot length is exactly the same. So whether you use numbers 1 dot length here or numbers 2 dot length, it's the exact same thing. So let's look at the loop control variable here. You can see there we set the index value to 0. So that's where we're going to start in the arrays to compare values. So what we want to do in this while loop now is to compare, to check, is the 2 equal to the 2? Is the 4 equal to the 4? Is the 6 equal to the 6? And so forth. So we're comparing positions here, or index values. So I'm going to start the index off at 0. And then I'm going to test to make sure it's less than numbers.length. This is essentially the same that we're doing in this for loop here in the previous video. We start at 0 and we go up until numbers 2.length. So this is also what we're doing here. We start at 0 and we go to I less than numbers.length. And then somewhere at the bottom, we must say I++. So then you can see we're essentially doing the same as this for loop that says we start at 0, we test for that value, and then we increment again. And that's exactly what we did here. We're just using a while loop. And now why am I using the while loop? Because I also need to test for this array equal. So this while loop will run while array equal in the first place is still set to true. If it's false, it will never enter this while loop because of the AND operator there. The AND operator says both sides must be true. So this must still be true. It's still equal. And at the same time, it must be less than the length of the array. Okay, so what do we do then inside of this while loop? I'm just going to do a simple test there to say if numbers, let's start with 1 there, and then we're going to go to that specific, numbers 1, go to that specific index value and test both of them. So obviously the index is going to start at 0. So I'm testing now if numbers 1's value is not equal to numbers 2 at the same index. And if they're not the same at that specific positions, we will set arrays equal to false again. And then this will also cause the array to stop then, because then the next time not the array, the while loop to stop. When it goes back to the while loop and it tests for array equal, it will see it's false now and stop the loop from executing. So this while loop then, it enters while the arrays equal is still true, and it runs through every element. So it's going to start at 0 and compare numbers at position 0, numbers 1 at position 0, if it's the same or not the same as numbers 2 at position 0. So if the 2 is not the same as the 2, we'll set arrays equal to false. Then the loop runs again. If the 4 is not equal to the 4, we will set it to false. If the 6 is not equals to the 6 and 8 and 8 and 10 and 10, we're going to compare them the whole time. And if just one of these values are not the same, we set arrays equal to false, and it will exit this loop. And then at the end of the loop, we can just go and test this arrays equal variable. So I'm going to say if arrays equal, and remember by saying if arrays equal, it's essentially the same as saying equals true there. But because it already gives you a true or a false value, you don't need to do that. So I'm going to say if arrays equal, I'm going to print out they are the same. And the else there will be when they're not the same. So there's something wrong there. They are definitely not the same. We're going to print out they are not the same. So let's run this quickly. And after running it, you can see then that it says they are the same. And obviously they are the same. We've got the values there. So let's just change one of them there. And I'm going to set that one to a 5, which will make them not the same. So the first test, you can see there they are not the same printed out. The first test there of checking whether the lengths are the same will be true. So it will enter the while loop, check first the 2's, see it's the same. But when it checks the 4 and the 5 there, it will see, they are not the same. So we're going to set arrays equal to false. When it tries to enter the loop again, that part is false. The loop will exit. And then this one will not be true. So it will go to the else part and that will print out they are not the same. So obviously if you've got two arrays there and the two arrays are are not sorted, you will need to sort them first before doing this specific test. But this is how you can compare two arrays to see if the two values are the same or not. In this video, we're going to see another useful operation, and that is to copy two arrays, or copy one array into another array. So let's say we've got this array. We're going to say integer array, and call it array 1, equals, and let's initialize it with a few values. So I'm going to say 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 again, like the previous example. And now we've got an array with values 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So it's of size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. That's the size 5. And we've got the values 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 in positions 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now let's declare a second array, and we want to have that array have the exact same values as the one at the top. So you agree that I can just say array 1, or can we? If you remember, when comparing arrays, we talked about memory locations here. So if I say int array 2 equals array 1, what am I copying? Am I copying the values there? Or am I just saying that array 1 and array 2 should point to the exact same object? I didn't make a copy of the object, I'm pointing to the exact same object. So this is a way of not copying two arrays. And let me just show you when we print this out. So let's say system out print line. Well, instead of just having a print line method, let's just create our own method quickly here. So I'm going to say public static void, and let's call this one print array. And for this print array, I'm going to pass in, and now we can just quickly have a look at methods also when we're passing in array. So we can say int array and call this one, let's just call it array there. And then we're going to take this array, the value that was passed in the array, and we print it out. So you remember that enhanced for loop, where we just get the value from the specific array that was passed in, and it will print out those values for us. So I'm going to say system out print line, and I will just print out the value there. So now by calling this method print array, and I pass in an array of type int, it will go and say, well, let's take from this array position 0 and place it into value, and then we print it out. The next time it runs, it will take position 1 of the array and place it into value, and so forth. That's just the enhanced for loop. So now, if I want to print out my array, I can just call print array and pass in, let's pass in array 1 there. And then let's use a system out print line to put a gap between the two printouts. And then I'm going to use the same method again, and let's print out array 2 now. So if we do that, let's run it from here. So you'll see the values are exactly the same. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's because essentially these two are pointing to the exact same array. So let's say I'm going to say array 1 at position, let's say 1, should not be, you can see that array 1, this one at position 1 is the 4. So let's change the 4 to a 5 there and see how it prints out now. So if I run this now, array 1 should now be a 5 at position 1. So let's see the printout. You can see, yeah, it changed to a 5. But look at the bottom one, it also changed to a 5. So this is again just confirming what I said, that both array 1 and array 2 is pointing to the exact same object. So if I change something in array 1, it will be essentially changed for array 2 as well. And that's not what we want. Okay, so this is the way of not copying two arrays. Right, so let's take that away. So step number 1, what we want to do is to create an array of the exact same size as the one we want to copy. So I can see that the size here is 5 by just counting them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values. But in coding, normally you can't see the size, and your sizes could be fixed or not. Could be a size of 10 or 15 or whatever that you know, but it can also be a size that you don't know. So the best way of doing this is to say new int, create a new array, but we're going to set this size. Instead of passing in 5 there, if you don't know the size, we'll just passing array1.length. And that will give us the same size. So now the two arrays, there's array 1 already declared and initialized. This one, array 2, is now initialized with a length of 5. And now if I don't set any values, then at position Essentially, this array will now look like this. If I don't set values, it will just have zeros there. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That will be how the array looks if I don't assign any value. So this one, after this one line, I will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros saved in the array. Okay, now we get to step number 2. After setting the array the exact same size as that one, we can now use a for loop. So I'm going to use a normal for loop. There you've got the enhanced one. So I'm just going to use a normal for loop here. So integer I equals 0, I less than, and I can take array 1 or array 2 because they are now of the same length. But let's just take array 1, and then we need to increment using I++ to run through every element. So essentially what we want to do for step number 2 is to take every single value of array 1 and place it into this exact same position in array 2. So we're going to say array 2 at that specific position should be what array 1 is at that same position, which we call I. So now after this for loop, let's just print out these two arrays again. So I'm going to print out array 1. Let's say array 1 there. I'm going to have a simple system out print line to just separate the two with one line. And let's print out array 2 the same way again. So if I run this, obviously it's the same as the previous example. Both will have the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. But now the difference is I can now go to array 1 and go to, let's say, position 1 now and change the 4 there to a 5. And let's run this again, and you can see then that array 1's 4 has been changed, but not the one for array 2. And you can see there, the 4 has been changed to a 5, but that one is still a 4. And in this way, you can see that the two arrays are not pointing to the same object or the same array. We are working with different arrays. Right, in this video, we're going to see how we can read data from a file into an array. So for this, let's just create a quick file there. So you're going to go click on your top project, and you're going to right click and say new file. So go to new file and you give your file a name. So I'm just going to call my file values.txt and say OK, and you can see that it creates this values.txt for you. Let's just place a few values there: 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. So let's just have, we've got 8 now. Let's make it 90, 100, 110. Let's stop at 11 values. Okay, and now if I go to my file, so let's say we want to read from this file and we want to read all of these integers now into our array. So we're going to declare an array, and I'm going to call it values equals new int. And then let's set the size of this array to be 10, because normally you won't know how many values are in a specific file. So when we read data from a file, it's very important that you know that you shouldn't go over the amount of values that you can actually save into your array. We'll do that part now. So you'll see there we've got 11 values, but we can only save 10 of them. Okay, so that's my array. And what I need to do here is to just have some sort of a counter here, because we're not going to use a normal for loop. So I'm going to use a while loop again. So that's going to be my loop control variable starting at I. So the first thing we'll need to do from here is to make a connection to the file. So I'm going to say file, call it file, equals new file. And that file name will then be saved as a text, or will be passed in as text there. And the file name is called values.txt. So I'm going to say values.txt. That's the text file I want to read from now. So we can use that simple if statement that says if this file exists, if the file exists, then we can start reading from it. So if it exists, then I can make a connection to the scanner class again. So I'm going to say scanner input file equals new scanner. Now instead of reading from the keyboard using system.in, we will pass in the file object. Now because this can throw an exception called the file not found exception, we need to have at the top of our method say throws IO exception. Okay, so there we've got throws IO exception. There we've got our integer array. We start at position 0, which we'll do now in the loop. We make a connection to the file, or try to make a connection to the file. If the file exists, we pass that file to the scanner class so that we can start reading from it. Now the while loop. Let's get into the while loop quickly. And you remember that there's a method called hasNext that will help me to read through every element in the file, but not read over the amount of elements that I actually have. So there's 11 lines in this file, or 11 integer values. I cannot read the 12th one. It will throw me an exception or an error. So it's very important here that you use the input file.hasNext method. But now we've got another limitation. We've got a limitation where we don't know the size of the actual values that we're going to have here. So there could be 1,000 values in this file. We won't know. Okay, unless you know the file, obviously. But if you don't know the size of the values or the number of values in your file, and you need to declare an array, so you'll set it to a specific size. In this case, let's say you know that the file there will be more than 1,000 values there, and so let's say you can make it 2,000 then there, which will make it 2,000 values that you can save into that array. But in this example, let's keep it at 10 because now we know there's 11 there, so I cannot read all of them into the array. Okay, so this is the limitation. Only 10 there, and I need to also check for the end of the file. Okay, so that's the two limitations we need to check for. So then the AND operator here, so this one checks for that we don't go over the limit of the file, and the second part here is that we do not go over the limit of your array. So in this case, we're going to say I less than, and again the name of the array, which is called values.length. So we don't go over the length of your specific array. So both of them needs to be true for us to keep reading from the file or keep saving to the array. Okay, so now in this case, we're just going to say values at the specific position I should be whatever we read from the file. So we're going to say input file dot next int, because there's integers in the file. I want to read integers. So this part there is reading an integer from the file. So the first time it runs, it's going to read the 10. It's going to place the 10 into values I, so which will be I starting off at 0, which will get the first index value. Right, so after this one line, we will then basically get every single line in the file, read from it, and placing it into the position in the array. But you'll see somewhere along the line, we'll get to the length of 10, and there's still values to read there. But because of the AND operator there, both sides needs to be true for it to actually keep on reading from the file and placing in values. So whenever you're at the end of the file or you're at the end of your array, this loop will stop and you cannot enter any more values. Okay, and then just remember to also add your I++. This is your loop control variable, I equals 0. Then we test the loop control variable there, and we increment the loop control variable. So just remember about your loop control variable. After this, we can close our file, input file.close. When you're done working with it, close your file. And now after this while loop, we can print out what we saved into that array. So let's just use the enhanced for loop here again. So I'm going to say integer value, and then use the values array, and we print out every single value there. So we're going to say system out print line, and we print out value. So remember, value is the name of the variable where we save every single value. Okay, so let's run this quickly. And you can see there it printed out. But it printed out from 10 up until 100. You can see we left out the last value there. Why? Because our array can only store 10 values. If I made that one 12, which means our array can store 12 values, then the limitation will come into the file there where it can only read 11 values. So it will show all 11 but still not throw an error for me or an exception for me because we tested that out on the loop. Okay, so you'll remember that after this line, all 12 values is saved as a 0. And then when we try reading from the file, we read actually all 11 values, but the 12th value we didn't read. So that will stay as a 0. Okay, and that's it for arrays and files. Right, so in this part, let's just quickly have a talk about string arrays. Before we start creating an array, I want to quickly create a method here. So I'm going to say public static. And let's say this method will return a string array. And we're going to call this one get names. And this one will basically populate our array for us. Okay, so we're going to do the following. We're going to create a string array here. And we're going to say names equals new string, and we're going to say, let's say the size should be 6 in this case. Now in names, I'm going to say names at position 0 should be, let's say, John. And we're going to say names at position 1 should be Peter. And we'll say names at position 2 should be Paul. We can also say names at position 3, so that's the first 4 now, equals, let's say, Simon. Okay, so let's say we've got these values, John, Peter, Paul, Simon. Let's just add one more there. So names at position 4 equals Chuck. Right, so there we go. We've got 6 spaces to store string objects, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them saved. So a very important thing to notice here is that after creating this one line, every single index value of mine will contain the special value. So actually in names 5, there will be a special value called null. And null just means there's no object at all linked to that variable. Okay, so that's essentially what will be saved in. Right, in this video, we're going to quickly have a look at the array list class in Java. So let me just read through these comments here. Standard Java arrays are of fixed length. We've seen that in all of our examples. When you set a length to it, you cannot change that length. That will be the number of elements that your specific array will have. After arrays are created, they cannot grow or shrink, which means that you must know in advance how many elements in an array will hold. So you need to decide how many numbers or string values or whatever your specific array must hold. Array lists are created with an initial size, and that's normally, I think, a size of 10. And when the size is exceeded, the collection is automatically enlarged, and when objects are removed, the array may always also be shrunk. So similar to an array list allows object storage, but unlike an array list object automatically expands when a new item is added and automatically shrinks when items are removed. So let's just see how we declare an array list. So you can see you start typing array list there, and it will pick it up in the java.util package. So let's just work with strings. Remember, you can only work with object types. So if you want to use integers, there's a class called integer, which you can use. But you cannot use the primitive data types, for example, int there. So if you want to use integers, you'll use the integer class there. Okay, so that's just the class that wraps itself around the normal primitive data type of integer. So for this example, we're going to use strings. So I'm going to say string names equals new array list, and that's all you need to do. That array list will now basically work exactly the same as a normal array, but the difference here is that this one will shrink and make itself bigger as you add or remove values. Okay, so in this case, in order to add something, remember in our previous examples, what we did was to say, go to names at position 0 and go and add John. So now the difference here is not going to a specific index value like this using the block brackets there, but we'll say names. We're going to use some variables, some methods there, and we're going to use the add method to add something to it. So if I want to add James there, that is basically the same as saying names at position 0 equals John. So if I just say names.add James, then it will add at position 0 the value James at this case. If I say names.add, in the sequence that I'm adding my values, it will go into the specific index values. So if I say Peter there, Peter will then go into index position 2. Sorry, this one will be 0, that one will be 1. So let's just add a few more. I'm going to say names.add. Let's add those other values also. Let's use John again. And then go to names.add, and we add Jake again. Okay, so now you can see this one will obviously go to position 2, that one will go to position 3, and I can add as many values as I want here, and the array list will automatically increase its size if it's going over the default size, and it will shrink if you start removing elements. So you can only have the number of values that you've actually got in it. So in this case, it's James, Peter, John, and Jake that's inside of my array. Then I can, or my array list. Now I can also add using a different method there, where I can say go to index number 4 and add to me the following value called Paul. So there's another way of adding where you can say put it in a specific position. That's like doing the same thing here. Go to name 0 and put John there. Now we're just saying go to index number 4 and then place Paul there. And you can see that will obviously then be position number 4. So if there's already something in position number 4, it will just move the rest down. So if I said this, names.add 3 Paul, it means Paul will go in between John and Jake, and that one will now become 4. This one will become 3. So it will shift up the rest if you add it at a specific position. But if you use this one to say .set, that will replace a value at a specific position. So let's say the index will be 1. I'm going to replace what's currently saved as Peter there, and let's change that to Peters, which means that Peter will not exist anymore, but it will be replaced by Peters. Then you can also use another method called remove, which will remove an object at a specific position. So if I say remove 0 there, it will basically remove James totally from my array list, and it will not be there anymore. So let's see how we can create a for loop now to run through every element. The same thing again, I'm going to say integer I equals 0. And now remember your for loop. You can see the for loop here. We started at 0, and then we said I less than names.length. So now we're going to say I less than, so it's again names, but you can't use the length method here. There's no length, not length method, a length variable there. There's no length, which means that we need to use something else called size. So essentially size is saying the same as what we used with length there. But remember, size will actually give you the exact number of values that's currently stored, not the size of your array list. It's the size of the number of the values that's currently stored. So it's essentially doing the same as what we had with our array. There we go. Right, so after this for loop, or inside of this for loop now, how do we print it out? So inside of the for loop, we just printed out names I, and that prints out the specific value. So now we can't say names I with an array list, the same as we couldn't have said names with the block brackets 0 there. So how do we print out values here? Let's just use a system out print line, and I'm going to say names. So instead of saying names I with an array, we're going to say names.get, and then you indicate the index value. So that's essentially doing the same thing. So saying get I will then get that specific object at that position and print it out. So if we run this quickly, let's run this one from there. You can see that we've got first one, Peters. Remember we changed it there, set 1 to Peters. So the one at position 1 should be Peters, then John, then Paul. Why Paul? Because you can see that we basically removed at position 0, we removed James there. So now obviously Peters will move up. Peters will be first, then John. You can see that we placed Paul into position 3, so then it will be Paul, and then Jake, and then we're done. And that is basically setting the value. So if we did not change anything here, so let's just keep this at... let's just not use the set method there, and we use add there. So then if we do not remove also anything there, let's just take it away, then this one will be 1, 2, that one will be at position 3, this one will be 4, and this one will be at position 5. So if we run this one now, you can see that when we go down, it will be James, Peter, John, Jake, Paul, and Peters. James, Peter, John, Jake, Paul, and Peters. Okay, so with the previous examples, we just moved the things around, removed some of them, but that's basically how it gets printed out. So this is the basics of the array list. In videos to come, we'll use the array list a lot, and that's it for the array list. In our world, we have classes and objects for those classes. Everything in our world is considered to be an object. For example, people are objects, animals are objects too, minerals are objects. Everything in the world is an object. But what about classes? In our world, we have to differentiate between objects that we are living with. So we must understand that there are classifications, and this is how they get the name and the concept of a class, classification. So we must understand that there are classifications for all of those objects. In our world, we have classifications for objects, and every object must be from some classification. So a class is a way for describing some properties and functionalities or behaviors of a group of objects. In other words, the class is considered to be a template or a blueprint for some objects. Let's look at a house as an example. We can identify some properties that will make a house a house. Just as an example, let us try and define 4 properties. A house will have windows, doors, a roof, and walls. So we can create properties for the house classification that will indicate the number of windows and doors, as well as the type of the roof and the type of the walls for the house. Ultimately, we can then take that blueprint or classification and build as many different objects or houses of that same classification called house. Look at some other house objects we can create. You can clearly see that all house objects will have the same properties, but the value of the properties will be different. We can then go to Java and create the classification called house and have the following properties as variables in the class. As in this picture, you can have some very weird objects of classification house, as long as they have the same properties. Let's go to IntelliJ. Right, back in IntelliJ, I've created a new project called Classes and Objects Example. In my source folder, I created a new package, and the package name is com.example.classes, and I've created one Java file, and this Java file will be my driver class where my main method is. So this is where my application will start. So now let's look at the concept of classes in Java. So in order for me to create a new class, I'm going to go to my package, and I'm going to say new Java class. So on the package, so just right click on your package and then say new Java class. So then when we create a new class, you give your class a name, and normally we make our classes all capital letters or uppercase letters of the alphabet. You start with a capital, and then each subsequent word we will also capitalize it. So in our example, we talked about the house object or the house class. So in this case, the house class we said should have 4 properties: number of windows, number of doors, type of roof, and type of wall. So let's quickly create them, and I think you will agree with me that the number of windows as well as the number of doors we can take as normal integers, whereas the type of roof and the type of wall we will look at strings or normal text. So I'm going to say private int number of windows, and I'll also have a private, and I'll explain the private now, private int number of doors, and then I'll also have private string now for the type, sorry, private spelling there, private string, and that will be the type of roof, and we'll also have a private string type of wall. So now when we create a new house object, this object will have the number of windows, the number of doors, the type of the roof, and the type of the wall. Now it's just good programming principle in Java to say that let's go in every class that we create all fields or properties must be private, and then we'll have methods to access them or to change them. So the private keyword here as well as the public keyword there, we call them access specifiers. So that's how do we have access, or how does other classes have access to this class. So in this case, if one of my variables, in this case the properties or the variables, or one of my methods is listed as private, then we will only have access to these members, in this case these variables, in this class. So the private access specifier says nowhere else can you use this variable but in this class where you defined it. Now the class is public, which means that we can use this class in any package outside of this package or inside of this package. Any class will have access to it. It's basically publicly available. So the class will be publicly available, but the variables inside it will only be available in the class that we're currently working with. So you'll see the next part that we'll do now is providing the methods, and all of the methods should be public, which means that the class as well as the methods in the class will be available publicly everywhere. So let's start off with some methods that we can have inside of a class. So when we create an object of this class, the object will have these 4 values. So every object that you create will have these exact 4 values, but it could be unique values stored inside of them. So in order for us to create this object, we need what we call a constructor. Constructors will always be public, and it will never return a value, not even void. So you'll say public, and then the constructor will have the exact same name as the class. So this could be the method header for a constructor. So the constructor is the method in your class that's got the same name as your class. And then normally what a constructor does, it sets those 4 values that you've got at the top. If you've got 10 at the top, normally it sets all 10 of them. But we have specific examples where we do not set all of them inside of the constructor, but we can later on use setter methods to set them. So in this case, if you do not provide a constructor at all, so let's say you've got an empty class like this, and you create a new object of type house, then they will automatically, or Java will automatically create a constructor for you. And the constructor will look like the one that we're going to build now. So basically the default constructor, that's the one that Java will provide for you automatically if you do not create a constructor at all. And the default constructor is a constructor that does not accept any arguments like the one we've just defined there. And then basically what it will do, it will make the number of doors equal to 0. So all of your number variables will be set to 0, and all of your object type variables will be set to null. Also your Boolean variables will be set to false. So let's set number of doors and number of windows to 0. We will also set the type of roof to null, and we'll set the type of wall to null. So this is basically what your default constructor will look like. So you can also then basically provide your own version of a default constructor, which we call a no argument constructor. So it's a constructor that accepts no arguments, and then you can set the values to something default there. So this is just an example of how the default constructor of Java would look if we do not provide a constructor at all. So in this case, we provided now a constructor, so the default constructor will not exist, but we'll use the constructor that we created here. Now let's look at another constructor that we can create, and this is a constructor that's used often. And you can see then if I try to create the exact same method again, we'll have a problem. But in Java it is allowed that you can have 2 methods with the exact same name, but different parameter types or parameter lists. So in this case, we're going to say we're going to accept the number of windows in this method, number of windows. The second argument, we will also accept the number of doors. As the third argument, we'll accept the type of the roof. And as the last argument there, we will accept the type of the wall. So you'll see this is also a constructor because it's got the same name as the class. That one accepts nothing, and this one accepts an int, string, string. So it's 2 different constructors. So if you've got 2 methods with the exact same name, but different parameter types or different parameter lists, then Java will allow this, and this is called method overloading. So it's the same method name, but different parameter lists. Then we've got method overloading. So in this case, I'm overloading the constructor here, and the constructor, remember the constructor method, is the method that will construct your object. So in this case, we can then set number of windows and number of doors not to 0, but to the values that was passed in here. So I'm going to say number of windows, let's start with doors first, equals number of doors that was passed there. But now you can see this is a bit confusing, because am I talking now about number of doors there, or am I talking of the number of doors there? So just to refer to the object that we will be building here, I'm going to refer to it as using the this keyword. So this dot number of doors refer to the object that will be created, that object's number of doors. And then this number of doors will refer to the one that was passed in to the method. So if you see, if I click on that one, you can see it's selected at the top. Where if I click on this one, it's selected only here. So we're going to set the number of doors to the number of doors, and we're going to say, using the this keyword again, this dot number of windows should be the number of windows that was passed in there. And there you can see the number of windows was passed in. So I'm creating the object now by setting the different properties. Right, so let's set the type of roof as well. So we're going to say this dot type of roof should be the type of roof that was passed in there, and it's this one there. Then also we can say this dot type of wall should be the type of wall that was passed in. So this is then creating a new object of type house or classification house by accepting the number of windows, the number of doors, the type of the roof, and the type of the wall, and then taking all four those values and setting those values to my variables for my object at the top. So there's two types of constructors then there. There's a no argument constructor that will just set some default values, or you can have a parameterized constructor that accepts, in this case, 4 parameters there of type int, string, and string, and then we set those values as the properties for my new house object. So in your class, there must always be a constructor that constructs your object. So in this case, there's no default constructor here, because the default constructor will only be supplied when you do not supply a constructor at all. And the default constructor will look exactly like this one. But now we've provided one, so there's no default constructor. This we call then the no argument constructor, and I can choose what to set the values to. And then the second constructor here, which is an overloaded constructor now, 2 methods having the same name but different parameter lists, method overloading. So this constructor accepts the 4 values and set them to my object. Now let's look at a few other handy methods that we can use inside of a class, and that we call getter methods and setter methods. So because we defined all of our fields private there, we need to have a public method to change or to get these values out of the object. So in this case, let's start with the getter methods. So the getter methods is basically a method that just returns the value for the specific property. So I'm going to start off, and all of these methods must be public. I'm going to start off with the first one, which is the number of windows. So because number of windows is of type int, that's exactly the value that we will return. We will be returning an integer. And then we'll also start with, and you can see it gives you an indication of how it could look like. And this is actually the one that I want you to use also. So it's, let's say the first one, number of windows. So you'll say get number of windows. Now look at the spelling. We'll normally start off with a get, or lowercase, and then the first value or the first letter of the alphabet of your variable will be capitalized, and then each subsequent word. So I'm going to use it as it is here. This is the correct way of doing it. So I'm going to say public int get number of windows, and then just have nothing in the brackets. Okay, so we're going to say then public int get number of windows. So on my object, I can go and call get number of windows, and it will return the number of windows as I set it. Okay, so in this case, we will just say return number of windows. So it will return the field number of windows. So to get the rest of your getters, it's actually very easy in IntelliJ. So you're going to say right click there, generate, and you're going to say getter. And now I can see there's 3 getters left. There's a getter left for the number of doors, the type of roof, and the type of wall. And all of them work exactly the same way. So you're just going to say OK there, and you can see there's my getter methods. So it just looks a bit different, the layout for your methods, but for the rest it's still the same. Okay, so there's get number of windows that will return the number of windows, which is the first one. There will be a get number of doors, which will return the number of doors. There's also a get type of roof, and you can see now the return type here is of type string, because the type of roof was declared as a string. So it's string type of roof, and that's what this getter method will return back. Also for the type of wall, we'll return a string, but we'll get back the type of wall as a string there. Right, so those are the getter methods, and normally my getter method starts with a get, but remember your name of your method is up to you as programmer. You can choose what your method's name should be, but it's good Java convention to basically use the methods as it is generated here. So you can see it starts with the word get, and then afterwards the first letter of your variable will be capitalized, and then all the subsequent words will also be, or the start of the subsequent words will also be capitalized. So let's start with the setters next. So this is how you get a value, but what if you want to change one of these values inside of an object? For that we use the mutator methods or the setter methods. So setter methods look something like this. Public void, we don't return something because we're changing it. So we're going to say public void, then you start with set, and you can already see it gives you those 4 values of what we've got in this class. So let's start with number of windows. So I'll say set, and then you can see number of windows. So I'll start the N again capitalized. So it's set number of windows, it gives it to you. And then normally what you accept as a value in the parameter list there will be what you want to set your new number of windows to. Now because the number of windows is an integer there, I will use an integer to be set, and you can call the value or the variable there exactly what you want to call it. So we can also call it number of windows if we want to. So we're setting the number of windows. So we're going to take the object that was created. This number of windows will be set to the number of windows that was passed in. So I'm going to say number of windows there. So you can see your setter methods work a lot like your constructor, and what your constructor is doing, it's taking in a specific value and setting that value to the object's value. So we're basically just having them in separate methods now, separate setter methods. So I can then go again for the rest of them. I can just right click and say generate. I want the setters this time. Choose the 3 remaining setters and say OK. And you can see it was generated exactly the same way as I did the very first one. So let's just quickly look at them. There's set number of windows. It accepts the number of windows. Set that number of windows to the number of windows of my object. And then you'll see set number of doors will accept the number of doors as an integer and set my number of doors of the object to the number of doors that was passed in. Also set type of roof. Type of roof is actually a string, so we're going to accept the string as well, type of roof, and then this dot type of roof, which is the object, should be set to the type of roof that was actually passed in. And then the type of wall, which is also a string, will be set to the type of wall of my object. So these are all the setters and the getters methods, as well as the constructors. And that's basically a basic class in Java and how you can create a basic class. So now this class has been created. It's called house, classification house. How do we classify a house? By these 4 properties. And then the main thing of these 4 properties is we need to be able to create an object using those 4 properties. We also need to get every single value of that properties, and also you need to be able to change every single property. And then you've got a basic class. So very important here then, you must have private fields and then public methods to set, change, or to get back the values. So you will not directly refer to the variables at the top or your properties for your class, but you'll refer to the properties by using either a getter or a setter method, or you can use a constructor to set the values right at the start. So remember, always private fields, but we have public methods to access or change those fields. So let's go to the driver class now and see how we can create a new house object. So there's two ways of creating this house object now, because we have two constructors. We've got a constructor that accepts nothing, and we've got a constructor that accepts 4 values. So let's start with the one that accepts nothing. So we're going to say house equals new house. So remember, in Java, after the new keyword, you are creating a new object. What gets saved into this house variable now? This house variable will hold the memory location of this house object. Okay, so now the house object was created. So let's just use a simple system out print line there, and we can go on that house object, and we're going to call get, let's say, the number of doors, just to print it out to see if it works. So let's run this quickly. And you can see the number of doors will be 0. Why is it 0? Because we said with the constructor that accepts nothing, we will set the number of doors to 0, the number of windows to 0, the type of roof and the type of wall, both of them should go to a null. So on the object, which is, well, basically the reference variable holds a link to the object or an address to the object. So on that object, I'm calling get the number of doors. And the get number of doors there, where's my getters? Get number of doors will return the number of doors that's currently set in the object. So you can see that using this constructor, we've basically set everything to either 0 or to null or to false if it's a Boolean. So then working with it afterwards, you must go and use one of the setters. So I'm going to say house.set the number of doors, and let's set the number of doors to 10. So now if I print it out, calling get number of doors will then get the value of 10. Right, so there you can see it printed out. Okay, so let's not use it like this. Let's go and add some values inside of this house constructor to set the number of windows, the number of doors, the type of the roof, and the type of the wall. So let's first set the number of windows. So let's say this house object will have 10 windows. The second one, the number of doors. Let's say 2 doors, one at the front, one at the back. The type of roof, let's set the type of roof as tiles. And then the last one is the type of wall, and let's set the type of wall to be of type brick. So let me just make this a bit bigger there. So you can see now we used the constructor that accepts 4 values to create the object. So this object will now have 10 windows, 2 doors, tiles as roof, and brick as the type of wall. Right, so now after this object has been created, we can now go to the house object there and put the dot. And you can see there's all the methods that we've got access to. We've got get number of doors, set number of doors, get number of windows. There will also be a set number of windows somewhere. Let's call it set. Set number of doors, set number of windows, set the type of the roof, and set the type of the wall. We can also have the getters there, which will get the number of doors, get the number of windows, get the type of the roof, or get the type of the wall. So let's just do a few of these methods. I'm going to go and say on the house object, go and let's set the number of doors to 3. So we're changing it from a 2 to a 3. And we'll also set, let's just use 2 of the sets. Let's set the type of wall to be plaster. So instead of having a brick wall there, we will now say the type should be plaster. Now when we print it out to the screen, we can then say, let's print out this whole object by saying house. Let's start off with some string first. This is the house object. And then after that, we print out the details for the house. So let's say number of windows. And then we can go use the concatenation operator there, the plus sign there, and we're going to go to the object house again and use the getters now. So the number of windows will be get number of windows, and that will show me the number of windows. So on a new line again, let's get the number of doors. And the number of doors will also be house.get number of doors. Let's use the next one, and then the number or the type of the roof, type of roof. And then the type of the roof you can get by saying house.get type of roof. And then the last one there, the type of wall, and then we're going to use house.getType of wall. And then if we run this, it should be exactly as we have them there. So remember, the object started off with the number of windows 10, the number of doors 2, the type of the roof tiles, and the type of the wall brick. But we changed and set the number of doors to 3 now instead of 2, and we changed the type of wall to be plaster. So you can see the number of windows will still be 10, we didn't change it. The number of doors will be 3 because we changed it. The type of the roof will still be tiles, we didn't change it. But the type of wall, we changed the type of wall to plaster. And this is then how we print out an object. So we'll look at some other methods in the next videos where we can actually use a better way of printing out the whole information about the object and so forth, but we'll get to that in a later video. In this video, I will talk a bit more about classes and objects. We will talk about copy constructors, the equals method to compare objects of the same class, as well as aggregation. What is a copy constructor? A copy constructor is a constructor that creates a copy of an existing object of the same class. Have a look at this piece of coding. We have 2 fields for the subject class, subject code and subject name. So every subject object will have a subject name and a subject code. Let's have a look at the first constructor. This is the normal constructor. So if we create a new object using this constructor, we set the subject code as TPG10, AB as passed into the constructor. We set the subject name as technical programming 1 to create this green subject object in memory. If we then use the copy constructor call to create a new object, we pass in the existing green subject object in order to make a copy of it as the new object. So how do we make a copy of an object? We need to copy all the fields of the object we want to copy to the fields of the new object that will be constructed. So now for our blue object, we set the subject code the same as the subject code of the green passed in object, and we set the subject name of the blue object to the subject name of the green object. And now we made a copy of the green object. It is very important to realize that although these objects are now identical, they exist in memory at 2 different locations. The subject variable will hold the memory location of the green object, and the copy of subject variable will hold the memory location of the blue object. So if we have the following statement, if subject with 2 equal signs copy subject, it means that we are testing to see if the memory locations of the objects are the same. In this example, they exist at 2 different memory locations, so this if statement will result in a false value, even though the 2 objects are exactly the same. So how can we then test if 2 objects of the same class are in fact identical? We need to write the equals method. Your equals method will need to return a Boolean value as we are testing to see if 2 objects are equal or not. You will also need to pass in a subject object that's an object of the same class to compare this to. It is very important now to realize that by calling this equals method, we have a subject object that calls the method and a subject object that was passed into the method. Our green object in this statement is the object that calls the equals method, and the blue object is the object that was passed into the method. In order to compare objects to see if they are the same, we need to compare all the fields of the one object with all the fields of the other object. So we will compare the subject code of the green object with the subject code of the blue object. The this keyword here refers to the object that called the method. In this case, it's the green object. Then we also compare the subject name of the green object with the subject name of the blue object. Only when all fields of the green object are equal to all of the fields of the blue object will they be exactly the same, and will the equals method return true. Right, so let's look at these concepts quickly in IntelliJ or in the Java coding. So in this project, you can see that I've got a driver class, which has got my main method. I've got an exam paper class, I've got a student class, and a subject class. So we'll get to the exam paper and the subject class, the exam paper and the student class later on. Let's first look at the subject class that we just did. So in the subject class, you can again see that we've got 2 fields right at the top, and those 2 fields make up the object. We've got a normal constructor that accepts the subject code and the subject name, and we set the subject code and the subject name to our object's values. So remember here in the constructor that this keyword refers to the object that you're currently constructing. So which means that the one that I'm currently constructing, subject code, should be the subject code that was passed in, and the one I'm currently creating, that one's subject name will be equal to the one that was passed in. Then if we look at the copy constructor quickly again, the copy constructor is always the same name as the class because it's a constructor. Also no return value, not even void. And then if we go to what it accepts in brackets, it will basically be the same object of the class. So you can see it's the same name as the class, subject, and then you can call your object whatever you want there. In this case, we call it subject again. So now what happens in the copy constructor is that the object that will be made or that's currently being constructed is referred to with the this keyword again. So we're saying the one that you're constructing now, that one's subject code should be the object that was passed in's subject code. And the subject name of the one that you're currently constructing should be the subject name of the object that was passed in. So that's the copy constructor. If we quickly have a look at the equals method again, all equals methods normally, well, most of the time, we return back a Boolean value, either true or false. Yes, they're the same, or no, they're not the same. And then we also accept an object of the same class, because that's what the whole idea behind the equals method is, to compare two objects of the same type. So now in this if statement, we basically just say this dot subject name. So remember, with the equals method, there's a calling object and there's an object that was passed in. So if we go to the driver class quickly, you can see that I've created two subjects there. Can you see both of them are exactly the same? So how do we use this equals method? We will say subject1 dot equals subject2. So always there's an object, subject1, that calls the equals method. That's the one with the dot. So it calls the equals method, and then there's an object that was passed in, which is subject2. So if we go back there, the this keyword refers to the one calling the equals method, and then obviously object is the one that was passed in there. So I refer to it by just saying object.subjectName or .subjectCode. So the idea behind the equals method is to compare both fields in the one object with both fields in the other object. So if we look at this quickly, we're saying the calling object's subject name, if it's equal to the object that was passed in's subject name. Now, because subject name and subject name at the top, you can see all of them are strings. Remember that you compare strings with also the string class's equals method. So this equals method here is not referring to our equals method, but it refers to the string class equals method in order to compare two strings. So I'm checking if the calling object's subject name is equal to the one that was passed in subject name. And at the same time, the calling object's subject code is the same as the object that was passed in's subject code. So if both the values of the one object is the same as both the values of the other object, then we return true, because then they're exactly the same. The else one will be to return false. So remember that you can do this in only one line of coding. I can remove all of that, and I can just say the return and then add my semicolon there. So whatever this whole Boolean expression returns, I will return as well as the equals method. Okay, and then we've got get the normal getters and setters there. And then one other method that I quickly want to introduce is the toString method. So if you look at this one quickly, in the driver class, we've created two objects there. There's object 1 and object 2, or subject 1 and subject 2. We check if they are the same. They should be the same if we run it now. So let's run it. It should print out they are the same, because they are exactly the same. So you can see they are the same. Now look at this printout at the bottom, this line there. You can see I'm just printing out the object called subject1. And you can see the way it prints out, it gives me basically my package name there, and then my class name inside of the package, and then it's a hash code of the memory location of this object. So it's actually something that doesn't make sense for the user if printed out at all. So what we need to do is to go back to our subject class and override the default toString method that comes with every class. So I'm going to go down to the subject class, and at the bottom I'm going to add a method called public string toString. Now the toString method is used to basically explain what is happening in your specific object. So because we're going to look at in the few next videos that's coming, we're going to have a look at inheritance, and we'll talk a bit more about the add override tag there. But basically what happens here is that we are overriding a toString method of the class that inherits, or the main class of all classes has got a toString method. But that main class of all classes is basically printing out this, and that's not what we want. So we're going to create our own toString method. So it must be exactly like this. It must be public string toString, exactly like that. Then we're overriding it, and then we're going to return a string value now. So instead of printing out the object and it looks like this, whatever you return now is what it will print out there. So I'm going to say return. In my subject, I've got a subject code and a subject name. So let's say subject information. We'll say subject information, and then let's add a new line character there so that we go to a new line. And then on the new line, I'm going to say subject code and display the subject code. Then I'm going to go to a new line again, and then we'll have then it's a subject name, so we're going to call it subject name and display subject name. And then maybe I think after that one we can leave it open. Okay, so this is now the toString method. So if we run this again, it's exactly the same coding in the driver class, but we changed some coding in the subject class. So if you run it now, you can see it prints out whatever you type there as the return statement in your toString method. So the toString method is basically a method that describes your object. So normally in the toString method, we will print out all the fields that we have at the top to explain our object. All right, so let's go to the student class. The student class is a class that I've created now, which you can also go and create by just right-clicking on the package and say new Java class. And you create that class called student, and then you can add these two fields. So we've got two fields, a student name and then a student number. So let's first create the constructor. So there's an easier way in IntelliJ to actually generate your constructors. So I'm going to say generate, right click there, then you go down to generate and you say constructor there, and choose the two fields that you want your constructor to actually accept as parameters there. So you can see that we're basically setting those fields again like that we did in the subject class. We're saying student name was passed in, so we change our student name to the student name that was passed in, and our student number to the student number that was passed in. So let's see if we can create a copy constructor quickly. So a copy constructor will be the exact same name as your class. So again, it will be student, but instead of accepting both these values again, we will accept a whole student object. And remember that student object also has got those two values. So it's just another way of passing in values to a constructor. So let's call this one student as well. So how does the copy constructor work again? The object that you will be creating now is referred to as the this keyword, or the this keyword is referring to it. So we're going to say this.student name should be the student object that was passed in's student name, and the object that you're currently creating's student number should be the student that was passed in's student number. So now we're making a copy of the one that was passed in. All right, so after this one, let's quickly create the equals method. So it's going to be public boolean equals. And remember that the equals method returns a boolean, and also it accepts a student object there. So let's just call it object. And then how does the equals method work again? Let's do a simple if statement first. If this is the calling object, dot student number is equal, so we're going to use let's just have a look at the student number quickly. You can see the student number is along there. So to compare this one, I'm not going to use an equals method, but the double equal sign. So if this dot student number is object dot student number, which means the calling object's student number, is it equal to the object that was passed in's student number? That's now only testing one, so we need to test student name as well. So we're going to say and this dot student name. Now student name is a string, and you compare strings with the equals method. So if the calling object's student name is equal to the object that was passed in, that one's student name. Okay, so if both of them are the same, then we return true. Otherwise, the else there, we will return false. Right, so remember also, this is the long way of doing it. Actually, we should not do it this way. So I'm going to remove that. I'm going to add my semicolon at the end, and I'll just return this part. So that is then returning whatever this Boolean equation or this Boolean expression will return. We will return as well. Then let's just create the getters and the setters quickly. So you can right click and say generate there, and you can say getter and setter, and choose your getter and setter for those two, and it creates the getter as well as the setters for us. So there we've got the whole complete class. So the only thing that we still need to do here is actually the toString method. So let's just quickly create the toString method. So it's going to be public string toString. And because we're overriding this, we add the @override tag there, and then we return basically information about this object, which is the student name and the student number. So we can say return student information, and then going to a new line, and let's add then the student name and a new line character so that we have the information on a new line, and then we're going to say student number and show the student number. Right, so there's a complete class with the copy constructor, with a normal constructor, with all the getters and the setters, with an equals method and a toString method. Okay, so the subject class and the student class are now done. That takes me now to the next part, where we will look at the exam paper class and a concept that we call aggregation in Java. Okay, so what is aggregation? If you look at this class, you can see we've also got 3 fields in this class. But the funny thing here is that 2 of the fields, one is of type student, which is my student class, and one is of type subject, which is my subject class. So aggregation occurs in Java when we've got fields in one class that are in fact objects of another class. That we call aggregation. So now I'm going to create a constructor in this class. So if we create the constructor, it's actually easy to do, to just right click and say generate and create the constructor for you. Now you can see that the constructor, or the auto-generated constructor here, sets our student to the student that was passed in, sets our subject to the subject that was passed in, and set our marks to the marks that was passed in. So one thing to remember here is that in Java we actually do not set the values directly, but we rather set copies of the values. For example, if I'm passing in a new student object here, then this student reference variable will hold the memory location of the object. Also the one that you passed in here will hold the reference. Because remember, what you're passing into a method, if you're working with objects, are actually the memory locations. So now what happens here is that the variable that was passed in will hold the memory location. This student variable will hold a memory location, as well as this student will also hold the exact same memory location. So you've got 3 reference variables now referencing the exact same object. So this is where they say we should have some security, and instead of just accepting this student object as it is, let's make a copy of it first. So we make a copy of it by using the student class's copy constructor. So if you go back to the student class, you'll remember that we did the student copy constructor there. So we're using the copy constructor to first make a copy of the one that was passed in, and then assigning it to our student reference variable. So the same for the subject there. The subject gets passed in, but instead of taking it as it is, let's create an exact copy of that one that was passed in, and then have our subject refer that one. Okay, so it can't be new student, should be new subject. Right, there we go. So the student, our student variable there, should reference the one that was passed in, but a copy of the one that was passed in. And our subject should refer to the subject that was passed in, a copy of it. Now, because marks are not, well, it's not a string or an int, or it's not an object type, which means I can directly assign it. No problems there. Okay, so then let's look at the getters and the setters quickly. So I'm going to create getters and setters there. So there's get student, there's set student, there's get subject, there's set subject, there's get marks, and there's set marks. Okay, so now in this object, when we get a new student, or we get the student of this object, again, we do not want to send back our original student. So when we send back an object, if I'm talking about marks there at the bottom, I can just send through the marks. Get the marks, send it through, set the marks, set the marks. But if we're looking at an object that we're passing back, it is best to pass a copy of that specific object again. So you can see again I'm using the copy constructor. So instead of sending my own student object, I'm sending a copy of the student object. Will it still be the exact same data? Yes, for sure. If your copy constructor is set up correctly, you'll have a copy of our student object. And then to set the student, the same thing. Instead of setting that value directly, we will set a copy of it, just as we did in the constructor. Same for get subject. Instead of just passing the subject, we will have a copy first and then pass through the memory location to that object, or that copied object. Now if we say set subject, the same thing again. We will have new subject there to send back, or in this case, to set a copy of the one that was passed in. Get marks is a normal primitive data type. You can take strings also as normal primitive. You don't need to make copies of strings as well. But for any other object type that you've got in your class using as an aggregation type of object, then you must remember to return copies and set copies. Now let's quickly look at the toString method. How will this one work now? So I'm going to say public string toString, and let's just add the @override notation there. And now what we will return is again information about the three values that we've got here. So now we can start off with saying exam paper information, and then just go to a new line. Now the next part, you'll see that we've got a student object and a subject object, but our student class has got its own toString method, and our subject class has got its own toString method. So the nice thing here now, because we already created those, I can actually just call student and then go to the next one, which will be subject. And then I can just add some more information. Let's put a new line there, some more information for my marks. So I'm going to say marks and then show marks. So let me just show you how this works now. Basically, it's going to print out exam paper information, go to a new line, then we print out student. So when we print out an object, it will automatically call the toString method, which means it's going to say exam paper information, go to a new line. Then when it prints out student, it goes to the student class and print out student information, student name, student number. Then it goes back. It says, okay, the next thing we need to do is to print out the subject object. It goes to the subject class, prints out subject information, subject code, subject name, go back to exam paper, print out marks, and then print out the marks variable. I'm not sure if this is going to work now. Let me just add a new line. Maybe it's not necessary for that new line character. I can't remember. But we'll check it if it prints out now. Okay, so that is the toString method then of the exam paper class. So let's go back to the driver class quickly and add some other values here. So I'm going to remove this now. So we've got a subject there. Let's create a student quickly. So I'm going to say student equals new student. Maybe we can name the student also student1. And if you look at the student constructor there, it accepts a student name and a student number. So let's say the student name will be Chuck Norris, and then the student number will be, well, some sort of number there. I'm just going to type any number there. And now you will see that my exam paper needs a student object as well as a subject object in the constructor. So that's why I need to create these two first before I can create now an exam paper object. So I'm going to say exam paper equals new exam paper. And you'll see that this exam paper accepts now as a student, a subject, and then a mark. So the student first, I'm going to pass in student1 there. That's the student object. Let's say, look at that one again. First the student, then the subject, then the mark. So let's make sure we do it in that sequence. First the student, then the subject, then the mark. So the student is in, the subject is next, so it's subject1, and then the mark, let's say, Chuck Norris will always get 100%, so it must be 100. Right, so exam paper equals new exam paper student1, subject1 as the second argument, and then the third one is your mark. So there we have created an object that contains fields which are objects in other classes. Okay, so now there's the exam paper object. So if I just say system out print line and I print out this paper object now, I will get a whole lot of information by just running that. So if I print out paper there now, it's going to run the toString method automatically of the exam paper class. So it will run this toString method, which will give us hopefully all the information. Let's look at how the information was printed there. You can see there, nicely printed out. It's got the exam paper information, student information. Chuck Norris, there's the student number. Then we've got subject information. There's the subject code. There's the subject name. And then lastly, we have the marks of 100. Okay, so that's how the toString methods can really help us to print out information about a specific object. Okay, so now for the next part, let's see how we can use this paper object now in order to get some other information. So let's say I want to get the subject code, only the subject code, and basically not running the whole toString method, but just getting the subject code out of this object. So remember, this object is made up of three parts. It's the student object, there's a subject object, and there's marks. So marks is easy to get. But if I want to get, let's say in this case, the subject code, how will I do that? By just using or referring to the paper object there. So I need to go to the paper object, and on the paper object there's three methods that I can call. There's get marks, get student, and get subject. So the subject code will obviously be part of the subject object. So I'm going to call get subject, which will give me the subject, and then on that object that's now called subject there, on that subject object, there's again methods that I can use. So there's get subject code and get subject name, and the one that I want is subject code. So if we run this now, you can see that I only have printed out the subject code. Now the same thing, we can do exactly the same thing for, let's say, the student number. If I want the student number, how will I get it? By just using the paper object there. So again, the student number is part of the student object or the student class. So I'm going to say get student in this case, and then on the get student, on the student object, I'm going to call, in this case, the student number. So I'm going to call get student number. So you can see that paper is the exam paper object. But if I call paper.getSubject, then that whole part there will be the subject object. And on the subject object, I can call its getters or setters. Whereas in this case, Paper is referring to the exam paper object. Paper.getStudent refers to the student object. And then I can call getStudentNumber. Right, so this is a simple example on how you can use aggregation also in classes. Welcome to the world of Android. In this video, I will explain what Android is and what makes it so compelling for both developers and device manufacturers. So what is Android? Android is a mobile operating system that is based on a modified version of Linux. Android was originally developed by Android Incorporated. As part of Google's strategy to enter the mobile space, Google purchased Android in 2005. Google wanted the Android operating system to be open and free, so most of the Android code was released under the open source Apache license. This allowed manufacturers to use Android operating system as the operating system of their own phones, as well as add their own extensions to Android and customize it according to their own needs. You can see from this graph that Android has a very big market share and thus very compelling for developers in the mobile section. The main advantage to adopting Android is that it offers a unified approach to application development. Developers only develop for Android in general, and their applications should be able to run on numerous different devices running the Android operating system. Since its first release, Android has gone through quite a number of updates. Android uses letters of the alphabet and something sweet to eat to give names to their versions. For Android, there's no fixed hardware or software configurations. However, the base Android operating system supports features such as storage, which include SQLite as a lightweight relational database, connectivity like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and LTE, messaging like SMS and MMS, media support such as MP3, MP4, JPEG, and PNG, hardware support like the accelerometer, the camera, and the GPS. It also supports multi-touch functionality on the screen. Android also supports multitasking applications as well as tethering or sharing the phone's internet connection as a wireless or a wired hotspot. Android is roughly divided into 5 sections in 4 main layers. Firstly, the Linux kernel contains all the low-level device drivers for the hardware components. The libraries layer contains the code for the main features of the Android operating system. This would include, for example, the SQLite libraries. The Android runtime is located in the same layer with the libraries and provides a set of core libraries to enable developers to write Android apps using Java or Kotlin. The application framework exposes different capabilities of the Android operating system to application developers to make use of in their own apps. The application top layer will be the installed apps on the phone from the App Store or from third parties. Android devices comes in all shapes and sizes and includes smartphones, tablets, e-readers, smart televisions, car consoles, and smartware like the smartwatch. Getting apps is very simple in Android. Users can simply use the Play Store application pre-installed on their phone to directly download applications to their devices. In this video, we're going to see how to install the Java Development Kit as well as Android Studio. So just go to Google and search for JDK. I'm going to go with the Java SE Development Kit 8. So if you go to the Java SE Development Kit 8 downloads, you'll see that you need to accept a license agreement there. And then you can have a look at the newest update. So maybe this one would be a better one to go and get, is the Java SE Development Kit 8U172. So it's update 172. Okay, so you can try and get the newest version then. So by installing the JDK, you're essentially installing Java, which is the programming language we're using in these videos in order to program Android. Okay, so what you'll need is, for your specific operating system, you need to basically download this JDK and install it on your system. So if you're using a Mac, it will be this download. If you're using a 32-bit machine, Windows machine, it's going to be that one. If you're using a 64-bit Windows machine, it's going to be this one. And then also there's Linux and Solaris and whatever type of operating system that you have on your system. Okay, so just make sure that you download this, one of these links for your specific operating system, and then install this first before you install Android Studio. So you can go and do that now, and then after that, we can go back and we're going to install Android Studio. So you're just basically typing in Android Studio there, go to the very first link there, and you can see it opens up the version for your specific PC. So you can see that I'm running on a Mac, so it gives me 3.13, that's the newest version currently that I need to download. So if I click on this now, I can download and I can install Android Studio. If you're looking for some other versions to download, let's go down a bit. You'll see that we've got Windows 64-bit there. You can download directly from here without the exe installer, to just download a folder there that you can run it from. You can download this file, or if it's Windows 32-bit, it's going to be this one for a Mac, for Linux. So you can choose your specific operating system file that you want to download here. So just make sure that you install the JDK first before you install Android Studio. And when installing Android Studio, you'll see it goes through a lot of setup steps that you need to take in order to get that up and running. But it's straightforward. One of the first things it will try and do is to get you the software development kit of Android Studio, or of Android. And then from there on, you should be fine with Android Studio. So please go and install the JDK first, and then Android Studio, and then we'll come back for the rest of this video. Right, so when you're done installing Android Studio, you should get to a window that looks like this. And you can see the version 3.13 is the version that I downloaded here for my Mac. Okay, so now this is Android Studio. This is the first window that you'll get. And you can see on this window, you've got an option to start a new Android Studio project. You can open an existing Android Studio project. You can check out from version control, profile, debug. You can import a project from Eclipse or Gradle. You can import an Android code example. Then also, if you go to configure there, just move this up a bit. If you go to configure, you can see there's the SDK manager, which we will talk about now. There's also preferences, plugins, import settings, export settings, settings repository. There's checking for updates. You can check for updates frequently to make sure that you're running the newest Android Studio. Also that all of your libraries are up to date. So make sure you check up this frequently, although Android Studio will also notify you of new updates. So what we're going to go to now is the SDK manager. So you can click on the SDK manager. It will open up this window. And then this window is very important for you to keep updated. So you can see that you can check the show package details there. And then it gives you a list of all the platforms that you can install. So now you'll see that I did not install everything. You can see it's not installed, and some of them are installed. So you can see that, for example, the Android API 28, I've installed the SDK platform. So this is one of the things that you should have for every type of platform or every operating system. So it's Android API 28, which has not yet got a name there. It's Android P, but you can see there Android 8, which is Android O for Oreo. I've also got the platform there. So make sure that for every operating system or every platform that you've got the Android SDK platform installed, so that you can actually code for that platform. So you'll see that on every one of them, I've got at least the platform and some sources on them, but it's up to you for the sources. Then also the Google APIs, make sure that you get them if they're available for that specific API. So you can see basically what I'm taking there is the SDK platform, the APIs, and if needed, some sources for the Android SDK. The rest of them, you can see that it's system images. So we'll look at this in the next video where we will create a virtual device. So the system image here is basically just an image for a virtual device. So that's a virtual phone that will run on your computer. So it's up to you how many of these you want to download. Obviously, if you've got a very big hard drive, then you can download a lot of these, but it's not necessary. If you're using your own phone to test also, then you don't need as much of these system images. Okay, so it's up to you how many of these system images you want to take. For example, if you want to test your application running on a phone that is running Android 8.1, then you'll take one of these system images. So this is very important. Go and choose a few of them. I would recommend you take the one that says Google Play. That includes the Play Store and some support for maps and so forth. Also, the Google APIs is a nice one to take. Okay, so you can go through them and you can see I've checked a few of them there that's running on my system, but it takes up quite a big number of gigs on your system. Okay, so go and make sure that you at least download the Google APIs and the platform for every API, for every Android version. Okay, so this is the SDK platforms. If you go to SDK tools, make sure that you check everything here. This is important to take everything here. Well, not really everything here, but I think it's the best if you can take everything here. It's not that big as it is with this side, so just make sure that you take everything here. One of the most important ones here is the Android support repository, the Google repository, the constraint layout, and maybe the Google Play services, and also the tools and the platform tools. So there's a lot of things here that you should actually take. I'm having trouble installing the debugging tools, which doesn't give me a problem really. I just can't install it, I don't know why. But try and take everything under SDK tools. Okay, so if you're done with that, just let your Android Studio run and do all the updates and make sure that you've got all the platform tools and everything installed. And then we can start with the next video where we will start a new Android Studio project. Right, so we are at the very first window of Android Studio that says Welcome to Android Studio. Hopefully by now you've installed Android Studio and you're ready to go. So we're going to click on the first one there to start a new Android Studio project. So you'll see the first window that you get is to create a new project or create an Android project. So in this window you will actually be able to create your new project, give it a name and so forth. So in this case we're going to give our application a name. Let's just call it my test application, just to give our first application a name. We're not actually going to build something, but just going to go through the basics of the IDE. Okay, so for your application name, it can contain spaces there. So just note that you can add spaces there for your application name, or you can have it one word or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But this will ultimately become your application's name. You can change it later on, but think a bit about because it becomes your package as well. So just think about your application name beforehand. Okay, then your company domain. This is basically just a domain, a website address that you can add in here to make your application on the Google Play Store, to make it unique. Every application on the Play Store must have a unique package name. So it depends on your specific domain. Obviously, if you buy a domain online, that domain is unique, and that is why you can use your domain here and it will be unique. If you do not have a domain, you can just start typing maybe your surname and a few other characters there with your application name. It should also be unique. But to make sure it's definitely unique, try and use a domain name there. Okay, so this is the domain. You can do anything there for now. Then if you go down, you can see your project location. So my project is on the desktop, Android projects, and it's going to be called My Test Application. You can also go to the three dots there and choose a different location for your specific application. Okay, so then the next part, you can see it created your package name for you automatically. You are able to edit it, but it basically takes your domain backwards. So you can see it's za.co.programme.whatever. And then it adds your application name, all lowercase, without any spaces. So this will then become your unique name for your app in the App Store. Okay, so for this page then, do not include C++ support, also do not include Kotlin support unless you know how to work with Kotlin. We're going to use Java in this project, so then we do not include Kotlin support. We're going to go next. In this page, you can see it's still creating a new project, but now we need to select which devices will we target with this application. And you can see there's a few devices that you can program for, which is the phone and the tablet. There's Android Wear, there's a television, there's Android Auto, there's Internet of Things. So it depends on what device you are programming for. So in this case, we're going to use phone and tablet. So if you click on phone and tablet, you must have actually one thing clicked there. You must be able to create an application for something. So we're going to click the phone and tablet, should be automatically clicked. And then the next step here will be to go and choose your operating system that you will support. You can see that it says there some devices require additional SDKs, low API levels target more devices but offer fewer API features. So you need to choose your version of the operating system that you will support carefully. So in this case, let's say we're taking Android. Let's take the newest version, the 24. And then it says by targeting API 24 and later, your app will run on approximately only 8.1% of all devices currently on the Google Play Store. If you've got an internet connection, this will be a correct estimate of devices that's currently running on or running apps on the Play Store. Okay, so only 8.1%. But if you go to a lower version, for example, KitKat 4.4, you can see that it runs on 90.1% of all devices. So if you know that you're only going to create apps for basically that supports Android 8 Oreo, then you will know where you can see there for Android 8, it supports actually less than 1% of all devices. But if you're creating an app for a company and all of them has got Android 8 on their phones, then you can choose this one. But if you're going to place it on the App Store for a lot of users to use, I would recommend going for a lower version. For now, we will in our applications probably use 4.4 or 5.0. 5.0 is also targeting 71%, but I think KitKat, you can go lower. Ice cream sandwich, then you know it's 100%. That one is 100%. 4.1. Okay, so if you want to get 100% of all the devices, you should go for Android 4. So in this case, I think let's just go with 4.4, which is KitKat, and we're targeting 90.1% of all devices. And then you can just say next. In this page, you can see we're still creating the new project, and now we need to add an activity. And an activity is basically a screen that the user will see. So what this window is basically telling us is basically saying, choose a template that you want to start with as the very first activity or the very first screen of your application. So you can see there's a basic activity that's got this yellow button there. There's a bottom navigation activity template. There's an empty one that we're going to use most. There's a login, maps, and so forth. You can go through these templates. So if you, for example, want to look at the navigation drawer that opens up a drawer from left to right, then you can go with this template, and this template will help you with coding on how to do the navigation drawer. But for the most part, we will start with an empty activity and then add everything else to that activity. So if we start with an empty activity, we are also able to actually do the navigation drawer activity. We're just not going to start with coding that's already predefined or pre-made by Android. So we're going to go with an empty activity and say next. And now you need to give your activity, and remember an activity is a screen that the user sees. So we need to give this activity a name. So you'll see there's two parts here. There's an activity name. This will become your Java file. And there's a layout name, which will become your XML file. So the two files works together. So for one screen that the user sees, they see the layout file, which is your layout name here, which will become the XML file. This is what they see, but what happens in the background encoding is done in your Java file, which will be called main activity. So I'm going to leave it as main activity, and normally what we do is to give these two descriptive names and names that basically go with each other so that we know that this file, this Java file, belongs to this layout file. So I'm going to name this one main_activity and then just remove that. So you can see the two are basically now the same. This is main activity and that's main_activity. For your layout name, just make sure that you have everything lowercase, no spaces in between, and that you have or you can use the underscore. For the activity name, that's normal Java convention, Java coding on how to create a class. So we start off normally with a capital letter, no spaces in between, and every subsequent word will be capitalized. Okay, so this will be your class name, your Java file, and that will be your XML file or your layout file. Make sure you check also backwards compatibility so that you make sure that your app can also support lower versions. Then we go to finish. And now we wait for Android Studio to quickly build this project, and when it's done building, we'll come back and have a look at the IDE. Right, then Android Studio is done building the project, and you can see there's the name of your application, My Test Application. You can also see the destination where it's saved, and it's called My Test Application. Okay, so I'm going to close down these files quickly that's currently open, and then we're going to go to the left-hand side. So you'll see at the left-hand side, if you click on project there, maybe you've got something that's this, nothing open. Then you've got project, structure, capture, favorites, build variants, and so forth. We're going to get to these later on throughout the course, but for now, in the project tab is where we're going to work most. So if your project is closed like this, you can open it up by just clicking on it. Within your project tab, there's a few other tabs that you can also choose. So we're going to work with project and Android. So if you go to project, you can see that here is where we basically will add some other libraries and stuff in our libs folder, but we'll get to that later on. So the project one is where we're going to work in some cases, but most of the time we'll work under the Android tab. So it's going to be under project, and make sure it's under Android. So if you get under Android, you'll see two folders there. So folders, first one is the app folder, the second one is the Gradle script. We'll come back to Gradle scripts later on. You can also add libraries in your build.gradle file, but we'll talk about that later on. So forget about Gradle scripts for now. Just do not edit anything in here. You should know what you do when you're editing here, otherwise your project will not work. Okay, so if we go into the app folder, you'll have three folders: manifests, Java, and the resources folder. So if we go into the manifest folder, you'll see that there's your Android manifest file. Now this is also a very important file, and you should not change this file unless you know what you're doing. And you can see this file indicates what is the package for this application. It also tells the operating system what's the label, what's the theme, how many activities are listed inside of this application. You can see that for now we only have one activity, which is called the main activity. It will be the main activity, and it's the launcher activity. So this will be the activity that opens up when you start your application, and it's called main activity. So in the manifest file, you'll see as we start adding new activities, it will also be listed here. So we'll get back to the Android manifest file when we get to later applications. So you can close down the manifest file. Now the next folder is basically your Java folder. So if you go into the Java folder, you'll see there's three other folders. So there's two that's got some sort of Android test or test in brackets, and there's one that's got nothing in brackets. So this is the one we will use mostly, and you will see if you open up that one, there's the main activity. So this main activity is now the Java file. If you open up that main activity file, you can see it's called mainactivity.java. It's got a package declaration at the top, which is the same package as the one that you've got there, the one that you defined right at the beginning. It's got some import statements, normal Java convention, import statements at the top. And luckily with IntelliJ, by the way, Android Studio is based on IntelliJ. So in IntelliJ, you've got import statements added automatically as you type, which is quite nice. Okay, so in Android Studio and IntelliJ, you've got the same functionality. Right, then you can see there's the normal class declaration, public class main activity. It inherits from the app compat activity. You remember app compat to make compatibility for lower versions of the operating system also possible. So make sure it extends app compat activity, and it should do so automatically. And then there's the onCreate method that is like the normal main method in Java, and this is where your activity will start. But we'll get back to this. So that's the main activity Java file. Now, if we go into the resources folder, the rest folder, you'll see there's drawable, layout, mipmap, and values. So your drawable and your mipmap folders will hold images that you're going to use inside of your application. So under drawable also, you can see there's your launcher that will basically be the icon that will show when the user installs it on your phone. That will be the icon for the app. The second one is the layout, where we will keep all the layout files that corresponds with our Java files. For example, this Java file main activity is connected to mainActivity.xml there. We'll get back to that now. So this is the layout folder. It will have all the layout file. Also other layout files that's not connected to activities will also be listed inside of your layout folder. So the mipmap folder also, you can see there's part of the drawables of the launcher icon is there, also some of them here. So your drawable and your mipmap folder is for images. If you go to your values folder, you can see there's a colors XML where we'll have all the colors for our app. A strings XML if you want to do some translations later on. We're going to use the strings XML, and also styles if you're going to use different styles for different things in your application. Okay, so now let's just go back to the main activity, and you can see in the main activity, one of the first lines there after the call to the super on create is set the content view. So we're basically telling this Java file that the content view, or the file that goes with this main activity, is called main_activity, and you get there by saying R, which is resources, then layout, going to the layout folder, and then called main activity, and there it is, mainActivity.xml. So we're linking up the main activity Java file with the main activity XML file. And remember, this is the layout file. We'll open it now to see how it looks. Luckily, Android Studio, whenever you create a new activity, creates this and sets this up automatically. You must just make sure that then you name the two the same so that it is easy to go and see which Java file goes with which layout file. Now let's close down the Java file and open up main activity XML. Now, depending on the speed of your computer, this could take a while to just refresh the layout, but you can see now we've got a whole new set of options available to us. So before we get into the main activity, let's just go through the top there. You can see that you can open up a new project, you can save, you can sync, you can undo, you can copy, paste, and cut. You can build. There's a run option that we're going to get to in this video still. If you want to run the application, how do you do that? There's debugging. Then this one is to attach a debugger. There you've got your AVD, your Android Virtual Device Manager, that we're also going to do in this video still. And then there's your SDK Manager that we talked about. Right, so let's open up the main activity quickly. And you can see in the main activity, there's the XML file, the layout file. There's two tabs at the bottom. One is for design, one is for text. So if you go to text, you'll see the XML version of your layout. And you go into design, you'll see the design editor. So some people like to only use the design, some people like to only use the text, and normally we use both. So I'm going to go into the text one, and I want you to change the constraint layout. So that whole part, just select it and type in linear layout. So don't type the whole thing, just let it autocomplete there for you, and you can see it's the linear layout. And then just make sure that you add an orientation property there. So just start typing orient, and it will give you the orientation property, and you can select it to be vertical. So this is just to make this very first app a bit easier. So if you go back to design, you can see that Hello World is now at the top. I'm going to click on it and delete it. You can just use the backspace or the delete button on your keyboard to delete all the components. And now you can see we've got a blank screen. There's some zoom controls that you can zoom in and out. And then we're going to get to the palette there. So you can see this part there, the palette is basically all the widgets that we can use on the screen. So if I, for example, want to go, and you see the common ones is like the button and the text view and so forth. So if I want to drag in a new button, I can do so and drag in the button and just leave it there, and there's the button. Now I can also drag in, let's say, a text view there to show some text to the user. I can also ask the user to enter some text by just adding what they call an edit text there. Okay, so these are all of my components that I can use on the screen. Now, very important, if you click on any one of these components, you can see that there's an attributes window there on the right hand side that's open, where we can set a lot of properties for that specific component. So for a button, you'll have some properties. For a text view, you will have some of the same properties, some will be different, and so forth. And we're going to look at that in the next video. So make sure about the attributes. We should use this one a lot. This is your attributes. If you click on any component, we can set some settings for it. For example, just as an example, I can set the text for the button as click here or whatever you want to do, and it changes the text there. Okay, so that's the properties or the attributes window. If you go to the component tree there on the left hand side, you can see that this gives you an overview of what you have on the screen. So you can see our root component is the linear layout that's vertical, and then there's a button, there's a text view, there's an edit text. So if you're having trouble clicking on a specific component on the screen, it's also easy to just go to the component tree and click on a component there to edit. Then at the top there, you can see that we've got design, blueprint, design, and blueprint. So if you're using a constraint layout, just use the zoom controls. You will probably look at both of these, which is the design and the blueprint. But if you're using just the normal linear layout, the normal design will be fine. Then you can also set the orientation to portrait or the landscape. I can make it landscape there. I can make it portrait again. You can also set the UI mode, the night mode, and some other settings you can set there. You can also set the specific device that you want to code on. So let's say you're developing for a television and you want to see how your app will actually function on a television. Then you can go and select a television here, and it shows you how will it look on a television screen, for example. Okay, it will look something like this. Right, so let's just go back to, let's say, Nexus 5 there. Then you can also choose the operating system to see how it will look. So for example, 19 there, if it refreshes, you can see in 19 we did not have the colored notification bar there at the top. So this is how it will look on API 19. On 28, we've got it colored the same theme as your app, which is quite nice. Then you can also choose the app themes there. You can play around with that. You can also edit your translations, which goes along with your values folders, strings XML, but we'll get to that also later. You've got your zoom controls and so forth. So this is the basics of Android Studio, the IDE, and when we develop our first application, we'll get into this a whole lot more. So the next part that we want to do now is to just click the play button there. And when you click the play button, it's like running now this application on a phone. But now if you have your phone connected to your PC and all the drivers installed and so forth, then it will show also under connected devices. But if you do not have a device to test it on, you can create virtual devices. So you can see I've got a few there, but probably if this is the first time you're running Android Studio, you won't have any devices there. So you need to create a new virtual device. And then it gives you an option of devices that you can create. And I would recommend taking these with the Google Play Store icon there. Okay, so let's go with the Nexus 5 there, for example. And you can see that it gives me, I've only got, for the Nexus 5, I only have one image that is Android 8.0, the Google Play one that I can actually use, or also Nougat. So those two I can use right out of the box because I've installed them inside of my SDK. But if you need another one, let's say API 28, you can download it right from here. So I'm going to select this one, the Oreo one, and just say next. Then you can give your virtual device a name. I'm going to leave it as it is. That's the resolution. That's the operating system. You can choose whether it should always, when it starts up, be landscape or portrait. There's some graphics options, so you can go into the advanced options and make some other changes if you want to. You can set the RAM, for example, if your PC has not got a lot of RAM. You can change the RAM on some of these devices and the SD card and whether it's going to enable a keyboard and so forth. And then you can go to finish after setting up everything. And then after you've set up your virtual device, it will be listed here. And now after it's been listed here, you can now go and select that device and say OK. And now when you click on OK, it will start running that device on your phone. Oh, sorry, not on your phone, on your PC, running your application. Well, it will automatically start running because we clicked on the run button. So let's just wait for the virtual device to get up and running, and then we'll quickly look at it. Right, so we can see that the device is basically up and running now. It's a brand new device, so then it takes some time to actually set up. So you can see that mine is busy trying to install the APK at the bottom. So it's still waiting for the device. Okay, so there's the APK now, and you can see that it has been installed on this phone. And you can see there's the button, there's the text view, there's the edit text where the user can type something. And then that's basically it for this virtual device. You can see it's got the hardware buttons where you can go back. You can use, for example, if I click that button, it takes me to the home screen. If I click on this button, it will give me a list of all the applications. I can remove that application from memory, and then I can go back to applications. I don't know where that is now. Let's just use that one. So there's the applications, and I can search for my test application, and it opens up my application again. So it's a normal phone. You can actually install your Google ID on this, your Gmail address, and then you can download apps also and run it on this device. Your browsers will work, your mail applications will work, your Maps application will work, depending on the internet connection of your specific device that you're running it on. Okay, so this is basically the virtual device. You can also see you can switch it on, off. You can set the volume. You can set the orientation for the phone. How will your app display when you turn it to landscape or portrait? If you've got a webcam, you can also use the camera. You can zoom in. This 3 buttons there is the same as the buttons there. And then there's some other options that you can also select. For example, setting your battery not to 100% but to 67%. Just to indicate that it's busy charging or whatever. So hopefully you've learned something from this video. In the next few videos, we'll create an application, and then you'll get used to this environment. In this video, we will have a quick look at the activity lifecycle. So we talked a bit about the activity in the previous video, and the activity is basically a screen that the user sees in front of him. So for example, if you launch your application for the very first time, your very first launcher screen will appear, and that we also call an activity. So what happens with an app that's may possibly just have only one screen, for example, one activity, or any other activity that it goes to? What happens to that activity? What is the life cycle of that specific activity? So this picture that I got from the Android developers website is basically a nice indication of what happens when your application runs and when an activity gets launched and you move away from that activity. What happens to that specific activity and which methods will be run? So when your activity first gets launched, it goes to the onCreate method, it goes to onStart, it goes to onResume, and then you see your activity running. So the green block here is your activity is actually running and the user is looking at the screen. So then something else could happen. It could be that another activity comes into the foreground, then it goes into onPause. If the user returns to the activity, it calls onResume and the user sees it again. But if the user does not go back to it and the activity is no longer visible, it calls onStop. If it's in onStop and the user navigates to the activity, it goes to onRestart, onStart, onResume, and the user can see it again. But if it's on stop and the activity is finishing or being destroyed by the system, it goes to onDestroy before the activity is shut down. Also in onStop, if there's apps with a high priority that needs memory, it will also kill the process. And then if the user navigates back to the activity, it calls onCreate again, onStart, onResume, and then the activity will be running again. So we'll quickly try and demonstrate this in an application. So you're going to create a new application, and we'll just call this one Lifecycle Events. And then let's keep the domains and so forth the same. We can just say next there. We will keep Android 4.4. We will keep the empty activity. We can leave it as main activity and activity main. That's fine. So let's just create a new application, wait for it to finish, and then we'll come back to the video. Right, so when your application is done running, we're going to get into the main activity. So normally it opens up the two, but if it's not opened, you can go into Java, into your project folder first, or your first Java folder there, and get to the main activity to open it up. And you can also go into resources, layout, activity main XML to open it up. But for now, we're not going to use the activity main XML, so I'm just going to close that one. We're just going to work with the Java file. So you'll see the very first method that we have here is in fact the onCreate method. So what I want to do here is to use a class called log, and that's from android.util, and you can just click on it. And you can see by clicking on it, it automatically adds the import statement for you at the top. So I'm going to say log.d, and you can see this log.d gives us in the log cat at the bottom, gives us a log as soon as the application comes into the onCreate method. And you can see it gives, we need to give it a tag and a message. So I'm going to start with a tag for all of them the same that will say, let's just say life cycle event. And then we'll have the message as, in this case, in onCreate. Right, so log.d will basically log it inside of the logcat. We'll look at that now with the tag lifecycle event and then the message in onCreate. Now, this is sometimes you can use the log for error correction and to see where you are at a specific time in your application when it's running. So in this case, we want to see the methods that is actually run if we run this activity and we move away from this activity. Now, if we quickly have a look at that picture again, you'll see that the onCreate's the first method that runs. Then there's onStart and onResume. So let's see if we can get those two methods quickly. So in order to get these other methods, we're just going to right click and say generate, and we're going to say override methods. And you can see there's onStart, onStop. So the methods that we want now will be first the onStart, then onResume. So let's go to the onStart method. You can just double click it, and you can see there's the onStart method. So I'm going to copy this log so that we can use this log again, paste it there, and instead of saying in onCreate, I'm going to say in onStart. Now let's go to the next method. So the next method, there's the onResume method. So let's do the same thing. We're going to right click, say generate, override the method, and we're going to search for onResume. So the onResume method, there it is. Paste that log again, and we're going to say there inside of the onResume method. And go down a bit. Let's see for the next method. After onResume, we also got onPause and onStop. So we're going to right click again. Search for the onPause. Double click, and then let's paste it again. And in this case also we're in the onPause method. Now the next method again will be after onPause, we've got onStop. So let's try and get that method quickly. Right click, generate, override. There's the onStop method. And let's paste it again. And just to say we're here in the onStop method. Let's check again. There's also an onDestroy and an onRestart. So let's search for onDestroy. There's the onDestroy method. Also just paste that log again. I just removed something there, so I'm just going to go back. The call to super must be there, and that should be onDestroy. And then the last method will be the onRestart method. Let's just check if we can get that onRestart method, generate, override methods, onRestart, and there we go. And then we can paste that one also and say this one should be onRestart. So we've got the onCreate method, the onStart, onResume, onPause, onStop, onDestroy, and onRestart methods. It's basically all of the lifecycle event methods of an activity. So what we're going to do now is to run this application, and you can choose any one of your devices that you've actually set up. So I'm just going to take any one of those and start running it. As soon as this device is up and running and our application is running, we'll see how these methods actually gets logged, because we are calling this log.d inside of the logcat at the bottom. So you can open up the logcat at the bottom, and you'll see that it's busy loading the emulator still. So as soon as the device is online, we will start seeing something happening in the logcat at the bottom. Right, so my application is busy running right now. And if I go just a bit up there inside of the logcat, you can see this is the bottom of it. If I go a bit up, you can see that there's my first lifecycle event. The activity went into the onCreate method, then into onStart, and then into onResume as soon as it started running. So if you look at the picture quickly, you can see in this picture that when we first launch the activity, it goes to onCreate, onStart, and onResume, and that's exactly what happened here. So let's go back to that virtual device quickly. If I click on the back button, let's see what happens. So if I click on the back button, you can see there's the next lifecycle event. It went into on pause. So when we clicked on the back button, it went into on pause, then into on stop, and then into on destroy. And now the activity is basically shut down. Okay, so now if we relaunch this activity by just going to lifecycle event, clicking on it, you can see from the on destroy it went into on create again. So it's basically launching the application again. On create, then on start, then on resume again. Okay, so that's the life cycle if we click on the back button. If I click on the home button, now you see in the home button, it goes from the on resume to where the user is seeing it to on pause and then on stop. So it went to the on stop and now it's waiting either to be destroyed totally or for the user to navigate back to the activity. So now if we navigate back to the activity by clicking there, clicking on lifecycle events, you can see that from on stop, it goes to on restart and then again to on start. So it's on stop, on restart, and then on start again. So these are the life cycle events that we're talking about when we're talking about an activity, and you can use these methods in order to do some very important stuff depending on what your application will be doing. For example, if we're playing music in the background and the activity gets destroyed, in the on destroy method will then be a nice place to go and actually release all the memory so that we don't have that memory still running on the phone. So in the on destroy, we can normally get rid of every piece of memory that we're still using somewhere else. You can also do that in on stop and maybe reinitialize stuff in on resume again, or do something in on pause. So it's up to you in your applications where you want to include some of these methods. Please remember that these methods will run no matter if you are actually including them in your application or not. They will run. If you're not including them in the application, it will just basically run super.onStart and super.onResume and destroy and so forth. So if you want to add coding to it, then you can override these methods. So just a note, you do not need to have these methods in your activities for it to actually work, but it's good methods to implement if you want to get rid of some memory used or reinitialize stuff. So please look at this activity again, run a few examples of it on the phone, do a few things with it, click on the back buttons and so forth to see which methods will actually run when you do certain actions on the phone. Right, we are now on part 2 of this ID application, and if you remember from the first video, we just created the layout files and we set all the color schemes. So what we want to do next is now to connect these components to coding so that we can get whatever the user typed there, and then when he clicks the button, he interacts with the button, we want to show the results from the ID number that we gathered. So for this, we need the connected Java file. So we need to go into our Java folder. So make sure you're here under Android and then go into the app folder there, go into Java, open up your first folder and then open up your main activity.java. Now, you can remember that we said for every activity, for every screen that the user sees, there will be two files. There will be an activity file, which will be a Java file, and there will be a layout file. So we are now done with the layout part, or basically done with the layout part. So in this part there, we defined how the layout should look, what the user will see. Now in the corresponding Java file, we need to set up the components so that we can handle whatever the user is doing. So if the user is typing a new ID number there and clicks on submit, what should our application do? And that is what will be defined inside of the main activity.java, or the Java file. So now before we connect those components, one main thing here in the main activity, you'll see it extends app compat activity. We start in the onCreate. Remember, the onCreate method is the very first method that runs when your activity starts. So that's why we start in the onCreate. Basically, the first line we get there is the setContentView method. And this setContentView sets the content view for the main activity. So basically we're saying when this activity starts, that's called main activity, we want to show which layout. In this case, we're referring to main activity, which is this main_activity XML. Right, so what does this mean again? What does the r.layout.mainActivity mean? In short, it basically means that in the resources folder, there's a layout folder, and that layout folder, you'll get the main activity XML, which is this one. So our main activity is connected to this file. So when the main activity starts, it will set its content view as this layout file that we just designed. But to get a bit more complicated, let's quickly go to the project folder, open up the first folder there, open up app, open up build, open up generated. Let's open up source then, go into R, and then you'll see that your project folder will be there. There it is. I'm going to open that one, and there you'll see the r.java file. So what we're essentially referring to there is this r.java file. Now this r.java file, you can see it's under the generated folder, which means that you should not change anything in this class. This class gets generated automatically. So I'm going to open up that file, and I'm going to quickly go back to Android. So everything that you basically do inside of your resources folder will automatically be generated inside of the r.java file. For example, if I go up a bit, you can see, I'm just going to go right to the top now. You can see that this class is a final class R. Inside of this class, we've got a few other classes. And one of these classes, if you just go and search for it, search for class layout there and click on enter, it takes you to the layout class. So inside of the r.java file, which is a class, the R class, you find another inner class called layout. Now if you go to main activity again, so you can see we're referring to the r.java file. Inside of the R class, there's a class called layout, and inside of that layout class there's a property called main activity. And that is essentially what we're referring to. So what happens with your r.java file? If you create anything in your resources folder, whether it's a picture, whether it's an ID on a component, whether it's a strings XML entry, whether it's a color, whatever, it gets saved into one of these classes as a property. So you can see there's the layout. So everything in your layout folder there will be saved here as a property, and you can see your main activity saved there. You can also see that there's the mipmap class, for example, if you put anything in mipmap. There's the string resources. So every string resource that you create will actually come in here. Also, you can see there's our app name, for example. Everything will go into your strings resources, and your styles will go here, and so forth. So we've got a class for everything that we create inside of the resources folder. We'll come back to this r.java file again, but basically what happens then is we're saying go to that r.java file that's automatically generated, go to the layout class, and in the layout you'll find a layout with the name main activity, which is in fact referring to this whole activity or this whole XML file. Right, so that is just a bit of background on what is the r.java file and why is it there. But basically you don't need to know anything about the r.java file. You just need to know how to reference it. It will automatically be generated. So basically, in short, R means it's in the resources folder. Layout means it's in the layout class there or the layout folder. and there's a main activity XML file. Right, now the next thing that we want to do now in coding is we want to make a connection to these three components. So we've got enter the ID number, we've got the button, this one is called an edit text, this one is a button, and that one is a text view. Now in order to work with these components in coding, we need to give them an ID. So for this one, you can see the ID is just called edit text, which is not a good way of doing it. So what I like to do is, let's say it is an edit text in this case, I will start off the ID with ET for edit text. For a button, I will start with BTN for button. And with a text view, I'll start with a TV, text view. So it's up to you how you want to do this. You'll see in coding that it's a bit easier to do it this way. So I'm going to call this one ET and then give it a description ID. So I know all my IDs that starts with an ET is edit text. And all my IDs that starts with a BTN is buttons. And all my IDs that starts with a TV is text views. Okay, so I'm going to say this one ET ID. This one will be, let's call this one BTN submit. And we call that one TV results. And now you can see on your component tree also, you can see the IDs. ET ID, BTN submit, and TV results. So it's very important that if you're going to interact with these components and you change it on screen, you need to have IDs for your components. Now, just to quickly show you how this generated now in the r.java file, let's go back to the r.java file. I closed it now. I'm going to go into app. Let's go to build again, generated, source, R, go into that one. Okay, so let's search quickly for class ID. So remember we created IDs now. So let's look at the IDs quickly. We should get, for example, a TV at the bottom somewhere. And if you go to the bottom of the ID class, you'll see that there's, for example, TV results. If I go up and we search for ET, there's ET ID that we just created. And we'll also see the other one was for the BTN submit, and there you can see the BTN submit ID. So it's under the ID class inside of the r.java file. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the main activity, and now we need to set up those three components. So the first component is called an edit text. So you'll see that Android Studio gives you some autocomplete functionality. So you can just start typing edit text and then click on it, and you can see it adds the import for the edit text automatically. And then I'm going to call it the same as I had my IDs in the layout file. So for this one, it's called ETID. So I'll name it exactly the same here. Why do I do that? Do you need to do it? No, definitely not. It's just easier for me to see that this one belongs to this ID there. So I name them exactly the same, so it's easier to work with. Then the next component was the button. So let's say that you don't choose the button there. Another way of doing this is also to go and say Alt-Enter, and Alt-Enter will also add the import for you if you do not select it. So we're going to say button, and we call that one button BTN submit. And then the last component was a text view, and we call that TV results. So just declare your button and your edit text and your text view at the top. Now the next step is to actually take this variable of us that's currently a Java variable, and we want to connect that variable to a component that's on an XML file. So how do we do that? Luckily for us, this r.java file makes it available for us in Java to refer to that specific component in memory. So what we can do now is to say etid should be, and there's a nice method that we can use that's part of activities. So if you extend app compat activity, you will have this method available to you. So we're going to find a view by its ID, and we're going to go to the r.java file. We're going to go to the ID class, and we want to get that specific etid. Right, let's just do the same for the button also. So we're going to say btn submit equals find view by ID, and again r.id.btn submit. Let's do the last one also. So it's going to be TV results equals find the view by its ID, r.id. That one is called TV results. Okay, so now what we've got here is 3 Java variables connected to 3 different IDs that's on a specific layout file. So the layout file where we will find these must now be on the one where you set the content view. So if I say main activity there and then use find view by ID, it's going to try and find the view by its ID on the main activity, which is this file. So if you do not have an ID there with that specific ID, then it will give you a problem. So just remember that in the r.java file, doesn't matter where in which layout file it is, it will start adding IDs. So you must make sure that your content view is set correctly for your activity. So main activity is this one, and then on this one, we are finding the view by its ID by referring to these IDs. So now after these 3 lines, etid, the Java variable, is now connected to etid, which is this one. And the same for the btn submit and TV results is now connected to btn submit and TV results. Right, so now that we have the components connected in coding, now what we want to do is to go and see what happens when the users start interacting with these components. So obviously when the user starts typing something in there, we don't want to do anything. We want to wait until he's done there and he clicks on the submit button. As soon as he clicks on the submit button, we want to get whatever he typed there. So for this, we need to set a click event on our button. Now this we call an on-click listener. So let's go to the button component, which is btn submit. It's already connected now to btn submit. So then we can say set on-click listener. So just start typing until you get this. Set on-click listener. Click it, and then in the brackets you'll say new on-click listener. Just start typing on, and you'll see it gives you this view.onClick listener. Right, so basically now we've set an on-click listener to the button, so that when the user clicks on the button, we will go into this pod and into the on-click method. So when the user clicks on the button, it will go into the on-click method, and we can now do whatever we want to do. So now if the user clicks on the submit button, what do we want to do? We want to get the ID number from the user. So now in order to get the ID number from the user, let's just start with a variable, and we can call this ID, or let's just call it ID number equals. Now we're going to refer to that edit text, which is this one called etid. And from that etid, we want to get the text that the user typed. So I'm going to say etid, like I declared it there, dot get text, that gets the text, dot toString converts that text to a string so that we can use it. And then if needed, you can also use the trim method. So the trim method also belongs to any string in Java that takes away any leading and trailing white space that the user entered. So it's up to you whether you want to use trim there. So let's say, for example, you're asking the user for his email address, and you know that most keyboards adds a space after the email address, and that could give you some problems. So by using the trim method, you are removing the space at the back and at the beginning of text. Right, so this is an important line of coding where we go to the edit text, whatever the user typed, we get it, convert it to a string, and then if needed, you can trim it. Right, so now we have the ID number, and we've got the full ID number. So you remember, this is the ID number. If the user then types the whole ID number, what do we want to extract from this? So I'm not going to make this a lot complicated. I just want to get the date of birth, and you can see the date of birth is the first 6 characters basically in the ID. It's those 6. So if we want to take a substring as in Java, we will take it from position number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So remember that strings are numbered in characters from position 0. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now you're asking, but why am I talking about a string and this is numbers? Well, we want to extract this whole number as a string, as text, so that we can work with all the individual numbers. So in this case, we're going to extract the 880123 just to get the date of birth. So we want to extract from position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0 to 5 is the characters that we want to extract. So I'm going to call this one string DOB for date of birth, and we're going to get that string by saying ID number, that's the whole ID. So ID number will refer to the whole ID number, And on that ID number, I want to only extract the first 6 characters. So I'm going to call the substring method, where we've got a begin index and an end index. The begin index will be at position 0, and the ending index will be at position 5 actually. But the substring works in this way, that you say it's going from position 0 up until position 6 minus 1. So this will extract position 0 up until position 5. So if you look again at your picture, it's going to go from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 is not included. So that 6, the last one there, is not included. Right, so now we have the date of birth. We've got the ID number. From the ID number, we have the date of birth. So the next thing that we can extract from this will basically be the gender, whether you're male or female. And they say it's the next 4 digits are used. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the next 4 digits. Those 4 digits will tell us whether it's female or male. But you will also see that male will be from 0 to 4,999. So basically, we can just look at the 5 there. If it's a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, or a 0, we know it's female. If it's a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, we know it's a male. Okay, so we're only going to extract this one character, and that is at position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at position 6. So let's just quickly extract that one. So I'm going to use that as an integer because I want to compare to see if it's less than or greater than 5 or whatever. So I'm going to call this one, that is for the gender. So I'm going to say int gender equals, going to the ID number again, dot character at, to get a character at a specific position, and the position where we want the character is at position 6. So let's just go to that one again. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Position 6 is the character we want. Now you'll see that we do not have any errors here, even though we're extracting a character and we're receiving an integer on the other side. That's because characters can also be represented as integer numbers in ASCII code. So unfortunately, the value that we will get there will not be correct. So what we want to do is to first convert this character to a string and then convert that character back to an integer. Right, so the easiest way to convert anything to a string will just be to add a double quotation mark there. But that could... in some cases, it could give you some problems. So what we will do here is to use the character class. So I'm going to say character dot toString, which converts any character to a string. And then I close the bracket. So we will basically say get the character at position number 6 and convert it to a string. And then what we want to do is to convert this string now to an integer. So I'm going to do the following: integer dot parseInt. And the parseInt method takes any string and converts that to an integer. Right, so now we've got the character at position 6, which will be a number. First we convert that to a string, and then we convert it to an integer. So now we've got the integer value there of the value that was at position 6. So in this case, it's an integer value of 5. So let's quickly do the check there. We're going to say if this gender value, if we just quickly look at the picture again, they say if it is 0 to a 4, which means if it's less than 5, then we know it should be a female. So let's just make it less than 5. If it's less than 5, which means 4, 3, 2, 1, or 0, then we know the gender should be a female. So let's just declare a string value here. So I'm going to call it sGender for the string version of the gender. Let me just check that again. So if it's less than 5, it's female. So we're going to set sGender here to female. The else part there will be that sGender should be male. Right, so that's basically the gender, that value that you receive. If it's less than 5, it should be female. Otherwise, it will be a male if it's 5 or more. Right, so the next part that we need to extract from this picture should be your citizenship. So the citizenship will be this character there. So if we just quickly have a look at the characters again, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that is position number 10. So let's just do this again. I'm going to use an integer again. Let's call it nationality. Again, we can do this whole thing there that we did. So I'm going to copy that part, paste it, but instead of extracting character number 6, we want to extract character number, position number 10. So now we've got the nationality as an integer, but ultimately we also want that nationality as a string. So I'm going to call it S nationality, and we're going to do the same thing. So what do we need to compare here? If it is a 0, then it's an SA citizen, else it will be a permanent resident. So we're going to test if the nationality is a 0, then S nationality should be SA citizen. The else will be S nationality will be permanent resident. Right, so 0, SA citizen, permanent resident is if it's a 1, if it's not a 0. Okay, so now we've got the full ID number, we've got the date of birth, we've got the gender, and we've got the nationality. So now we've got all the information, and we need to show this information now to the user. How do we do that? So where do we show the information to the user? We want to use this text view. So this text view is called TV results, on the left hand side, TV results, and we linked it up with this variable called TV results. So the only thing that we need to go and do now is to go and say TV results dot set text, and that sets some text to that specific text view. So what do we want to set now here? We want to show all this information. So the first thing we want to show here is to go and say, let's start with the date of birth. So we're going to say date of birth, and then show our DOB variable. So there we had the date of birth. So we show the date of birth. Then I can go to a new line character and then show the rest. So after that date of birth, we will show the gender and show our, well, in this case, our S gender. And then go to a new line again. And then the last one we want to show is the nationality. And then because it's the last thing, we're not going to add a new line character again. So basically we want to set the text as date of birth, then show the date of birth, the gender, then show the gender, and the nationality. Oh, we must remember to show the nationality as well. And that will be S nationality. So remember that S gender is the string version, male or female, and S nationality is the string version, SA citizen or permanent resident. And that is setting the results on your screen for the user to see. Right, so it is challenge time, and the application I want you to create, you can go to predict temperature with cricket to Google and go down and click on this link that says www.almanac.com, and it will basically give you this page where it says you can predict the temperature with cricket chirps. So we're going to create an application that will basically take this formula here. You can choose to do it either on degree Fahrenheit or degree Celsius. And then it says to convert cricket chirps to degrees Celsius, count the number of cricket chirps in 25 seconds, divided by 3, and then add 4 to get the temperature in degrees Celsius. So the application that we've got should look like this. So you can get a picture there at the top. And did you know you can determine the temperature outside by counting the number of chirps the cricket makes? Just count the number of chirps one makes in 25 seconds and place that number in the box below. So if we just take the one there, we can take 12 and click on calculate. It will give you the value. So the number of chirps in 25 seconds, if it's 48 like the one they're giving us here, you should be able to calculate 20 degrees Celsius. Little spelling mistake there. Right, so this is basically the app that I want you to develop by just taking this formula. The user must give you the number of chirps, and you must calculate to get to 20 degrees Celsius if you type in 48. Now to get the picture there, it's up to you. The material design color palette that I used was the brown and the deep orange, and you can search for the picture online by saying thermometer PNG transparent, and remember we want the transparent pictures there. And then it's important to go to tools and labeled for reuse, which means we can use these pictures in our apps. Okay, so basically what I want you to do is to go and create the following app and see if you can replicate what I've done in this app. So basically the user gives you the number of chirps and you take the formula on that website to determine what will be the temperature outside. Right, we've seen the challenge. So the challenge is to build this application. So I hope that you figured out how to do this. If you had trouble, we will quickly go through this video. If you did not have trouble at all, you can just skip this video. So I'm going to go through every step on how to build this simple application. The first thing we'll need is the picture. So you can go and search for thermometer PNG transparent and go to, if you search there, it will give you this page. You can go to tools, labeled for reuse, and then you'll see the picture there on the right hand side. So this should be the picture. I'm going to open it up in a new tab there, and you can see it is transparent. So I'm going to copy it from here. So I'm going to save the image save it to the desktop as thermometer, and you can save it. And I've already got the picture there. So just save your picture on the desktop or wherever you want to save it so that you can have quick access to it. Right, so if you've got the picture, this will be the color design that we're going to use. So I'm going to go to materialpalette.com. I'm going to use the brown and then the deep orange as the accent color, and these are the colors that we will use. So, and we'll quickly have a look at this web page to just get what we need to do in coding again. So this is then the application that we want to create. So firstly, get to this picture that you copied or that you saved on the desktop, and just copy that picture so that we can open it up in Android Studio. So let's go to Android Studio, and we're going to create a new Android Studio project, and I'm going to call this one Cricket Thermometer, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so for the rest, we can leave it as it is. Let's use it as KitKat 4.4. And then empty activity, next, leave it as the main activity, backwards compatible, and say finish. So we'll come back when the Android Studio is loaded and we can start with the app. Right, so we're back at Android Studio and we can now start with the application. So the first thing that we'll do is to go into the resources drawable folder, and you're going to paste that picture that you copied. Make sure it goes into the drawable folder, say OK, and OK again. And now the thermometer PNG file is now saved inside of your drawable folder, and we can have access to it. So let's go into the main activity and see if we can quickly do this layout. I think firstly, let's go to the colors XML and quickly get the colors. So from the website, this is the dark primary color. So just select it, go back to Android Studio, and that will be your dark color. I'm going to paste it there. I'm going to go back to the website. This will be my primary color. So there's the primary. Then also the accent color. There's the accent color. Paste it. So these three colors were provided for us. So we'll add another one there with the name color primary light. Right, and then we can go to the website again, get the primary light color, and then paste it there. So we've got the following color scheme, and now we can start working with this application. Okay, so there's the color scheme. You can already see the colors implemented there. So we're going to go into the text property and change the constraint layout there to a linear layout. Make sure that when you're using a linear layout, then the orientation should be vertical, and we're going to remove the text view. Now we've got a blank page there. Let's go back to text and just set the background property there to a color primary light so that we can get the background color as that light color. Okay, so now the first thing that we need to do there is basically to get the picture as the first part. So how do we get the picture there? We will go to image view, drag in the image view to the screen, and then let's look at the drawable part there. Go into your project and you can see your thermometer there. So I'm going to use that one. Click on OK. Now it spans the whole screen. So let's make the width 120 and let's make the height 140. Something like this. It doesn't really matter how big you have that thing at the top. Right, so now we want to move it to the middle. So if you look at the device there, you can see it should be in the middle of your device. So in the middle of the screen. So let's just move it to the side a bit. So if you click on this component, we can go to the layout gravity and center it horizontally. You can also see that it's a small bit from the top. So we can go and set the top margin for, let's say, 10 there or something. Okay, so then directly after that, you can see that we've got a text view there. So now the next thing, let's drag in a text view. So drag in the text view, and that should come directly underneath your picture. There's the text view, and you can see that that text view is a bit from the sides. So it's up to you how far you want to make those values, but we're going to have a left of, let's make it 20, and a right of 20, and then maybe a top margin of 10 as well. Okay, then we can go down and set the text style to bold, and I think we can also set the gravity property there. So let's go to the normal gravity and set it to center horizontal. So the text view will look like this. And then I want you to quickly just type in the text that I'm going to give you now. And this text is basically this that you had there on this specific device. So you can just type that in the text property of the text view. Did you know you can determine the temperature outside by counting the number of chirps the cricket makes? Just count the number of chirps one makes in 25 seconds and place that number in the box below. Okay, so that's the text that you need to have there. So you can see that was the text. Now the next part, and because we don't want to set the text on this, it's not needed for us to actually have an ID there. So the next part will be this edit text. So we're going to drag in an edit text, and remember that the user will be entering a number there. So it's better to take the number one. Now on the left and right margins, we can set the left also to 20, the right also to 20, and maybe the top to 10 as well, just to move it down a bit. Now we want a hint property inside there. So let's go to hint. Now look at the hint there. If I remove that, it says number of chirps in 25 seconds. So I'm going to say number of chirps in 25 seconds. Right, so in order to get that in the middle of the screen, we're going to use the gravity property again and say center horizontal. And now it's in the middle of the screen. Right. So let's just look at this one again. It seems basically the same. We can maybe move this one down a bit, so we'll have a top margin there of 15. Right. Now the next part is the button. So we'll include the button then next, and another text view at the bottom. So where's the button? Drag in the button. For that button, let's make the margins also the same. On the left, 20. On the right, we'll have 20 as well, and then just move it from the top a bit, let's say 10 or so. Now for the background for this, you can go to the background property there and just start typing color, and you should get your primary color there. So I'm going to use it as, let me just see there, probably, I think it's the dark color there. So let's use the color primary dark, and then what we can do is to make the text on it white. So let's go right to the bottom, make it bold, and the text color we'll make #12345 so that becomes a white color. Right, so far I think maybe it's the normal. Let's make it the normal one, the color primary. Okay, so there we've got the button, and the text on the button, if you look at that example again, should be calculate temperature. So the text, calculate temperature. Calculate temperature. Right, so far I think we've got the layout basically the same. So we've got number of chirps in 25 seconds, calculate temperature, and then the only thing we need is again the text view at the bottom. Right, so just drag the text view then again underneath that button, and then for that text view we can set the margin at the top as, let's say, 20 as well, on the left 20, on the right 20, and we can also use the gravity property to set it centered, center horizontal. And then I think also we can set the text style to bold at the bottom. Right, so this is basically the layout. So let's just compare the two layouts quickly. It should be basically the same. So we've got the picture, we've got the text view, we've got the number of chirps, we've got the calculate temperature, and we will set the text there. Right, so the components that we want the user to interact with is this one. He needs to type something there. So I'm going to call that one ET chirps. For this one, I'll call it BTN, let's say, calculate. And for this text view, we'll say TV results. Right, so we've got three components. We've got ET chirps, we've got BTN calculate, and we have TV results. So let's go and set them up in coding quickly. So in coding, we've got an edit text. So there's the edit text, ET chirps. We've got a button, and the button was called BTN calculate. By the way, if you're missing an import statement there, you can just use Alt-Enter and import the class. So that's BTN calculate, and then for the text view, we can say TV results. Right, so there's the three components that we want. So let's set them up. ET chirps equals find view by ID r.id.et chirps. Okay, that one is fine. And then we'll have BTN calculate equals also find the view by its ID r.id.btn calculate, and we'll have TV results equals find the view by its ID r.id.tv results. Right, so all three components are set up now in coding, and now what we normally want to do right from the start is to set the visibility for the results text view to be gone, which means if you start off the application, this text view will not show to the user. Okay, so the next part is then to code the button. So the button is BTN calculate. We're going to set the on-click listener, just say new on. You'll see the link there. Click it right from the top and it creates the next for you. Okay, so we've got BTN calculate. So what do we want to do? If the user types in a value there, we want to get that value. So firstly, we must check if the user is actually typing something there. So we're going to say if ET chirps .getText.toString.is empty. So we're checking if the user is typing something there. If it's empty, we will just let the user know by using a simple toast, and we'll have the text as please enter all fields. The else part will be if the user actually entered something there. So if he entered a value there, which will be a number, we can now start doing the calculation. So let's just go to the website again and see the calculation. So basically the calculation will be whatever the user types divided by 3 and then plus 4. Let's go to Android Studio. So what we'll need is to get first what the user typed. So I'm going to say int chirps will be integer.parseInt, and that's just converting a string basically to an integer. So what we get from the user is a string. So I'm going to say etchirps.getText.toString.trim just to get or to get rid of the leading and the trailing white space. So this part there is a string, and we're converting that string to an integer to have an integer number of chirps. Now we can say, well, the double temperature will be the number of chirps, and then if you look at your website again, the number of chirps divided by 3, and then we add 4. So we divide that by 3. So after that, we will add 4 to it, and that will become our new temperature. So it's the chirps there. We get the chirps from the user. We calculate the temperature, which will be the number of chirps divided by 3. And the reason why I put a 3.0 there is because this is an integer, and if both sides of the division operator in Java is an integer, you'll get integer division, which means it throws away the decimal part. So one of the two sides must be a double if you want to have it as a double. So I divide by 3.0, not just 3, and then at the end we plus 4. Right, so let's just create a string to display this to the user. So we're going to say results equals, now what do we want to tell the user? So we want to say something like, let's just have a look at the example again, the approximate temperature outside is. Okay, so we're going to say the approximate temperature outside is, and then we show our temperature. Now let's go back to that example. We show the temperature and then we say degrees Celsius. Degrees Celsius. So the approximate temperature outside is whatever we calculated, and we say degrees Celsius after that. So I think that should be fine for that text view. So then after that, we will say TV results, which is the text view, and we will set the text on it as this results that we just created. Okay, so this should work, except for when we get a temperature that when divided by 3 will give you a very big decimal number. So if you want to do this, it's not necessary. I'm going to define a decimal formatter here. So I'm going to say decimal formatter. And somewhere here, we can just say formatter equals new decimal format. And we indicate the format in which we want our number to be formatted. So I'm going to have a hash 0.00, which will mean basically it's going to give it to us as 2 decimal places. Or if you only want 1 decimal place, after the dot, only 1 0. And for the rest, doesn't matter what's there, it's going to show the rest. So now we can go to this temperature variable and say formatter dot format and just pass in that variable called temp. So we're going to use this format, this pattern, to format this specific temperature that we worked out. Okay, so I'm going to run this application quickly. Let me just open up the other one. I'm going to close this application now. You can see it's basically called temperature cricket, the one which was the example, and ours is called a cricket thermometer. So let's run that one quickly on the device and see how it displays. Right, so it installs the app and you can see there's the thermometer picture. Did you know how you can determine the temperature, and then the value that we can test for is, let's say 48 there, and we should get 20. Okay, so we forgot to set that TV results back to visible. So I'm just going to say TV results dot set visibility, and it will be view dot visible. So let's just run it again. Should not take long this time. All right, and there it runs again. So I'm going to try 48 again, calculate the temperature, and it says the approximate temperature outside is 20 degrees Celsius. Okay, so this is basically the application. I hope that you got this one correct, and this one was an easy one, but it's an important one for you to realize how the components on the screen works and how they fit together to work together. We can also try something else. 32 will get a 14.7 degrees Celsius, and because we formatted it with this decimal format, we've got a nice output of just 1 decimal place. Right, in this video, we'll have a look at how to debug your application. So let's say that we take the same ID application that we had before, that we built before, and instead of entering the ID number there, we will actually add nothing into that field. And if I click on submit now, you can see that it says my magic ID application has stopped. So there's some or what problem that's going on. So in the bottom, you can open up the bottom there and click on logcat, which will give you an indication of what went wrong. And you can see there what went wrong here is that there's a string index out of bounds exception. You can basically scroll up and down in this window to look for errors, but they will most probably be in red. So you can see there it's string out of bounds exception. That was when we tried to use the substring, and it was in the onClick in line number 33 in the main activity. So what you can do is to just click on this link and it will take you to line 33 inside of your main activity where the problem occurred. If you do not have these line numbers, you can just right click in this gray section there and say, you see there mine is gone, so you can right click and say show line numbers. So your line numbers must be on for this to actually work, what we're going to do next. So make sure that you can see your line numbers. So you can see basically they told us that in this line something went wrong. So if you look at your application again, let's open up the app again, you can see that we want the user to enter something there. If he's not entering anything there, then when I try to extract the data from that string, which is called the ID number, there's nothing to extract. So I'm basically extracting something that doesn't exist, and that's why it's giving me an error. So one way to find these errors is to go to the logcat at the bottom and try to figure out what went wrong. But if that is impossible for you to see what went wrong in the logcat by looking at the exception message, then you'll need to go into the debugging of your app. So what we'll need to do then to debug is we will use some breakpoints. So you'll see on the left hand side, when you click there, it adds a line break. So it's this little pink line that goes over the screen. It adds a line break for your application. So what is a line break? When we run our application now, you'll see that we want our application to, when it gets to this line that's giving us the problem, it should stop right there. Okay, so the line break allows our application to stop where we want it to stop, and then we can step through and see what went wrong. So in order for you to run your application to work with the debugging tools, you need to run it with this button instead of the normal play or the run app button. So you're going to click on debug. You're still going to choose your telephone to run it on, or your cell phone to run on. In this case, it's the virtual device. And you wait for your debugger to attach. And then, okay, you'll see there it attaches. And now we can start entering data. So if I just click submit now again, you can see my application now stopped at this line. And now I can see what's going on. So now basically it says to me that this ID number variable, that one there, contains nothing. And now again, if at this stage you haven't noticed that you've entered nothing there and trying to extract from nothing something, then you will see it here. Okay, so this is another way to do your breakpoint or to debug your application. So I'm going to take away that, or let's just stop the application, and I'm going to leave the breakpoint there, and let's run it quickly again. Not the normal run. So let's just stop it, and we'll run the debugger. Click on OK, and let's look at the application now. So there, the application, we're waiting for the debugger. It starts. Let's enter any ID number. Let's say something like that, and we click on submit. You can see it stops my application there, and now I can see the ID number that was entered was this value. So now I can see there is something entered, and I can now use these controls. If you drag up this a bit, you can see that in the console it gives you a few values there. You can see that the ID number is there and so forth. So I can click on the step button there, step into button. If you click that button, it will go to the next line. And now in the next line, you can see then in this date of birth that was actually extracted was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters. So you can also use this way to check whether your application is extracting the correct data. And now you can see it goes to the next line, and it tells you again that's the ID number. So we can step into the next line again. And on that line now, it will tell you that the gender was equal to 5. So you can see there's the 5. And the ID number was this. And now you can see the gender is 5 there, and it will basically set your S gender to be female. So this is just a nice way for you to step through your application in order to check whether you're extracting the correct data or whether there's an error that is currently occurring. So I'm going to stop this again. So another type of line break that we can get is a temporary line break. So this is a normal line break. If you go to the Run menu at the top, and you go down to, you can see there's toggle line breakpoint, or toggle method breakpoint, or toggle temporary line breakpoint. So I'm going to use the temporary one quickly. So you can see there it created a temporary one. Now the temporary one just means that when you get, for the first time, you get to this line, it will execute that breakpoint, which means it's going to stop your application there. But the next time it gets to this part, that breakpoint will be removed and your application will not stop there. For example, if you're running this in a loop and you add a temporary breakpoint there, then you know that it will only go in the loop the very first time the loop runs. It will execute that temporary breakpoint. So you've got normal line breakpoints, and then you've got a temporary line breakpoint. You also have, if you click next to a method, you'll have a method breakpoint. Now the method breakpoint is a bit more expensive. It takes a bit longer because it stops your application at the beginning of your method, and it also stops the application at the end of the method. And then you can step through. So now the last breakpoint that I quickly want to discuss is the conditional breakpoint. So for the conditional breakpoint, I'm going to use this part here. So you just add a normal line breakpoint, and then you right click, and then you can see you can add a condition for that breakpoint. So let's say we want to stop our application here if we see that our S-gender is male, for example. Then we want to stop and step through it. So then I can add the breakpoint, right click, and say where S-gender, and you can see it picks up your variables there. If S-gender dot equals normal Java coding dot equals male. So I want to stop the execution of the program only if the gender is male. So we're going to say done there. So you can see there's a question mark next to it. It's a conditional one. It will only stop here if the gender is male. So let's see if this one works. I'm going to run this quickly. All right, so let's type the ID number. So that number 5 there means it's a male. So I'm going to make it, let's make it a female there. And if I say submit, you can see everything went fine. It's female. But as soon as I make that one a 5 to make it a male, execution of the program stops and I'm directly at that breakpoint. So this is a conditional breakpoint, and you can put any number of conditions there, and from there you can use the step then to step through every step to see where is the problem or what data gets extracted or whatever you want to do. So that is a conditional line break. So for any of these line breaks, just clicking on it and clicking on it again will place it there or remove it. You could also add a conditional for any other variable, for example, an integer there. So we can say there, add a conditional statement there where the gender value is equal to, let's say, a 5. Okay, we'll keep on getting this problem because we need to stop the debugger. Okay, so I'm going to click on, let's say, S-gender there, and we can also search for the gender value there to be equal to 5, for example. So it's normal Java coding, any Boolean expression that you can add here in the condition part. So that is it basically for debugging your application. So play around with the debugger. It will help you a lot when you need to, or when you get into some big trouble with your application, you don't know where to look for errors. Your debugger could be a great source of help. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create or to generate a signed APK. So what is an APK? That's just the application package file for your application that you're going to create. And for, let's say this is the Magic ID application, then we need to create an installer or an executable file that can install on the Android device. So in this case, we call this an APK. APK, Android package, or just a package in short, and we need, in order for us to place this APK on the Google Play Store, we need to be able to sign or digitally sign this APK. If it's not a signed APK, you will not be able to place your APK on the Google Play Store. So how do we do that? So you will go to the build menu at the top, and you can see there's just normal build APKs if you want to create the APKs. So if you say build APK, you can see that it creates the APKs for you, and you'll get a nice little link here on the right hand side indicating that you can go and locate that specific APK. So you can see we can locate it. I can click on it and it will open up that APK for me, but it's a debug APK. So this one you cannot place on the Google Play Store. So this is the executable file. It's an Android package file. You can see there. Let me just make this a bit bigger, but you can see there, this is an Android application package file, the APK file. Okay, so that file is the one that we want to load onto the Google Play Store, but we cannot use this one as app debug. It won't work. So another option to create an APK will be to go to your build and say generate signed APK. So now we're digitally going to sign this APK to load onto the Google Play Store. So we'll just say next here, and then you can see it gives me a key store path. Now the key store is basically just a file that will keep all of your keys for your apps. So you can say create a new one, and you can set the path for your specific, I'm just going to go to the desktop and say save there, and you can name it, let's call it key store, and then the password for this thing will be whatever you want there, and you can confirm it, and that's the password for your key store. Then for this specific app now, we're going to create a key, and we need to give this key an alias. So you can call it your application basically. So I'm going to call it Magic ID application or something like that. And now for this specific key that you're going to sign with, you need to also give a password there. And they recommend that the ones that you're using here and the ones that you're using here will be different. So quickly type your passwords there, and then you can see there's the validity for this key. How long should it be valid on the Play Store? So if you think it should be more than 30 years or 25 years, then you can set the validity. The first and last name, your organization unit, your organization, your city, your state or your province, your country code, whatever. So you can add as many of these fields as you like, at least indicate one of these in the certificate. This will be signed with your key. So the more values you add here, the more secure that key will be. So you're going to say OK there, and then you can see that the key store path is there. Your password is this, the alias is this, the password is that. You can also say remember the passwords if you like, say next, and then when you get to this part here, you need to choose between debug and release. So obviously if you're going to release it to the Google Play Store, it must be release. And then you can just basically choose there the version 2 full APK signature, say finish, and then it will start building your APK file. Right, and again it gives you this little pop-up there that says you can locate it. And if you go to locate, you can see it's under the folder release. There's your APK release, and now you can see it's app release. And this is the one now that we can go and place on the Google Play Store. Also, if you look at your, let's open up, where's that little window again? Open up the virtual device. I can directly drag in this file into my virtual device. So now you can see it says the APK failed to install because I probably have this ID application already on it. So you'll need to remove your debug version of it. So that's the one that runs through Android Studio. It's the debug version. And then for the release one, you can then just drag it into the virtual device and it will start installing your APK. And now it's done. You will see that magic application again. And now I'm opening up the signed version of it. So this is the version of the app that we are going to place on the Google Play Store. Okay, so now if you want to go to the Google Play Store, you'll basically need to go to https://play.google.com, apps, publish, and sign up. Okay, so now if you got to sign up to this page, you'll see that there's a few steps that you need to follow. You need to sign in with your Google account. You need to accept the developer agreement and pay a registration fee, complete your details, and so forth. So you'll see right at the bottom there, it says that you need a credit card, and make sure that you have your credit card handy to pay the $25 registration fee in the next step. So in the next step then, I'm not going to do this now, but you will be able to pay your $25 and then you are a developer for life, which is quite good. With iOS, it's $99 per year. So to be an Android developer is not that bad. So you only pay the $25. After the $25 has been paid and you filled out your details, you will be a developer. And then on that page, you'll be able to add new apps, and somewhere along the line, you will be able to go and upload that APK of yours. It will be very important for you to be able to create your APK file so that you can upload that file to the Google Play Store. So just be reminded that if you lose that key store, that file where we saved it on the desktop, if you lose that file and you've already uploaded your application to the Google Play Store, you will not be able to update that application at all. If it's not signed with the same digital signature, your application will not work on the Google Play Store, which means that you will need to go and create a brand new application and have it signed digitally with another key store, and then you will have to upload your app as a brand new app on the Google Play Store, even though it could basically be exactly the same app. So make sure that when you save it in a safe place, and keep that safe for future reference. In the next set of videos, we will look at intents. Now, three of the core components of an application, which is activities, services, and broadcast receivers, are activated through messages called intents. The intent itself, an intent object, is a passive data structure holding an abstract description of an operation to be performed, or often in the case of broadcasts, a description of something that has happened and is being announced. The Android system finds the appropriate activity, the service, or the set of broadcast receivers to respond to the intent, instantiating them if necessary. Now, an intent object is just a bundle of information. It contains information of interest to the component that receives the intent, such as the action to be taken and the data to act on, plus some information of interest to the Android system, such as the category of the component that should handle the intent and the instructions on how to launch a target activity. So now explicit intents on the left-hand side designate the target component by its name. Now, since component names would generally not be known to developers of other applications, explicit intents are typically used for application internal messages, such as an activity starting a subordinate service or launching a sister activity. And these are the examples. We could start a broadcast receiver, they start activities, they normally start background services as well. And all of these are part of your own application. It's not external applications that are receiving the intent. Implicit intents, on the other hand, do not name a target. Implicit intents are often used to activate components in other applications. Now, in the absence of a designated target, the Android system must find the best component or components to handle the intent. A single activity or service to perform the requested action, or the set of broadcast receivers to respond to the broadcast announcement, or whatever. It does so by comparing the contents of the intent object to intent filters, which are structures associated with the components that can potentially receive intents. Filters advertise the capabilities of a component and delimit the intents it can handle. They open the component to the possibility of receiving implicit intents of the advertised type. If a component does not have any intent filters, it can receive only explicit intents. A component with filters can receive both explicit and implicit intents. So for an example of an explicit intent, that would be, for instance, moving between different activities in the same application. An example for an implicit intent will be where let's say we want to dial a number on our phone, but we don't want to build the capability of dialing a call on our own application. So we will send out a message to the system and say, is there an application out there that can help my application to actually dial a call? And then all of the applications that you have installed on your phone with the intent filter that says it's able to dial a call for you will then pop up and say, I can help you. But we'll look in more detail at implicit intents later on. For now, we will start with explicit intents. In this video, we'll have a look at explicit intents. So I'm going to start off this video with a new project, and I'm going to call this explicit intents. And for me, I'm going to call it video. All right, so you can leave the rest as it is. We're going to use Android 4.4, which is fine. And we're going to go into the empty activity, and we're going to say finish. All right, the application is done syncing. And we can now go into the main activities XML file. So if you have still have some problems with this layout not appearing, so when you drag in components and it's not appearing there, one workaround that we found was to go into the values folder and go into styles XML and just add the base dot to your strings XML or your styles XML file to the parent theme there. So it's base.theme. So for me on the Mac, I don't have that problem at all. So I will not include it there, but you can include that in your styles XML. Right, so I'm going to go into the text tab at the bottom. I'm going to remove this part and say this should be a linear layout. I'm going to change the orientation to vertical. And then I'm going to remove this text view. Now, I'm not going to take too much time into the layouts for this video because we just want to see how intents work. So what I want to do here is to start off with an edit text, and I'm going to use a plain edit text that I'm going to drag into the screen. After that, I will have two buttons. So I'm going to go to the first item there, which is the edit text, or let's just select all of them by holding down your shift button. I'm going to choose the layout margin on the left for all of them 20, on the right 20 as well, and then maybe at the top let's make it 10. Okay, so there's the components. We'll have a text view right at the bottom. Right after that, we'll have the text view. And on that text view, let's set the same thing. I'm going to have left 20, right 20, maybe top 10 as well. Okay, so these are the components that we're going to have on the screen. For that one, I'm going to call it ET name. So we're going to ask the user there to enter his or her name. We're going to remove the text property totally, go down to the hint, and we're going to give a hint, something like, please enter your name. If you do not type, or you should not type enter there. So I'm going to say, please enter your name. Escape key takes away the autocomplete. Okay, so it's please enter your name. We're going to go to the gravity property and say center horizontal. So now it's nicely centered. Let's click on the two buttons. For the two buttons, I'm going to set the background property there to colors. Just start typing color there, and I'm going to choose the color primary. Now if I go down, I'm going to set the text style to bold. I'm going to set the text color to a hash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fs. And then we've got the white color for the text. Now on this button, the text for that button, I'm going to set the button's text as activity 2. I'm going to set this text there as activity 3. And then the text view is where we will display some results later on. So I'm going to call this one TV results. So the ID should be TV results. The ID for this button, let's call it BTN Act 3. And for that one, we'll say BTN Act 2 for activity 2. This one is ET name. So the components on this screen is now basically done. Let's set them up in the main activity quickly. So we've got one edit text there, and we called it ET name. We had two buttons, BTN activity 2 and BTN activity 3. Then we also have one text view there. So I'm going to say text view TV results. So those are the four components on the screen, and we've linked them up or just declared variables for them. Let's link them up quickly. So etName equals find the view by its ID, r.id.etName. We will do the same for the buttons. btn act2 equals also find the view by its ID, btn act2. Then also btn activity3 equals find the view by its ID, r.id.btn activity3. Then for TV results, the same thing. It's find the view by its ID, r.id.tv results. Now let's set up the two buttons quickly. So it's going to be btn activity2.set on click listener new on, and just select that interface there from the list. And then we're going to go to btn activity3.set on click listener new on click listener, and there we go. So we've got all the components set up in coding and we're ready to go. So we'll come back to this activity now again. What I want to do now is to create two new activities, which will be activity 2 and activity 3. So that when we click on activity 2, it takes us directly to activity 2. When we click on activity 3, it should take us directly to activity 3. So let's start with activity 2 quickly. So in or on your Java folder, if you go into your package, you can see there's your package. You're going to right click on your package and you're going to say new activity, empty activity. So this creates a new activity again. So you can see it's basically the same as the first screen that we got when we created a new project there to also create our main activity. So I'm going to call this one activity 2, and we can leave it as generate the layout file, and the rest should be fine. I'm going to say finish. Right, so as soon as your activity is done building at the bottom, we're going to right click again, say new activity again, and we're going to create another empty activity, and we're going to call this one activity 3, and just say finish. So now one place that we've also been, or we've also added new files, you'll see in the layout folder, there's now 2 extra XML files, and in your project folder, there's 2 extra Java files. Also in your manifest, you will see that we had one activity tag, this big one, that indicated this is the main activity, it's the main activity, and it's the activity that will launch. Also, we've added now 2 more lines for activities, which will be activity 2 and activity 3. So it will also be included inside of your manifest file. All right, so let's close down the manifest just for information that it will also be included there. Right, so we are at the main activity. I'm going to close down the main activities files quickly, as well as the Java files for those two. And let's just set up the coding part or the layout part quickly first. And if your layout is not refreshed, you can just force refresh your layout there. And also activity 3, I need to force. Okay, that's fine. Right, so these two are fine now. Right, so on activity 2, what we want to do is to go into the text tab again. And I'm going to change this now to a linear layout again. And you can see it's basically exactly the same as we did with the main activity. So under the design tab, everything looks the same. It's just a different activity now. So this is a new screen that the user will see if we activate this activity. But the way you design is exactly the same way. Okay, so what we want to do here is to just drag in one text view. And what we can do is to go to the bottom and set the style of that text view to bold. And let's maybe make the size an 18. Okay, and then let's go to the top. We'll set a margin on the left, 20, on the right, 20. Move it a bit from the top, let's say 20 as well. And then maybe we can also set the gravity property to be center horizontal. So basically what we want to do here is to welcome the user to this new activity. So let's do the text there and say welcome to activity 2. Just to see that we can arrive at this second activity. Also what we'll do is we'll send some data to this activity, which means we want to be able to set the text on this activity. So I'm going to say TV welcome. Now let's just open up activity 2 and set up that one component, which is just a text view, and it's going to be TV welcome. Let's go into coding, set it up, TV welcome equals find the view by its ID, r.id.tv welcome, and then we are all set up for activity 2. So this one, very simple, just showing one text view. Let's go to activity 3 quickly, into the text tab. I'm going to remove that, make it a linear layout, set the orientation to be vertical. Right, now we can design again. Right, so here we're going to show the user. Let's go to text and we show the user an edit text there. And what we're going to ask the user there is to please enter his surname this time, and then we'll have a button directly underneath that to submit his surname. So we're going to call this one ET surname, and we're going to call the button BTN submit. Now on both of them, just hold down the shift key, select both of them. I'm going to set the left margin to 20, the right margin to 20, and the top margins to 10. Right. Now on this one, on the edit text, let's remove the text property totally, go down to the hint property, and we'll say, please enter your surname. Then also let's go to the gravity property and set it to center horizontal. Then go and click on your button. On the button, let's go down to the bottom. We set the text style to bold. We can set the color to a hash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fs, and that's the text color. Go down or go up to your background property, set the color there to color primary. Right, and then the text on the button is this one there on the text property, and let's call it submit. Right, so this layout should be fine. That's ET surname. This one is BTN submit. Both done. Let's go to activity 3 now and set up those two components. So we've got one edit text, and we call it ET surname. We also have one button there, and we call that button BTN submit. Now let's set them up quickly. ET surname equals find the view by its ID, r.id.et surname. Same for the button, BTN submit equals find the view by its ID, r.id.btn submit. And then we can set up the on-click listener. So I'm going to say set on-click listener, new on-click listener, and everything for this activity is then ready to go. Right, so in all of our activities now, let's open up the main activity also. What basically will happen is we'll ask the user, please enter your name. If he clicks on activity 2, we will take him to activity 2, and we'll say welcome, or John, welcome to activity 2, whatever he typed on the first activity. Then we're going to close this one. We can use the back button to go back to the main activity, and then we'll go to activity 3. On activity 3, we'll ask the user to enter his surname, click on submit. We close this activity in coding. It goes back to the main activity, and we'll set the text on that one on TV results. So let's just change the text there on this TV results to data from activity 3 will be displayed here. Something like that. Data from activity 3 will be displayed here. Now just remember all of these yellow warnings that we get on our layout files. You can see there's a lot of yellow warnings there that they say we are hard coding the text, and the text should actually go into the strings resources file. So what we'll do is on every one of our activities where we've got the XML layout file, you're going to go to text and you go down, you see there's the warnings in yellow. So I'm going to click on it, use Alt Enter, choose extract string resource, and then it gives you a name and the value for it. And you can see the resource name must be all lowercase, and you may use the underscore. So I'm going to say OK, and then there's no more problem for that one. So where will I find the text for the hint? It will be in the strings XML with the name, please enter your name. We'll see that now. Alt Enter for that one, extract string resource, say OK. It's in the strings XML. Same for activity 3, Alt Enter and extract. Same for this one, Alt Enter and extract. So now basically if we go back to design, you will not see those yellow errors anymore because they are all now in the strings XML file. Let's do the same for activity 2. Go into text, the text on that one, Alt Enter, extract it, say OK. Also for activity 3, go into text, click on it, Alt Enter, extract. Same for submit, Alt Enter and extract. So if you open up your strings XML, you'll see that there's a lot of values that we added now, and it's all those that we used the Alt Enter on them. So later on, we can use this file to do a translation to another language, and that's why we need to use the strings XML. Right, so that is it for this video. On the next video, we'll do the coding behind the scenes and see how intents work in order for us to move between two activities and send data back and forth. Right, and now we're ready for part 2. So in activity, or in the main activity, remember we say we want to get the user's name, click on activity 2, and then we want to go to activity 2, and we want to display the guy's name there. So let's just see if we can do that part. So I'm going to open up the main activity, and when we click on the activity 2 button, so remember now in the main activity, I'm going to close activity 3 quickly now on all its files. So we only have activity 2's XML open, main activity's XML open, and the 2 files associated with it. Okay, so now in the main activity, the user will type something there and then click on activity 2. So what we can do in the main activity is to first test if the user has entered something in that field. So we're going to call getText.toString.isEmpty. So that checks if the user has actually typed something in that edit text. So if it is empty, we can just display a toast and tell the user, please enter all fields. Now we're going to go to the else part, and the else part means that that is not empty, and we can now actually get the data from the user. So I'm going to say string name equals the edit text etName dot getText dot toString dot trim. So that gets me the data from the edit text, whatever the user typed there. We have that data now, and now we want to open up this activity, activity 2. When we click on this button, we want to open up activity 2, but also send through this name. So how do we open up a new activity? So we use that, or we do that by using intents. So you're going to use an intent. I'm going to declare it as intent equals new intent, and that creates a new intent object. And remember that we use intents to convey messages on the system. So the message that we want to send out now is that we want to start activity 2. So we want to go from this activity to activity 2 to get to this page. So what we need to do, the first argument is just the context. So it's basically where are we currently? We're in the main activity. So I'm going to say main activity.this. And the second argument is where you want to go. So we want to go to activity 2. So in order to do that, I need to have the fully qualified name for activity 2. So if you look at your project folder or your package there at the top, it says za.whatever, and so it goes on. And then basically after that, we'll get activity 2. Also in your manifest file, if you look at your manifest file, we've got a package at the top, and then we've got a .main activity, .activity 2, and a .activity 3. So it's basically a dot of that project folder. So basically under this project folder, we have these 3 files. So we need to refer to them as the fully qualified package name. So there's the package. I'm going to use the package there, and then put a dot, and then you can see I can use activity 2 there if I want to go to activity 2. So I'm just going to go to a new line there. Yours should be fine. And I'm going to add the dot class at the end. So now this intent is a message that tells we want to go from main activity to activity 2. And this is also then where the word explicit intent comes from. We know exactly which class or which activity to open up. So we explicitly saying we want to have this specific one. It's in this package, and there's the name of the file that we want to open up. So we know what we want to open up, and we call that and open it up. So now we can just call start activity and pass in the intent. So if you run the application now, you will see that when you click on the button, it takes you to activity 2. So by just doing the start activity intent, it opens up the next activity. But we want to add some data and send some data with it. So in order to send some data, we must add a bit more to this intent. So I'm going to say intent.putExtra. And you can see this putExtra method takes in as the first argument a name, and it's basically just a key and a value pair that we have here. So the first argument is the key or the name of your data. What are you going to call the data that you're passing through? The second argument will be the type or the data itself, and obviously you need to have a specific type there for it. So if I'm passing through a string, it will basically be using this one there as the value, the string, the key, and the value is the same thing or the same data type. So it depends on what you want to send through, but the first argument is what you name your data, and the second argument is the data itself. and it can be of any data type. So I'm going to use this one as, now the variable name is name there, so I hope I'm not confusing here. So this is not the variable name that I'm typing now. This is what I name my data. So we can even call it data if you want. And then the second argument is the data itself, and that will be the name that I'm going to pass through. Okay, so I'm passing through data with the name data. So if you're fine with this, I can just change it back to name. So the name of my data is called name, but the data itself is saved into this name variable. So I need to get it from that name variable. So it's a key and a value pair. Right, so we put extra the name of that specific person, and we'll get it back on the other side. Now you can use as many of these put extra methods there as you want. There's no limit on it. So if we run the application now, you'll see that it just starts activity 2, but we've not done nothing on the side of activity 2 to get this data that we pass through. So let's quickly go to activity 2, because this statement there, along with the start activity, will activate activity 2. So if we go to activity 2 then, for every activity that starts, there's an intent that started that activity, whether it's the main activity or this one. So the intent that started activity 2 in our case will be this intent. And with this intent, there's some extra data. So to get the data on the other side, we will just say string name equals. We call get intent, which gets the intent object that actually activated this class. So it will be this intent object with the extra data on it. And then on that object, you're going to call get. Now you'll see there's a get string extra, there's a get boolean extra, there's a get byte extra, there's char, there's double, there's float, there's integer, there's whatever data type you want. So now it depends, the method that you're going to use here depends on the second argument's data type that you pass through there. So in our case, it's a string. We're passing through a string. So on this side, I'm going to say get string extra. And then the only thing that we need to pass through is a string value, and that will be the same string value that you had this side that we called name. So it's better if you've got a nice descriptive or long name there, you can copy it from there and paste it this side, because if it's not exactly the same, you won't get the exact same data back. Okay, so we are indicating the name here, and that will bring back or send back this name variable, whatever is saved in it. Okay, so by saying name equals get intent dot get string extra, get the data that was passed through, and the data that was passed through was called name, and it will return that name for us. Now just something else here, if you call get intent dot get, for example, int array or int extra, you'll see that the int extra method accepts 2 arguments, where the get string extra method only accepts 1 argument. So if this name does not exist at all, then it will return a null value into name. But now with an integer, it cannot return null. So if it does not exist, you need to give it a default value as the second argument. So if that key, the name that you called your data, if it does not exist, what is the default value that must be sent through? Okay, so I'm going to delete that one again. For our example, we're working with strings. So now we have the name, and I can just go to TV, what do we call it, TV welcome, .set text. And the text that we want to set could be, let's take the name of the guy first, and then say a comma, welcome to activity 2. Okay, so we can save now, and let's run this and see if this works. Right, so there the application started. If I just click on activity 2, you'll see that it tells me, please enter all fields. So now I'm going to type, let's say John there, and then I'm going to say activity 2. So you can see it takes me to the second activity now, but it's also sending through data. So how do we send through data? On the main activity, you use the put extra method on the intent, passing in a key and a value pair. So the first argument is the key, or the whatever you name your data as a string, and the second argument is the data itself. On the other side, you get the intent by calling get intent, and then you call a specific method based on the second argument. In our case, we send through a string, so I'm going to call get string extra. And the only thing I need to indicate here is what is the name of the data. For some other data types, the primitive data types, you can also set a default value as the second argument. So if it was get int extra, the default value there would be a 0. So if that name doesn't exist, then it will basically have a 0 there. But in this case, if name does not exist, we will send back a null value. Right, so that's how we start a new activity. So I'm going to close the manifest now. So from the main activity, there's two things that we can do. We can go from the main activity to activity 2 or to activity 3. So activity 2 is fine now. So let's look at activity 3. So if we click on activity 3 here, we're going to send through or open up activity 3. Let me just open it. So it's going to go to this activity. What we want to do then is to enter the guy's surname here and click submit. And then we want to send the data, the surname, from here back to the main activity and display it there. So this is a bit different from going from the main activity to another activity sending data. Now we go to another activity first and then get the data back from there. So it's a bit different process. So let's go to the main activity and quickly set up activity 3's button. So again, because I want to move to another activity, I need to create an intent object. So again, it's going to be intent equals new intent. Again, I need to specify where I want to go. So it's basically the same as what we did here. Again, it's going to be main activity dot this, second argument co dot, za dot co dot programme dot curious dot whatever, and then we want to go to activity 3. So I'm just going to go to a new line here again. And just remember to add your dot class there. So you can see it looks exactly the same as that one. The only difference is that we're going to activity 3 instead of going to activity 2. Now on this one, I'm not going to add data with this specific intent. So I want to get the data back. So I'm going to start this activity. So you'll see there's a start activity method like we used there. And then there's a start activity for a specific result. And you can see this start activity for result is basically the one that accepts, or basically what you send through is an intent and a request code. And then it will be able to come back to this activity with new data. So you need to use the start activity for result method. You can see the first argument, the intent, the second argument, a request code. Right, so the first argument is this intent that we just created. And that intent is basically going to activity 3. Now the second argument is just an integer value that will uniquely identify activity 3. So you can just put a 3 there if you want, but to make it a bit more readable, I'm going to have a final int. Let's call this one activity 3 and then set that to 3. So basically I'm using a constant here. Final keyword is making it a constant, and constants for coding purposes must be all uppercase. So it's activity 3 and we have the value of 3 there. So instead of just passing 3 there, I'm going to have it a bit more descriptive and pass in activity 3. So now what are we doing? We're starting the next activity, activity 3, but we're starting it for a result. And to uniquely identify activity 3, we gave it a request code of 3. So now why do we have this unique code there? So that when we have, let's say we have 10 different activities and all of those activities brings back data to the main activity, we need to identify which one of those activities actually came back. And that's why we need to have a unique code for them. So now with this start activity for result, we need a method that will help us to get the data back. So you're going to right click there and say generate, and you're going to go to override methods. And the method that we're searching for is the onActivity result method. So you'll see there's onActivity result, double click it, and there is the onActivity result method. So now we start this activity for a result, which is activity 3. And when we run the coding now, and we click on the button, it will take us to activity 3. So it's going to go to this page. Then the user will type something there, click on submit, and then we will come back. And because we started this activity for a result, it will come back into the onActivity result method. So in this method, you can see there's a request code that was passed through, there's a result code, and there's some data in the form of an intent. So the only thing we can do now is get the request code, because the request code will be this code, the unique code that identified your activity. So I can test here if request code is equal to activity 3, I know that it was activity 3 that came back to this method. So can you see the use of this unique value then that we have there, so that when it comes back, if we have 10 different activities that comes back into this method, this is the way to identify which one came back. And in this case, it is activity 3. So for our example, we can actually just leave out this if statement because we only have one activity that's coming back to the onActivity result. Now let's quickly complete the rest. So before we carry on with this coding in the onActivity result, let's first go to activity 3 now. So from the main activity, we open up activity 3. So I'm going to close down everything for activity 2 quickly, and for the main activities, main is also fine. So let's go to activity 3. So open up activity 3 Java file there. So when we go to activity 3, then we'll arrive here where we want to get the user's surname and then click on submit. So in activity 3, I'm going to first test if that et surname dot get text dot toString dot is empty. So if it is empty, we'll show a toast again, and we'll tell the user please enter all fields, or you can be specific and say please enter the surname field. And then we're going to go to else, and else means everything is fine. The user typed something here, and then he wants to click on submit then. So if he clicks on submit, we first check it's not empty. If it is empty, we'll display this value. Otherwise, what are we going to do now? So let's get the surname. I'm going to say string surname equals et surname, the edit text, dot get text, dot toString, dot trim. So now we have the surname, and now we want to pass back this surname to the main activity. And remember, we're going to fall into the onActivity result method. So what we do then is we create an intent again. So we're going to say intent equals new intent. But now in this case, we don't want to use this intent to start a new activity because we're in any case going to go back to the main activity. So we don't need to restart it. So what we want to use this intent for is just to pass through the data for the surname. So I'm going to use the same method again. I'm going to say intent dot put extra, and now again there must be a key and a value pair. So I'm going to call this one surname again, and I'm going to pass through the surname variable. So whatever is saved in the surname variable. So again, like we did in activity 2, we say intent dot put extra. This is the name of the data you're passing through, and this is the data itself. So in this case, surname, whatever is stored in surname is the data. So you can even do this, copy that part there and paste it in here, and then you don't even need the variable. So it's up to you what you want to do. So maybe that would be a better way to do it. Okay, so we've got the surname then. The surname is placed into this intent, so we have it as part of the intent object. And then I'm going to set the result here. And you can see the set result method can either just accept a result code, or it accept a result code with some data that you want to pass through. So in our case, we're not just going to set the result code, we're going to also pass through some data. So now click on that method. First argument is the result code. So I'm going to say result. The result was okay. There's basically two values, either cancelled or okay. So I'm going to use okay there. And the second argument is this intent object that we created that will now hold this surname of ours. So I'm setting the result as result okay. Remember, in the main activity, we start the activity for a specific result. So now on this side, I'm setting the result as okay. Now also look at your main activity. The second one that was passed through there is the result code. So I can now go and test if the result is okay, then everything went fine on this side. So we'll do that now. So we set the result as okay, and we pass in the intent, and the intent will hold this surname. Right, and then we can just finish off this activity. So I'm just going to say activity 3.this.finish. And finish will destroy this activity, remove it from memory, and that activity is gone. But this intent with the data will then be sent back to the main activity. So then after this one closes down, we've got the intent. If we go to the main activity, there's the result code. So the result code we set as okay. And there's the data intent. That's the intent with the data. So this argument there will be this data, or this intent with the data. Right, so in the main activity, let's go here, and now we can test for if the result code is result okay. So if the result is okay, then we can do something. The else part there, or I'm not going to use else there, I'm going to say if the result code is result cancelled. And I'm going to show you now how we can see whether it's cancelled or not. So let's say the user goes to activity 3, and instead of typing something there and clicking on the button, he just clicks on the back button of the phone. So if he just clicks on the back button, it also arrives back at the main activity inside of this, but it will be result cancelled. So you can test for both versions of it. So result OK is when he actually typed something there, and he clicked on submit, because then when he clicked on submit, this is the on-click listener. If nothing is entered, we show him. But if something is entered, we set the result to OK. So if the result is OK, we know that we have some data in this intent. Okay. So now what we want to do, remember we are back at the main activity, and the main activity has got a text view called TV results. So on TV results, we will go and say .setText. And the text I want to set there is calling the intent now. So the intent is called data there. So I'm going to go to data dot get string extra again to get the data that was passed through, and the name of that data will be surname. So you remember on this side we said the name of the data is surname. So on the other side I get it by calling get string extra surname. Now the error that it's giving you here is that this could be null. Remember, if this key does not exist, it will return a null value. So you can just test for a null beforehand if you wanted to. Right, and then if it goes to cancelled, we're going to say TV results dot set text, and we can say no data received. So I hope you understand this now. The request code is the unique value to identify your activity. The result code is either result OK or result cancelled, so that I'm testing for the result code there. And then the data that was passed through will be that intent. To get that, you're going to go to the data object dot get string extra, and you get it. Right, so let's try this quickly. Right, so activity 2 is still working. If I click there, it tells me enter all fields, John, whatever. Go there, welcome to activity 2. Now, if I click on activity 3, it opens up activity 3, and I can enter the surname there. Let's say Norris. Say submit, and then you can see it got back Norris there. If I go to activity 3 again and just click on the back button, you can see it says no data received. So if the guy clicks the button on that side with some data there and click, we set the result to OK, and that's what we're displaying there. But if he clicks on activity 3 and just clicks back, we are setting the result was set to cancelled, and it shows no data received. Now the last thing that we can do is to go to activity 3. So we can also set the result in activity 3. Instead of setting it to OK, we can also set it to result cancelled if we wanted to. So what we could do is to add another button there and call that button, let's say the text on the button should be cancel. So we allow the user to cancel this operation. So let me set the left 20, the right 20 for that button, and the background to color primary. Let's set the top margin to 10. And we go down to the style as bold and the text color as #1234556. So we can add a cancel button there, and let's add an ID there and call this one BTN cancel. So now in coding in activity 3, we can just add that extra button there, BTN cancel, and then also set it up. BTN cancel. Right, and then we can have underneath this button, we can have BTN cancel dot set on click listener new on click listener. So if the user then says cancel there, we can just set the result to result cancelled. And then after that, so instead of passing an intent, we just set it to result cancelled and pass in nothing. And then I can just finish off the activity exactly the same way I did there. And that will do the same thing as the user clicking on the back button. So let's run this again, and you'll see the exact same result as the user clicking on the back button. Right, so if we go to activity 3 then, and I click on cancel, you can see no data received. So we set the result as cancelled, and we finish the activity, and then if we go back to the main activity, into onActivity result. It will also go into result cancelled. This is it then for explicit intents. In this video, we will talk a bit about implicit intents. So remember, explicit intents are used explicitly to call something that you know the name of. Now, implicit intents, we are shouting out to the system, is there something that can in fact help me with a specific thing that I want to do? So in the activity main, we're just going to use or do a very simple example. So I'm going to go into the layout and just set it to a linear layout, and where the orientation will be vertical like always. Remove the text view, and then let's go into the design mode. So now in the design mode, or in the design view, we will basically just drag in 2 buttons there. I'm going to drag 1 button, 2, let's drag in 4 buttons, 3 and 4 buttons. On all 4 of them, I want you to go and set the left margin 20, the right margin 20, the top margin, let's say 10 again, and then go down to the bottom, set the text style to bold, set the color, the text color to #12345 go to the top, and let's set the background property there to color primary. Right, so now we have 4 buttons. So for the first button, I'm going to call that button BTN call, and then the text on that button I'll have as call as well. The second button, I'll have the text on that button BTN call friend. So that's a bit different. And the text on it, call friend. Then on this button, we're going to have the name BTN web. And the text will be open web page or open web. And on the last button, we'll call that one BTN map, and we'll say open map. Right, so let's quickly set up these components. So I'm going to go to the main activity, and it's basically just 4 buttons. So I'm going to say button, BTN map, we had a BTN web, we had a BTN call, and we had a BTN call friend. Let's set them up quickly in coding. So it's going to be BTN, let's start with call equals find the view by its ID r.id.btn call. Then for BTN call friend, we'll have find view by ID, again BTN call friend. Then we'll have BTN map equals find the view by its ID r.id.btn map. And then we'll have BTN web should be find the view by its ID r.id.btn web. Right, and now we just need to set the onClick listener. So let's start with call.set onClick listener, new onClick listener. Then the next one will be for the call friend. So I'm going to say call friend there, .set onClick listener, new onClick listener. Then after that, we'll go to the map. We set the onClick listener as new onClick listener, and we go to BTN web .set onClick listener, new onClick listener. Right, so in this activity, we have set up all the buttons. So now let's look at what is an implicit intent. So in this activity, or in this specific example, we're not going to call other activities, but we will start something, shout out to the system and say, is there an app on the phone that can help me to call? Is there an app on the phone that can help me to call a specific number? That's for the call friend. Is there an app on the phone that can help me to show a web page? And is there an app on the phone to show me how to do a map? So let's do this quickly. I'm going to use an intent again, and I'm going to say intent, or whatever you want to call it, equals new intent. Now, in order to call somebody, we're going to say intent.action, and you'll see there's an action dial somewhere. If it doesn't appear quickly enough, you can just start dial there, and you'll see the action dial there. So basically we're shouting out to the system, is there somebody or is there an app out there that can help me to place a call? And then we'll start the activity. So we're going to say start activity intent. And by starting this intent now, we are shouting out to the system, is there an app that can help me to open up a dialer so that I can call somebody? So I'm going to run this quickly. Right, so the app is running. If I click on call now, you can see it opens up the phone's dialer. Now, I can just click there, type the number and dial. So this is basically shouting out to the system, is there an app on the system that can help me to dial a number? So if I click there, I'm shouting out to the system and this one responds automatically. So if there's more than one choice of a specific dialer that you can choose from, maybe you've installed a second dialer for your phone, then you'll see a choice for the two that you can select. Okay, so we'll see that now. So this is one way of doing it, but you can see if we click on call, it's just opening the dialer. It's not placing a number there. I must type the number and then make the call. So let's see another version of this, and this is basically where we can say, let's call the friend. So I'm going to copy and paste that line there. Basically the same thing again. But now I'm going to add a second argument there, which means I want to add some extra data to make a phone call to a specific person. So I'm going to say URI.parse uniform resource identifier.parse, and I need to add my string there. Now for a telephone number to display, I'm going to say tel there, and then I can add the number. So 087 or whatever you want to have there. So let's say that's now the telephone number. So I'm passing in, I'm sending through a property, which is a telephone number. So basically now I'm shouting out to the system, is there an app that can help me to dial a number, but to dial a specific number? So I'm sending data with it. Not just normal show me the dialer, but also accepting the data and have that data on the phone for me ready to work with. So if I click on call, it will just be the normal number there. So where's call? That one there. Right. So if I go back now and I click on call a friend, you will see that number that I had there is the number that was placed there now, and the user can just click on the call button. So these are two different types of shoutouts to the system. Now, before we go to showing a map and showing a web page, I want to show you how we can create an app that respond to these two shoutouts to the system. So what I want you to do is to go and create a new Android Studio project. So go to new project, and then let's create a new project. And I'll call this one false phone, because we're not going to really create a dialer, but just to see how our app can also respond to calls. So I'm going to say false phone. Let's call it also false phone video. So that's the false phone, and I'm going to say next. I'm going to say next again, and say finish. So it's a new application that we're building. So let's just wait for this application to finish, and then we'll look at it. Right, so here we are at the new, basically not the new activity, the new application. So it's another application, totally different from the one that we're currently working on, which is called Implicit Intents Video, the one with the buttons. So I'm now on a brand new project. Okay, so in this project, you can see it's basically just an empty project. So let's go to the layout quickly, and I'm going to set the layout there, change the constraint layout there to a linear layout. I'm going to set the orientation to vertical, and let's remove that text view. Right, so now in the design view, we're going to add only one text view there. And let's go to the properties and set the style to bold, and we're going to set the size. Let's make it a bit bigger. Let's make it 18. And I think we can also have it gravity center horizontal. Right, I think that would be fine. Let's just add a margin on the left, 20, on the right, 20, and at the top, 10. And then we'll display the text there. Just, come on, just kidding. Cannot really place a call. Right. So this is not a real dialer, but just to simulate how we can respond to requests from the system. So this app will just say, just kidding, cannot really place a call. Now, if you go into your manifest folder, you'll find one file called the Android manifest. So open up that manifest file and you'll see, you don't need to add these enters just for me to explain there. You can see that there's an activity tag that indicates the main activity. In that activity tag, we've got a filter tag. So this filter basically tells us that the main activity is the main activity of this application. Remember, I can name this anything I want right at the start. So whether you call it main activity, the word main there won't make it the main activity. This word there will make it the main activity, and that's the activity that will launch. So what we can do now is to add another intent filter here. So I'm going to say intent filter, and then you're going to close the intent filter and just add an enter there. So you can see there's an action and a category. So we're going to also include an action there. So I'm going to say action, and the name there for the action here will be android.intent.action dial. So if it's not picking up directly there in your list, you can just start typing dial, and you should get to android.intent.action dial. And then you just close it down with a /. And then the only thing that we must add here also is the category. So I'm going to open the tag, set a category there, and then the category for this will be the default category. And you can close it again. So now what we're saying here is that this activity of ours, the main activity, will listen for shout outs from the system that has got the action dial. So if I run this application now on the same device, make sure you're running it obviously on the same device. So I'm going to leave that application open and I'm going to run it on the same device. Let's just wait for it to run quickly. Okay, so now you can see this app is running and it says just kidding, cannot really place a call. So I'm going to remove this app totally from memory. Remove it. Let's go back and remove the dialer as well so that we are back at our implicit intents video. So if I click on call again, you can now see I've got a choice between my false phone, this application that is currently running on the phone, and the normal phone's dialer. So I can choose now. So why do I have this list now here? Because I said on false phone that it must listen for the action dial shout out to the system. And if it hears that action shout out of dial, it must make itself available. So now it is available. I can use just once there or click on it and it says just kidding, cannot really place a call. So I'm going to go back, and if I click on call friend now, the one that gives you the number already filled in, you can see that this app did not respond at all. So what we need to add then to respond to the telephone category, where we actually have some data extra, we need to use the data part as well here. So we're going to use the Android scheme. So if you go down somewhere there, you should have it. So you can just type scheme as well. So you need Android scheme there. And what we need to add there as a string is just tell there, and then close it off. So now this should respond to the one that also sends the number. So let's run this again. So now the app was running again. Now let's just remove it from memory as well as the dialer. Let's go back. So now if I click on call friend, you can see we've got the choice again, either phone or the false phone. Right. But now if I go back to call, I do not have that choice anymore, which means this is two different intent filters. So this one on its own is an intent filter. So just copy that one, paste it, and delete that tell part there. And you can see this application will then act on dial with information as well as dial without information. So now if you run the application, you should see that our application responds to both of those calls. Let's just see quickly. Right, let's just remove this from memory again, as well as the dialer again. And now if I click on call, you will see I've got the option between the phone or the dialer, or just the false phone as well. I can choose false phone there. Right, as well as if I click on call friend, I also have the choice. So it's picking up for both of them. Right, so let's look at the second one now. If I click on call friend, you will see if I click on phone there just once, you will see the phone shows me the number there. So how can I get this data that was sent through on this activity now, or on this specific application? So there's a way to do that, so that if I click on call friend and I click on false phone, that I can show the number there that I want to dial, for example, the data that was passed through. So let's go to the main activity there quickly, and we'll do, I think we've got the text view there. If we've got the text view, let's just call this text view TV message. Go back to the main activity, and let's set it up there as text view, TV message, and we'll say TV message equals find the view by its ID, r.id.tv message. Right, and then after this, we can now try and get that data. So I'm going to use that with an if statement. So get intent, remember get intent gets the intent that activated this activity. So the intent that activated this activity will basically be from our other application. If you remember this one, from our other application, we had the intent that started action dial or this one. So with this intent that started it, we've got this extra data. So I'm referring back to that specific intent. So back at this project, let's just go up a bit. Get intent now refers to the intent that started it. And I'm going to call get data on it. And I can check now if that data is not equal to null. Then I know that there was data with it. The else means they didn't send data with that intent. So I'm just going to say here TV message.setText, no data received, and there I will say TV message. What is it doing now? It's a live template here now. Let's just go with TV message dot set text, and then the text I want to set there is the data. So I'm going to say get intent dot get data dot to string, and that converts whatever data was sent through as a string. Let's quickly see if we run this now. We will either display the data, the telephone number, or we will say no data received. So let's quickly look at it. Right, so there the app started, and you can see no data received because we just started it from the normal application. Okay, so now if we go back to our initial application, if I click on call there, and I click false phone, use the false phone, you can see no data received because I did not pass through a telephone number. But this button passes through a telephone number. So I'm going to open up that false phone of mine, and you can see there's the data pass through. So this is how we can create an application that responds to shoutouts on the system. Okay, so now let's quickly do the last part, and the last part will be to show a map and to show a web page. Right, so to show a map, we're going to say intent equals new intent again. Now, instead of saying intent action dial, you don't dial a map, you view a map. So we're going to say intent dot, now if you just type that correctly, if you start typing view there, you can see there's an action view. So we want to view a web page or a map. So for both the web page as well as the map, we're going to use the action view. Then the second argument, we're going to use that URI.parse again, like we did there. In this case, we had a telephone number. For a map, we're going to have a geolocation. So you need to add GEO. And then you need to start with a 0,0, a question mark, and a Q to start a new query for where you want to show a location on the map. So now after the Q and the equal, you can start typing any address there. So I'm going to have, let's say, 155 Stateway, Welkom, Free State. I think that would be enough data. So you can add your address there, your town, your state, wherever you are. And then I'm just going to call start activity, passing in that intent. Okay, so we're going to test this one now. So let's just do the web as well and then test both of them. So for the web, it's basically the same thing. We're just going to say intent equals new intent. The intent there, or the action that we're going to use there, intent dot again view, action view. Again, we're going to say URI.parse, but in this case, it will just be a web page. So you're going to say HTTPS or HTTP, and let me just go to backendless.com for an example. Go to any web page. Okay, and then start activity, passing in that intent. So now we basically, with these two, we're shouting out to the system, is there is there an application that can help with the action view, but it must be the filter where we also pass a geolocation, which means it must be some type of map application to help me show this location. And then also for the web, we're shouting out, is there an application that can help me with the action view with extra data that contains a web page? So let's run this and see if there's applications on the phone that can help me. Obviously, every single Android phone will have a map application and will have a web application, either Chrome or maybe its own type of web application or web browser. So let's click on Open Web there, and you can see it gives me a choice. I'm not sure if that one will work, but Chrome will work. So I'm going to say just once, and then it opens up Chrome. I can say accept and continue, next. I'm not going to sign in now. And you can see that it opens up that web page for us that we indicated there. So it depends on your connection speed of your computer, if you're running the virtual device, on how fast it will open up the web page, obviously. So there it opens up the web page. That one is working 100%. Let's see the map. So on the map, we're shouting out now, is there one that can show me this specific location? I'm just going to skip there. Let's just try that again. I canceled it now. So click on Open Map. It opens up the map, and you can see it's exactly what you typed there. It will go to 115 Stateway and show the marker on the screen. So this is a nice way for you to give contact details or something on your app for your users to use. So you can let them call you by using this one. You can let them find you or go to your web page. And that's basically implicit intent. So implicit intent is just shout out to the system, is there something that can help me with a specific action? And then other applications on the Android system can respond to help you out. In this video, we'll talk a bit about vector assets and how we can use them in our applications. So we're going to look at vector assets now and explain what they are. But what I've done so far in this application is just to create a brand new application, go into the text tab and changed it to a linear layout that is vertical. So nothing weird here. Now let's look at vector assets quickly. So if you go to your resources folder and you right click and say new vector asset, you'll see that we've got this vector assets. So you're going to click on clip art there. And these vector assets are basically XML files, which is quite nice because we can actually set the color on these vector assets, which is nice because it can fit into your color scheme. So I'm going to take the beach axis there, and you can actually take whatever you want there. And I'm just going to call it beach. Remember that it must be all lowercase because we're working in the resources folder. It must be lowercase, and you can use the underscore. You can see you can set some colors and opacity and so forth. So we're going to go to next, and you can see it will place it under drawable and beach. So I'm going to finish, and then under drawable you'll see there's the beach XML file. You can also click on the preview there, and it opens up the picture for you. And you can see this is where we can change the color. So I'm going to set this to, let's say, color accent, and now it became this pink umbrella. Okay, so I'm gonna close that one, and let's just add another one there on your resources folder, new vector asset, and we'll just add another picture there. So just click there, and let's add bold there. I'm just going to call it bold, and say next, and say finish. And maybe on that bold we can set the color to the primary color, for example. If you look at the preview, picture will look like this. Okay, so let's just add a third one there, the last one there. Go to vector asset again, and we'll add just a third picture there to play around with. So let's take the cake and say okay, and I'm going to call it cake as well, and finish. I'm going to leave that one as black. So we've got the beach, the bold, and the cake. Now if I want to add or to use these vector assets now on my application, it's exactly the same as any other image. You're going to use your image view, drag the image view. It's going to give you a list of your resources, and you need to go into your drawable folder there, your drawable resource. Then you go to project, and you'll see there's your pictures. So let's start off with the beach one there, and I'm going to say OK, and you can see that it's a very small picture there. So I'm going to set the, let's set the size, so it's the width, let's say make the width 70, and the height also 70, and then we've got a bigger picture, maybe 180 by 180 to have it a bit bigger. So there's the picture. You can still center that picture, so we can go to layout gravity, for example, and center it horizontally, and then I can move down that picture or whatever I want to do. So let's move it down a bit at the top, let's say 50, and then it moves down. So there's the picture, and that's the vector asset, and this is how you can use it. But you'll see there's a slight error there. So if you click on that error, and it will give you then a warning there for when you're using vector drawable compat, you need to set this value to true. So make sure you select that whole value there up until, or from Android up until true, and use the Control C to copy, or if you're on a Mac, Command C to copy that line. Okay, then where we need to go and paste that line is into your Gradle scripts under build.gradle. So somewhere there at the top, you're going to add Android default config vector drawables use support library equals true, and you're going to say sync now for your project. Now if your build is done, you know that this error will then also disappear there. So you can close down the button. You can see that error is now totally gone. You don't have that red exclamation mark there anymore. These are just warnings or some comments that we can add. But if there's a red error, we need to address that error. So at this stage, our vector asset is then 100% fine. So if we want to set something else on this picture, I will go to the ID property and give it an ID. So let's just call this one IVPic. And then I can go to my main activity and I can set, that is an image view. So we're going to say image view IVPic, set it up in coding. So I'm going to say IVPic equals find the view by its ID, r.id.IVPic. And then if we go back to the layout, we can basically, let's say we drag in a button there to see if this works. So if I drag the button there, let me just zoom in a bit. I'm not going to do a lot of things on this button. So let's set the text on the button change or something like that, just to see if we can change the picture there. And I'm going to move it down, let's say from the top 10 or 20. And then left 20, right 20, and so forth. Okay, so on the button then, I'm going to say btn change. Then we go into the main activity and we set up that button quickly. So I'm going to say button btn change. And let's set up that button also. So I'm going to say btn change equals find the view by its ID, r.id.btn change. Now for the on-click listener, set the on-click listener, new on-click listener. So what we can do now is if we click on this button, we can set it to one of these other pictures. So I'm just going to do a slight example here. So one of the other pictures could be now the beach. I think this one is beach. Then we can have build and cake. So let's change it to a cake if we click on the button, just as an example. So if we click on this button, I'm going to say ivpic.set image resource, and you're just going to refer to that image, which is r.drawable because it's under the drawable folder, and you can see there's your pictures. So let's change it to a cake. Now in some instances it will show you your picture nicely there. Right, so if we click the button then that picture will change to a cake. So let's just quickly test it out and see how it works. Right, so there the app is running, and if I click on the change button there, you can see the picture changed now to the cake there. Okay, so this is basically how you work with vector assets. You can change the colors, you can resize them, and then obviously you can set the pictures to that specific image view then if you dragged in. Okay, so something else that I just want to quickly show you also, what we can do also with layouts. If we want to show basically, let's say, a few pictures next to each other on a horizontal layout, we can do that by going into layouts. Now, if you follow closely, you'll see that there's a few layouts that you can use there. If I can just resize this, there's a linear layout that's horizontal and vertical. We're currently working with a linear layout that's horizontal, but we can also use a linear layout that's vertical, and we can also use one that's horizontal. So I'm going to drag in after that button a linear layout that's horizontal, and you can see if I hold it down, you can see these dotted lines it forms. So tells you exactly where you're going to place that thing. So I'm going to place it after the BTN change, and you can see it spans now the whole width and the height of the screen. So make sure you set the height then to wrap content. And now we can add pictures into that linear layout that is now horizontal. So I'm going to go back to common and add an image view. Now you can see it's just showing a little line there. So if you drag it there, you're going to have a problem. So it's easier to drag it down into that linear layout and then choose your picture. Let's say this one. And let's do the same thing again. I'm going to drag in that image view, and now you can see the dotted line. I can either put it there after that linear layout or into this linear layout, and then choose another picture. Let's go with bold, and then we can drag in the third picture as well. Choose cake, and you can see they are nicely next to each other. And then you can go and resize all three of them to make them a bit bigger. So we can say 50 and 50 there, for example. Am I on the linear layout? Let me just make sure I'm changing that, and we're setting the width and the height to 50. And there you can see they are nicely aligned. So sometimes we can also use these pictures as buttons. So if you want to use a picture or any other component, let's say an edit text or a text view as a button. I don't know why you would use it in the text, but it's also possible. So if you're going to click on one of these pictures, then you can see that there's a clickable property. So you're going to set that clickable property to on there. It must be checked. Then you can use this exactly the same as you would use any button. For example, if I want to use this as a button, I must set it to clickable. I can then go back, and because I know it's clickable, I can just go and say ivpic.setOnClickListener new on-click listener, which is exactly the same way that you do it with the button. So for a picture that can also act as a button, you need to set the clickable property to true. Now that we are done with both explicit and implicit intents, this is a very nice challenge to make sure that you understand what we've learned. So you'll see on the main activity, what I want you to do is to create an app with a text view there and a button that says create new contact. Now on this activity, there's a few components that I've hidden so that when I start the next activity and I come back to this one, I will only start displaying it. So see if you can do that. I'm going to click on create new contact. I'm just going to add a name there. You add a telephone number there. So we're going to use implicit intents here as well. And a website, let's say backendless.com. And a location, I'm going to say 5 Nelson Mandela. Let's say Bloemfontein. And then you can choose one of these pictures, and whichever picture you choose here will also be shown on the next activity. So if I click on the red face there, it's going to go back and show the red face there. So this is again the activity where we started. We started with this activity, but I've hidden these components. So now they are showing, and you can see the exact same face I clicked on the other side is showing now. Also, if I click on call, I'll have exactly that number I typed on the other activity. As well as if I go to the website and I say open up with Chrome or whichever browser, it will open up that web page that I specified. And I specified backendless.com. Also, if I click on the location, it should go to Nelson Mandela Drive in Bloemfontein. Right, and that's basically then the app that you need to create. So see if you can create this. This will be a nice exercise, a nice challenge for you to see if you understand explicit and implicit intents. Good luck. Right, so let's see how we can solve this challenge that I gave you in the previous video. So we're going to go to the text on the main activity, and I'm going to delete this the constraint layout and replace it with the linear layout. Also going to delete the text view, and let's set the orientation to vertical. Now inside of your design tab then we can start designing, but now we're going to use a lot of pictures there, so we need to go into the resources folder, new vector asset, and we're going to search for those pictures. So those little smiley or those faces that I had there is the sentiments. So I'm going to just type there sen and you'll get these faces. So I'm going to use this one, and let's call this one happy, and we're going to say next and save it, and let's get another one also, the vector asset there, click there again, and let's get the neutral one, and we can say this one is just okay, feeling okay today. Then go to resources again, go to vector asset, and let's search for the sad face. So it's that one. So we can call this one sad. Right, so now we have those three pictures. Then we also need a picture to get the telephone headset there, or something to, it seems that if we're going to call somebody. So let's just see if we can get that. Let's just telephone or phone. So you'll see there's the local phone. I'm going to use that one. I'm going to call it phone. Then I'm also going to go there again, and we need another picture there. We need a picture to show a web page. So I'm going to use this picture for the web, and I am going to call it web. Say next, say finish. Then go again to resources, vector asset, and let's get the location one. I think this one should be fine. Let's just use that one as the location picture. Now the next part will be to just go and set up some picture elements there, or some color elements. So let's just go to materialpalette.com again, and I'm going to just take two colors there. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to take those two colors, and you can see we've got dark and so forth. So I'm going to click on primary color. I'm going to go back to Android Studio, and in my colors XML I will go and paste that primary color there. Now the same thing again. Let's go back to the website. I'm going to use the dark color, and we're going to use it there. So we say paste, then go back. There's the light color. So for the light color, I'm just going to add another color property there. I'm going to call it color primary light. You can call it what you want. And then I'm going to paste it there. And then the accent color, my accent color will be that orange. So I'm going to use that orange as my accent color. Right, so far looks fine. Close down your colors XML. You can see it changes then when you change the color. And I'm going to add a background property there, and I'm going to use the light color for the background here. Okay, so now we've got a blank page that we can start working on. So the first element that we want to have there is the text view. So I'm going to have a text view there. Let's make it a bit bigger. So I'm going to set the style to bold. I'm going to set the text size to, let's say, 18 there. And let's set the gravity property to be center horizontal. Let's move it a bit from the top there. So I'm going to say, let's say 20 from the top, or maybe 10. And the text there will be contacts app. Right, so the first part is done. Now we need a button there underneath it, but you would see from the challenge there that we will start with the button, but we actually have some other elements also on the screen. So I'm going to use an image view there, drag in the image view, and I'm going to use one of my pictures there now. So let's start with the happy face there, and we're going to say okay. So that's a small happy face. I'm going to use, let's say 50 by 50. I'm not sure if that's going to be big enough. I think that's fine. And then we're going to go to the layout gravity, and we're going to set it center horizontal. Now I'm just going to move it a bit from the top. So I'm going to give a top margin of 10 just to move it a bit down from there. Okay, so now the color on this picture, if you go to your resources drawable folder, let's go to happy quickly. And I'm going to make this one the color primary, the same there, also color primary, and also the color there, color primary. And if you want to see how it changes, you can just open up the preview. So this is how the the smiley face will look now. Okay, so then we're going to go to the OK button, or the OK picture there, and we can use that one as the color. Let's make it the color accent. Although that's an orange, so maybe we should use this one as the sad face. So let's use the color primary, or let's just leave this one at the black that it was originally. So I'm going to leave this one black. We'll see if we can change the pictures later on. So then on the sad guy, I want to use the color accent there. So I'm going to say accent. You'll see on the preview how it changes. So we actually just changed the one eye there. And then I'll have color accent again, and I will have color accent again. Right, so I think those pictures are fine now. Right, so there we go. Maybe this green happy face should be the dark color. So let's just check that out again. Okay, that's a bit better. Now you'll remember, if we get this problem, you can open it up there, and we need to take this whole part there. If we're working with vector assets, you take that whole part, copy it, go down to Gradle scripts, into your build.gradle, and then you're going to paste it there and just say sync now. Right, so when it's done syncing, you can close down your build.gradle file, module app, just close it down. Okay, so now we are back here with no errors. So the next thing that we want to include here is another 3 image views. So I'm going to drag in another image view there, and that image view will be the phone, and we're going to set the colors now as well. After the phone, we'll have the web page. So let's use this picture for the web. And after that one, I'm going to drag in another one, and that one will be the location. Now on all 3 of them, let's make them the same size. I'm going to click on all 3 of them. Let's go to the width 50, the height 50. Just try that again. There we go. Okay, so now we can set to the top one. We can set the top margin. Let's make that one 40 to move it down a bit. And then on all 3 of them, we can set the layout gravity to center horizontal, so that they are in the middle of the screen. And then maybe for these 2, we'll set a top margin of 10, just to move them down a bit. Okay, so far we've got all of those components on the screen, and they look fine. Also looking the same as in the video for the challenge. So I'm going to have a button then at the bottom, and that button will have a margin on the left and the right and the top. Let's make it 20 as well. And now for that button, we can go and set the style to bold. We can set the text color to a hash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fs, and then change the background color there. Let's make it color primary. Now the text for that button will be create new contact. Right, so let's just quickly link up the components. So on that text view, we don't want to set anything. So on this one, let me just see the width there. Why is it 47? There we go. So on this one, let's we'll set the picture there when we come back. So I'm going to call this one IV. Let's call it mood. IV mood. This one will be IV phone. This one will be IV map. No, sorry, that's the web page. IV web, and this one will be IV location. Now, because we want these 3 to act as buttons now, we want to go and set their clickable property to true as well. And then on this button, I'm going to call that button btn create. Come on, btn create. And there we go. So all of these components has got, they're basically set up. Let's just change the colors quickly on those 3 at the bottom. So let's make the phone, let's say the color primary dark again, and we'll make the web to be the accent color, and I'll make the location, let's leave the location as black. Right, so we changed those colors as well, so there you can see the layout. It looks a bit different now. Now let's link up these components in coding. So we started with 4 IVs, image views. So it's IV mood, IV phone, IV web, and IV location. Let's set them up quickly. So it's an image view, IV mood, IV phone, IV web, as well as IV location. Then go down. Let's set them up in coding quickly. Link them up. Equals find the view by its ID r.id.IV mood. Next one, IV phone. Find the view by its ID. And then we'll have IV web. And then the last one there will be IV location. And we're going to find the view by its ID, r.id.IV location. Right, so now we've set up all the image views, but we also have a button there. So we're going to have a button, and that button we called btn create. Now let's set up the button also, btn create equals find the view by its ID, and it's going to be btn create. So now all of the components that we want to interact with, this picture will be changed when we come back. We want to click on these 3, and we also want to click on this button. So make sure that these has got the clickable property to set or set to true. Now let's go back and we set up those buttons now quickly. So btn create, we can say set on click listener, new on click listener. But we can do exactly the same now for the image views. So the mood will not be clickable, but we'll need to click the phone there. So I'm going to say set on click listener, new on click listener. Then IV web, the same thing. We set the on click listener, new on click listener. We're going to do the same for IV. We do phone now, IV web, IV phone. So this one is our IV location. Dot set on click listener, new on click listener. So we've got the create button, we've got phone button, the web button, and the location button, all set up and ready to go. So now you remember from the video, when the app starts, we only see the Contacts app displayed at the top, and then this button, which means that all of the image views must be hidden. So how do we hide the image views? Very easy. You just say IV location.set visibility view.gone. So I'm going to copy that. That will set the view to gone. I think there's 4 of them. So it's going to be IV location. It's going to be IV web. It will also be IV phone and IV mood. Right, so if we start the application now, you run it, you will see that we will not see the image views, but we will see the button and the text view at the top. Right, so there you can see the app's running. We can only see the text view and the button because we've hidden the other image views. So now if we click there, we want to go now to a new activity. So how do we do that? We need to create a new activity. So let's do that quickly. On your Java folder in your package, you're going to right click, say new activity, and you go to empty activity. So let's give this activity's name, let's say create contact, and we're going to say finish. Right, so this created then this new activity for us, and we can go to its XML file. I'm going to go into text quickly. I'm going to change also its linear layout or its constraint layout to a linear layout and set the orientation to vertical. Now in design mode again, let's set the background there to the color primary light. Go into design, and there we go. So what we wanted here is to ask the user now for his name and his number and his web address and so forth. So let's go to text. Firstly, we're going to ask him, what's your name? Second one will be, well, you can decide there. I'm going to use the phone. The next one will be a web page, so I'm going to use plain text again. And then the last one will be his location, which means we can also just use a plain text one. Right, so all of them, I'm going to select all of them. Let's set the margins on the left 20, on the right 20, and at the top 10. And even for the one at the top, we can maybe make it a bit more from the top. Now let's click on these 3 with the name there. So just remove the text property there so that there's no text at all. So let's click on the first one, and that one we will have a hint. Where's the hint now? There is the hint. And we'll say, please enter name. And for this one, we'll say, please enter number. I hate this autocomplete. So let's say, please enter number. And then for this one, this will be, please enter web address. And then we can say, please enter location. Right, and then I'm going to click on all of them again, and let's see if we can set the gravity there to center horizontal, and then they are fine. Then the last thing we need there is, well, it's not actually a button, but it's a row of buttons there. So how do we do that? I'm going to go into the layouts folder, or in the layout section there, and we're going to go to a horizontal linear layout. And you're going to drag it and look at the dotted line there. Make sure it's after all of those edit texts. Then you can see it spans the whole screen. So we're going to set the height there to match or to wrap the content. And then we're going to drag in those 3 different images. So you're going to drag in an image view directly into the layout. And the first one will be the happy face. The second one, so look at your dotted lines again. We must be inside of this linear layout. Then after that one, we'll have the OK face. And then as the last face that we drag in there, we will have the sad face. So there's the sad face. Right, so all 3 of them, let's select them there. I'm going to set the width to 50 and the height to 50 as well. Right, so there you can see, I think it looks fine. Now, in order for us to move them down, you can either decide to move every picture down a bit using the margins, or you can click on the whole linear layout and then go and say, I'm going to set a top margin of 20, and it will move everything a bit down. So let's make it 30. Right, so there's those pictures, and we're going to use them also clickable. So I'm going to have all 3 of them set the clickable property to true. Okay, so let's give IDs quickly here. The first one, we're going to call it ET name. For this one, I'll call it ET number. This one, ET web. And the last one, for the edit text, I'm going to call ET map. Then for the image views, I'm going to call this one IV happy. I'll call this one IV OK. And I'll call this one IV sad. Right, so we have all components now, so let's go and set them up in coding. So you're going to go to create contact. We've got a few edit texts there. So we've got ET name, we've got ET number, we've got ET web, and we've got ET map. And then we also have those image views. So I'm going to have image view, we'll have IV sad, we'll have IV happy, and we have IV OK. Right, let's set them up. So remember, we set these as clickable. So make sure they are clickable. If you set them as clickable, you can also set on click listeners on them. So I'm going to say ET name equals find the view by its ID, r.id.etname. So maybe it's going to be faster if I copy and paste this. So we're going to have 4 of them. This one must be ET number and change it there to ET number as well. This one must be ET web, and I'm going to change it that side also as ET web. And then this one must be ET map, and we'll have ET map there as well. Right, then for the image views, we're going to have IV sad, and there we'll also have IV sad. Right, let me just copy this one quickly. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3 of them. And the second one will be happy. And the last one will be okay. Right, so now we have set up all those components. We've got the 4 edit texts and we've got the 3 buttons, or the 3 image views that will add or act as buttons. So let's set on-click listeners there. I'm going to say new on-click listener. The same for IV. Okay. Dot set on-click listener, new on-click listener. And then for the last one, it's sad and happy. So we need sad. Dot set on-click listener, new on-click listener. Right, so I think I'm going to finish off this video. So we've basically set up just the layouts and linked the components up in coding. I know I've set now the on-click listeners here, but we'll do something else in this class, but we'll do that in the next video. So make sure your layout is fine for this one, and your layout is fine for this one. And I'll see you in the next video when we do the coding. Right, so now let's do the coding part. So I think the first thing that we'll do is to just link up this button to take it to the create contact. So I'm going to go to the main activity, and I'm going to say on btn create. We're just going to take it to the next activity. So I'm going to say intent equals new intent. And on that intent, you need to first indicate the context, which will be the main activity where we're currently at. And then we want to go to the fully qualified create contact. So you'll see that we've got za.co. whatever. So I'm just going to go through that whole process, program me, whatever, and then I'm going to choose create contact. So it's basically your package name, and then after that, your class where you want to go. And we want to go to create contact. Just go to a new line there, and I'm going to add a dot class at the end. Then we'll just say start activity. In this case, we want to use the start activity for result method because we want to get back to this activity and do something here. So I'm going to use this one, and you'll see that we need an intent to pass through and a request code. So the intent will be this intent, obviously. Now the request code, I'm going to declare it at the top there. I'm going to have final int, and I'm going to call this, what did we call the activity? It's create contact. And I'm going to set it to 1. Just a unique value to identify this specific activity, create contact. Okay, so then the second argument there will be create contact. So now we start the activity for a result, and then it goes to this activity, create contact, and when it comes back, we need a method where it can come back into. So we're going to right click there, and you're going to say generate, override methods, and you're going to search for the on activity result method. So there's the on activity result method, and already you can see that we have the request code coming back, which will be this code there. Because we're only working with one activity, it doesn't really matter, but all of the activities coming back, you can test which one came back by looking at that unique code. So we know if the request code here is equal to this contact, what did I call it there at the top, create contact. If it's equal to create contact, then we know it came back from the create contact activity. Okay, so we'll come back and finish the coding on the on activity result. For now, if we click on the button, it will take us to the create contact class and with this unique code. And also it starts the activity for a result. And on the other side, we need to set the result. So now we arrive at this activity that looks like this, where we ask the user, please enter your name, your number, your email address, and so forth. But now we have 3 buttons, and all 3 buttons wants to do the same thing. We want to go back to the main activity and basically open up this part. So now what we're going to do here, instead of setting every button to their own on-click listener, I'm going to delete that and show you something else. I'm going to say here, implements on-click listener. So now if we implement the on-click listener, then it will not be happy, so it wants a method where it can go to. So we're going to say generate implement methods, and you can see there's the on-click method. So that on-click method is the method then that will run as soon as any of these buttons that we're going to set up now, or the image views, are clicked. So I'm going to say ivsad.setOnClickListener and I'm just going to pass in the this keyword, which means that the onClick listener will be the create contact class, and it will handle the onClick for me. And when it gets clicked, it goes into this method. So I'm going to explain that further now. You're probably wondering, how will I know then which button was clicked? We'll get to that now. So we're going to say ivy happy also dot set onClick listener, also pass in this, and ivy okay dot set onClick listener, and also passing in this. Right, so all three of them will come into the same onClick method. And we need to check now which one of these buttons was actually clicked. So we're going to do that now. First thing before we check which button was clicked is we need to make sure that the user entered data on every single one of these. Let's see what's the problem there. Okay, there's compile errors because that file is not complete. Okay, no worries there. Okay, so we're going to go there and ask and see if the et name dot get text dot toString dot is empty. If that one is empty, or, and I'm going to quickly copy this because this is going to take a while. So if that one is empty, or et number is empty, I'm going to go to a new line, or et web is empty, or the last one will be that et map could also be empty. So if any one of them, just going to remove that last or there. If any one of them is empty, then we're going to make sure that the user first type everything. So we're going to say, please enter all fields. Right, and the else part means now the user has typed something in every single one of these edit texts. So now what can we do then if the user typed everything there? So I'm going to create an intent now, because we want to send back the data now. So the data that the user types here, we want to send now back to the main activity and start showing the data on these buttons. Okay, or image views that access buttons. So I'm going to say new intent, and on this intent we will not start a new activity, we'll just close it. So I'm not going to use this intent to go to another activity, but I'm going to use this intent to send back some data with it. So on this intent, we know now that the user typed everything there. So I'm going to use the put extra, and what I send through first is maybe the name, although we're not using the name, but I can send the name through by saying et name dot get text dot toString dot trim. So that is the name. Remember, your put extra method is a key and a value pair. What are you going to name the data, and then what is the data itself? Okay, so let's do the same thing again. Intent dot put extra. This time we will call it, that's for the number, so I'll call it number there, and it will be et number dot get text dot toString dot trim again. Then we're going to say again intent dot put extra, and again, what are we going to call the data? So the next one is the web, so that's the web page. I'm going to call it web, and then it's going to be et web dot get text dot toString dot trim. Right, so we've got the name, we've got the number, we've got the website. So the last one there, intent dot put extra, the last one will be the map. So we're going to call it map, and it will be et map dot get text dot toString dot trim. And now we have all 4 pieces of data except for one. So we've got everything that the user typed there, but remember that whatever the user clicks here on any one of these buttons, that same picture must be displayed there. Okay, so how are we going to do that? And that's now where we need to know which one of these 3 buttons that will come to this onClick, which one of them was clicked. So I'm going to say if, and you'll see the view there. Remember that everything that you place on this list, on this layout file, is in fact a view or some sort of view. So the view that was clicked, whether it's a button or an image view or a text view, or whatever you made clickable, that view object will be passed in. So I'm going to refer to that view object, that will be the one that was clicked, and I'm going to call getID. So basically, if we click this one, the getID method will return ivy happy. If I click this one, it will return Ivy OK. If I click that one, it will return Ivy sad. So I know exactly what's the ID, and I just need to go and test it against a specific ID. So the first ID that I want there is Ivy happy. So now I know in this if statement that button was clicked. If I'm going to say else, if the view.getID is equal to r.id.ivy OK. So then I know the OK button was clicked, or took us to this specific click listener. And then the last one, the else, will be the last button that was clicked, which will be the sad one. Okay, so what do we want to do then? We want to send one last piece of data with, and that is the mood. So I'm going to say intent dot put extra, and I'm going to call that the mood. Now the second argument is now which button was clicked. So I'm going to say this one is happy. I'm going to use it as all lowercase. That was the happy button that was clicked. Now I'm going to do the same for all three, for this one and for that one. But here, if it's the OK button, the text that I'll pass through is OK. And if it's the last one there, which is sad, I'll pass through the text sad. So then remember that all of those put extra methods will run, and then only one of these three will run, depending on which button was clicked. Right, and then we just set the result. We set the result as result OK. And then we pass in this extra data, which is this intent with all the put extra methods. And then we can just close down this activity. So I'm going to say contact.this. Let's create contact, sorry. Create contact.this.finish. And that closes down the activity. So then when we set the result, this intent with all the information on it will be sent back. And if we finish it, it will go back to the main activity and it will land into an activity result. So what is the request code? It was the unique code that we started it with. So I'm testing for that value to see that we actually came back from create contact. And then what is the result code? The result code is what you set the result this side, which is OK. And if the user clicks on, for example, the back button, then the result will be cancelled. And then the last one there's an intent with data that came through, and it will be this intent where we used all the put extra methods. Right, so now let's go back to main activity and finish the onActivity result method. So as soon as we get back to this page, we want to start showing all of these. So we first want to see if the result code was okay. So I'm going to just check first if the result code was equal to result OK. Then we know everything went fine that side. We got all the information and it was passed through. So now you remember that we set all of these components to view.gone. So copy that and we're going to go down. And now instead of setting them gone, we will set them visible. Visible and visible again. Right, so now they're all visible, we can see them, and now we want to do a few things. Now, because the data came back here, and we want to use some of the data on Ivy location and web and phone, we need to have variables at the top for that. So I'm going to have a string for the name. I'm going to have a string, let's set the name there to nothing. And I'm going to have also a number. I'm going to set it also to nothing. I will have web and also set it to nothing, and I will also have map and set it to nothing. And if we want to, we can also actually set the mood there and get the mood back. So I'll say mood, and the mood will also just be nothing there. Okay, so now we've set up all the variables. Let's see if we can get all of those. So the first one I'll start with is the name. How will we get the name back now? So remember, in the create contact, we said intent.putExtra and it's called name, and then we pass it through. So how do we get it back? That intent will go into this one there, so it's called data. So I'm going to say data.getStringExtra, and I'm going to pass in what we called the data. So we called the data name, so on that side we must extract it exactly the same way. Right, there's a little mistake there, just close down that one. Okay, now the next one, we've got the name. Now let's get the number. So I'll say number equals data dot get string extra again. And let's just see what we called it there for the number. We called it number as well. So exactly the same spelling, number. Then the next one, after number, we'll get web. So I'm going to say web equals data dot get string extra. And I think we also called it web that side. Let's just make sure we called it web, and the other one we called map. So let's get the map quickly. Map equals data dot get string extra, and we called it map as well. So now we get it back. We've got the name, the number, the web, and the map, and then the last one is the mood. So let's get the mood back also. Mood equals data dot get string extra. And then what did we call that one? I think we called it mood. There we go. We called it mood for those three. So depending on which one of those three actually got clicked, the mood will be set. Right, so we've got the name, the number, the web, the map, and the mood. Now what we want to do is to set this picture now first. So I'm going to set that picture first. We want to set that according to the mood. So now the mood was sent through. We've got the mood, and we need to check it for those three different values. So I'm going to say if the mood dot equals, and now I need to go and look at the values that I gave there. If it's happy, okay, or sad. So let's search first for happy. If it equals happy, then I'm going to go to the image view, which we called IV mood. I'm going to set the image resource to r.drawable.iv. We didn't call it IV. I think we just called it happy there. Let me just make sure we called it happy. Yeah. So we're going to refer to happy. Okay. Now the else if the mood dot equals, other one was sad. So if the mood is sad, then I'm going to do exactly what I did there. I'm also going to set the image resource, but in this case I'll set it to, hopefully we call it sad there. And then we know that if it's not one of those two, it must be the last one. So then we set that one to okay. There you can see the three pictures that we're going to set it to. Right, and then we can just do an else on this result code. So the else there, if the result code is not okay, then we know that no data was passed through. So we can just say something like no data passed through. Right, we are almost done. So now if you run the app, you won't really see anything happening except for this picture that will change. So we need to quickly code what's going to happen when we click on these three. And this is where the implicit intents come in. So let's quickly go to the main activity again, and we'll start with the first one, the phone. So remember that we sent through data, and there's the number that we want to dial. It's in that number variable. So inside of IV phone, I'll set up intent equals new intent, and the intent that I want to use here is the action dial. So I'm going to say action, not dot, sorry, action underscore dial, intent action dial. Okay, so that is what we want to do. We want to dial, but we want to dial a specific number. So I'm going to say URI.pass. I'm going to have a telephone number there, but the telephone number I will get from my number variable. So whatever the user typed there as his telephone number will be sent back to the main activity, and there we get it. So it's in that number variable, and there I'm referring to it. And then the last thing that we'll do is to just start the activity with the intent. So that button is done. Let's go to IV web. So for the web, it's basically the same thing. I'm going to copy those two lines, but instead of saying action dial, we're going to say action view, because you view a web page, and then we need to add the web address there. So it's safer to go and add the HTTP there for the user, and then go and show his web page that he typed. So remember, the user typed there. What is the web address? We send it back to the main activity. There we get it, and it's in the web variable, and we're showing it there. Right. Last one, IV location. So I'm going to add, it's also view, but instead of saying this part there, we need to have a geolocation. Let me just remove that. So we're going to say geo 0, 0, question mark, q equals. And then after that, we show whatever that specific map or the location on the map will be. So that will be the map variable. So I'm going to say map there, and then everything should be fine now. So let's run this and see if this application works now, how we want it to work. Right, so there it started running. The front page, perfect. Click there, it takes us to this activity. I'm going to enter the name there, John. I'm going to enter a number. Let's just take any number there. I'm going to enter a web address. I'm going to enter a location, 115. Let's say Nelson Mandela. And then I'm going to choose any one of these. So let's choose that one. And you'll see it shows that picture perfectly. If I click there, it will call my number. Hopefully, there we go. If I go back again and I click on the web page, I can open with Chrome. Let's see if it opens up. There we go, backendless.com. That will open up the web page. And then we can go back and click on location. That should open up Google Maps and show that location, 115 Nelson Mandela, Bloemfontein. Right, so that's basically it for this video. So I hope that you've got this one correct and that this was an easy challenge. In this video, we'll have a quick look at what is fragments in Android. So a fragment represents a behavior or a portion of a user interface in fragment activity. You can combine multiple fragments in a single activity to build a multi-pane user interface and reuse a fragment in multiple activities. You can think of a fragment as a modular section of an activity which has its own life cycle, receives its own input events, and which you can add or remove while the activity is running, sort of like a sub-activity that you can reuse in different activities. So fragments are new in Android 3.0, Honeycomb API 11. It's also usable in previous versions using the compatibility library. A fragment represents a behavior or a portion of the user interface in an activity, and you can combine multiple fragments in a single activity. Fragment has its own life cycle and is directly affected by the activity's life cycle that hosts the fragment. If the activity gets paused or destroyed, so will all fragments on the activity. Remember that your activity hosts the fragment, so if your activity gets destroyed or paused, so will all of the fragments. Fragments should be modular and reusable. So what does that mean? Let's take a quick look at this picture that I took from the Android developers website. So you can see that we've got two types of situations here. We can have people that works on a tablet which got a large screen real estate, which means there's a lot of space on the screen to work with. And then you can also get people that just working on a normal telephone. And now if you put your normal telephone in landscape, there's also a bit more screen real estate over the width of the screen. So this situation on the left could be for a tablet or also for a phone that is currently in landscape mode. So when we have a lot of space on the screen, we can divide the screen into two sections. And normally you will see like apps, for example, your Gmail application, you can see that if you put your phone in landscape mode, your email application will automatically place your screen on the left hand side, the list view, and on the right hand side you will see the data for your email. Whereas if you're just on the phone, it will show a list of all your emails, and if you click on one of the emails, it takes you to the details of that email. And this is where fragments can really help us out. So let's look at this example. If there's a lot of space on the screen, I can have one activity, and then on the activity I can have two fragments. So I can have a list view fragment and I can have a detail view fragment. So in this case, I can click on an item here in the list view, and then on the second fragment I can show the details, but it's still on the same activity. Now on this side, because we do not have enough screen real estate, we will show the list view, so we can still use only one activity, and on the activity we show the list view. If the user clicks on an item in the list view, on the same activity we can then just show the detail view. And then communication takes place between your fragment and your other fragment. And we'll get to the communication part now. So here you can see at the text also, another way to do this is to have one activity show this part and then another activity show that part. But that's up to you how you want to do this. If you can dynamically change your fragments in runtime, and that's the nice thing about using fragments. It's reusable and it's modular. Let's take a quick look at the fragments life cycle. So the picture on the left hand side is taken from the website, the Android developers website, as well as the information that I provide here. So you can see that the fragment is added, it runs the onAttach, the onCreate, the onCreate view, onActivity created, onStart, onResume, and then your fragment is active. Then also, if we move away, it can go to onPause, onStop, onDestroy, ondetach, and so forth until the fragment is destroyed. So here's some of the methods that can run there and that you can do something in. For example, in the onCreate, the system calls this when creating the fragment. The onCreate view method will run when the system calls it when it's time for the fragment to draw its user interface for the first time. And the onPause, the system calls this method as the first indication that the user is leaving the fragment, and this is then usually where you should commit any changes that should be persisted beyond the current user session. So these are some of the methods, and then some of the methods that we will use in coding now will be some of these methods. For example, the onAttach method is called when the fragment has been associated with the activity, which means that the activity is now using this fragment, and then you can see in that method that we'll do later on that the activity will also be passed into that method. So you have a link to the activity that currently hosts the fragment. If you look at the onCreate view method, this is called to create the view hierarchy associated with the fragment. There's the onActivity created method called when the activity's onCreate method has returned, when the activity's onCreate method has returned. So a lot of the work will be done in this onActivity created. Then we know the activity is done with its work, it's done loading this fragment, and we can start doing the work in this one. Then the onDestroy view and also the onDetach methods called when the fragment is being disassociated from the activity. So let's just quickly have a look at communication between fragments. So two fragments cannot directly communicate with each other. They need to communicate with each other via the activity that's hosting the two fragments, or the three or the four fragments. So let's take this example where we have a red fragment and an orange fragment. So if we just quickly take them off the activity there, you can see that at the back we've got the activity, and this activity is hosting both the red fragment as well as the orange fragment there. Now, in order for us to communicate between the red fragment and the orange fragment, that is, for instance, when we have a list view in the red fragment and we click on an item in the list view and then we want to display the information on the orange fragment. How do we do that? So we do that by using an interface. So we will declare an interface in the side of the red fragment and let the activity implement that interface with a method. So when an item gets clicked in the red fragment, we send that information to the main activity, and the main activity, or the activity that's hosting the fragments, will communicate back to the orange fragment. So that's the basics of fragments. Let's go and have a look in coding. In this video, we'll have a look at how to work with fragments in Android. Right, so I basically just created a new blank application called Fragments Video 2018. So you'll see it's the basic main activity with the XML file, and that's all I have. Now remember what we said is that in the main activity or in an activity, we can host fragments. So before we start with fragments, let's create a few fragments first. So normally we work with two fragments. We basically call one the list fragment, or the list view, the one with the list view, and then we've got one with the details. So we'll create those two fragments quickly. So where you need to go is to go into your app folder, into Java, and then into your package folder. So then inside of this package folder, this is where we want to create the fragments. So I'm going to right click on the package folder there, and I'm going to say new, and you're going to go down. Instead of saying activity, you'll see that there's fragment. So we're going to go to fragment and say blank fragment. So we want to start off with a totally blank fragment, and then we will complete the rest. So I'm going to call this fragment the list fragment. So I'm just going to say list frag, and that fragment list will be fine. So for now, I'm not going to let it include fragment factory methods or interface callbacks. We'll include that inside of the coding later on. And you can see that the way that we're creating this fragment is allowing us now to create fragments compatible back to API level 4. So we'll just say finish then after that. So it needs to create the XML file, fragment underscore list XML, and then you can see it start building at the bottom. And let's just wait for it to stop building before we create the next fragment. Right, so when it's done building, we can go then and create another one. So I'm going to right click again and say new fragment blank fragment. And I'm going to call this one detail frag. So that will be my detail fragment. And again, I'm going to uncheck those two and just go to finish. Right, so now at this stage, you can see that we've got both fragments and your application is built correctly. There should now be no errors at all. So you can see under the resources layout folder that you'll have 2 new XML files as well as 2 new Java files. So just like the main activity, every fragment has got a Java file and then it's got an XML file that represents the layout. So let's just quickly go to the list one. Now remember, if you still have problems here with actually seeing what's going on the screen here, I can see hello blank fragment there. So I can just maybe refresh or force refresh this layout. That should normally take care of all the problems on the layout. But if you still have problems without seeing hello blank fragment there, remember to go into your styles XML and just add there the base dot there for the theme. And then that should take care of that problem. For me, it's not a problem at all, so I'm just going to leave the styles XML as it is. Okay, so there's the layout. So this is the layout then for the list fragment. So in the list fragment, what I'm going to do here is to go into the text tab at the bottom and just change that to a linear layout again. I'm going to set the orientation to be vertical, and I'm going to remove that text view. So now also as part of this, I'm going to set a background property there, and I'm going to work with the color accent there. So if I go back to design, you can see it's all pink. Right. So now let's go to the detail fragment, and for that detail fragment, we'll do the same thing. We'll just have the linear layout, and I'm going to set the orientation also to be vertical. I'm going to remove that text view, and I'm going to just set a background color there. And let's just go with the primary dark there for that one. So we've got 2 fragments. This is the detail one, the dark one. And then for this one, it's the pink one. So now when we start working on the main activity with the 2 fragments, we can clearly see the 2 different colors of the fragments. Okay, so we'll get to coding a little bit later on in this video. But for now, let's go to the main activities XML file. So the main activities XML file, I'm going to change the constraint layout there to a linear layout, and I'm going to set the orientation to be horizontal, and I'll explain that now. So now on the text view, we're going to remove the text view there, and we're going to leave the background as it is. So if I go to design now, I can move my phone now to landscape mode, because in landscape mode is normally where we'll have 2 different fragments next to each other. And because they're going to be next to each other, it makes sense that my linear layout should be horizontal, going from left to right instead of going from top to bottom with the vertical. Okay, so in the next video, we'll see how we can do the portrait layout as well, so it will work 100% in portrait layout. So now, for now, we're going to leave it as landscape and see how the app performs on landscape mode. So if we just zoom in a bit more, what we want to do now is to drag in 2 fragments. So you can see there's a fragment there. I'm going to drag the fragment to the horizontal linear layout, and you can see now my list of fragments pops up. So make sure that you first get your fragments created before you start dragging them to your linear layouts. So you can see the first one I want there is going to be my list fragment. Normally on the left hand side will be my list fragment, and then I'm going to drag in another one just underneath that one, which will be my detail fragment. So you can see it's named fragment and fragment 2 at this stage. So if you go to fragment, the first one, let's call that one list frag as an ID, and this one, let's call that one detail frag. Right, So we've got list frag and detail frag. But now you can see it doesn't look very nice. So if you click on your fragment, you're going to say instead of wrap content in the height, you're going to say match the parent. Also for the detail fragment, if you go to the height property there, you're going to say match the parent. And again, it's just showing us two fragments, and it's this gray picture. So it's not actually showing me the view for that fragment, and that's the error that it gives us here. So if you click on that error and you open up, you can see there's two unknown fragment. It doesn't know which view to place or which XML file to place for which fragment. So now the first one here, you'll see that this one is the list frag, and I want to use this layout. So it actually picks up the correct layout there. It's just not showing it. So I'm going to click there, use that one, and then go into this again and say use that one again. So now you know, or you can see that the fragments that they are showing there are now the two correct fragments that I want. Now if you click on them also, you can see there's a property that's called layout, and the layout is pointing to your specific layout file for that fragment. So it's called list fragment, it is the list fragment, and it's the layout file called fragment_list. Right, so now we've got the two fragments there, but normally what we have is we've got a smaller part there for the list fragment and a bigger part for the detail fragment. So we can easily correct that by going into the text part there. So now you can see we've got two fragments and they are listed horizontally. So you can see that there's a weight property that's automatically there for every component that you bring to the screen. So now what I want to do here is to set the width property to 0 dp and set this one's width property also to 0 dp. And you can see that basically nothing changed. So why did it not change if I set the width of both components to 0? So as soon as you set the width or the height of a component to 0, the weight property comes into play. So what does the weight property tell us now? The weight property now is 1 for this fragment and 1 for this fragment. So if I look at my horizontal linear layout in the width now, and that's why I changed the width to 0, because my layout will be spanned horizontally. So that's the width. Okay, so I'm going to set the width for this one to 0 and for this one to 0, but both of them has got a weight of 1, which means horizontally there's two pieces or two parts, and the first one takes up one of the two parts and the second one also one of the two parts, and that's why you can see they are exactly the same size. So if we go down now and we set this one to 1 and that one to 2, it means there's now 3 parts on the screen where this one still takes up only 1 and this one takes up 2 of the places. So you can play around with your two fragments to get them the size that you want. If you know that your list view is going to be a bit wider, then you can play around with those values. You can even go to making this one 5 and that one 10 if you wanted to, instead of 1 2. So you can really play around with the values there. So I'm going to leave it at 1 2 there, which means this one takes up one of the three spaces, and this one takes up 2 of the 3 spaces. So now our fragments are laid out 100%. If you run this now, you will see it also gets displayed on your device. So there you can see that the activity has started and it's showing the 2 fragments nicely. But remember, when your phone is in portrait mode, we actually don't want to show it like this, but we'll fix that in the next video. But if I put my phone now to portrait view, you can see that now it works 100%. So I'll have my list view this side and I'll have my detail view here. I've got more screen real estate now, so it now makes sense to have 2 different fragments on the screen, and the fragments are showing 100%. So it's still one activity but 2 fragments displayed on the activity. Right, so let's add some data to these 2 fragments quickly. So on the first fragment there, which is the fragment list, I'm going to remove the background there. So I'm going to remove the background property totally, and we're going to leave it as white. But I want to add a list view there. So I'm going to go to legacy and I'm going to drag in a list view. Right, so there's the list view. And this list view now I'm going to use to add some items to a list. So this is the very first time also we're covering lists. So we'll do lists in more detail in a next video, where we can customize our list and the items that we want to place in the list and so forth. For this example, we'll use a very basic list. So let's just give the ID there for the list. I'm going to call it LV list, so LV for list view, and I'm going to call it list, LV list. Right, so now in this fragment list activity of mine, so let's go to list frag. So instead of saying extends fragment, we've got a class that is a list fragment. And you can see it's part of the support library, support version 4. So I'm going to use list fragment there. Now, because lists are used so often with fragments, they've got this class list fragment that helps us with a few methods to actually set items to a list. Now, because we're going to use the list fragment, I'm going to delete this method, but we're going to add some more methods here. So I'm going to right click there and we're going to say generate, and you're going to go to override methods. And the first method that we're going to search for is the onAttach method. So you can just start onAttach. And you can see there it is, not an onAttach fragment, just onAttach. So the onAttach method, we'll look at that method quickly. And remember, this method is called when the fragment has been associated with the activity. And you can see there's the activity that was passed in. It's the context, but it's a link to our activity that is attaching the fragment. Now, another method that we'll also need here, maybe we'll do that beneath this one. So we're going to have right click there, generate, override methods, and you're going to search for the onActivity created. So there's an onActivity created method, and remember that this method runs or is called when the activity's onCreate method is basically finished. It's returned back. So this method will help us then to set all of the other stuff after we've made a connection to the activity. Now, as part of a list view, because of this list fragment, we also have a very nice method that we can use. And we're going to go to override methods again. And you can see there's an onListItem click. So if a value in the list gets clicked, we will know exactly at which position in the list it was clicked. Okay, so now for this method, I'm going to remove the call to super, and we'll come back later to this method. Now, the first one we're going to work with is the onActivity created method. So in this method, I'm just going to quickly set up an array list with data so that we can place that data in the list view. So it will be of type string, so it will only be string objects, and let's call it data equals new array list. So it's actually not necessary to add the string value there or the type there. You can just leave it open also. Right, so this is now the array list, and to the array list I'm going to set some data. I'm just going to say .add, and let's add items and number them. So I'm going to say 1, this is item 1. And then let's go to data.add, and we'll add the second data item there and say this is item 2. And let's go to data.add 3. This is item 3. And now in order to put this data now in our list view that we had for this fragment, we can just go and say set the list adapter. And for this list adapter, we're going to create a new array adapter. So if this doesn't make sense to you right now, don't worry, we will go and create our own custom adapter and everything will fall in place after this. In the next video, we will create our own list view and how we can place items in the list view. For now, this is just default values that we use to set items in a list. So the array adapter will be of type string because we're passing in string data items. So it's going to be new array adapter of type string. And then what we accept there, the first argument is the context. So in this case, we will just call getActivity. And getActivity will get us the activity that attached this fragment. The second argument will be a layout file, and because we're not going to create our own custom layout, we will go to Android's R file. So it's not our own project's R.java file. In our layout file, we only have these 3, but I'm referring now to Android.r.layout. So it's predefined layouts, and we're going to go with simple list item 1. So that's just a normal text view that will show us some text in the list view. Right. And then your last argument there that you're going to pass in will be the data that you want to display in the list. And unfortunately, when using this array adapter, you can only use one string item that you pass in for every item that you want to set. So in the next video, we will see how we can add more data and pictures and everything that we want as an item in the list view. Right, so very basic for now. Right, so let's run this quickly and see if this works. So if I run this now, I'm going to run it on the phone. Let's see if this works. Right, so there the application is running, and you can see the items in the list nicely displayed. And that's exactly the items that I had there. So remember that this array list could now come from a database or can come from anywhere. This is now just hard-coded and then displaying the items. But I mean, you can get this data from a database, which we'll see later on. Right, so there's the 3 items that we wanted to display. And then now if we click on one of these items, we want to also display something on the detail view. So with this, we can then have a parallel array on an array list that will work together with this array list to show different items. For example, we could have the chess pieces listed here, the names of the chess pieces listed here, and in another array list, we could have in the very same positions correspond to these positions to have the descriptions of those chess pieces, just as an example. But we're not going to get into, or not going to do a too complicated example for today. So we will do the other array list in the main activity. So in this case, you can see that clearly the data is showing nicely, but now we want to start showing some information on the detail view. So now in order to do that, I'm going to go to the detail fragment. So remember the detail fragment, if we put it on landscape mode, it's still the blue background. So we can leave it as blue if we want to. It's the linear layout that's vertical, and I'm going to drag in one text view to display. So because it's currently black, I'm going to set the text color there to a #12345 so that we can clearly see it on the blue. And then maybe we can set the margin on the left to 20, on the right to 20, and move it a bit from the top, let's say top 20 as well. So that's the text view. Let's make the size for that text view an 18 maybe, just to have it a bit bigger. Now on that text view, let's call it TV description, so that we know that's the description of what we clicked in the detail view, or in the list view, to show the description in the detail view. So it's called TV description. Now the nice thing about this is because the main activity is hosting the fragment called detail fragment, we can directly have access to the components that's listed on the screen. So for an example, we have direct access to this TV description. So in the main activity, remember on the main XML, we actually don't have that text view, but because the main activity is hosting this fragment, that text view belongs also to the main activity. So in the main activity, we can actually refer to that text view. So I'm going to say text view, and we called it TV description. And then if I go down, let's go and set it up quickly. TV description equals find the view by its ID, r.id.tv description. So we've got a link now to that TV description. So now on the list view, if an item gets clicked, we want to go to the detail fragment and set corresponding text to that one. So now in the main activity, let's just create an array list here as well. So I'm going to say array list of type string also. Let's call it data also equals new array list of type string, or let's call it descriptions here. There we go, descriptions. Now to the descriptions, I want to add now the same basically as what I did here with the list fragment. So remember we said, well, this is item 1, this is item 2, this is item 3. So we can just say something like description for item 1, and then do the same for 3 times for description 1, for item 2, and for item 3, just to get an idea how this works. So now it could have been chess pieces where we said in the list fragment, this is the pawn and this is the king or the queen or the whatever. So we've got all the chess pieces listed here, and then on the main activity we have the description for every one of those chess pieces. But we can see that in position 0 is the description for item 1, and in position 0 that side is the item for item 1, or the chess piece for item 1 or whatever you have. So they must correlate. It's basically parallel arrays or parallel array lists that we're working with. So now in the list fragment, we click on an item in this array list or in the list view, and then we want to go and tell the main activity that a specific item was clicked so that we can show this description or the specific description on the detail fragment. So in order for us to communicate between the two fragments, because it's now the list fragment where we click an item and we want to show the description on the detail fragment, which means that we need to communicate between the list fragment and the detail fragment. There needs to be communication. So in order for us to communicate, we want to go to the list fragment and we're going to create an interface. So I'm going to have that interface right at the top. It's going to be a public interface. Let's call it item selected. So that's the name of the interface. And now we need a method for this interface that will actually be the one method that sends through the data. So I'm going to say void because I'm not going to return anything. And I'm going to call the method on item selected. And what the data that I want to pass through is just the index on where I selected that item in the list. Because the same index that I have in this list, let's say it's this one that was selected, which is at index number 01. It's at index number 1. So we want to go then and also show index number 1 there. So that's the only data I want to pass through. It's just the index value. So on this side, we're going to pass through the index and we're going to get it on the other side on the main activity, and then the main activity will communicate back to the detail fragment what to display. Right, so the first step there is to create your interface, and then after your interface has been created, we need to create a variable in the list fragment which was of type interface. So I'm going to say item selected and I'm going to call it activity, because we want to connect now to the main activity that will communicate back to the detail fragment. So it's essentially going to be my activity that I'm going to make a link to. So item selected activity. Then in the onAttach method, you will remember that we said this context here is the activity that attached this specific fragment. So here we're going to say activity. Remember, activity is now declared as our interface. And we're going to say equals, and you're going to declare it or cast it to the specific interface and just refer to context. So context in this case will refer to the main activity. And now I'm casting the main activity to an interface called item selected. Now you will get an exception here if you try to run this, because in this case our context, which is the main activity, is not yet an item selected. It hasn't yet implemented the interface. So that's the next step that we want to do, is to go to the main activity and implement this specific interface. So let's go to the main activity, and the main activity will say implements that interface item selected, and you can see it's part of the list frag there. So I'm going to say list frag dot item selected. Use Alt Enter there and say implement methods, and you can see there's the on item selected method. So this is the method now in the list frag that I said we should have on item selected. So on the main activity, there's a method now called on item selected, and it will get the index. So we'll get back to this. So now this activity will refer to the main activity that implemented our interface. So now when an item in the list gets clicked, we want to send through the data to the main activity. So that's as easy as referring to the main activity now, which is now activity, which implements that interface. And on that activity, we're going to call the method of the interface called onItemSelected. And what are we going to pass through? Just the index. In this case, it's called position. So I'm just passing through the position on where it was clicked. Now what will happen now? Remember that activity is a connection to the main activity. So in main activity, there must be a method called onItemSelected. So if we go to main activity, there's the method and there's the position that we pass through. So now the only thing I want to do here is to go to TV description, and I'm going to say set the text on TV description. Taking this array list, which is descriptions, I'm going to say descriptions there. Okay, so we'll have a problem there with descriptions. Let's just declare it there at the top. I'm going to copy it there. Let's declare it there and remove the declaration. Right, so we've got descriptions there at the top, and then I'm going to refer to descriptions here. And we're going to say .get, and now I want to get the object, or the text then in this case, at that specific index position. So I'm going to say index there. So descriptions.getIndex will return then the specific one that was clicked, and it's going to set it to the description. So let's run this quickly and see if this is actually working. Right, so now when the application is running, you can see that we can see the list view again, and if I click on an item in the list view, can you see its corresponding item is showing? This is item 1, and it's showing description for item 1. This is item 2, description for item 2. This is item 3, description for item 3. So you can see when I click, it communicates back to the main activity, and the main activity communicates back to this fragment by using TV description there. So what happens when we click? If I click there, go to list fragment again, just open up that one. If I click there on an item, what happens in list fragment, it goes to on list item click, and we refer back to the activity, which is the main activity, dot on item selected, and we pass through the position. So when I click, it passes through the position to the main activity on this method. And then we say TV description, which is on the detail fragment. We set the text to this array, the corresponding value there for the array list. So if I click there, it shows that item. Right, so we had a small problem there. If you just run this quickly again, and you'll see that when this application starts, we start off with text view there instead of the data for, let's say, the first item. So let's say we want to display the first item's data there also. So I'm going to go to the list frag, and then just after we set the data to the list, we can refer to activity again, and we're going to call that same method and just passing in a 0, which will click the very first item basically. So I'm going to run this quickly again, and we can see what happened there. Right, so there the app should now be running. Let's see if it shows that text view now correctly. And you can see now directly when it starts, description for item 1. And I can click and everything is working 100% now. Right, so this is the basics of how fragments communicate and how we can use fragments on one activity. And if I place my phone now to portrait view, you can see that this doesn't look good at all. So you can see this is item 1. It's very cramped up there. There's not enough space in the width of the screen to actually do this. So in the next video, we'll quickly have a look at how can we do these orientation changes also when you're working on a tablet, how we can use this to our advantage to show the list view and the detail view, or only show the list view first and then the detail view second. Right, welcome back to the fragments video. So where we left off the last time was an app that looks like this. So we've got our items listed, and you can see that if I click on one of the items, it's nicely showing there. So what I want to do for this video, well, before we start with the rest of this, I want to add some real data in here so that it doesn't say item 1 and description for item 1. So I want you to go to this link, bit.ly, and then go to arrays.xml. And if you open up that link, you will see that it goes to an arrays XML. So this will then be our choices, the chess pieces for the king, the queen, the bishop, the knight, the rook, and the pawn. And then from there on, there's descriptions for every one of them. So it's 2 parallel arrays, and I'll show you now how to implement this in our application. So you can just basically download that XML file, and then if it's downloaded, pause the video, quickly download that, and when you're done downloading, we'll come back to the video. Right, so back at the video, let's go and paste that file. So that file that you just downloaded, copy that arrays XML file, and I want you to go into your resources folder, go into values, and paste it there. So you're going to say paste in your values folder. It's going to be arrays XML, and you're going to say OK. So it will look like this. There's your arrays XML, and you can see this is also another way to create static arrays inside of your application. So you can just declare an array of the specific type. In this case, it's a string array. The name of the array will be pieces, and you can place in a lot of these item tags, and that will basically be at position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so forth for your array called pieces. And then we also have a string array called descriptions with also item tags. Now these are a bit long item tags because it's descriptions for the chess pieces. So what we want to do is to, instead of saying this is item 1, item 2, item 3 there, we will show the chess pieces here, and if you click on them, it shows the description. Okay, so let's see how we can change our coding to quickly implement these arrays instead of this descriptions there. So instead of saying array list there at the top, let's declare a string array. So we'll just declare a string array there at the top. So I'm in the main activity currently. So instead of saying descriptions equals a new array list, we can then set this one now to get resources, and that refers back to your resources folder, dot get string array, and then we're going to say r dot array, and if you put the dot there, you'll see your two arrays that we have in that arrays.xml. So this one is the description, so we're going to refer to the descriptions there. Okay, so and then we actually do not need these adds anymore, and we'll just go there. Instead of saying descriptions.getIndex, we'll just have the block brackets there without the dot and passing in the index. Okay, so this part is done. So this descriptions variable is declared as a string array because in my arrays XML I have a string array called pieces as well as a string array called descriptions. And in the main activity we're linking up to the descriptions part. So then we'll say get resources.getStringArray and refer back to that array called descriptions. Right, so now let's go to the list frag. So in the list frag, we also created an array list there. So instead of calling it an array list called data, let's also make it a string array called data. And instead of saying new array list there, we do the same thing. We say get resources.getStringArray, and we refer to the array by saying r.array. And then in this case, it's the pieces. Right, so instead of saying data.add there, we can remove that. We already have the data, and there we pass it in, so it should work. Let's see how it works now. I'm going to run it quickly. Let's look at the app. Right, so you can see that we've got a list of the chess pieces now, and when you click on king or queen or knight or bishop or rook or pawn, we will see those data displayed for that specific one that we clicked. So if you click on knight, you'll see the description for the knight. Okay, so that's just a bit more complete example on what we try to achieve here. Okay, so now at this stage, we've got our application looking nice. We've got the list view, and when we click the list view, everything works on that side. But if I place my phone again into portrait mode, then portrait mode does not look good at all. So we can't have our phone look like this. So what we want to do now is to have, when it's in portrait mode, we'll only have the list view here. And then when I click on an item on the list view, it must show the detail view. Now, in order to achieve this, let's go into our resources folder. So what we need to do now is to go and create another layout folder, and I'll explain this now. So you're going to right click on your resources folder, and you're going to say new and go to directory. And then the name that you need to have here is called layout land. So your phone will automatically decide which layout file or folder to go into depending on in what mode your specific phone is. So if it is in landscape mode, it will take all your layouts inside of your layout land folder. And if it's in portrait mode, it will go to the normal layout folder. So we're going to call a folder layout land, and make sure that you call it exactly like I have it here. And then say OK. And you can see that now under layout, you don't see the layout land folder. But if you can go to, in mine is on the desktop Android projects, if I go into my project folder, you will see that you actually have two folders there, one called layout and the other one called layout land. And we'll see that now. So what I want you to do now is to go to activity main, go into the text tab at the bottom, and we're going to give this linear layout an ID. So we'll just say Android ID. We're going to use the plus ID there, and I'm going to call this one. Let's start this one as the portrait mode. So I'm going to say layout underscore portrait. Right, so this layout file will be my portrait layout file. So it's called activity_main, and the ID for it is portrait. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this file, copy it, and I'm going to go into my layout folder, or let's try inside of the resource folder, and I'm going to paste it there. But now instead of going to the layout, the normal layout folder that we have there, I'm going to go to the 3 dots, and you'll see there's a layout land folder. So you'll see there's a layout folder and there's a layout land folder. So you go into that one and say open. That's where I want to place it. So make sure then that you can see that it goes to the directory in your folder, app source main resources layout land, and you can see there's the layout land folder now, and you say okay. Now you'll see the difference now. If you go into layout, you'll see that there's, for the activity main, there's 2 layout files. One is the normal one and one is in the land folder. So what happens if your application starts, and I run this application now, and the phone is in portrait mode, it will use this layout. So that's the layout it will use. But if the phone is, if I put the phone in landscape mode, it will go to the layout land folder automatically and use this layout. So that happens automatically when you put it in the correct folder. Now at this stage, both files are exactly the same, so we will not see a difference. So remember, for your activity main XML, and now see the difference between the 2 files. This one says land activity, and that one says layout activity main. So you can see it's in 2 different folders. Now the one that says layout activity main, we called it layout portrait there. So for this one that's in the land folder, so just to make sure that all of your activity mains are closed, and just open up the one that says land in brackets. Okay, so this one will be layout. Let's make this one land. So now we know this one's ID is layout land, that one's ID is layout portrait. Okay, so for the rest, actually, we're going to leave it as it is, and we're going to refer in coding back to these 2 different layouts. So in coding, we can now go and say, or we can basically go in coding and see which one did the Android system choose to display by checking if the layout file is null or not. Because if the file is null, it means that that one didn't load. So if let's say the phone is currently in your landscape mode, then activity main will be null. But activity main XML with the land, this one, will not be null. Okay, so this is basically what we're going to do in coding also. So in the main activity, after our descriptions has been declared, let's go and see how we can do this now. So I'm going to have an if statement there. So remember, this is when the main activity starts. Just after it started, we will do this if statement. So I'm going to say if find the view by its ID, and we're going to say r.id.layout, and you remember that we called one land and one portrait. So let's look at the portrait one for now. So we're going to say if the find view by ID r.layout portrait is not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null, if that layout was loaded and it's not equal to null, then we know the phone is in portrait mode. Okay, so the else, or another if statement that we can do here, if the find view by its ID r.id.layout land is not equal to null, then we know the phone is in landscape mode. So I hope you understand this concept. So the phone will automatically choose which one of these 2 layouts to basically load, depending on the mode of the phone currently. So we're testing here, if the layout portrait one is not equal to null, it means that the phone loaded the layout portrait instead of layout land. But if this one is not null, we know the phone loaded layout land and not layout portrait. Okay. So now what we're going to do then is to use the fragment manager. So you're going to use the fragment manager of the support version 4 app library, and let's call it manager, equals this.get support fragment manager. Then on that manager object, we will begin a transaction. And normally how this works, you'll begin a transaction and then you'll do a few things and then you save the changes on what you did. So I'm going to start with, so just go to a new line. I'm going to start with the hide method first. So you can see that we can hide a fragment now. I can hide a fragment, or I can also show a fragment. So in this case, if the phone is in portrait mode, I want to hide the detail fragment and I want to show the list fragment. So remember, portrait mode looks like this. This is portrait mode. So if the phone is this way, we want to show this fragment and we want to hide this fragment. So which one do we want to hide? I'm going to go to manager dot find a fragment by its ID, and now I don't think we have given our fragments IDs. So let's just quickly go before we carry on with that. Let's go to fragment list quickly. Actually, not in this file. Let's go to the main activity. So in activity main XML, the first one, this one we called list frag, that one we called detail frag. So actually we did that in the previous video. If you go to this one, you can see this one is called list frag and that one is called detail frag. So everything was done for us in the previous video. Right, so we can refer to them by referring to the list frag and the detail frag. So I'm going to go to the one that we want to hide. If it's in portrait mode, we want to hide the detail fragment. So I'm going to say r.id.detail frag. That's the one I want to hide. Which one do I want to show? So I'm going to go to manager dot find the fragment by its ID, r.id.listFrag. And then after that, we'll just call commit to save everything that we've done so far. Right, so basically this fragment manager will help us now to begin a transaction and hide the detail fragment and show the list fragment when the phone is in portrait mode. Now let's go to the other side. I'm going to copy and paste these lines of coding. So I'm going to copy it and we paste it there. So now on this side, if the phone is in landscape mode, like this now, so this is landscape mode, you can see that we do not want to hide any one of the fragments. We want to show both of them. So instead of having the hide there, I'll have two shows there because I want to show both the detail fragment as well as the list fragment. Now let's run this quickly, and you'll see that these highlighted values here are just saying that it could be null. So you can actually test if this manager.find fragment by ID is not null, then we hide it and we show it. But that's up to you. So I'm going to run this quickly and see if we leave our phone now in portrait mode, what will the app do for us? Right, so you can see that our fragment is currently showing correctly. So we have a list or a list of items here, but when I click it, nothing happens. So now it's showing correctly, but when I click, nothing happens. If I put it in landscape mode, you can see now it shows this fragment and this fragment, both of them. But as soon as I go to portrait mode, it will only show the list view. So this is what we did now with these two pieces of coding. Now the next part is, if we click now an item here, then we want to show that item on the other fragment. Right, so where does that happen? So in this on item selected method is what happens actually when the user clicks here in the list fragment. It goes to on list item click, and then we activate the on item selected method in the main activity. So as soon as that item gets selected, yes, we can set the text. Remember that fragment is in memory, so setting that text will be 100% correct, no problems there. So what we can do then, we can test here. If again, the find fragment by ID or find view by ID, r.id.layout portrait, if it's in portrait mode, then we do that. Because if it's in landscape mode, everything works fine. So this is only when it's in portrait mode. So I'm just going to say there is not equal to null. So again, we can have that comment there. If the phone is in portrait mode, let's copy that one. So again there, your phone is now in portrait mode. So only if the phone is currently in portrait mode, then we want to do what we're going to do now. So I'm going to use this fragment manager again. I'm going to copy that, paste it there, and we'll have the fragment manager again. We will begin the transaction. Actually, we should have copied the other one, but it doesn't matter. So we're going to hide in this case, the list frag. So let's just change the show and the hide there. That one we can have show, and this one should be hidden. So when the item gets clicked, this method will run, and we will show the detail frag but hide the list fragment, and then see how it works. Okay, so let's run it. Right, so now we have a slight problem. As soon as the application starts, we are already in the detail view. Now, why is that? So if you remember in the list frag, we said that we wanted to actually run this line there right at the beginning to select the first one, and that's actually what happened. It's like we clicked it already. So just comment out that line for now, and let's run it again so that we don't click the very first item right at the start. Right, and there you can see there the app runs, and we've got the list of all the chess pieces again, and if I click on the king there, it takes me back to this one. Okay, now if I click on the back button, it actually takes me out of the activity, which is not what we want, so we'll fix that now. So let's just run this app again, fragments, just open it up again, and let's put it in landscape mode now. So now you can see the problem is now where we click, it still works 100%, but we see the word text view there when we start. So let's just quickly correct this part. So in order for this to work correctly, we will have a slight if statement here, or small if statement here, and we're just going to say if this dot get activity, that gets the activity that's hosting this fragment. In this case, it is our main activity. Dot find the view by its ID, and we're going to refer to r.id.layout, in this case, portrait. So if the phone is currently in portrait mode, not equal to null, then we can run this coding. So I'm going to copy that or cut it there and paste it. So actually, I think let's make this equal to null, because we want to have it if the phone is in portrait, or if the phone is in landscape mode. I'm just going to add this here. The phone is in landscape mode. So if portrait is null, we know it's landscape. Unless you want to say, let's do it land there again, and then we can say not equal to null. That's the same thing. Okay, so if the activity is currently in landscape mode, then we want to have it clicked already. Otherwise, we do not want it. So let's try this out again. Right, so now you can see when the app runs, we've got that nicely figured out again. Now, if I go back to this one, you can see it's not clicked. So if I click there, it takes me back to this one. So the only problem we have left is when we click on the back button, and now it goes out of the application instead of going back to the list view. Now, in order to correct that, we'll just go back to the main activity, and there where we said where we click on it, we will add there just one extra line there. So we'll say add to backstack, and we're just going to pass in the null value there, and that will allow us to go back to the list view. So I'm going to run this quickly again. Right, so if I click on one of the items there and I click on the back button, it goes back to the list view. Now if I click on the pawn, I can see the pawn. If I go back to the knight, I can see the knight's description, and so forth. So now if we put the phone in landscape mode, you can see everything is working 100%. Right, and that is the end of fragments. I hope that you understand fragments after this example. In this video, we'll have a look at how to display a list in Android. So there's a normal list view, and then there's the recycler view. So we're going to look at the recycler view to display lists in Android instead of the list view. So some people refer to the recycler view as list view version 2. So the recycler view is a more efficient way to display items in a list. So you can see that it says there if your app needs to display a scrolling list of elements based on large data sets or data that frequently changes, you should use the recycler view as described on this page. And there they give you an example of the list, or the list of items here in the recycle view. Okay, so this list is using the recycle view, and this one is also using the recycler view, but also with the card view. So we'll also have a look at card view in this video. Now, if you go down, they just give you an overview of what is the recycler view. The recycler view widget is a more advanced and flexible version of the normal list view. So in the recycler view model, several different components work together to display your data. The overall container for your user interface is a recycler view object that you add to your layout, and the recycler view fill itself with the views provided by the layout manager of your choice. And then there's default ones such as the linear layout manager or the grid layout manager. And then the views in the list are represented by view holder objects. And these objects are instances of a class that you defined by extending this, and we'll do this in coding. Each view holder is in charge of displaying a single item with a view. For example, if your list shows music collection, each view holder might represent a single album. And the recycler view creates only as many view holders as are needed to display on the screen portion of the dynamic content, plus a few extra. As the user scrolls through the list, the recycler view takes off-screen views and rebinds them to the data which is scrolling onto the screen. So this is a very efficient way of working with lists. So let's go to the Android application. So I just created a new blank Android application, and from here we can start with the coding. So now let's go into Gradle scripts first. If you go to your build.gradle file, so make sure that you're under Gradle scripts, build.gradle, the one that says module app. Now if you go into that one, we need to add 2 lines of coding. So I'm going to paste the 2 lines that you need there, so you can just type them there. But make sure that your compile SDK version as well as your target SDK version, they should be the same. So mine is 28, which means that for my support library app compat, as well as for, you'll see the recycler view and the card view, both of them should be exactly the same version. So you can see there's my version, and it's the same version I have there and the same version I have there. All 3 of them must be exactly the same. So your version there could be different than mine depending on the current update. So make sure it's an implementation, and then you just type these 2 lines of coding there extra. So it's the recycler view as well as the card view. And then you'll just click on sync now. Now after everything has been synced, you'll see a little check mark there to say that the analysis is complete, no problems found. And then I'm going to close that file. Right, so the first thing that we want to do when creating a new list is we want to have a custom class that will represent every item in our list. So you'll go to your package folder there and go to new Java class. And we're going to call this class, I'm just going to create a normal person class there. So it's a normal Java class. And I'm going to have a private string name there for the person. We will have, let's say a surname for that specific person, and then we can also have a preference. I'm going to say string preference, and that will be whether this person takes the bus or the plane, for example. Just a simple example that we're going to do today. So every person object will have a name, a surname, and then a preference variable of either having the value of bus or let's say fly or plane or whatever. Okay, so we're going to right click here and say generate, and you're going to say constructor there, and we'll have the constructor for all 3 of those. And then we're going to say generate again, right click, generate, getter and setter, and we're going to get the getters and the setters for all 3 of those fields. So this class is done then. So that's the first step of creating your own custom list, is that you need a class that represents the items that you will place in every item in the list view. Right, so after creating this person class, that's your first step. Create a class that represents every item in the list. The second thing that you'll need to do is to go and create a new layout file. And I'm going to go to right-clicking on the layout folder, go to new, and then layout resource file. And I'm going to change the constraint layout there to a linear layout. And let's give this the name list items. So if you click then on OK, you'll see a new layout file there. And this layout file will then represent every item in the list view and how it should look. So you can design your own list view here. So what we're going to do here is to create some pictures that we're also going to use on this. So I'm going to go to the resources folder, right click on it, say new vector asset, and let's search for, this is the first one that I want, is the bus. So you can get that by just saying bus there and you'll get it. Right, so I want to use this picture. Let's call it bus as well and say finish. Then go to your resources folder again, new vector asset, and we're going to search for flight, and you'll see there's the aeroplane. So we're going to use that one, and let's just call it plane. And then let's click on next and then finish. And then under the drawable folder, you'll see there's bus and plane. And those are the two pictures that we will use here. Now, just to make sure that these pictures are in fact included in your resources folder, you can go to the top and go to build and just say clean project, just to make sure that those pictures are now where they should be, and then we can refer to them when we drag to the screen. So now the next layout that we're going to use here, we're in a normal linear layout that's vertical, but I want to go and drag in a horizontal linear layout. So horizontally, I want to place a few components. So the first component I want to place there will then be an image view. So go to Common, drag in your image view there, go to Project. So it could be that it's not displaying here if you haven't cleaned your project. So I'm going to choose the plane there, and you can see the plane icon there. And I'm going to say 50 by 50. Let's try it 50 by 50. That should be fine. Remember, we're defining now how every item in the list should look. So we'll show basically a picture of either a bus or a plane, depending on the preference of that specific person object. So there's the plane, and what we want to do next is drag in another linear layout that is vertical just underneath that image view. Now for that linear layout, just make sure it's not matching the parent, but it's wrapping its content. Also for this linear layout, make sure it's not matching the parent, but wrapping the content. And the same for this vertical linear layout, we can also have it wrap the content. Right, so this image view is now 50 by 50. I'm actually wondering now if it is. Let's just remove this weight property there and remove that weight property there as well. And then that looks better. Okay, so we've got the image view, and then we have a linear layout that we can't see yet. So we're going to use the text view and drag a text view into that linear layout and another text view into that linear layout. So we'll have two text views there. So remember our person object, it's got a name, a surname, and a preference. So we want to show those data on the screen. So there's the preference, will either be the picture of the bus or the plane, and then the name and the surname. So for the first text view, let's go down and make this one a bit more bold, and let's set this text size there as 16 SP, just to have it a bit bigger. Then on this whole linear layout, let's just add a margin on the left of, let's say 5, maybe a bit more, let's make it 10. And then on the top text view, let's add a top margin there of 5, just to place it down a bit or to bring it down a bit. So if you look at your layout now, it looks something like this. So maybe on the picture also we can have a left margin of, let's say 3, and just to move it a bit from the side, and that should be fine. Okay, so this is now how every item in the list view will display. So this is very important that you give them IDs. So this one will be IV, let's call it pic there, that will be the picture, or you can call it, let's call it IV preference. Then let's go to the first text view there, and I'm going to call that one TV name, and the second one there I'll call TV surname. So we'll have the guy's name, then his surname, and his preference there. Right, and then you'll see that there's some error there, and that's using this vector compat or vector drawable compat again. So just make sure you select this part, like we did in the previous video also. Select that part there, copy it by using Control C, and then if you're on a Mac, it's Command C. You can copy that, and then you're going to go down to your Gradle scripts, build.gradle, and just make sure you add that one line there and say sync now. Right, and then everything should be fine. Let's go back there, and you can see the red error is gone. Right, so this is our custom layout. So what we've done so far is created a custom class and our custom layout that will represent the items in that class. So now the next thing that we should do is to go and create our own custom adapter class that will help us to set the items from this object to the items on every item in the list view. And ultimately our objects will be in a list, and the list of objects will be placed into a list view using this specific view. Right, so let's go now to our Java folder again. In your package, you're going to right click and say new Java class again. Now this Java class you can call anything you want. So I'm going to call this one person adapter because we're working with person objects. So I'm going to call this person adapter. So this is the person adapter class now. And at the top, you're going to say extends recyclerView.adapter. And now you'll see that it gives us an error there. So you're going to use Alt-Enter on it and say implement the methods, and you select all of those methods. Now let's just declare a few variables there at the top that we'll need. So I'm going to use a private array list. So to this adapter, we'll pass in an array list of person objects. So I want to get hold of that array list that was passed in. So that's why I'm declaring it here at the top. And then as part of this, we need a public constructor here. So I'm going to say public person adapter. And what I want to receive in here is the context. And that context is basically the activity that will be using this adapter. Your second argument will then be, again, this array list that was passed in. So I'm going to say array list of type person, and let's just call this one list. So what we want to do in this constructor is to just set our people variable there at the top to this list that was passed in. And now we have a link to that list that was passed in, and we can use the objects in that list. The next thing that we need to create here is a public class that will be inside of this person array or this person adapter class. So we're going to call this class public class viewHolder. And this viewHolder must extend the recyclerView.viewHolder. Okay, so that is the class that we will have. It will extend this one, Alt-Enter on it, and we create the matching constructor. So this viewHolder class, or the inner class here, will represent now every item that we're going to place on this view. So now on this viewHolder, we need to define all of the items that we have on this list, or on this specific list items. Now the first one there you can see we called IVPref, which is a picture. So let's declare it there. We're going to have an image view there, and we called it IVPref. Then we have two text views there. So we're going to declare those two text views also. One was called TV name, and the other one was called TV surname. So there we have image view preference for the text view for the name and for the surname. And now inside of this viewHolder constructor, we will now just take or get hold of these three components on this layout called list items. So we will say TV name equals, and you'll see there's an item view that was passed in. So I'm going to say item view, which will basically refer to this view. So it's going to be item view dot find the view by its ID r.id.tv name, and that's a link to the name text field there, or text view. And now the next one, TV surname equals item view again dot find the view by its ID r.id.tv surname. And then the last one for the image view will be IVPref equals find the view, first item view dot find the view by its ID. Come on. And that's also r.id.ivpref. So now we have a link to every one of these components. And inside of this viewHolder is also where we set the on-click listener, so that if an item in the list view gets clicked, it will get activated by this method. So I'm going to go to the item view, and I'm going to set an on-click listener. And we're going to say new on-click listener there. And it creates the on-click listener for you. So we'll come back to the on-click listener and how this will work a bit later on. So this viewHolder basically just represents what we did in this person class as well as what we did in this list items. So basically it is holding a place for us for where to place data on the TV name, the surname, and the preferences, text views and image views. Now let's go back to the top. So at the top we couldn't do this complete declaration of the class here where we extends because we didn't have the viewHolder class yet. So we're going to add some brackets there, and then we will use the person adapter. So we're going to say person adapter dot viewHolder, and that will be referring to this one. And now if you go down, you'll see some problems there because this one was referring to recyclerView.viewHolder, but we created our own viewHolder here. So it's going to be person adapter dot viewHolder, and the same here, not recyclerView, but person adapter. Now let's go to this method that says the onCreate view holder method. So in this method, we want to create a new view, and we're going to set this view to the layout inflator dot from, and you can see then it wants the context there. So in this case, we're going to use this view group that was passed in. So we're going to say view group dot get context. Then on that we call the inflate method. So on that inflate method, we need to tell it now where is this items that we want to, or this custom layout that we want to use to show in the list view. So we're going to say inflate there, and we're going to go to r.layout.listItems. So that is the view that we want to inflate. And then you can just pass in this view group, and the last argument we'll just pass in false. Right, and then close it down. So that view, or the V there, is now referring to list items that we have created there. So we've inflated that layout, and then we need to return that object basically. So in there where we return the null there, but remember that we need to return a view holder. So I'm actually going to create an instance of this class to say I'm going to create a new view holder, and I'm going to pass in the item view there. So this will be our item view. So I'm going to say return new view holder, and you'll see that is part of the person adapter. That's part of this class. It is this inner class view holder that I'm referring to, and I'm going to pass in that V. So what happens now when I pass in that V, it goes to this class, and item view here is now referring to list items. So on list items, I find the view by its ID called TV name, TV surname, and TV preference, or IV pref. Right, so let's go to the next method, which is the onBind view holder. Now this method runs actually for every item that's currently in your list view, not in your list view, in your array list. So you can see that as part of this person adapter's constructor, we pass in a list there, which is an array list. That list gets set to the people array list that we have declared at the top. So we will pass in an array list of person objects, and those person objects is the objects that we want to go and set in the list. So this people is now referring to the array list which could be full of objects of type person. So this method at the bottom will run then for every element inside of that specific array list. And you'll see the get item count there. We can actually go and say people.size, that gets you the size of that list gets returned if you call get item count. So basically that this onBind view holder will run at the exact same time, the number of times that we have our array list or objects in our array list. So now in this you can see there's the index value. So we know where we are in the array list at that specific point in time. So what do we want to do here? You'll see that there's a view holder that was passed in, and that is essentially this view holder that we have there. So we're going to say view holder dot item view. So on the view holder, there's an item view that was passed in, and on that item view we have now all of these IDs. So I'm going to say on the item view, I'm going to set a tag. So you'll see that later on we use that tag in this onClick listener to see which one was clicked. So I'm going to say view holder dot item view dot set the tag, and the tag I want to set to, so this item view that we have there, we're essentially setting, or it could be this view as well, we're setting a tag to that view. So I'm going to say view holder dot item view dot set tag, and I'm going to use that people array list dot get, and basically just setting the tag as the object that we're currently at position I. Right, so now the next one, we're going to say view holder dot TV name, and you can see I can refer to TV name or surname now. So let's refer to TV name first, and I'm going to set the text to TV name. So I'm now basically setting text to this view for every item in the list view where I'm currently at position I in the array. Okay, so I'm going to say view holder dot TV name dot set text. Then I'm going to refer to the people array list again, dot get I, that specific position, dot get name. So I'm now referring actually to this class where I can call the get name and the get surname method. Right, so we're going to go to view holder, to the text view, and we set the text to name. Then we're going to go to view holder again, TV surname. we're going to set the text to people.get I again, and this time .get surname. Now for the image view, we want to look at the preference of that specific person. If it is, the preference is, let's say, bus, then we want to show the bus picture there. If it's plane, then we want to show the plane. So let's just do a quick if statement here. If the object that we're currently at, when it's trying to set the list, if we get the preference there and the preference is equal to, let's say, bus, then we want to do something. The else will be if it's set to plane. So what we want to do here is to go to view holder again, but now we want to refer to the image view there, which we called ivpref. So I'm going to say ivpref.setImageResource r.drawable. It's in our drawable folder. Remember, all our pictures are here. There's bus and plane, so it's in the drawable folder, so it's r.drawable. So if it's a bus, we're going to refer to drawable.bus. And then we'll have this exact same line again in the else statement, but instead of showing the bus there, we will be showing the plane. So in the onBind view holder is where we set the items for every item in the array list. And I is where we currently are in the array list, at which position. So let's just quickly go through this class again. What did we do here? So we created a new person adapter class. It extends this recyclerView.adapter, and it will be of this, be using this specific view holder that is inside of this class. So right at the top, we declared an array list. We declared the constructor there that accepts the context, and we'll come back to the context later on. You can see up until now we haven't used it yet. So in the person adapter class, or in the person adapter constructor, we'll accept the context, which is the activity that's currently using it, as well as a list or an array list of person objects will be passed into this constructor. And then that array list will be set to the one that we declared at the top. Now inside of this class, we have our own view holder object or view holder class that we will create objects of, and this represents every item in the list view. So you can see that we made connections here to every one of these items. So there's a TV name, TV surname, and ivpref, and this is also where we'll have the onClick listener. And then the onCreate view holder gets a connection to the layout, and this is this layout there, and it passes it in as a new view holder object. So it passes in the view, and we know exactly where it's linked up to for the items for the specific view. So after that is set up, then this onBind view holder will run for the amount of items that we have in our people array list at the top. So that array list that we passed in, let's say there's 10 objects, then this onBind view holder will run for 10 times, and every time telling us where we are at that specific position and time. So we go to the view holder that was passed in, which will refer to this view holder basically, and we're going to go to item view. We set the tag. We'll come back to this tag later on just to set the tag on this item view there. And then we set on the TV name, the TV surname, and the ivpref. We set the text on those two, and we set the image resource on this for every item in the array list. And then the last method there just needs a count for your specific array list. So in this case, how many people objects or person objects are currently in the array. Right, so now the next thing that we'll need to do is to go into the main activity now. So on the main activities layout file, we've got nothing yet there. So let's just go into the text, and I'm going to change this to a linear layout. And I'm going to set the orientation to be vertical, horizontal, vertical. And then I'm going to remove this text view. So what we want to drag in here is then now the recycler view. So I'm going to drag in the recycler view there. And you can see that we have the width and we've got the height there. So we can add another property there that will just say Android ID and just give it an ID of, let's call it list. So now if you go to the design view, you will see that you have now a list of items there on the screen. So don't worry about how that look now. So we've got the ID there, and the ID is called list. Now let's go and set that up in the main activity. So in the main activity, I'm going to have a few declarations at the top. I'm going to start with the recycler view, and I'm going to call this recycler view. So we're going to link up that one now. And then I want to have recycler view dot adapter. And I'm going to call that adapter my adapter. We'll come back to that one also. And then we're going to have a recycler view dot layout manager. We read about the layout manager, so we need to use some sort of layout manager to help us out here. So that's the three variables that we'll need. And if you need to have a look at the import statements, just make sure that they are the same for the recycler view there. It's version 7 widget. Okay. Then inside of your onCreate method, we're going to set the recycler view equal to find the view by its ID, and now I want to refer to this list that I just created. I think probably need to clean again, so go to build and clean your project if your ID is not showing up. Right, let's try again, and I'm going to go to list. So in your activity main, we called this ID for the recycler view, we called it list. So now in your main activity, we're setting it up. So your recycler view is that list. Then we're going to also call recycler view dot set has fixed size, and we're going to set that to true. And that just makes sure that your recycler view is not changing depending on the size of your different items that's in the list. So this also has an effect on performance, so it's very good if you can set this value to true. It affects your performance very positively. Then we're going to go to the layout manager, and we set the layout manager. So the layout manager will be a new linear layout manager, and I'm just going to pass in this keyword, which is referring to the main activity. So we're going to use the linear layout manager of the main activity. And then on the recycler view, I'm going to set the layout manager, and the layout manager will be this layout manager. So obviously you don't need this variable, and you can just pass in new linear layout manager directly into set layout manager. So now the next thing that we'll have here or need here is the array list. So now this array list could come from anywhere. You can get this from a database or wherever. We're just going to hard code it for now. And it's going to be an array list that will have person objects. So let's just call it people again. And then after this, we'll say people equals new array list. And let's make it also of type person. Right, and then we can just add a few there. So I'm going to say add there. And this will be a new person object. And now remember, in your person class, there's the constructor. We accept a name, a surname, and a preference. So I'm just going to say new person there. The name, let's say John. The surname as a string, Rambo. And then as the preference there, let's say John Rambo uses the bus. And then I'm going to do the same thing again. So I'm going to copy this quickly. And let's add one for Chuck Norris. And let's say Chuck Norris will also be using the bus. And we'll have Peter Jennings here, whatever. And we'll use the plane there for that guy. And let's add another one there. Tom Cruise. And he will use the plane as well. Okay, so there's a few people that we have in the list, and I'm just going to copy this and paste it a few times so we have a nice big list of people. Right, so now after we've created our array list or connected to a database and we've got our array list, in this case we just hard coded it, we can now go and set the adapter for our specific recycler view. So we'll go to my adapter, which we declared at the top. So my adapter is the adapter, the recycler view adapter. And I'm going to use now my custom adapter that I created, which we called person adapter. So it's the one that we spend most of our time on, this one. Now remember, we've got a constructor there that accepts this array list, but it also accepts the context. So I'm going to say new person adapter, passing in the context, which is the main activity. So I'm just passing in this, or you can pass in main activity.this, and the second argument is the list of person objects. So it's called people in the side. So what will happen now is it will go to the person adapter, it accepts that list there, it sets the list to this array list, and now it will do all the rest for us. Okay, so after that, after we've got the adapter, we need to go to the recycler view and call set the adapter for me. Which adapter? The one that we just created, my adapter. Now let's just test this one out quickly. So run it on a virtual device and let's see how this runs. Right, and there you can see a nice list of items. So you can see John Rambo, Chuck Norris, and so forth. Now to get this list looking a bit better, we can use this card view that we talked about. So let's see how we can implement the card view to make this list look a bit better. So you can see basically it's the items that we had there. And the first one is John Rambo with a bus. So it shows the bus picture. The second one is also a bus. The third one is a plane. And the fourth one is also a plane. So it's showing the picture depending on what you pass in for that specific object. So let's see if we can display this a bit better. So what I want you to do is to go into your list items where we created this, and we're going to add something. So just outside of this linear layout that is now vertical, you remember that we created, or we implemented in our build.gradle file, we implemented the card view library. So we're going to refer to that card view library now. So we're going to open our own tag there and go to Android. You can see there Android.support version 7 widget card view. So that's the one we want. Now for the width, we're going to set the width to matching the parent. We're going to set the height to wrap content, and then you can open up that card view. So there's a few other settings that we can also set now for this card view. And one of the first ones is to go and set XML NS, and then we're going to refer to card underscore view equal sign, and then you're going to use HTTPS or HTTP, and you'll see there's one that says res auto at the end. So this one is the one we want. And now we can add the rest of it. Okay, so after that statement, we'll add the card background color. So the background color you can choose for that specific card layout. You can do anything there. So I'm just gonna go with a color code of hash D3D3D3, and you can see it's basically a light gray type of color. So that's the background color for the card view. Then we can also have a corner radius. So you're going to have the card corner radius, and that's just the radius for your corners. And I'm going to leave this at 5 dp, but you can obviously make changes there to make your corners less round or more round. Then we're going to work with the elevation. So that's the card elevation. Make sure it's this one, card view, card elevation. And that is basically how high up in the air do you want that card to show. The higher up it is, the bigger this value, the more of a shadow you will see. So you can play around with that value also. So that's the card elevation. And I'm going to use compat padding. You can also play around with the compat padding to set it to false or true and see what happens there if you set it to true. So it opens up too much space for me if you use this compat padding. So make sure that's set to false. And then we'll just use a layout margin there. So I'm going to say layout margin, and that's the normal Android layout margin. And I'm going to use a margin of 7 dp. So instead of using card use compat padding true, I'm going to set my own margin for 7 dp. Right, so after your card view is now done, what I want to do is to take the rest of this layout. So you can see we're in the linear layout and there's only one closing tag. So just before your last linear layout closing tag, I want to take everything. So basically everything that I had in the layout, I'm going to cut them. So I only have the card view, and I'm going to place that into the card. Now, if you go to design, you'll see that your design now looks like this. This is now your card view. I actually don't like this color there. So let's just go to text again, and let's replace this with an F6 and see how that looks. Just put a hash there. Okay, so let's go back to design, and that looks a bit better. Okay, so this is the card view then, and you can see that on the card view, I can just click somewhere else, the round edges there. So you can go and play around with these values on the card elevation and the corner radius and stuff like that. So we can even make it a 3 there to see your edges are then not that round anymore. So let's run this again and see how it displays. and this is how it's displaying now. So now we have the card view implemented. So this looks a bit better than what we had. Okay, so now let's go and have a look at the click events. If I want to click on one of the items in this list now, what do I need to do? So if you go to your person adapter class again, you remember that we've implemented an on-click listener there. So if you want to, you can directly do what you want to do right in this on-click listener. But if you want to reuse this coding, this would probably give you some problems. So what I suggest you do is to create an interface here that you can send back to the main activity, which one was actually clicked. So I'm going to use a public interface. Let's call it interface there. And it's going to be item. Let's just say item clicked there. Now in the item clicked interface, we'll have one method that will help us to get that index on where it was clicked. So I'm going to say on item clicked, and then we're going to pass in there an integer, and that's just the index on where was it clicked in the list. Now you remember this context that was passed in, and this context will basically now be your main activity. So let's go to the main activity and we implement this interface. So in the main activity, I'm going to implement that interface there, implements, and it's called item clicked. So just have the interface there, Alt enter on it, and say implement that on item clicked method. So basically when we get the context here, we want to set this context now to a variable that we can use to activate this method. Okay, so let's see if we can declare a variable there at the top that is of the same type as this interface. Let's just go into item clicked, and I'm going to call this activity. So remember that the context here is referring to an activity that's using this person adapter. In our case, it's the main activity. So what we're going to do here also is to go and say this activity that we created there, that's of type item clicked, will be, if I convert it to item clicked and using this context, let's just say context there, I will then basically have a connection to the main activity or any other activity that's using this adapter. So you can see then context refers to the main activity. Remember here where we said my adapter equals new person adapter, we pass in this. This is referring to the main activity. So it's actually the main activity that gets passed in here, and we're converting that main activity to an item clicked. Can we do that? Yes, because the main activity implements item clicked. So there's a relationship. So the main activity is a item clicked. So here where we say convert that thing that's already an item clicked to an item clicked and not a context anymore, then we now have a connection to that activity. Now with that connection to the activity, we can then call this method and pass through where the index was clicked. So in the adapter, let's go down. In your view holder, this is where we want to add the coding now. If it gets clicked, we want to send through, using that method, to the main activity which index value was clicked. So we'll refer to the activity variable. So we're going to say that variable, and the only method that you can call on that variable is the method that you defined inside of item clicked, which is this on item clicked, but it's also the method that we have there, so which is fine. So on activity, we're going to call on item clicked, and now we want to pass through the index. Where did we click it? But we don't have the index here. But what we do have is where we've set this as a tag. So we've said viewholder.itemView.set tag, and this is the tag. It's the whole object. So now on this side, you can see that there's the item view that was passed in. And if I set an on-click listener on this item view, I can also refer to that view there. So basically what I'm going to do is to go into my people array list. I'm going to get the index of this object that we have the tag of. So I'm going to say index of view.getTag. So there we set the tag as people.getI, which is a person object, and there we call getTag. But just to make sure it's of the correct type, we will convert this to a person object to make sure that it is the correct type of object that we're getting the index of. So in the people array list, we will then get the index value of this object that was tagged, which we tagged in this line of coding. So then basically we send through what is the index value that it was clicked on, And by doing that, it activates this method, and there we have the index. And now it's easy. We can just go and display a toast there, or you can start a new activity, or whatever you want to do based on that value. So now we know in which index was it clicked in this people array or array list. So we can just go and say the surname, sorry, not there. Let's go down there. The surname for the person that was clicked will be in the people array or array list dot get the specific position, which is the index, and we're going to call get surname. And I can also display the name and whatever in the exact same manner. Let's run this again and see if the click value now works. Right, so there's the list again. If I click on an item in the list, it gives me the surname. So if I click on Peter, it should give me Jennings. If I click on John, it should give me Rambo. If I click on Tom there, it should give me Cruz. So I think this click is working 100%. Now, just one more thing when working with lists. Let's say that after a while your list changed and you want to update your list. How can you do that? So in the main activity, I'm just going to add another component there. I'm going to drag in one button just in front of the list. Right, so there's the button just in front of the list. And I think for the rest of it should be fine. I'm just going to leave the button as it is. Let's just call it add there. And we're going to call it BTN add. And go to the main activity. And let's just set up that button quickly. I'm going to say button BTN add. BTN add equals find the view by its ID, r.id.btn add. Okay, so for some reason it's not picking up, so let's just clean again, go to build and clean your project. Right, and then we've got BTN add, it's connected there, so just make sure that that one is actually called BTN add. Right, so we've got the button there. Let's set an on-click listener on that button. On-click listener, new on-click listener. And then inside of this on-click listener, let's add now a new object to this people array list. So I'm just going to copy one of them and I'm going to paste there, and let's take somebody totally different. Let's take Susan Peters and let's leave it at plain. So every time we click the button, it will add a new person called Susan Peters, just to see if this works. So if we run this again, you will see that we've got the button at the top and we've got the list view, so which is 100% fine, but you can't see any Susan value there. Okay, so if I click on add, it should now actually add new Susan Peters, but if you look at your list, nowhere still you'll see Susan Peters. So in order to make sure that this one is then also added to the list, you will go to your adapter called My Adapter and you're going to say notify dataset changed. So it's going to notify the adapter that this array list, which is the data set, has changed and it must include the new values. So let's run this again and see if it works now. Right, so there's the list again, no Susan. Let's click on add, scroll up, there's Susan Peters. Click on add again, scroll up just a bit more and you'll see a second Susan Peters. Click on add again and you'll see another Susan Peters. So it's dynamically updating your list, and the recycler view is very nice in doing this for you. Now we're basically done for this video. Just want to show you something interesting also. If you go to your layout manager, let's take this one line there and we play around with it a bit. So I'm going to go to the layout manager and you'll see that this layout manager has got a few more arguments that you can pass in. So I'm going to use linear layout manager, and you can see that we can set it now to horizontal. So currently our list view or our list is vertical, so we can set our list to be horizontal, and then the last argument, I'll talk about that now. I'm going to set it to false for now. So if we run this now, let's just comment out one of the two. So I'm going to comment out that one, and this is our new linear layout manager, and run it again and you'll see something interesting now. So now instead of having a linear layout that is vertical, we'll have one that is horizontal. So there you can see it, and I can scroll through my list horizontally. Now you can see if I get to the end of my list, you can see that the list is actually spanning the whole screen still. So even if I try to put some other content here, you will not see it. So what you can do then is to go to, let's go to the main activity. Instead of having this list view match the parent, you can just set it to wrap content. And then you can add some other components underneath it again, if you wanted to. So now if you run it again, you'll see that, let's see if it runs now. Right, you can see now if I drag it, it's only that small top part at the top. So we can still use the bottom part. And now it's scrolling nicely. Okay, so the false value that I passed in as the third argument there, where are we now? That third argument will just basically say reverse the layout, yes or no. So reversing the layout means that my list view starts now from left to right. So if I put a false or a true value in there, my list view will start from right to left, which means I will start scrolling to the right. So you can play around with that value. Then another value or another thing that we can also do here, let's just take that one line again and we comment out this one. We can also set a new grid layout manager. Now for the grid layout manager, we're also going to pass in this, which is just the main activity, the context. And then we're going to say grid layout manager dot horizontal, and also you can set true or false there. So let me just set false there again. I forgot about one argument there. So let's just add a 2 there, and I'll explain the 2 also. That's just how many items you'll have per row there in the grid. So it's the context, your span count, which is horizontal or however you want to scroll, and then reverse the layout false again. So let's just see the grid layout quickly. And it could be that it will not show correctly, so you need to go and define your layout for the type of grid layout or the layout manager that you're going to use. So let's just look at this one. Okay, so you can see then on this grid layout, I have a span count of 2 there. So I have them now 2 by 2. They're going through, and I can also, let's say, make it 4. Run it again. I can have 4 of them scroll from left to right, and there's all the components. Okay, so remember that last value there indicates whether you start from the right to the left or from the left to the right. And then also you can use this as vertical, and let's see how the vertical one looks. And then you have it vertically like this, which is not showing very nicely. So maybe let's just have 2 there. Obviously, you're going to change your layout for every item in the list view depending on the layout manager that you'll use. And there you can see now it's a smaller one, but we've got a grid layout with 2 in each row. Okay, so this is basically it for your list view. So let's see if we add one there. You'll see now if I click on add, it adds it there at the bottom. Click on add again, it adds another one there at the bottom. So also your add will work with no matter which type of layout you use. If I click on adding there and adding and adding, I will basically keep on adding to this whole list view. Okay, so that is it for the recycler view. I hope that you've learned a lot in this video. So in the next video, we'll have a look at how can we include this recycler view also. Remember, this is an in or on top of a normal main activity or normal activity. So we'll see in the next video how we can do this recycler view also with fragments. In this video, we will see how we can incorporate the recycler view also inside of fragments. So this is just the example that we're going to build today. And you will see it's not a very beautiful example, but I want to get to the functionality of this example. And you can see then for the functionality here, there's our recycler view that is part of a fragment that I have on the left hand side. Then I have 2 different fragments here that we can use to display the data. So for example, if I click on Chuck Norris there, you can see the data is displayed in the top fragment, and then in the bottom fragment I can add a new person. Let's just have the Nelson Mandela, say next. give him a telephone number, say done, and then if I click on add person, you can see it's been added to the list. So if I click then on Nelson Mandela, I can see the information on Chuck Norris, John Rambo, Peter Pollock, Peter, and Nelson Mandela, 100% with all the information. So how does these components then communicate with each other in order to get one application that works as three different fragments? So let's see how we can do this. So the first thing that you'll need is to have the implementation of the recycler view as well as the card view there. So just make sure that your version number there at the end must be the same version number that you have for your support library for AppCompat. Right, so then we can start with the application. So I'm going to create those three fragments quickly. So you're going to go into your Java folder, into your package, and we're going to create new, go to fragment, and fragment blank. So the first fragment I'm going to create is again the list frag, which will show a list of all those different people. And we're not going to include these, we will do it ourselves, and you're going to say finish there. Right, so let's create another fragment again. So you're going to say new, fragment again, blank one again, and let's call this one the detail frag, which we will show the detail of that specific person, just his name and his telephone number. And then we'll create one last one there. So it's the third fragment. And we'll use this one, or maybe call this one add person fragment. And then also make sure you don't check those and say finish. So just make sure that your add person frag looks something like this, the detail frag also something like this, and the list frag also something like this. If you've got a lot of information here, it means that you checked one of those boxes there when you created the fragment. And then I would suggest you remove that fragment and then start again by creating an empty fragment like we have here. Right, then if you go into your colors XML, so I'm going to go into my colors XML. I've just changed some colors there for the primary dark, and the light, as well as the accent colors. So I've got my colors there. And the reason why I'm going to use different colors here is it's easier to see where you're going to place your fragments on the layout if you have different colors there. So please make sure that you get some colors there for your colors XML file. And remember that you can go to the materialpalette.com, and that you'll get all of your different colors that you can choose from. So you can get some colors there, or you can just quickly type these colors that I have there. So I've basically just added this one there, which is the color primary light. For the rest, it will be there, and you can just change your colors. So now let's just close a few of these files that was opened now. And I basically only want the XML files now. So let's go to fragment list first. And I'm going to change this to be a linear layout. And then I'm going to remove this text view. And I'm going to set the orientation to be vertical. And I want to set a background color here as well. So let's take the background color as the accent color for the list. And then we're going to go to detail fragment and do the same thing. I'm going to make that a linear layout that is, it's got an orientation of vertical. And we're going to set the background color there as well. So let's set that background color as the primary dark color. I'm going to remove this text view with the comment there. And then let's go to the person one, and we're going to set this one also to a linear layout that is vertical. And we're going to set the background. Let's set this background to the light, the primary light color, and then remove the text view. So if we go to design, this one will be a light color, this one will be the dark color, and this one will be the accent color. So now there's the three different fragments, easily to see which one are we currently showing on the main activity. And now we want to go to the main activity. So in the main activity, let's leave this as a constraint layout. I'm just going to remove the text view there. In fact, let's change this to a linear layout, and I'll show you the problem we will get later on. So I'm going to change this to a linear layout, and let's set the orientation to be vertical. Now, if we go into, I think let's make the phone landscape. So I'm going to make this application a landscape application. Okay, so remember that we want to basically get something that looks like this. So we're going to have our list fragment on the left-hand side, and then we're going to have our detail fragment and our new person or add person fragment. Right, so let's see if we can add, I think I'm going to make this one not vertical, but horizontal. And then inside of this horizontal linear layout, we will drag in firstly the one fragment there. So we're going to drag in one fragment, and the first one will be the list frag. So we drag in the list frag, and then after that one, I'm going to have a layout which will be a vertical linear layout. So there we go. If you look at our layout here, it's basically a horizontal linear layout. This one first, and then I have a vertical one with the two fragments vertically. Okay, so I'm going to have another two fragments there. Let's go to comment again, common again, and go into fragment there. The first one we want to show in that vertical linear layout will be the detail fragment. And then after that one, we will show the add person fragment. Right, so there's your componentry. It should look something like this. So the first one there is your list frag, the second one is the detail frag, and the third one is the add person frag. So let's just quickly have a look at what we have here. So for your fragments, set the height to match the parent. And then on these two also, the height should match the parent. And this one also, the height should match the parent at this stage. We will change it now just to see something on the screen. Okay, so the width and the height is matching the parent. That one is also matching the parent. Okay, so let's go into the text part now. And what we want to do for this linear layout that is vertical is we want to set the weight for this fragment. So I'm going to go into setting a weight property there. And let's make the weight for that fragment 1. And we also make the weight for this fragment 1. And then for this weight to actually appear, I'm going to set the width, no, sorry, not the width. Let's have the width match the parent. We'll have the height set as 0 dp. And then also the height here, we'll set the height as 0 dp. So let's just see what happened now. You can see the two fragments are now displayed nicely vertically. This one taking half of the screen, that one taking half of the screen. And now you can also set, let's set this fragment to a weight of 1, which means that this fragment's width should become 0 dp, and your width for your linear layout should also become 0 dp. And then we have the layout looking like this. So now what we can do is to make this one a bit smaller. So we can go and say, well, let's set this one's weight, or the first fragment's weight, to 1, and this one's weight to 2. So you'll get something like this. Your list view there, your detail, and your fragment to add a new person there. And now in order to set the pictures, or the layout files to look like this, this, and this, we need to go into the error that is shown there in red. It says unknown fragments. So it says the one for the list frag, can we use fragment list? Yes, pick it. Go down to this one. For detail frag, yes, click on that one. And for your last one there, add person frag, is it add person? Yes, it is. So if yours are not displaying like that, there's another way also to do it by clicking on your fragment, and you'll see there's a layout property there. So there's the layout that you can go and choose then. Going to the 3 dots there and choosing your layout for that specific fragment. So there you can see now I can choose which fragment or which XML file now to use there. So you can also do it that way. So now you can see this looks nice. Let's go and have a look at what we see inside of the text tab. You can see that it says that nested weights are bad for performance, which means that on the outside we've got a fragment with a weight of 1 and a linear layout with a weight of 2. And that is inside of this horizontal layout basically. So if you look at the design, it's this horizontal layout. We've got a fragment and a linear layout, and they've got a weight of 1 by 2. Now if we go back, then inside of this linear layout that is vertical, so it's now this one there, this one, we've got also 2 fragments with weights. This one's weight is 1 and that one's weight is 1. So they say that nesting weights inside of a layout isn't bad for performance. So let's see if we can do this another way. So I'm going to change this to a constraint layout, and then I'm going to remove the orientation as horizontal there for this fragment, let's set the width for this fragment as 200 just to see it on the screen. And we set the width of the linear layout to 200 as well just to see it on the screen. And then we're going to remove these weight properties to make sure that they are not there anymore. So let's go back to design, and you'll see now that for this fragment, or let's go to this linear layout, and we just move it a bit from the side, you can see that's now basically a layout where we can move the components on the screen. That's like a relative type of layout. You can change it where, or move it where you want to have it on the screen. So that's essentially not actually what we want. So what I want is to put this fragment against the side, and for this you can see that there's now some markers on the left, the top, and the bottom, and the right edges of this fragment. And the same for this linear layout. You can see there's the markers, and we need to give them constraints to say where should it be fixed, because if there's no constraints, your layout will just do something weird. So let's run this quickly and see how it runs. You will see that the layout looks like this, which means that with no constraints, it's actually pushing everything there on the side. So if I take those, it's actually pushing everything there. So it is there, but you just can't see it. So what we need to do is to give some constraints to these components on the screen. So I'm going to set a constraint for this one. So I'm holding in on that side, and I say the constraint for this one should be, it must always be to the left or against this wall on the left. And then the same for that one at the top. I'm going to move it to the top of the screen, and this one to the bottom of the screen, which means that this specific fragment will be fixed to the left hand side, to the top of the screen and the bottom of the screen. And if you double click it now, you go down to view fewer attributes, you can see there's the constraints that you just created. So I've got no constraint on the right hand side, but there's a left, a top, and a bottom constraint. Now for the left constraint, you can see there's a margin of 8, or some padding there on the left hand side of 8. So I'm going to actually make that 0 there, and you can see now it's fixed to the side. And for this one to the top, also a 0, and for the bottom also a 0. And now you can see it's fixed with no space in between, to the left, the top, and the bottom. Now let's do the same for the linear layout on this side. So for this linear layout, I want to have it fixed at the top, on the right, on the bottom, and on the right hand side, not to the edge of the screen, but to the edge of this component. Okay, so now we've got a problem because of the width that we set there. So I'm going to set the width to 0 again, and then you can see it fills out the whole space there for you. Okay, so now you can see at the top and the bottom and the right and the left, there's some margins again. So let's go into view fewer attributes, and we're going to set those margins to 0, to 0, to 0 again, and to 0 again. And now we have exactly the same layout that we had with the linear layout. So if we run this now, let's see how this functions. And now you can see we are back with this layout where we have our list view, our detail view, and where to add a new person. Okay, so I think the layout is now fine. And if you go back to text now, you won't see any of those warnings that is affecting your performance. So this is a nice way to go and have a look at your constraint layout. And it resizes your components to make use of the constraints that you've given it. Right, so now let's go to the list, the fragment list there. Instead of having that orange color now, let's just remove the color. And we're going to drag in now the recycler view. So just take your recycler view and place it there on the screen, and you'll see it shows. If you go to your main activity, you can see that's now the fragment. So as soon as you've got your colors sorted out wherever every fragment will be, then you can start designing how every fragment will look. So for this fragment, we'll basically just show the list. So click on it, give your list an ID. I'm just going to call it list, or that's the recycler view, but I'm going to call it list. Then if we go to the detail fragment at the top, let's just also put it on landscape mode so it's easier to see what's going on. I'm going to change that background color also, remove it, and then I'm going to add a picture here. So remember in our example, if I can just quickly run it again. In our example, we had something like this. So we are now defining how the detail part should look. Okay, so we'll have a picture there at the top. then the guy's name and his telephone number, and that's the top fragment. Okay, so how do we do that? Let's go and add that picture quickly. So I'm going to go to Resources, New, Vector Asset. Let's just go to that contact picture there, contact phone, and you say OK there, and let's call it contact. Say next, and say finish. So now let's see if we can add that picture then there. So you'll see on the phone it looks like this. The picture at the top, then 2 text views. So let's add an image view there. Go to Project, choose the picture, say OK. Now for this picture, let's make it a bit bigger. So let's make this picture 70 by 70. And then we can put it in the middle of the screen by saying, go to Layout Gravity, Center Horizontal. I think actually it's got some white space at the top, so I'm not going to add margins at the top. Then directly after that, we'll have 2 text views. One to display the name and the other one for the telephone number. Now for this one, let's make it a bit more style. Let's make the style bold, and let's make maybe the size of the text. Let's make it a 16 there, 16 SP, just to have it. Although I think probably it's an 18 there on the video, or on the, just see there, could probably be an 18 there. Okay, so we're going to have that one bold and this one not bold. Right, and then both of these 2 components, let's have them also in the middle of the screen, but you can see they span the whole screen. So for that, we need to go into the gravity and say center horizontal, and it will put the text in the middle of the screen. Right, so this layout should be fine. If you look at it, it looks like this. Right, so if we quickly go back to it, let's just set some IDs there. So for this one, let's just say TV name, and for this one, TV tel. Right, so that's basically it for this fragment. If you go and have a look at it, that's how it looks. So let's do the bottom one quickly, and you'll see we've got some space left there for this fragment. So what we could actually do there is to go into this part, and instead of saying 1, 1, we can do something like that one taking up 2 and this one taking up 3 to give it a bit more space for the bottom part. If you want a bit more space there for the top one, we can make it, let's say 3, 4, and then we'll have a bit more space for the top one. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to set those weights. So let's go to the bottom one quickly, and that's the detail one. Sorry, the add person one. Let's also put this in landscape so we can see what's going on. I'm going to set, or just take away the background color there. And then for this one, if we look at the phone again, we will have an edit text, another edit text, and a button. So it's basically your person, the name of the person, the telephone number of the person, and a button that says add the person. Right, let's drag into, so the first one is the person's name, so we can just drag in a normal plain edit text. And then the second one is a telephone number, so let's drag in the phone. And then the last thing will be the button that we're going to drag in. So now for all 3 of these, let's set the width to wrap the content. Let's go down and we set the layout gravity to be center horizontal so that everything is in the middle of the screen. So now at the top, we'll see if it's necessary to actually add something there at the top. So look at your main activity now. It will look something like this. Right. So go back to add person. And for this one, let's remove the text property because we're working with hints. Go down to the hint, and let's just give the hint there, enter person name. Come on. Enter person name. And for this one, enter person telephone number. And then for both these 2 components, we can also set the gravity to center horizontal. Now for the button, let's go set the text for this button as add person. Let's set the background color to be the primary color. And then we can go down and set the text color to a white. Right, so now this button is a bit small, so let's just go to a margin at the top. Let's give it a 10 margin there to move it down a bit. And let's give it some padding also. So let's give it padding on the left, let's say 20, and on the right also 20, just to have a bit bigger button. Right, so there we go. I think if we go back to the main activity, this now looks fine. So if you look at the layout that we had there, I think it's basically, it even looks better maybe. Okay, so that's the layout that we have currently. Now for these components on your add person, let's just give it names also. So this one is going to be ET name. This one will be ET tell. And this one will be BTN add. So now in the main activity is where we're going to interact with these two components. Remember that this one will basically handle everything inside of the list frag, but these components we will need to interact with in the main activity. So go to your main activity quickly, and we're going to set up these components. So for your first fragment, which is the detail fragment, we've got two text views, TV name as well as TV tell. So let's go to main activity. Let's set them up. So we're going to have text view, TV name, and we're going to have TV tell. So that's on the detail fragment. On the add person fragment, we've got ET name, ET tell, and BTN add. So it's going to be edit text, ET name, ET tell, and then the button that will be BTN add. Right, so let's set them up quickly. So it's going to be TV name equals find the view by its ID r.id.tv name. We're going to have TV tell there equals find the view by its ID r.id.tv tell. Then we're going to have ET name there equals find the view by its ID r.id.et name. We will also have ET tell there equals find the view by its ID r.id.et tell. Then the last component there is the button, so we're going to have btn add equals find the view by its ID r.id.btn add. Right, and then for the button we want to have an on-click listener there, so that if we click the on-click listener, or we click the button, the on-click listener will run, and we can then see what new person to add. Right, so I think I'm going to stop the video here, and then in the next video we'll carry on and see how we can build the recycler view so that we can actually start seeing something there. If we run this now, you will only basically see the components on the screen, but nothing in the list view, because we haven't set anything to this list or to the recycler view. Right, so you can see an empty recycler view, but we see these components on the screen. So I'm going to stop the video here, and then I'll see you in the next video. Now that we know that we have sorted out all the layout files, we can go into the list frag where we need to set up the recycler view. But in order to do that, there's a few steps we must follow. So we'll get back to the list frag later on. First thing, we're going to create a new custom class. So just go to right-clicking on your package and say new Java class. So we're going to create a class called person. For this class, we will only have two fields here. So we're going to say private string name, and we will have a private string telephone number. And then for the rest, we let the IDE generate this for us. So just right click and say generate, and we're going to generate the constructor, select both, say OK, and then just go to the bottom there and generate again, getter and the setter, select the two and say OK. So for this class called person, we've got a name and a telephone number field, and in the constructor we accept the name and the telephone number, and that name and telephone number will be set to these values. Also, there's getters and setters for all of the fields. Now the second step is to go and create the custom layout file, how every item in the list view will be displayed. So you're going to go to your resources layout folder, right click there, and we're going to create a new layout resource file. I'm going to change this to a linear layout again, and let's give it the name row_layout and say OK. Right, so now we can go and open up this. Let's just zoom in a bit, and see how we can define this one row. So what I'm going to do here is to drag in a linear layout that is horizontal. And then on this horizontal linear layout, make sure that we have the height there as wrapping the content. And then on this horizontal linear layout, let me just see on the drawable, we have the picture called contact there. And that's the picture I want to have as the first item here. So let's go to common, drag in the image view there into the horizontal linear layout. Click on project, choose your picture and say OK. If the picture is not showing there, you can just go to your build menu and clean the project. Right, so now on this specific picture, let's resize that picture to, let's say, a 50 by 50. And you'll see there's a little error there. So let's just quickly handle that error. So if you go into it, you can see that this part there is what we've done in previous videos also. We need to select that whole part, Command C or Control C to copy. And then we're going to go down to our Gradle scripts and then go into your module app, the build.gradle file. And then somewhere there inside of your default configuration there, we will paste that one line and click on sync now. Right, when that's done syncing, then we can go back to our row layout and you can see there's no errors anymore. So after this, I'm just going to drag in one text view after that image view. So see the dotted lines there. When I drag this image, it must be inside of this linear layout, but after the image view. Okay, so now I'm just going to go into the text part and remove the weight properties there. And then if we go back to design, it looks like this. Right, so for this one, I'm going to click on the layout margin at the top. Let's make the top margin 20. That's a bit too much. Let's make it 10. And then for that text view, I'm going to go down and set the text style to bold and maybe the size to an 18 there. And that should be fine. Now let's add some margin on the left there as well. So let's add a left margin of 10. Maybe a bit more, let's say 15. And then for this one also a left margin of, let's say 10. And I think at the top, let's have a top margin of 2 and a bottom margin of 2. Right, and then this text view, we can maybe move it a bit from the top. So let's make it 12 there. Right, so that should be fine. For this text view, let's give the text view an ID there, and we're going to call it TV name to display the guy's name there. And now after designing this, I can now go and create this card layout. So I'm going to add the card view there. So card view, the width must match the parent and the height will wrap the content. Right, so now let's just add the namespace declaration for the card view. So I'm going to copy that line and paste it there. Instead of saying app there, we're going to use a card_view. Right, so now we can start with the card view declarations here. So I'm going to go to card view and we're going to set the background color to the card view light background. I'm going to set the corner radius to a 5 dp. Let's say the elevation will be a 5 dp as well. And then I'm not going to use the compat padding, so I'm going to set that to false. Just see if there's anything else there. I think for the rest we are fine. So let's just add a margin there, a layout margin, an all margin there of, let's say, 5 dp. Right, so that's basically the card view. So I'm going to take everything that's outside of that card view now, but still inside of the linear layout. I'm going to cut it and I'm going to paste it inside of the card view. Let's go and have a look at the design view. And you can see that the design view now looks like this, which is a great card view. Now on the card view itself, or on the vertical linear layout, let's just make sure that we're going to set the height to wrap the content. Now don't worry too much about this rendering problem of the card view. You can see it says, just see where is that error now. It says rendering problem there, failed to find the style in the current theme. That's not a problem. Don't worry about that. It's displaying 100% correct. Okay, so this is then our custom layout file. So we've got our custom class that's called person. We've got our custom layout file. So now the last thing before we go to the list frag is to create this adapter class. So you're going to right click and say new Java class again. And let's call this one the person adapter. And we say okay. Now for this adapter class, we need to extend something there at the top. So we're going to say extends recycler view dot adapter. Now, for now, we're not going to set the type there, so we'll just have an Alt-Enter there and implement the methods, and you select all of those methods. Now, right at the top, I'm going to create an array list that will hold the person objects that we're going to pass into this adapter. And let's call it people. Then we create the constructor, so it's going to be public person adapter, constructor same name as the class, and then we're going to accept the context as well as an array list of person objects that we will pass in. And let's call this one list. Right. And then the only thing I want to do for now is to just set this people to the list that was passed in. So we will set that one to list. So later on we'll work with the context. Right, so this is then the constructor, and we've set up the array list. So when the array lists get passed in, we will set it to our array list at the top. Now, instead of using the recycler view holder, we will create our own view holder now. So I'm going to use public class. So it's an inner class, public class, and I'm going to call it view holder. But now this view holder will be part of the person adapter class, not of the recycler view. But we will see that we will extend this recycler view holder. So we're basically overriding this one that we're returning there and creating our own one. Right, so open up that class, and then on this error, Alt-Enter, create the constructor matching super, and then we've got that constructor. Now in the view holder, we basically need to declare all of the items that we want to get a hold of to change in this custom layout of ours. And the only thing we want to change is this text view called TV name. So let's set that up. It's going to be a text view, TV name. Then inside of this view holder, if you remember from the previous videos, this item view will actually later on be a link to this row layout. So now we're going to get the TV name variable by looking at this item view. So it's going to be item view, which is basically referring now to row layout. On this row layout, go and find the view by its ID. Find view by ID, and it's called r.id.tvName. And because we want to have that item clickable, we're going to also set the on-click listener and say new on-click listener. So we'll come back to how this on-click listener will work. So now, after you've created your view holder, we can then go and say, well, the type we want to have at the top will be this view holder that is part of the person adapter class. So it's going to be person adapter dot view holder. And now you'll see that there's some problems there. So if you go down, instead of now using the recycler view holder, we're going to use this class, the person adapters view holder. And instead here of using this view holder that was passed in as the recycler views view holder, it will be our own custom one. So the one that we just created. Right, so that takes care of all of these errors. So now let's go into this method, the onCreateView method, or createViewHolder method, and we're going to create now a link to this view, this external view called row layout. So now in order to do this, we need to use the layout inflator. So we're going to say layout inflator dot from, and then in the brackets we're going to look at this view group and just get the context of the view group. And then make sure your cursor is at the end of that bracket, and then we're going to inflate this resource file, which is now called row layout. So it's going to be r.layout.rowlayout. Passing in again the view group, and for the last variable there, or the last parameter there, we pass in the false value. Right, so that's now a link to that external layout called row layout. So now you can see that we return the view holder object here, which means I need to pass in this view to this view holder constructor. That link row layout now becomes item view, and that's why we can say item view.find the view by its ID TV name. So what we return here is just to be a new view holder. And now make sure that your view holder is, in any case, now the person adapter that we're referring to. And then we just pass in the view there. So now this onCreateViewHolder will run. I think first runs the constructor. We reset the list. And then it will run this onCreateViewHolder where it gets a link to the row layout. This row layout called view now is basically passed into the view holder constructor. That constructor has now got a hold of that item view, and we make a connection to TV name so that we can set it. Now in the onBind view holder, we will just get hold of that view holder, which is basically the one that was returned there, the one that we've got now connected to the view, and we're going to say view holder dot item view, and now the item view is basically this whole link or this whole layout. So on the item view, we will set the tag to the object where we are currently at. So it's going to be get I. So remember that this onBind view holder runs now for every element that we have in our people array list. So we're going to pass in a list of person objects, and for every one of those person objects inside of the list, this onBind view holder will run, starting from 0, 1, 2, 3, and the count will be indicated by this index value. So we're basically saying where we are currently at, on that item view, we set the tag to this specific object so that later on when it gets clicked there, we know exactly which one was clicked. Right, so now for the next one, we're just going to say view holder dot, and you can see we can now get a reference to this TV name there. So I'm going to say TV name dot set text, and the text I want to set is inside of that object. So I'm going to call people.getI, that gets me the object that we're currently at, and I'm going to call get name in order to show the name of that person. And now remember, it's going to run for every element that you have. Now the last thing is the get item count, and for that item count we're just going to return people.size, which is the amount of objects that we have in the array list call people. Right, so now we're done with all of these custom classes and layouts that we created. Now we can actually go to our list frag and set up this recycler view. So now on the list frag, I'm going to have a few declarations at the top. Remember that in the previous fragment examples that we did, we said it should extend a list fragment. So in this case, we're not going to use a list, we're going to use the recycler view. So you keep it as it is. So we're going to have a few declarations here. We're going to say recycler view. Let's call it recycler view as well. And then we're also going to have a recycler view dot adapter. Dot adapter. And this we'll just call my adapter. That will ultimately be linked to person adapter, because person adapter extends from this recycler view dot adapter. Right, and then we're going to have recycler view dot layout manager, and let's just call it layout manager as well. And then we'll also have a custom view declaration here, which I'll get to now. Now, for the first thing, you can see that the constructor runs. It's just an empty constructor, and then there's an onCreateView method. And this is where we basically set the view for this fragment, which you can see as fragment underscore list. So it's the one that's got your recycler view there. If you go back to it, you can see that we set that one as an ID of list. So if I go back, you will see that this onCreateView then creates the view for this list fragment as fragment underscore list. But now, because I want to have a connection to this view, otherwise I cannot get to that list or that recycler view that we called list, we need to use this view variable now that we declared at the top. So I'm going to set it to view equals, and I want this whole line there that inflates that view for me. I'm going to cut it there and just paste it. So I want to get hold of that view first, and then we can return it. So it's basically still doing the same thing. I just want to get a hold of that list or that fragment list so that I can refer back to the recycler view. Okay, so this part will get clear now. Now we need another method here, and the method we need is the onActivityCreated. So you're going to right click, say generate, override methods, and search for the onActivityCreated method. Double click it and your method will be there. Now we can start setting up this recycler view. So remember, the onActivityCreated method runs as soon as your activity is done with all its work. Right, so now we're going to set up the recycler view. So I'm going to say recycler view equals. Now instead of in an activity where we just say find the view by its ID, we need to get to this layout fragment list and find the view by its ID. So that's why I needed this view. So I'm going to refer to that view and then call find the view by its ID, r.id. We call it list. Then on the recycler view, we're going to set the has fixed size to true. Let's set up the layout manager quickly. So the layout manager will be new linear layout manager. And then we can pass in the activity, we can just pass into this keyword or the activity.this. But in this case, we need to refer to the activity that's hosting this fragment. And so we're just going to call get activity. And that's referring to the activity that's hosting this fragment. And then we can set to the recycler view, we can set the layout manager as this layout manager. Right, so now the next step will be to go and create an array list with person objects to send to the adapter. So we declared the adapter there, but before we can do the declaration or the initialization of this adapter and pass in the list, the array list, we need to have an array list first. So for this, I'm going to do something a bit different. I'm going to go into my project folder there, or not my project, the package folder, right click and say new Java class. And the class I want to create here, I'm just going to call it application class. Say OK. So what I want to do now is to create a class that Android calls the application class. You're going to say extends application there. And this now becomes the application class of your application. So what is the application class? The application class basically is a class that will run right at the beginning, even before your main activity starts. Your application class will run. And then when everything ends, right at the end, your application class is also the very last thing that gets destroyed with your application. So this is a nice way to persist data throughout your application. So let's see how to set this up quickly. So we need one method there. So just go to generate and say override methods, and you just need the onCreate method there. So this application class, to just say extends application doesn't make it the application class for your specific application. You need to go into your manifest file next. Somewhere inside of your opening application tag, you see there it closes for the opening tag. So somewhere in there, anywhere there, we're just going to add a name property. And you see it automatically picks up your application class there. So that's the one we declared where we said extends application. So now this became our application class. So when this application starts running, the very first thing that will run is this class. So in this class then, I'm going to set up a variable here. I'm going to have it public and static. So it belongs to this class called application class. And let's call it array, or define it as an array list that will store person objects. And let's call this one people as well. Then inside of the onCreate, I can go and set it up. So I will say people equals new array list. Remember, the type is not really necessary, but you can add the type there. And now we can add a few people here. So I'm going to say .add and new person. And if you remember from your person class, the constructor accepts a name and a telephone number. So let's just add a name there. I'm just going to have Chuck Norris there again. And then the telephone number there will be whatever you want to add that. And then we're going to say people again, .add again. And we'll have a new person object again. And let's make this one John Rambo. And let's just add another one. People.add new person. And let's have Nelson Mandela. Okay, I'm not even sure if that telephone number's at the correct length, but that doesn't matter. Okay, so now we have created a few people objects inside of this, or a few person objects inside of the people array list. And now we can start using it anywhere in our application. So I'm going to go to the list frag and let's set up that adapter quickly. So it's going to be my adapter equals new person adapter. The context will be this.getActivity. And then the second argument, you'll remember in our class, let me just close a few of these. Application class can be closed also. If you remember in our person adapter, it accepts a context and an array list. So now the array list will be in my application class. If you put the dot there, you'll see people there. And I'm passing in that as the list for my adapter. Then on the recycler view, I'm going to call set adapter. and we set the adapter to my adapter. Right, so let's look at the last part of this series for this application. And this will be when we click on an item in the list view or in this recycler view then, and we want to show the text there. Also, if we want to add a new person to the list, we're going to enter the data and click on Add Person and show it in the list. So let's start with the first thing on how to do the click event here so that we can set data on that part. So we'll need to go back to our list frag. And inside of the list frag, we will create, or not inside of the list frag, let's go to person adapter. In the person adapter, we will create an interface. So I'm going to say public interface item clicked. And then on that interface, we're only going to have one method there, and we're going to call it on item clicked. And the only thing we want to pass through is an index value. So on item click then, we want to have our main activity actually implement this item clicked. So let's go to the main activity, and we're going to say on the main activity, implement item clicked. And that will be of the person adapter's item clicked. Now Alt enter on that error and implement the method. And we select that one method called on item clicked. So as soon as the user clicks then on an item, we want to have this interface talk back to the main activity to tell us where was that one clicked. So how do we do that? So the main activity is now implementing that item clicked, and it's got the method. Now in the person adapter again, we created the interface. So I want to create an interface variable here at the top. So it's going to be item clicked. Let's call it activity, because this will be a link to the main activity. So item clicked activity. Now inside of this person adapter, the context that was passed in, if you look at your list frag, the context that we passed in there is this.getActivity, which is ultimately referring to the main activity again. So if I'm going to say the context, I'm actually saying it's the activity that is using this fragment now. Okay, so now in this case, we're just going to say activity equals. Now I'm going to convert this activity to an item clicked and refer to context. So context is now the main activity. So the main activity gets converted to an item clicked. Can we convert it? Yes, because it implements item clicked, so no problem there. And activity now has got a connection to the activity called main activity. So when we click on an item, we will go into this method and call activity, which is a link now to the main activity. And there's one method called on item clicked, which is this method on item clicked. And we need to pass through now the index where it was clicked. So for this, we need to get this tag that we set there. So I'm going to say people dot index of, we want to get the index of this tag, this object that we set there when we set up every item in the list view. So where it is clicked, we need to get that object. So I just need to go to this view that was passed in and call get tag. So that returns back to me the specific person object that was clicked. And just to make sure, we will cast this to a person object. Right, so this gives me then the index of where in the list did we click. It passes through that index to this item clicked, and now we can do something with it. So in this case, we've already declared, remember on, we can just quickly have a look at your main activity. On the main activity, if we make this landscape, we have the text view and the text view there. So that is on fragment detail. So that text view was called TV name. This text view was called TV tel. And it's been already declared there as TV name and TV tel. So the only thing we can do here is to just set the data to it for that specific one that was clicked. Right, so we called it TV name. So I'm going to say TV name dot set text. Now, where is that array list of mine? It's in the application class. So I'm going to say application class dot people. So I'm referring to this application class where we created this people. So wherever that one is now, I'm going to say people dot get the index where it was clicked, we pass through the index. That gets me the object, and from the object, I want to get the name. So let's do the same for the TV telephone number there. We're going to say set the text to the application class dot people, that's the array list, dot get, passing in the index, dot get telephone number. So let's test out this one quickly and see if it works. Right, so there's the list view again, or the recycler view. If I click on John Rambo, all the data is set. Nelson Mandela, Chuck Norris. So everything works fine. Now, did you see that when we started this application, we had text view there? So let's just quickly make sure that that one will work. So inside of the onCreate, right at the end, I'm just going to call this on item click method, this one, and I'm going to pass in the index of 0 there. So let's run it again. All right, so there's running. Let's just see if we can have that list view already at item 0. Chuck Norris, 100% correct. Right, so this part now works 100%. The next part we want to do is then to get to this part where we get the person's name and telephone number, add the person, and then see if we can show it in the list. So you'll remember that we've set up this button there as BT and add.set on click listener. So if we click this, we want to get the name and the telephone number and add a new person object. So how will we do that? First thing we can do there is to first make sure that the user typed both fields. So remember we called them etName and etTel. So I'm going to say if etName.getText.toString.isEmpty. If it's empty, or etTel.getText.toString.isEmpty. So if any one of the two is empty, which means that the user did not type anything there, we will just show a toast to the user, telling the user, please enter all fields. The else part will be everything went fine, and we've got the name and the telephone number, and now we can create a new person object. So now in order to do this, I need to go back to the application class. In the application class is my people array list. So I want to add that new person now to this array list. So if we go back to the main activity, we will go and say application class.people.add. What do I want to add? Well, I want to add a new person object, but this person object must accept the name. So how do we get the name? We go to the edit text, etName, we get the text, not the transition name, get the text dot toString, and then on that we can call trim, and that you see there, that's fine. And then the second argument will now be the telephone number, and that we get from etTel dot getText dot toString dot trim. I think I've got one bracket maybe missing there. Yeah, we've got one bracket missing there, and then it should be fine. Okay, so in the application classes array list, we add a new person object, etName and etTelephone number, whatever the user typed there, and that's a new person. But now that application class.people.add, if we do that, we are only adding it to the array list. We're not adding it actually to the list view. So now, before we get to that, let's just tell the user that this was successful. Let's say person successfully added. We can then go to etName, and we can set the text to null, just to be able to add another person again, and go to etTel and also set the text to null to be able to add another person. Right, so now the next part that we want to do now is to let the list view in the list frag know that something changed, that your application class.people that we passed in now changed, and it must update the adapter or update the recycler view there. So we're going to add one method right at the bottom in this class called listFrag. And I'm going to say this one is public void. I'm not going to return anything, but I want to call this method, you can call it anything you want. So I'm going to say notify data changed. So just to notify this class that the data has been changed, we're going to go to calling the adapter and call notify dataset changed. So there's a method that comes with the adapter that's called notify dataset changed. So we're going to call from the main activity this method called notify data changed, and then this method will go to the adapter and tell the adapter that your data is changed inside of the list. So this notify dataset changed is the method that is actually setting now the new data to the list view or to the recycler view. So how do we call this method now inside of the list frag right from the main activity? So for this, we need to go and set up a new variable at the top. Now this variable will be of type list frag. So I'm going to say list frag, and let's call it list frag there also. So just to get a hold of this list fragment that we have there. We also need to get a fragment manager so that we can get hold of that fragment. So I'm going to declare it as fragment manager. Let's just call it fragment manager as well. And then inside of the onCreate, let's set up that fragment manager quickly. I'm going to say fragment manager equals this dot get support fragment manager, just to get the fragment manager of this specific activity. And then we can now refer to that list fragment. So I'm going to say list frag equals cast it to a list fragment, and we're going to go to the fragment manager dot find the fragment by its ID. And then the fragment that we are looking for is, if you go to your fragments quickly, where we had it on the activity main XML. So if we go into text, you will see that we have fragment, we call it fragment 2 and fragment 3. So this one is the detail frag. So let's just make that ID detail frag, and we make this ID add person frag. So if I want to refer to the detail fragment, it will be called detail frag and add person frag. And then the last one there is the one that we actually want to get hold of. And this is the list frag. So let's just call it list frag there. So if I want to get hold of that list frag, okay, so this one must just be list frag also. All right, I think now all the errors are gone. So actually we only need this ID there for the list fragment. So now if we go back to the main activity, I want to refer to that ID. So it's going to be r.id.listFrag. All right, so now we actually have a connection to this list fragment. So by just saying fragment manager equals get support fragment manager, on the fragment manager we find a fragment by its ID, and the ID is called list frag. So now we have a connection to the list frag, and on this connection we want to call notified data changed. So go back to the main activity, then after everything has been done successfully, we're going to say list frag dot, and you can see we've got that method notify data changed. So let's see if this works now. I'm going to run this, say OK, and let's see if it runs. Right, so there we've got the items in the list. Let's enter a new person there. Let's say Peter Pollock. Say next. And then the telephone number, let's make it anything there. Say done. So now the data is entered. If I click on add person now, it adds that person to the list, successfully added, and I can now click on that person to also show the data. So I hope that you've learned something from this video on how to basically communicate between fragments, and also how to add a recycler view to your fragments.